Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Boss, something happened to you. On the tablet-like electronic screen, a beautiful girl with blonde curly hair and fashionable clothes was reflected. The girl had a bit of anxiety and worry on her face and whispered urgently. "Ah! It's Stussy." The man with messy hair and what looked like a metal antenna on his big head. He could be identified as a mad scientist just by looking at his appearance. He looked at the beautiful woman on the screen and was slightly stunned for a moment before finally speaking. "Something happened. What happened?" "Don't act stupid, the fleets of the Navy and the world government have already set off. Admiral Akainu is leading the team this time." "What did you think happened, Boss Vegapunk?" Stussy gritted her teeth and growled at her unreliable boss. "Well, even if you say so, I have done too many things that would provoke the world government." Vegapunk spread his hands helplessly and explained. "For example, the continental shelf oscillator has not yet been installed under the Red Earth continent. The deal with Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, and the Revolutionary Army. Development and installation of new space-based weapons and nuclear weapons. Cloning of Neptune and research duplication of Pluto. The genetic virus specially designed for the Draconians, and the cloned Draconians secretly replaced by me. I have to know what kind of thing it is that was discovered by the world government, right?" "Hey? Stussy, why do you look so weird?" It took a lot of effort for Stussy to calm down the beauty show in the pirate world and restore her protruding eyes and wide mouth. Then, she looked left and right twice, lowered her head, and looked sneaky. Said, "Boss, tell me honestly, are you planning to kill the world government? Didn't you say that there are still 10 years left in the plan?" "The plan has not changed. After all, Stussy, you are too useless. You haven't figured out the world government's trump card until now. But you can never have too many preparations in advance." The brain shell scientist Vegapunk said slowly, "We are in the business of beheading. I have to consider my ability to protect myself in an emergency if the news gets known to the world government. I think this is no longer a question of self-preservation ability, boss. Do you want to destroy the world? Also, I have only joined the CP organization for 2 years, how could I find out the world government's trump card so quickly?" Stussy couldn't help but complain, does her boss have a phobia about lack of firepower? As the first clone created by Vegapunk, Stussy's intelligence and physique were modulated to an extremely high level. Therefore, she also served as Vegapunk's assistant at the beginning. So she also has a very clear understanding of the power of the weapons her boss talks about. Ancient weapons and the like are nothing compared to the weapons developed by her boss. It's not that the ancient weapons are weak, but because the weapons made by Vegapunk are pure weapons that can be mass-produced, which are completely different from those ancient weapons that are independent. Vegapunk spread his hands, "No way, I seem to be very talented in this area. I just did some random research and got a lot of results. But if you just rely on this to deter the world government, it still lacks the most important thing. After all, I'm just a weak scientist. No matter how advanced my weapons are, I'm still just a mortal body. Any admiral who comes to me will be in danger of being killed." The time traveler named Vegapunk looked at his skinny and old palms with a somewhat sighing expression. This Vegapunk is a time traveler. He just graduated from college in Blue Star in his previous life, and then his soul directly traveled to the pirate world and became the most famous scientist in the pirate world. Vegapunk himself is the most talented scientist in the pirate world. Coupled with the time traveler's ability bonus, the various black technology weapons he creates are even better than those in the original work. After all, although the previous life did not have many black technologies of the pirate world, it was definitely far superior to the pirate world in terms of various technological theories. The time traveler who had just graduated from college was at the peak of his personal knowledge and ability. The two combined, what will result is a new round of technological explosion. Many times, what scientific research needs most is just one direction. Just like before the Manhattan Project, no one could research mushroom eggs. But after the project succeeded and proved that this direction was feasible, in a short period of time, those countries with some background have developed nuclear weapons. He doesn't have the same moral obsession as the original Vegapunk, who doesn't want to study weapons, and his character is far more shrewd and cunning than that simple scientist. He surrendered to the world government early on, obtained a large amount of resources, and was in the field of science and technology. In terms of research, it is far beyond this world for several eras. Of course, he will definitely not expose all his research results to the world government like the original Vegapunk. In fact, the results he has given to the world government may not be as good as the original Vegapunk. On the contrary, the infiltration of the world government has not been relaxed at all, otherwise there would not have been a plan to clone the Draco, and Stussy would not have been in a high position in such a short period of time and directly reported to him. It's a pity that although the brain fruit gave Vegapunk unparalleled wisdom, it also restricted Vegapunk's body. A large amount of nutrients were absorbed by the brain. As a result, no matter how much Vegapunk exercised, he could only let his body is just healthier than ordinary people, but the gap between him and the monsters in the pirate world is really huge. Fortunately, this is the end, the technology has matured, and I can finally get rid of this old and fragile body. After gathering his thoughts for a moment, Vegapunk looked at Stussy. By the way, you haven't told me yet, what exactly has the world government discovered? You need to talk about the key points. There are veins on Stussy's forehead. What does it mean to make the point? If I hadn't been shocked by your many dirty tricks, would I have interrupted you? Taking a deep breath, Stussy suppressed her anger and said, "Your experimental assistant was discovered by the world government." Experimental assistant? Vegapunk thought for a moment, and a woman with long black hair and a cold and calm personality appeared in his mind. Nico Robin? She was discovered, and the world government came to her door just because of this trivial matter. This is no small matter, okay? Compared with your dangerous inventions and plans, boss, she is indeed a small matter. Stussy said helplessly, but after knowing so many trump cards of his boss, Stussy was no longer nervous. At worst, we'll smash the whole world to pieces and see who's more barefooted, like you, or those in the world government who wear shoes. Chapter 2. Stussy felt relieved, and Vegapunk touched his chin, but he had more ideas. This time seems to be a good opportunity. With the help of the world government, my power has developed enough. Then I can escape by feigning death and sneak into the dark. Then I can reappear with a new look. When that time comes, I will also make up for my biggest shortcomings and become a truly strong person. After hearing this, Stussy on the screen looked a little strange, as if she had thought of something. At this moment, another cold female voice sounded next to Vegapunk. "Hey? Fake death to escape and change your face? Become a real strong man? Boss, you should just do it for plastic surgery." Click, Vegapunk's body stiffened slightly, and he turned his head away bit by bit. Behind him, stood two girls around 20 years old. One of them had long black hair, a mature and intellectual temperament, and was wearing a neat denim suit. She had a weird smile on her lips and was looking at Vegapunk up and down. "Graham. Ha, ha, how could it be for plastic surgery?" "It's not for plastic surgery, then why did you, boss, give up on the plan to create the strongest body based on Kaido and Charlotte Lingling's genes, and instead choose the genes of White Horse Cavendish?" A devilish smile appeared on the corner of the intellectual beauty's mouth, and she looked very excited. However, Vegapunk was completely unable to refute what she said. Having surrendered to the world government and secretly having transactions with the four emperors and the Revolutionary Army, Vegapunk has never been short of various research materials and experimental materials, even the cell tissue materials of Charlotte Lingling and Kaido. Vegapunk also has a lot on his hands. These two people are almost the talent ceiling in the pirate world, especially Charlotte Lingling. This aunt gave birth to several football teams and overeated every day, but she was still able to sit firmly as the 4 emperors. She is the most talented person in the world. The strength is almost comparable to that of a monkey genetically mutated into a gorilla. If one were to pursue power, the genes of these 2 people would be the best material. It's just that both of them have giant-like figures. Even with Vegapunk's technological means, there is no way to compress the transformed clones. For the sake of convenience, Vegapunk finally chose Cavendish gene as the main body. This is actually an excuse. In fact, it is more because Cavendish is so handsome. The brain fruit is indeed one of the top devil fruits in the pirate world, but with its powerful bonus to intelligence, it also has an immediate effect on reducing physical fitness and charm. No matter how handsome or beautiful they are, with a head that is several times larger than their body, they will never give people the impression of being handsome and beautiful. They will only make people wonder if they have encountered aliens. Not to mention that Vegapunk himself is not a handsome guy. Because of his big head, he was often looked at strangely by others. Later, like the original Vegapunk, he was willing to take a huge risk to cut off his big head directly and make it into an auxiliary thinking clone that was almost like a quantum computer. This was also related to these gazes. After waving his hands twice, Vegapunk finally waved his hands helplessly. Okay, I admit it. Whether you are strong or not is a matter of one version, and whether you are handsome or not is a lifelong matter. I hope I look more handsome, don't you think so? What's wrong? Robin. Of course it is. But no matter what Mr. Punk looks like, I like him the most. A crisp female voice sounded, not Robin with a sinister personality, but another girl with a beautiful appearance and a hot body standing next to Robin. As the words fell, the girl also rushed forward and hugged Vegapunk tightly. Be gentle, be gentle. Bones are about to break. Hancock, let go. Vegapunk just felt suffocated, and his face was wrapped in 2 plump masses. Unfortunately, he didn't have any rosy thoughts. Like a walnut caught in a vice, Vegapunk felt the bones in his shoulders, ribs, spine, etc. begin to crack. Sorry. Master Punk. I couldn't control myself. The stunning girl quickly let go of her hand in a panic. Vegapunk finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt pain all over his body, and he grimaced in pain. Damn it, I have to transfer my physical body as soon as possible, otherwise how will I live my life? The giant brain has robbed this body of more than 99% of its nutrients. Whether it is Vegapunk's own training or its advanced biotechnology transformation, it has basically no effect on this body. On the contrary, the girl in front of her, Hancock, had benefited from most of Vegapunk's biological transformation because of her outstanding talent. Her physical strength was almost comparable to that of a small Charlotte Lingling. Thinking about the 5-year-old Charlotte Lingling, a mosquito swatted by a giant could break several of the giant's bones. Vegapunk felt very relieved that she had not suffered any serious injuries until now. Although even after strengthening, Hancock is not as good as today's Charlotte Lingling, but she is much stronger than the 6-year-old Charlotte Lingling, and Vegapunk's physique is far from comparable to that of the giant. Boya Hancock was rescued by Vegapunk from the Draconians. As the top scientist of the world government, it is not difficult to get a few slaves from the Draconians, but the 3 Hancock sisters are of that value. Very tall slave, Vegapunk also paid a little price. Well, that is to say, they made a few fake dragons and gave them to those idiot Dracos. At the same time, they also took this opportunity to use small robots to secretly extract some Draco blood. In the beginning, Boya Hancock was still very resistant to Vegapunk as her savior. Although Vegapunk helped her escape from the Sea of Misery, the 3 Hancock sisters, who were slaves at the time, were hostile to anyone related to the celestial dragons. Will not repay the trust. Until Vegapunk created a clone of the Draco, secretly took the risk to replace the Draco, and gave it to Boya Hancock. After that, the 3 Hancock sisters became his die-hard followers. In fact, that operation was quite risky. The celestial dragons themselves had identity chips to identify their identities. If not for the fact that Vegapunk had tampered with the dragon he created and had been monitoring the celestial dragon, nor would they discover the location of his identity chip and complete the operation of changing the sky. Later, after Vegapunk did this kind of action twice more, he no longer dared to take risks. The Tianlong people had a large number of bodyguards and identity chips around them. The third time, Vegapunk almost overturned. Of course, the benefits gained from this kind of adventure are also great. There is no doubt about the status of the Draco in the world government. Relying on those Draco clones, Vegapunk not only obtained a large amount of funds, but his men also infiltrated the Navy and many departments of the CP organization. Chapter 3. Okay, boss, it seems that you are already prepared. According to time calculation, the Navy and world government agents should arrive at Future Island in 2 days. Don't let the boat capsize in the gutter by then. Glancing at Boya Hancock and Nick Robin, Stussy said a few words before preparing to disconnect. Seeing that Vegapunk had already made preparations, she didn't think the world government and the Navy could do anything. Got this cunning tech genius. Wait a minute. Vegapunk, who was still rubbing his bruised arm, suddenly said, wait a minute, I'll pass a list over. This time, after I fake my own death and escape, you will be in charge of the security system on my behalf. Brilla's people. Umbrella is an organization secretly established by Vegapunk. It includes intelligence, espionage, technological research, and other aspects. In the past, Vegapunk was personally in charge and communicated with each other through some kind of projection ring. Stussy was stunned for a moment, but she didn't refuse. As a clone created by Vegapunk, she must be full of loyalty, and her status is not low, so she is indeed the best person to entrust her to. In addition to some clones who are loyal to Vegapunk, Umbrella also has a large number of non-core members. After so many years of development, with the support of Vegapunk's black technology, Umbrella has long become a behemoth. Among the people Vegapunk trusts, Stussy has both full IQ and EQ and is able to play well. Others, such as clones, although loyal, lack a little EQ and ordinary people with up-to-date intelligence and means. Not much loyalty. After passing the list of documents to Stussy, as well as the planned goals for the next period of time, Vegapunk disconnected and his face gradually became serious. He stood up, looked at the almost sci-fi town outside, and the large number of robots walking in the steel town, and sighed, it seems that the future island cannot be saved. Nico Robin, who was standing behind Vegapunk, also frowned slightly, do you need me to inform everyone to retreat? Vegapunk shook his head and said, no need, all the data on Future Island has been uploaded to Fantasy Star by me. What was destroyed was only the mechanical body outside. As long as the soul of the data still exists, it can be rebuilt at any time. Even those small numbers of clones are actually controlled by Fantasy Star's operating chip. They are not considered real life forms and can still be recreated. And once you make preparations in advance, wouldn't you tell the Navy and the world government that you have spies there? By the way, speaking of which, Robin, how were you discovered? Vegapunk suddenly asked as if he had thought of something. Nico Robin has been staying here in Future Island. Even if he makes transactions with other forces, he will not show up in person. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to be discovered. I don't know either, Nico Robin shook her head, but, boss, a lot of your research is based on ancient documents. Maybe the world government can get clues from them. I have paid great attention to this aspect. I have revised various scientific and technological materials for the world government several times. I didn't expect that something was still seen. Vegapunk said distressedly, but he was not too surprised. To be precise, the ancient technology in the pirate world is all-encompassing. If he wants to completely erase the inspiration and knowledge obtained from ancient technology, he basically can. Nothing can be done. Perhaps, the world government has long had the idea of killing the donkey. After all, the world government must be the one who knows the most about ancient history. They probably also know very well that when science and technology develop to a certain extent, scientists will definitely pay more attention to ancient times. History. An idea flashed through Vegapunk's mind, but it didn't come as too much of a surprise. In fact, he had long been prepared to fall out with the world government, and this time period could be said to be just right. I just don't know whether the backup I left behind in Future Island will satisfy the world government. Everyone on the sea knows that Future Island is the home of Vegapunk, the world's most powerful scientist. The island is full of all kinds of black technology weapons, and even the most powerful pirate group on the sea cannot use it. I guarantee that I can conquer this island. Compared to the original version of Vegapunk, who didn't like to research weapons very much, this enhanced version of Vegapunk has almost built the entire island into a steel fortress, with a large number of robots and clone soldiers patrolling it. Many people even believe that Vegapunk's future technology island is second only to Mary Joa and the Navy headquarters in terms of danger and defense. However, that is only Vegapunk's superficial home base, and Vegapunk's real home base is not on this sea. With a flash of light, Vegapunk, Nico Robin, and Boya Hancock appeared in a metal room. There were transparent windows on the walls of the room, and outside the window was a dark universe. Space. Fantasy Star, whose real name is the Brain Satellite Space Station, is also the real home base of Vegapunk. It is an autonomous super-large artificial satellite space station that is built directly on the satellite orbit and is as big as an island. At the same time, this is also where Vegapunk's big head was removed. The modified quantum brain has terrifying computing power that far exceeds that of a supercomputer. With incredibly strong computing power, coupled with Fantasy Star itself being full of black technology and adding devil fruit ability parts, its technological level can be said to be far beyond ordinary people's imagination. The reason why it is named Fantasy Star is because the brain of this space station has parts of the dream fruit, which can directly expand the dream world, allowing the entire space station to freely enter and exit dreams and reality. In fact, Fantasy Star does not only possess such a devil fruit part. Through the manipulation and conversion of different devil fruit parts, this space station has a variety of special abilities. If you really want to choose the most dangerous place in the world, so those who know the inside story will definitely choose Fantasy Star. Returning to his hometown, Vegapunk sensed the powerful spiritual stance that echoed throughout the interstellar space station, and suddenly felt a sense of security. The brain fruit is not actually completely harmless. The development direction of the devil fruit's abilities mainly depends on the developer's own intentions and imagination. Vegapunk has developed some abilities such as telekinesis. However, after he removed his brain case, most of his mental power remained on the Fantasy Star, and only a small part of himself remained. Only when he returned to this dream star could Vegapunk feel more complete. It's almost time, Fantasy Star, prepare to launch Project A35. Chapter 4. As soon as Vegapunk finished speaking, the entire Fantasy Star seemed to come alive. The light slowly lit up in the wall. Then, a door opened directly on the originally smooth wall. The entire Fantasy Star is controlled by Vegapunk's original super brain. It can even be regarded as a silicon-based life form. The interior is completely constructed of memory metal nanoparticles. If someone without authority enters, he can even touch the door. Less than. Taking Nicole, Robin and Hancock into the door, inside the door was a laboratory that looked quite sci-fi style. There was a transparent light pillar in the center of the laboratory, and in the middle of the light pillar, there was the blonde boy, about 12 or 13 years old, was suspended in midair with his eyes closed, as if he was sleeping. This is the body that Vegapunk has prepared for himself. He has invested a lot of resources, using the genes of the future supernova White Horse Cavendish as the main body, and adding Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, and even Garp and Kojiki Odin. The strongest body created by the dominant part of the genes of Blackbeard and others. The reason why he looks like he is only 12 or 13 years old is because this body has been prepared from the earliest stage of development. The adult body is already in a state after gene expression. If you replace the gene chain, it is like directly replacing the lowest code in a complex program, which will only cause the program to crash. Hancock, for example, has also been genetically debugged by Mino, but Mino can only optimize Hancock's own genes and add some abilities, such as a degraded version of Steel Skin, but it is impossible to completely modify him. Her genetic chain. The body in front of me is a true fusion of the strengths of many of the top experts in the sea, and it can be said to be close to the ceiling of talent. The reason why it is said to be close to the ceiling is because the Cavendish gene as the main body, although it can be said to be extremely talented, has a limited endurance. The talent of this body may be no less than that of Kaido, Whitebeard, Garp, and the like, and it also has a special physique that can withstand 2 devil fruits, but it is still worse than the real ceiling of Charlotte Lingling. Quite a few. If Vegapunk is willing to use Charlotte Lingling as the genetic subject, he may create a monster that exceeds the ceiling of the pirate world. Unfortunately, he does not want to become a woman yet. The talents of the others were even stronger, but they did not really reach that incredible level. In addition, Cavendish's own talents were barely top-notch, so in the end Mino chose the one with the best looks and good body. The Cavendish that is also most in line with ordinary people's standards. Walking in front of this ignorant body, Vegapunk stretched out his hand slightly, and suddenly many projections appeared in the void, which were various transformation projects of this body. All physical indicators have been stabilized, including the abilities of the magnetic fruit and thunder fruit, which have been implanted. The only thing left is the biological quantum chip in the brain, which has not yet fully matured. Looking at the numerical values in front of him, Vegapunk murmured to himself. Is this a new generation of quantum biochip? Nico Robin, standing next to Vegapunk, looked at the projected brain image with curiosity on her face. How is it different from a normal biochip? Is there a difference? The biochip was created by Vegapunk based on the scientific ideas of his previous life and his own brain fruit. It had been successfully manufactured 10 years ago, and at that time it only had ordinary auxiliary computing and memory functions. With years of research and development, this kind of chip has more and more functions, and its computing power has become stronger and stronger. Especially the quantum level chip produced this time, its computing power alone is not inferior to that of the brain fruit. Degree. Quantum chips and normal biochips are completely different things. Ordinary biochips are, to put it bluntly, just an auxiliary system, which is equivalent to the combination of a simple computer and a memory library. Quantum chips enhance brain capabilities in all aspects. In addition to memory and computing capabilities, they also have multi-threaded thinking, powerful thinking acceleration, and fuzzy memory extraction modules. And as a biochip, it also has the ability to develop and evolve, which can completely guarantee that even if I move my body, my scientific research capabilities will not decline. Vegapunk explained his invention proudly, but biochips of this level are naturally not that easy to make. In particular, Vegapunk directly uses nanomachines and genetic programming to interfere with the body's brain so that it can automatically generate a biochip, rather than making it externally. The difficulty is naturally higher, and slow development is normal. In other words, the effect of the quantum biochip is equivalent to the brain fruit. Nico Robin's usually calm face finally showed a look of surprise. She really didn't expect that Vegapunk could even do such a thing. In fact, as Vegapunk's assistant, Robin also has a certain understanding of Vegapunk's research, including the fact that she has installed ordinary biochips. It is precisely because of this understanding that she knows about quantum. What a transcendental invention the chip is! Just think about the fact that a quantum chip is equivalent to a brain fruit. If it really spreads, wouldn't it be equivalent to adding countless Vegapunk-level scientists to the entire pirate world? Even if ordinary people cannot reach Vegapunk's level that is hundreds or thousands of years ahead of the times due to talent reasons, Three Stooges can still stand up to Zhuge Liang. If it really spreads, the entire pirate world will. Technology is expected to undergo explosive development in an instant. Almost. Vegapunk didn't want to say more and looked at the time. In another 27 hours, the quantum biochip will be completely developed and stabilized. At that time, the soul transfer can be directly carried out. When I transfer my soul, I will ask Robin to observe it. I will hand over the control of Fantasy Star to you. If there are any problems, I will ask you to solve them. Although this kind of soul transfer experiment has been carried out many times, the technology is fully mature, and according to subsequent observations, there are no side effects. But Vegapunk is not an ordinary person. As a brain fruit user, his mental power is almost thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of a normal human being. Transferring his soul is naturally much more troublesome. For example, if the transfer object is an ordinary body, Vegapunk will either choose to remove most of his mental power and memory, or else he will directly explode the heads of ordinary people. This is why he must develop. The reason for the emergence of quantum biochips. This was the first time that he had started a soul transfer of this level, so he naturally had to be extremely cautious. Chapter 5. That's the future island up ahead. Are you still not in touch with Vegapunk? A group of masked agents from the CP organization were sitting in the cabin discussing. The leader was tall and his voice sounded like iron plates rubbing against each other. There was no reply. Did Vegapunk discover something? That's completely normal, an agent said. After all, that's Vegapunk. Who knows what kind of black technology inventions a mad scientist like him will have? Then we will wait for a while, join the navy, and start the attack. But before the agents could finish their discussion, there was a loud bang and a terrifying stream of water, which cut the entire ship in half like a high-pressure water jet. What's going on? They jumped out of the cabin in embarrassment. Several agents turned around and saw a monster on the ocean that looked like a dragon, covered with golden metal and with a giant metal horn on its head. Them. No. This is Steel Seed Ramon. Steel Seed Ramon, Mechanical Evildraman, and Battle Greymon were created by Vegapunk. They are the three most powerful combatants on the surface. They are usually used to guard Future Island. Yes, Vegapunk, this is a blatant plagiarism of Digimon. The specific combat power is definitely not as good as real Digimon, but it is really easy to deal with a few agents. Mechadraman has strong firepower and long-range attack power, Combat Greymon is fast and powerful in close combat, and Steel Seed Ramon is an expert in sea combat and the nemesis of Devil Fruit ability users. Steel Seed Ramon looked at the several agents in front of him and snorted coldly. Two lasers burst out from his nostrils. The two slower agents immediately screamed and were cut into two pieces. Damn it! Go ahead, kill it, the agent leader gritted his teeth. He knew very well that it was impossible for him and others to escape the pursuit of the Steel Seed Ramon on the sea. Only by completely defeating this guy could there be any hope of survival. Several agents rushed forward on moon steps, but their resistance was almost meaningless against the Steel Seed Ramon. Following bursts of screams, several corpses suddenly fell on the sea. Damn it, it seems that Vegapunk is really going to break up with us. On the Navy battleship, a man with a serious face and strong lines, wearing a red suit and a navy hat, looked at the information in his hand and showed a bit of anger. This was none other than Admiral Akainu. At this moment, a red light appeared in his eyes, black smoke rose, and the intelligence paper in his hand was directly melted into a pile of black ash by the high-temperature lava. That's normal. Although Vegapunk seems to be just an ordinary scientist, according to our Navy's intelligence, that guy is not that honest. It's just that we haven't caught any real evidence so far. The adjutant standing next to Akainu frowned and asked, "The main question now is, do we need reinforcements, General? If we move forward, we may have to enter the sea area defended by Mirai Island. It is not a wise move to fight the Steel Seed Ramon on the sea." Akainu remained silent. Even though he was an admiral and one of the top strong men in the entire sea, he did not dare to underestimate Vegapunk's invention. He could only fight Greymon and mechanical Evildraman, at most. With a little effort, you can still dismantle them yourself. But if you encounter Steel Seed Ramon on the sea, even Akainu will find it very difficult. Steel Seed Ramon is equipped with a large number of sea stones, and it can also directly extract seawater to carry out industrial water jet level attacks. It can be said to be a complete restraint for him, a rockberry fruit user. The most important thing is that Steel Seed Ramon can attack ships underwater. Once there is no foothold, even a naval admiral like Akainu will be dead when facing Steel Seed Ramon on the vast sea. Gritting his teeth, Akainu, although he has a cold personality and doesn't care about human life, is not really a brainless person. Let's wait for a while. Since the initial plan to pretend to land on the island failed, let's wait for the Navy's support to arrive. The Navy did not dare to underestimate Vegapunk. The initial plan was to hope that Akainu and world government agents could directly enter the future island to carry out beheading operations, but if the plan failed, they were also ready to attack by force. Therefore, in the second batch of support teams, another naval admiral, Aokiji, was already ready to go. As if they were restrained by each other's abilities, this frozen fruit ability user happened to be Steel Seed Ramon's nemesis. The endless sea has been frozen into an ice sheet, smoke is everywhere on the future island, and various robots and clone soldiers are fighting frantically with the Navy. Vegapunk's invention is really difficult to deal with. It seems that what he gave our Navy are just defective products. A naval officer covered his injured arm, kicked the underground mechanical soldier in the head, and cursed. Next to him, a curly-haired Aoki, covering the wound on his chest, gasped, "Vegapunk, the fighting machine he developed has even cracked the elementalization. He can't do this kind of thing. But I never reported to the Navy." The wound on his chest was left by Battle Greymon. Although the Battle Greymon had been frozen into ice by Aokiji, Aokiji was still a little scared when he thought of the battle just now. Aokiji, who had no idea that elementalization had no effect at all, was almost disemboweled due to carelessness. But the battle is finally over now. Although the two admirals have suffered a lot and the soldiers under their command have suffered heavy losses, they are still quite satisfied with it. No one knows exactly how many new technologies there are on Vegapunk's future island, but not to mention the high-end war machines of the level of the 3 dragon beasts, just those ordinary machine soldiers, as long as they can be mass-produced, they will have no impact on the Navy. It's all a huge gain. Let's go to the central laboratory to take a look first. Before we catch this mad scientist, it's better for everyone to be careful. Looking at the somewhat relaxed Navy, Akainu spoke with a serious face. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was injured by the last self-destructive attack of mechanical Evildraman, and even several ribs were broken. Opening the door to the central laboratory, the two admirals walking in front had serious and alert expressions on their faces. However, when they walked to the central room, they did not encounter any traps or enemies. After pushing open the last door, Akainu looked at Vegapunk, who was sitting on a chair and seemed to be adjusting the equipment, as well as Nico Robin standing next to him, and said coldly, "Vegapunk. And Nico Robin, you are under arrest." Vegapunk slowly raised his head, with a strange smile on his face. "Haha, arrest me? Sorry. I choose, let's sink into the sea together. I think now, you should go look around the island." Chapter 6. On the outskirts of the island, Akainu and King Z were stunned for a moment. At this time, they saw Nico Robin next to Vegapunk. He held the remote control with a smile and pressed it. The entire central laboratory suddenly became Transparent, all the navy saw that a golden energy barrier suddenly appeared on the periphery of the island. Vegapunk, what do you want to do? Looking at the golden barrier outside, although these marines didn't know what Vegapunk wanted to do, they began to feel bad in their hearts. Aoki Pheasant was the first to ask, what is it outside? Soon, you will know. Vegapunk shrugged and said. The grumpy Akainu finally couldn't hold it any longer, and regardless of the situation, he rushed forward and knocked Vegapunk to the ground with one punch. Tell me, what do you want to do? Haha, you will know. Blood slowly flowed out of Vegapunk's 7 orifices. After he finished saying this, he died. Akainu. You are too impulsive. Looking at the dead Vegapunk, Aokiji's face was very ugly. However, Akainu immediately shook his head, I didn't do it. I completely controlled the force of that punch just now. Hey? Aokiji was stunned for a moment, and quickly raised his head, only to see that Nico Robin, who had been standing aside just now, was bleeding from all 7 holes and slowly fell to the ground. Robin! Qingji shouted softly. Under the domineering aura, he could already feel that Robin was completely out of breath. But Aokiji didn't have time to sigh, because at this moment the entire island began to shake, and then the entire future island quickly fell downwards, and the sea water instantly filled the periphery of the entire island, submerging the golden shield of the island. No! We are going to fall to the bottom of the sea. The faces of all the navy changed, even Akainu was no exception. To be honest, even if the entire future island exploded, it might be a disaster for the lower-level navy, but it would be difficult to harm those naval officers who are proficient in armed color haki. But it will be different if you sink to the deep sea. The depth of the ocean in the One Piece world is far beyond that of the normal world. It is normal to sink to tens of thousands of meters casually. But on the seabed of 10,000 meters, it is estimated that except for Aokiji, who has the ability to freeze fruits. Otherwise, everyone else, even Akainu, didn't have much hope of escape. Hurry up and break the outer energy defense, I will be responsible for freezing the surrounding sea water. At the critical moment, Aokiji was also ready to take action resolutely, but at this moment, a strange wave reverberated throughout the island. After just taking a few steps, Aokiji's whole body began to melt. What's going on? He was stunned for a moment, but before he could react, miserable screams could be heard all around him. He saw that the sailors around him all let out pitiful screams, their whole bodies were red, and there were traces of red blood, and it seemed that even their blood was boiling. The effect of the microwave generator is very good. Even the armed color haki can't stop this kind of ripples. In space and among fantasy stars, Vegapunk looked at the electronic screen in front of him. It was obvious that Vegapunk and Nico Robin on Future Island were just his clones. The light and shadow flickered on the screen, and what appeared was the scene on the Future Island. Countless sailors were wailing in pain, and blood like red grease flowed from their bodies. After a while, most of the sailors had completely died. The so-called microwave generator is inspired by a certain movie called Variety Star. To put it bluntly, it treats the entire future island as a large microwave oven and directly cooks all the creatures in it. For plastic or steel, this kind of microwave has no effect, but for the human body that is rich in water, this kind of powerful microwave with internal heating capacity does not care how strong your physical defense and domineering are. It takes less than a minute for an ordinary navy to die. The strong ones in the navy can resist for a while because their vitality is relatively tenacious. However, after their own blood has been heated to the point of boiling, they can at most hold on for 10 minutes. Among all people, only Akainu and Aokiji are immune to microwave damage, but Aokiji's elemental body will still continue to melt, and only Akainu can maintain his ability to move. However, now that the entire island has fallen into the sea, Akainu is not a blue pheasant. Without the ability to freeze sea water, it is impossible for him to rescue others, and he is even trapped on the island. Soon, as the entire future island continued to descend, it completely entered the deep sea area. With a roar, the entire island finally sank completely to the bottom of the sea. In fact, Future Island is a floating island made using the magnetic field of the planet. Vegapunk just turned off the magnetic levitation device, and the entire island naturally fell into the seabed. At the same time, the peripheral energy shield was actually made by extracting the energy of the magnetic levitation device. However, after it completely fell into the seabed, with waves of vibrations, the outer magnetic field energy shield flashed for a few times before completely collapsing, and the monstrous sea water immediately suppressed it. The entire screen on Phantasy Star flashed several times, and finally went completely black. Vegapunk touched his chin. I wonder if Akainu and Aokiji can escape? If they both die, then the navy will probably really turn the world upside down. As for the other navies, there is definitely no way to survive. In fact, except for one or two tenacious guys, the other navies have already been boiled under microwaves, and then squeezed by sea water. They are guaranteed to become meat pie. Taking a long breath, Vegapunk didn't care about the navy anymore. Anyway, Future Island was actually a group of cannon fodder. The will of those robots and clones had already been uploaded to the Phantasy Star. Even if the body was destroyed. If it is destroyed, it will take 10 days and a half to recreate it all. On Phantasy Star, there is a genetic sequence chip extracted from the body of a person with the ability to swallow fruit. As long as the raw materials are directly input, products can be continuously produced. As for the cost of raw materials, with the ability to swallow fruits, even if you go to the garbage dump to pick up some scrap copper and iron, you can still create a large number of robots, so of course Vegapunk doesn't care about this loss. For Vegapunk now, the issue he is really most concerned about is not the navy, but the soul transfer surgery he is about to perform. The quantum biochip has been fully developed. After a series of tests, the created body has no problems. Thinking that he is about to get rid of this old and fragile body, no matter how calm Vegapunk's character is, I can't help but feel a little excited. Chapter 7. In the innermost part of Phantasy Star, there is a metal space that seems to be hundreds of meters in diameter. There is a huge ball of light in the center, which is constantly flashing like breathing. Countless streams of light connected from the light ball to the floor, and many integrated circuit-like lights flashed on the metal floor. This is where Phantasy Star's most important brain is located. The shining ball of light was Vegapunk's brain, and it was also the first quantized device in Vegapunk's hands. The brain, which originally had powerful computing power, has become incredibly powerful after being completely quantized. It can even completely predict the ocean currents, magnetic fields, weather, geological plate movements and other factors of the entire pirate planet. Just relying on calculations, Phantasy Star can use the butterfly effect to cause various natural disasters on the pirate planet at will. Even if it wants to flood the entire world, it only takes a year or two to prepare. As for destroying a specific island, it doesn't even take a day. This is because the chain reaction caused by the butterfly effect requires enough time to ferment. And now, this weapon that can destroy the world is using all the computing power to ensure the success of Vegapunk's soul transfer experiment. Vegapunk and the created body stood on the left and right sides of the light ball. A fantastic light pillar fell from the sky, covering the two of them, while Nico Robin stood on the side of the light ball. In front of him, a light screen projection stretched out from the void, and Nico Robin was looking at various data in the projection. Although Nico Robin can be regarded as a genius and has scientific research tools such as biochips, even so, she is still very reluctant as Vegapunk's assistant. Fortunately, Vegapunk has done the soul transfer experiment many times with some experimental products, so she is relatively familiar with the various data in the experiment. At least she can understand it a little bit. Vegapunk did not expect her to truly lead the experiment, but only asked her to urgently stop the experiment when she found that something was wrong. On the other side, Boya Hancock was walking around nervously. Although she had no role in this experiment at all, with her constant coquettishness, and finally for the sake of her own bones, Vegapunk also let her come into this laboratory. Soul integrity is normal. The frequency bands are exactly the same. The memory module starts to activate. The spiritual energy has been completely penetrated. The departure of the soul from the body begins. Nico Robin let out a long breath. Once the soul leaves the body, this experiment will be completely irreversible. In other words, it doesn't matter whether she stares or not. However, as more and more of Vegapunk's soul was transferred into his new body, a dim light in his soul gradually became brighter, and finally when Vegapunk's soul was completely transferred. At the same time as he reached his new body, a strong silver light suddenly erupted. The ground is covered with white snow, and in the biting cold wind, several figures are constantly chasing and fighting. The person running at the front was a white-haired boy who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He had a stern face and the forehead protector on his head was crooked, blocking one eye. He was carrying an 89-year-old girl on his back. Is advancing through the snow at an unimaginable high speed. Behind him, there were several guys with equally ferocious faces and strange armors on their bodies. They were constantly chasing the white-haired boy in front of him. From time to time, they would also throw some hidden weapons such as kunao, but they were all blocked by the white-haired boy. The young man blocked it. Is there anyone in front? The young man who was driving at high speed looked ahead and saw three figures vaguely exposed in the biting cold wind. What the hell? Are you wearing this on a snowy day? Kakashi looked at the three people in front of him. Two women around 20 years old were tall and had hot figures. They looked like beauties at first glance, but they were just wearing clothes. One was wearing a thin cheongsam, revealing a pair of long, ivory-like white legs, with a very leisurely expression, ignoring the cold wind. The other simply wore a pair of tropical leather shorts, and it looked as if the ice and snow were a tropical island. Just a little shivering. As for the last boy, his face looks like he is only 12 or 13 years old, but he is a little taller than Kakashi now. With his golden hair and handsome face, he still gives people the feeling of a prince in the ice and snow. A generally elegant feel. It's just that now this prince is also wearing thin clothes. Unlike the first woman, this young man doesn't seem to be immune to the cold and heat, and is jumping up and down rubbing his arms. At this moment, the woman with long hair and a cheongsam looked up and saw Kakashi, showing an expression of surprise. Similarly, Kakashi saw the woman's face clearly for the first time and was stunned. As a ninja, Kakashi graduated from Blue Star Children's Kindergarten, or he may have started to go to the battlefield to kill people before he graduated. Over the years, he has seen a lot of wind and rain, although he is only 14 or 15 years old now. But he also felt that he was stable enough. At least, he never thought that he would be stunned by a woman because she was too beautiful. However, the moment he saw the arrogant face of the cheongsam beauty, he was truly stunned for a moment. He felt that the appearance of the woman in front of him was beyond the limits of human imagination, and was full of something almost magical. Aggressive force. After a moment of stasis, Kakashi pushed his forehead protector up to his forehead as if facing a formidable enemy, revealing the three Megatama Sharingan. After a moment, he confirmed that he had not been hit by any illusions, and his face suddenly became slightly red. What a terrifying woman, she can be compared to an illusion just by virtue of her appearance. In such a cold climate, sweat still flowed from Kakashi's forehead, which showed how he felt in his heart. However, in an instant, Kakashi suddenly noticed that the silhouette of a peerless beauty in the distance disappeared, and then appeared in front of him. He raised his head and asked, "Hey, white-haired guy, tell me where this is right now." Arrogant, rude, looking at people from the nose, not caring about other people, the impression of the other person flashed through Kakashi's mind, but she is so beautiful. After biting his lower lip, Kakashi came to his senses and did not answer directly. However, the young girl on his back at this time, even in a sad mood, could not hold on to the charm of the Cheongsam beauty. The girl showed her heart and said directly, "Sister, this is the Kingdom of Snow. The people who are chasing us are the rebel snow ninjas from the Kingdom of Snow. They are not good people. You'd better run away quickly." Var. Chapter 8. Just when the girl finished speaking, the people chasing behind them had already surrounded everyone. "Your Highness Zioxu, give up and don't run away again. Master Nu Tao is still waiting for you." The leader of the pursuers spoke in a cold voice. Although his words seemed somewhat respectful, his tone was full of solemnity. "That bastard Feng Hua Fer Tao killed my father, and now he won't even let me go." Feng Hua Zioxu said through gritted teeth with a hint of trembling and grief in her voice. "Our mission is just to take His Highness Zioxu back." The pursuers had cold faces and showed no emotion at all. However, they were talking about themselves, which annoyed the beautiful woman in Cheongsam standing next to them. "There must be a limit to what you can say. Who are you brainless guys? Answer my question." "Hey!" Only then did the pursuers turn their attention to the Cheongsam beauty, and then each of them stared blankly, looking shaken. At this time, standing at the back, a handsome blonde boy of 12 or 13 years old spoke, "Okay, Hancock. You should control these people first. I think I may have a little understanding of our situation." The words of the blonde boy finally brought the pursuers back to their senses. At the same time, there was a look of caution in their eyes, and they obviously saw that these three people were not simple people. "Okay, sir. Don't worry, I will snap and deal with them all." Hancock turned his head, with a bright smile on his face, which reflected the snow on the ground for a moment. Before everyone on the opposite side could get angry in their hearts, they were already fascinated by this beautiful smile. Feeling dizzy. But when Hancock turned around, his bright smile immediately went away, replaced by a haughty sneer, "I'll turn you all into stone." Sweet wind. No. Kakashi barely broke free from Hancock's charm. He didn't know what the pink light was, but he felt faintly intoxicated. He bit it hard without hesitation. His tongue finally regained consciousness. When he turned around, he found that the snow ninjas who were chasing him had been completely wiped out and turned into stone statues. What was strange was that those stone statues had intoxicating smiles on their faces, as if they had seen some unparalleled beauty. Shivering slightly, Kakashi thought about what happened just now, and immediately understood the conditions for the opponent's ability to be activated. As long as you are intoxicated by the opponent's appearance and are slightly tempted, will you be turned directly into stone. Unexpectedly, this beauty has really become a weapon. At the same time, Kakashi felt that there seemed to be a lot of weight on his back. The soft body of the girl who was originally lying on her back also became extremely stiff. Without looking back, Kakashi also knew very well that obviously he. Feng Hua Zioxu on the back was also hit. Even women are not immune. Indeed, that kind of magical appearance and charm have transcended gender restrictions. Is this some kind of rare blood inheritance limit? If it was really the blood inheritance limit, Kakashi had to admit that his eyes were open. Sure enough, ninjas are completely unconventional people. At least he couldn't figure out whether the ability to turn people into stone was a genjutsu. Or does it belong to some kind of attribute ninjutsu? Now Kakashi only hopes that his opponent is a standard ninja with secret skills and is not strong in other aspects of combat, otherwise. "Hey, you can actually resist the charm of me." Hancock murmured softly, but without much hesitation, he kicked him directly. With a plop, Kakashi exploded into a ball of smoke. Obviously, just now. Just a shadow clone. Hey? What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Hancock was surprised for a moment and then calmed down. He quickly displayed his domineering aura, and then his face changed, revealing an extremely angry look. "Asshole, stop it! I saw a hand suddenly reaching out from the snow behind me, grabbing the blonde boy's ankle, and then pulling him down hard. Earth escape, the art of beheading in the heart. In an instant, the entire blonde boy was caught in the ground, with only a confused head exposed. Kakashi jumped up, holding a kunai in his hand, and put it on the boy's neck. If you don't want him to get hurt, stop it quickly. Hancock stopped, with a cold look in his eyes. I really underestimated you. You are a wild dog with no sense of shame. If you dare to hurt a hair on my head, I guarantee you will die. Miserable. Kakashi shrugged, not taking it seriously at all. Sorry, ninjas are meant to do whatever they can, so harsh words are of no use. I think we can have a good communication now, right? The blonde boy who fell into the dirt suddenly said, although it's embarrassing to look like this, you don't think you can catch me like this, do you? Hey? After hearing this, Kakashi became more vigilant, but before he could take any action, a flash of lightning flashed across the forehead of the blonde boy and landed directly on him. At the same time, the kunai in Kakashi's hand also broke out of his hand in an instant, turned around and nailed his hand directly. Kakashi trembled instantly. What he was hit was not some thunder escape ninjutsu, but the purest natural thunder and lightning. His whole body was paralyzed, his muscles contracted, and he was trembling. When he recovered from the electric shock, one of his hands had been nailed to the ground by a kunai, and the blood flowing out had been frozen into red ice. Twisting his body, the blonde boy shook the ground with a loud bang, and slowly climbed up. Although this body is very powerful and the instincts are also very powerful, I am still a little uncomfortable with it. As expected, I am not a fighting genius. Moreover, elementalization cannot be used anymore. Is it because the world has changed? The blonde boy is naturally Vegapunk who has changed his body. This body is extremely talented and has fighting instincts at the level of a swordsman. Even without training, its speed, strength, and defense are all superior to those of today's Kakashi. Superior. But after all, Vegapunk has never really fought with anyone and has little combat experience. When fighting with real swords and guns, he may be able to rely on his body's instinct to react. When Kakashi used the decapitation technique in his heart to sneak attack him, there was a moment of confusion and he was pulled directly into the ground. Fortunately, in addition to his own body, Vegapunk also has the power of the thunder fruit and the magnetic fruit. Even without the power of these devil fruits, he can directly escape from the trap of the decapitation technique in his heart by relying on the power of his powerful body. As for Kakashi's kunai, it may be difficult to even scratch his skin. Chapter 9. When Fenghua Xiaoxia woke up, she found herself lying in the snow in a weird posture. The white snow soaked through her clothes and fell on her body, making her shiver involuntarily, and she stood up hurriedly. When she stood up, she saw Kakashi's dejected expression, and his body was tightly wrapped with steel wire. This steel wire was found from Kakashi's own ninja tool bag. As for the remaining snow ninja pursuers, they were still in the state of stone at this moment, which made Fenghua Xiaoxia feel horrified. You wake up, little girl. The gentle voice came, and Fenghua Xiaoxia turned her head and saw a handsome blonde boy who was not a few years older than her. What's going on here? What are they doing? Hearing Fenghua Xiaoxia's timid question, Vegapunk shrugged, don't worry, it's just some minor conflicts, they can still change back. If you want, I will let them return to their original state now. No need. Fenghua Xiaoxia shook her head violently, gritted her teeth, glanced at the three Vegapunks, and asked, Brother, can you and the two sisters help me take back the country of snow? It must be said that humans are visual animals. Although Fenghua Xiaoxia looked at the situation at the scene and knew that Vegapunk and the others were definitely not simple people, the appearance and temperament of the three of them were far beyond ordinary people, which still made Fenghua Xiaoxia unable to feel any sense of caution. I even directly asked the three of them for help. Kakashi, who was tied to one side, rolled his eyes. He always felt that Fenghua Xiaoxiu's innocence was a bit outrageous. The country of snow was remote and poor. These guys were all really powerful and dangerous people. How could it be possible? Okay. When you see an injustice on the road, draw your sword to help. This is the chivalrous spirit passed down from ancient times. A chivalrous spirit? When Kakashi saw himself tied up, he secretly complained in his heart, but wisely closed his mouth. To Fenghua Xiaoxiu's request, Vegapunk agreed without hesitation and came here inexplicably. Vegapunk was also in a confused state. The most important thing is that they were not the only ones who came here. The three of them, as well as Fantasy Star's Master Quantum Brain, which was the brain shell of Vegapunk. The key is that although the Quantum Brain has also traveled through time, there is no nuclear fusion solar chamber inside the Fantasy Star to provide energy. This so-called Quantum Brain is just a fragile object. Now Vegapunk wants to find a force. Give your Quantum Brain a little energy to understand what's going on. Why did he inexplicably travel to the world of Naruto? Nico, Robin and Hancock also had no idea. They only knew that a burst of silver light burst out when the souls were transferred at the end, and then everyone came to this place. A ghostly place covered in ice and snow. In this regard, Vegapunk has made some speculations, such as how he inexplicably traveled to the world of pirates. Since it is soul travel, the answer is probably in his own soul. It may be that the soul transfer stimulated this feeling. Strength, so he traveled through time again. But this is just a guess. He has no way to observe his own soul. But since the soul transfer is led by the Quantum Brain, then this power will definitely be observed by the Quantum Brain. After having enough energy to activate the Quantum Brain, then you can go and research what's going on. The country of snow is quite poor here, but the technological level here seems to be not low. I remember the geothermal generating device. It has been researched now, right? That's great. Fenghua Xiaoxiu said excitedly, with your help, we can definitely defeat that guy Fenghua Nyotao. The snow ninjas in the land of snow are actually not very strong, and those who came to hunt Fenghua Koihoki accounted for at least 1/3 of these snow ninjas' strength. This is why Fenghua Koihoki has full confidence in the three of them. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Nico Robin, who has always been very low-key, said, it's so cold here. Compared to the other two, Nico Robin's physique is much inferior. She is not immune to the cold and heat. Wearing a small tropical vest in this ice and snow, Robin can hardly stand the cold. Okay, let's set off now. Little girl, come and show us the way. In the capital palace of the Kingdom of Snow, Fenghua Nyotao sat in the center with an abnormal blush on his face. Below are a few ministers, and the palace smells of blood, as if it is telling what happened before. My brother passed away unexpectedly. Before he passed away, he entrusted the Kingdom of Snow to me. I wonder if you guys have any opinions. Several ministers under the palace glanced at each other, but no one stood up to offer opinions. You must know that although the country of snow is remote and poor, its area is actually not small. There are at least hundreds of thousands of residents. With this kind of population base, the original ministers of the Kingdom of Snow also had 20 or 30 people. The reason why there are only less than 2 digits of ministers left now is because those who have opinions have been sent to meet the previous daimyo. Since the remaining ministers did not go to see the previous daimyo, they naturally have relatively soft bones. In fact, even if they went to see the former king, their bones were not necessarily very hard, but Fenghua Furuitao didn't press hard. Just the rules. Those ministers originally thought they could bargain with Fenghua Furuitao, but they didn't expect Fenghua Furuitao, who didn't understand their rules at all, and really regarded these people as his brother's loyal ministers. After all, Fenghua Furuitao adheres more to the ninja mentality. He is not good at the art of compromise such as politics, so he chose the rough one-size-fits-all technique. Not to mention, the effect is really good. Now the remaining ministers. Not that he is much more honest. After a while, a minister came forward and said, as a member of the royal family, Your Excellency is able to shoulder the responsibility of the country in such a critical time. It is truly a great blessing for the Snow Country. As soon as the minister opened his mouth, the remaining ministers quickly followed suit. That's right, that's right. The land of snow cannot live without adults. My lord is simply the savior of the Snow Country. After a few rainbow farts came down, Feng Huanu Tao's complexion improved a little. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a roar and the palace door was smashed open. A straight and slender jade leg first stepped in, and then the proud snake princess raised her head and walked into the palace. Who is Feng Hua Raging Tao? Come over quickly and die. Don't waste my time. Hancock's words were unceremonious. Feng Hua Furadao should have been extremely angry and killed this guy who dared to offend his dignity. However, the hall was completely silent. Feng Hua Furadao and his ministers looked at Hancock blankly. Cook, for a moment, was so taken by Hancock's beauty that he was speechless. Chapter 10. Seeing the obsessed faces of a group of people, Hancock raised his eyebrows and showed a disgusted expression. Another bunch of rude people, forget it, let's kill you quickly. Sweet sweet breeze. Just when the pink light covered Feng Hua Furatao, a strange electric light flashed. Feng Hua Furatao instantly woke up from his obsession with Hancock. When he came back to his senses, he found that all his ministers has turned into stone. Asshole! Who are you? What do you want to do? Feng Hua Furantao was angry and anxious, and at the same time mixed with a bit of fear. There was a deep fear in his eyes. If it weren't for the chakra he had just developed. The armor has a special layer of defense, and I was probably the result of turning into stone just now. It didn't turn into stone. Hancock was also slightly surprised. This was the second guy he met after coming to this country who could ignore his sweetness. Although this sweet move can only be regarded as Hancock's starting move, there is only 1 out of 10 who can really withstand it. It seems that there are many strong ones here. Unknown to Feng Hua Furious, Hancock was actually cheating. Hancock was not careless this time. He directly unleashed his domineering aura, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Feng Hua Furious. The last time Kakashi used his shadow clone to attract attention, escaped from the underground and attacked Vegapunk, it happened once. This time, Hancock directly used his full strength. The slender legs as white and tender as jade were entangled with the dark-armed domineering force, and he kicked Feng Hua Nu Tao on the chest without hesitation. Feng Hua Nu Tao felt his eyes blurred, and then the bone-chilling sense of crisis almost made his hair stand on end. The power of the chakra armor was developed to its maximum, and his hands were slightly folded to block Hancock's jade feet. With a roar, the wind and waves flew directly out, smashing the palace wall behind them. The two arms fell down softly, the bones were shattered into pieces, and the chakra armor placed on the chest also clicked. The sound turned into fragments. You're so fragile. I'm a bit wary of you even though I'm a concubine. Hancock was speechless, curled his lips, and stood up again. At this time, he saw Vegapunk holding a tightly tied Kakashi in one hand, followed by Nico Robin and Feng Hua Koihoki, walking leisurely. Come in. As for the guards in the palace, some of them had defected under Feng Hua Zioxu's persuasion, and some were turned into stone by Hancock. It has been less than a day since the storm, and now is the most chaotic time. Therefore, until Hancock entered the palace, he did not get any warning, although even if he got the warning, there would be no second. It's just an ending. The brutal rule of the Snow Country by Feng Hua Furao lasted for less than 24 hours, and was beaten to pieces by a trio of intruders. Feng Hua Zioxu inherited her father's legacy and became the leader of the Snow Country again. Name. Of course, the Vegapunk trio, who made great contributions in regaining the throne of the Snow Kingdom, also became the upstarts of the Snow Kingdom, or in other words, simply became the regents of the Snow Kingdom. In the research room of the Land of Snow, Vegapunk looked at the instrument in his hand and touched his chin. Is this chakra? It is extracted from 130 trillion cells in the human body of the ninja world, and is a product of an equal mixture of mental energy and physical energy. This is simply nonsense. Pouting his lips, Vegapunk put down the instrument in his hand. Behind him, in addition to Hancock and Nico Robin, there was also a snow ninja who bowed his head. After Feng Huafurutao stepped down, these snow ninjas became wild dogs without a home. It happened that Vegapunk wanted to study the chakra of this world, so naturally he would not let these snow ninjas go. Including the group of ninjas who originally hunted Kakashi, all snow ninjas are now under the name of Vegapunk. These ninjas in the Land of Snow are not very strong to begin with, nor are they large in scale. There are only 2 or 3 Jonin level ones, so naturally this small force will not be as stubborn as the 5 major ninja villages. Seeing that the 3 Vegapunks had extraordinary strength and controlled the general trend of the snow country, a group of snow ninjas naturally bowed to them. It is normal for small forces to change their leaders anyway, not to mention that this leader looks like pretty strong. Sir, is there any problem? After listening to Vegapunk's words, the snow ninja standing behind Vegapunk asked strangely. He is also a member of this research institute and is responsible for the research. Just now, the chakra that Vegapunk observes comes from him. What a big problem! Vegapunk rubbed his brows. To be precise, chakra is indeed a mixture of mental energy and physical energy, but before that, a ray of chakra is needed as an introduction. Ninja. The reason why they can synthesize chakra without an introduction is because their bodies contain a certain amount of chakra due to their inheritance over the years. A strange question arises. Where did the first chakra come from? Who was the first to possess chakra? And chakra has strong aggregation. Weak chakra will naturally tend to be strong chakra. At the same time, this kind of energy mixed with spiritual power has no individuality, but can easily merge with other chakras. Not only that, chakra also has the characteristic of being interfered by higher level, higher quality chakra. In other words, if there is a person whose body's chakra quality and quantity are overwhelmingly beyond ordinary. If a person has several levels, he can easily harvest other ninjas like leeks. Snow ninja stared with an unclear expression, but in fact, Vegapunk's words were not meant for him at all. I see, are so-called ninjas just leeks? And chakra is harvest, so the whole world is a nursery for some super powerful being. Nico Robin touched her chin and said, so, we'd better not use chakra. Of course not. You should have some confidence in me. Vegapunk shook his head. For him, who had known the plot for a long time, it was clear that after thousands of years of development, the ninja world had played with chakra. Even when faced with the source of chakra, it was not completely powerless to fight back. Sage Mode, Sealing Technique, 8-Gate Armor, Time and Space Ninjutsu, Soul Secret Technique. These ninjutsu are definitely not forces that can be ignored even for the Otsutsuki clan. Even though the essence of their own chakra is far inferior to that of the Otsutsuki clan, the ninja world has developed the techniques derived from chakra to the extreme. If they are given another 1000 years, these ninjas may not really need the 6-path sage and the 2 saviors came to put out the fire. Chapter 11. The reason why I tell you about this situation is just to give you a clear understanding of the hidden dangers of chakra. In fact, as a nearly perfect biological energy source, of course we cannot abandon it because of choking, but completely abandon it just because of the hidden dangers. Need not. With an indifferent tone, Vegapunk said to Nico Robin, as for hidden dangers and so on, don't forget, I am Vegapunk. This tone can be described as extremely arrogant. At least the 2 snow ninjas who were being studied behind Vegapunk felt that this guy was really telling lies, about the hidden dangers of chakra, and that the ninja world was a nursery. I don't really believe it. After all, a frog in a well can only see that the sky is as big as a bucket. However, Nico Robin did not feel that Vegapunk was talking nonsense at all. After all, in the pirate world, she was Vegapunk's assistant. She had the best understanding of Vegapunk's research capabilities and was very aware of the blonde hair in front of her. How perverted is the boy? Hancock, who was standing on the other side, was twisting his whole body, his face was red, his eyes almost turned pink, and he looked at Vegapunk infatuatedly. Mr. Vegapunk is so handsome. Vegapunk didn't take it seriously. In fact, research in the world of Naruto was far easier than that of the world of pirates, because the final answer had already been placed in front of him, the blood-stained snare of chakra fusion and the completeness of genetic reverse deduction. Tai Otsutsuki, this is the end of the Naruto world system. Let's not talk about chakra research. In terms of genes, Vegapunk has already accumulated a lot, so it is easy to get started. What's more, the world of Naruto has the extraordinary power of chakra. With this power, many black box technologies can be created. In a world without extraordinary power, building a scientific building is like building a model of a building with pure matches. Every match is extremely important and must be placed where it is needed to support the model. Once a match is missing, or if the match is placed crookedly or not placed accurately enough, the building of science cannot be built. With such a sophisticated system, if a match is randomly pulled out, the entire building may collapse in an instant. In a world with extraordinary power is like a universal adhesive, and science is like building skyscrapers. In an extraordinary world, due to the effect of adhesives, people can skip countless problems and use a large amount of adhesives to easily build scientific buildings. Build high. Of course, we know how science and technology develops in the normal world and why. Although the progress is slow, the foundation is deep and the theory is clear. The theory is even earlier than the practice. In terms of later development potential, it is more powerful than the extraordinary world. Vegapunk was able to achieve achievements that far exceeded those of the original version. It has to be said that various theories in the real world played a huge role. Even if he was not a scientist in his previous life, he at least had a rough idea of those cutting-edge theories. This is enough as a way forward. Okay, the chakra extraction and compression is complete. After a moment, Vegapunk said, "You can try out the chakra seeds I newly extracted. It should be able to directly give you the ability to escape ice." The originally pure blue chakra in the instrument was extracted from the wind, flower, and raging waves, but even the strongest person in this country of snow does not actually have any real ice escape blood inheritance limit. To be precise, the pure ice escape bloodline should be the fusion of wind escape chakra and water escape chakra. It will even change the genes of the users of the escape technique, making their descendants more likely to awaken the ice escape. However, these ninjas from the land of snow actually just mixed the wind release chakra and the water release chakra, which did not meet the fusion standards at all. With the help of the unique climate of the snow country, this nondescript ninjutsu has the effect of it behaves like ice escape. In fact, if you change the location, these ice escapes are just cooler water escapes mixed with some ice cubes. After Vegapunk extracted the chakra of Fenghua Raging Tao, he used instruments to refuse and compress his chakra, and finally completely created it into ice escape attribute chakra seeds. According to his estimation, it should be able to. The owner directly awakens ice escape. This is also because Nico Robin and Boya Hancock do not have chakra themselves. If they are people in this world, they have chakra themselves. Once this chakra seed enters the body, it will be directly contaminated. On the contrary, it has no effect. The snow ninja standing behind Vegapunk curled his lips. How could ice escape be developed so easily? These snow ninjas in the country of snow have worked hard to develop real ice escape. However, after several generations, in the end, we could only come up with such a semi-finished product. You can imagine how difficult it is to develop the blood inheritance limit. Just a few manipulations of this crappy machine can directly awaken people to ice escape? If this were true, I would eat this crappy machine on the spot. Let me try it. Nico Robin stretched out her hand and grasped the rotating chakra seeds in the machine that were like light jade. The chakra seeds instantly merged into Nico Robin's body. Nico Robin shuddered and felt that there seemed to be a force that was constantly wandering around in his body, which seemed to have awakened something in his cells. Hidden ability is average. After a moment, Nico Robin felt that the chakra in her body had completely dissolved. Then she gently closed her eyes, recalling that she had learned the chakra refining technique during this period, and began to refine chakra in her body. Carrot. Unlike when I first learned the chakra refining technique and found nothing when refining chakra, the originally lifeless cells seemed to wake up in an instant. With the stimulation of mental power, strands of energy recovered from the cells and mixed into chakra energy. What a powerful chakra energy! Chakra can actually be so strong. Isn't it several times stronger than a jonin? No, it might even be 10 times more powerful. The snow ninja shouted in surprise, looking shocked. Vegapunk was not surprised. Without Otsutsuki's bloodline, a person's own chakra amount is closely related to his or her physical strength. Although Nico Robin has also undergone scientific training and transformation, her physical strength can only be regarded as not stretching in the world of pirates, and she cannot be ranked among the strong at all, but compared to the physiques of people in the world of Naruto, that would be too much stronger. After all, people in the pirate world are real blood cows. A strong man with a name, invulnerability, carrying a gun and a cannon are all basic operations. Even if an ordinary person is blown up to a height of 7 or 8 meters, he can climb. It is common for people to get up and wipe the blood, but nothing will happen. In the world of Naruto, except for some human-modified monsters, even people like the third Raikage will still be stabbed to death by Kunao without using Thunder Chakra armor. Nico Robin can only be regarded as having good physical strength in the world of pirates. It's almost the ceiling in the world of Naruto. Chapter 12. Feeling the chakra in her body, Nico Robin instinctively stretched out her hand, and saw clear water suddenly flowing out of the laboratory sink, surrounding Nico Robin's hand, and finally freezing into an ice ball. Ice escape, this is real ice escape. How is this possible? I have actually awakened ice escape. The snow ninja standing behind Vegapunk's eyes were wide open at this moment, and his whole body was numb. Is it so easy to awaken the ice escape? Could he be dreaming? Quiet! Don't disturb Mr. Vegapunk. Hancock frowned and snorted coldly, and the snow ninja immediately shut his mouth. For this man who now has a great reputation in the country of snow. All snow ninjas are extremely afraid of the petrified witch. Alright Hancock, this chakra seed is for you. Vegapunk handed over another chakra seed. The power of ice release is indeed very suitable for devil fruit users, although the power of this world is. Sea water has no resistance to devil fruits, but when you return to the original world, the effect of this ice escape will be great. The water cycle in the Naruto world does not have the factor that restrains devil fruits, so there is no nemesis for devil fruit users in this world. However, in the pirate world, ice escape is much more convenient. At least you don't have to worry about falling into the sea and drowning. Die. In the most valuable battle on the top of the pirate world, it seems that Akainu won the best in the game. In fact, without Aokiji's frozen fruit, the navy would not even have the idea of facing off against Whitebeard. With one move of Haijin, all the miscellaneous soldiers will be wiped out, and the devil fruit users who are the main force will also have to lose 70% to 80%. In this case, Sengoku would be crazy to dare to offend Whitebeard. Mr. Vegapunk gave me a gift, I'm so happy. Is this a proposal? This is a proposal. Hancock shouted while hugging Vegapunk. Well, it was like holding a doll, and kept rubbing it. Hancock, I have to remind you that it is illegal for you to attack a boss like this. Nico Robin stood aside and watched her boss being ravaged by Hancock for several minutes. Both of them seemed to be addicted to it, and then they had to directly remind him. Hearing this, Hancock's expression changed and he looked at Nico Robin. It's impossible for me to give up my position as my wife. I'll let you be a concubine at most. Even though Nico Robin has a stable and mature personality, Hancock also made her blush. She took a long breath and said, "What crazy talk are you talking about? There are other people here." As soon as he finished speaking, the snow ninja who had retreated to the door felt a murderous gaze looking over him. The snow ninja's face was full of tears, and he quickly raised his hands. "Don't kill me, I can't do anything." Did not hear it. Humph. However, Hancock just snorted coldly and let go of Vegapunk without making any other moves, which made the snow ninja breathe a huge sigh of relief. After Vegapunk was put down from Hancock's arms, he didn't blush at all, but controlled the instrument and took out the second chakra seed. "Try it, Hancock. You should have a lot more chakra than Robin." As soon as the chakra seeds came into contact with Hancock, they were integrated into her body. Compared with Nico Robin, Hancock's physique is undoubtedly far superior. After Vegapunk's scientific transformation, it has even reached. It can be called a monster. And with this kind of physique, the amount of chakra she had was incredible. When Hancock closed his eyes to extract chakra, the powerful chakra overflowed, and the ground beneath it creaked and burst open. Under the light of energy, it is just like the Scion explosive energy in Dragon Ball. The snow ninja standing next to him is now completely stunned. If Nico Robin's chakra amount just now can give him an idea, then Hancock's chakra amount now can only make him shout "Abba!" Wow, is this really the amount of chakra that humans can possess? Even the so-called cage from the 5 great ninja villages, I'm afraid it's far behind. Hancock and Nico Robin both awakened the ice escape chakra, but Vegapunk did not have such a good life. After carefully studying his own cells, he concluded that due to the thunder fruit, no matter what kind of chakra is drawn into his body, what can be awakened in the end is pure thunder escape. However, Vegapunk didn't regret it much. The thunder fruit and magnetic fruit had endless potential, directly connected to the basic forces of the world, and he was also positioned as a scientist. In this case, the power of manipulating magnetic fields and lightning would be of greater help to him. Not to mention other things, he was able to restart research in the snow country so quickly because he relied on the abilities of the magnetic field fruit and the thunder fruit to create a large number of high-precision instruments and even directly use the power of the magnetic field to conduct experiments. Otherwise, it would just cost a lot of money. It is estimated that it will take several months to build and upgrade the instruments. Some instruments cannot be built at all under the conditions of the ninja world. After spending a few days researching, all 3 of them have obtained chakra. Vegapunk's research on chakra has come to an end now. After all, there are not too many samples. He actually still has a rare and unique copy, that is, Kakashi Hatake, but it is precisely because he cherishes it so much that Vegapunk is not very easy to study. Kakashi's current eye is the Manjiki Sharingan with spatial abilities. If something goes wrong during the research, Vegapunk will definitely regret it. "Mr. Vegapunk, this is the treasure of the snow country." Fenghua Xiaoxu pointed to the machine in front of her and said to Vegapunk, "I checked the information left by my father. This should be a large geothermal generator, but it is not completely completed yet. There is no way to convert the entire snow. The country becomes a country of spring." Vegapunk reached out and touched the instrument in front of him. The magnetic field in his body merged with the subtle domineering energy, and he quickly scanned all the components of the entire geothermal generator, and then frowned slightly. "I really didn't expect, this thing was invented by your father." "That's right. The entire geothermal generator was designed by my father, and the others were only responsible for creating various mechanical parts and assembling them." Fenghua Xiaoxu nodded and said crisply. I never thought your father could be considered a mechanical genius. This geothermal generator actually uses natural energy as its energy source. Vegapunk couldn't help but admire Fenghua Xiaoxiu's father. He was a top researcher who could study natural energy as energy source. It's a pity that he ended up working in an unmatched career as a king. In the end, the result of losing Song Huitsong and Li Haozu. Chapter 13. Actually, the geothermal system developed by your father is almost complete. Even I can only double or triple the energy utilization rate in a short period of time. It is impossible to keep the geothermal system running all the time. After understanding the overall operation of the geothermal system, Vegapunk had an idea and said to Fenghua Xiaoxiu, if you want the snow country to always have spring all year round, you need more abundant energy. The natural energy of the snow country. That's all. Unless new energy sources are identified, there is no way to make the land of snow feel like spring all year round. If there are enough materials and advanced instruments, Vegapunk can use nuclear fusion technology to create nearly endless energy. However, even in the pirate world, Vegapunk relied on the world government and spent many years. It took a long time to find radioactive minerals. There is quite a lot of coal in the land of snow, but no radioactive materials have been found. The old king was able to use natural energy, but he was probably forced to have no choice but to do so. However, there is only so much natural energy, and no matter how much he increases revenue and reduces expenditure, it will not be able to cover the entire Snow Kingdom on a large scale for a long time. Is that so? A look of disappointment appeared on Fenghua Xiaoxiu's little face, but Vegapunk shook his head. Don't worry, although there is no way to maintain the climate of the entire snow country, if the scope is narrowed. It would be an easy task just to develop a fertile field for the land of snow. According to Vegapunk's estimation, the developed fields can be about 1/5 the size of the country of snow, which is almost equivalent to a small country like the country of fields and the country of rain, and can completely become the granary of this country. The land of snow is vast and sparsely populated. Such a huge field can definitely meet everyone's daily needs and is more than enough. If you include the country's rich coal and iron ore resources, the hardware conditions of the entire country are actually not as good as those of the land of water. How much worse is a country like the Kingdom of Wind? The only problem is that it is located in a remote location, and transportation and communication with the mainland are not convenient, but it just meets the needs of the initial technology tree climbing. When your technology develops to a certain level, you can restart your plan to conquer the ninja world. As a mad scientist, Vegapunk's moral bottom line is undoubtedly not very high, and his ambition is beyond ordinary people. When he was in the pirate world, he had already formulated a package of plans to conquer the world, otherwise he would not have invented so many things. Destructive weapons, and consciously formed a powerful dark organization to infiltrate the world government. Of course, Vegapunk's purpose of ruling the world may be a bit strange, just to be able to do research without any restrictions and to use any resources at will. For a scientist like him who is ahead of his time, the scientific research needs. Naturally, the more funding, the better. It would be best if the whole world could support our research. And speaking of it, the difficulty of ruling the world of Naruto is definitely much lower than that of the world of pirates. Although the world of Naruto also has the extraordinary power of chakra, compared with things like devil fruits that cannot be controlled anywhere, chakra and there are still traces to follow when it comes to blood inheritance limits. Moreover, the Naruto world does not have as many careerists as the pirate world. Compared to the pirate world, which is completely chaotic and evil, overall it is more orderly. Although each of these ninjas talked about pursuing peace while hacking other ninjas to death, it seemed a little crazy, but that was just the result of these ninjas having knotted heads and not taking any ideological and political classes. To be more careful, whether it is from a cultural or geographical perspective, the possibility of unifying the Naruto world is much greater than that of the pirate world. Before returning to the pirate world, it is not a bad idea to try the Naruto world. While thinking about this, Vegapunk stretched out his hand. The powerful electromagnetic force covered the entire geothermal generator. Then, under the dual action of electricity and magnetism, the entire machine first rose from the ground, and then became like plasticine. The constant wriggling changes its shape. Storage systems, energy systems, light energy absorption panels, heat converters. Vegapunk's eyes gradually became serious and solemn, as if countless numbers were flowing through his eyes. The quantum brain was operating to its limit. The entire machine was constantly rotating and changing according to his wishes, every trace, every step. Nothing is wrong at all. Before changing his body, Vegapunk was completely incapable of armed haki due to physical factors, but his level of knowledge and haki was far beyond that of ordinary people. It's just that it's completely different from the mind reading, emotional contagion, future prediction, wide area perception and other abilities developed by other cognizant masters. Vegapunk's cognizant color is infinitely deep in accuracy and can sense the size of cells, even very close to the nanometer level. This kind of hegemony is undoubtedly a specialized type developed to match his powerful scientific research capabilities. Although it is not very useful in combat, it is extremely effective in scientific research, especially with the power of lightning and magnetic field. After that, Vegapunk not only had the ability to observe, but also had the ability to interfere. Such Vegapunk has become a top-notch processing factory in itself. It can easily transform this huge geothermal generator just by relying on its own ability. It clears the conduction system, increases the efficiency of heat conduction, and reduces unnecessary losses. The storage system has been optimized to greatly increase the storage effect of the entire system and prevent energy from being lost for no reason. The enhanced absorption system greatly increases the absorption efficiency of natural energy. Just a moment later, the entire geothermal generator was changed beyond recognition by Vegapunk and turned into an oval-shaped pancake-shaped object. The smooth shell full of streamlined feeling was discernible, and it looked a bit like an appearance. UFOs made by stars. The UFO-like geothermal generator rose slowly and was suspended in mid-air. Even an ordinary person like Fenghua Xiaoxiu could vaguely feel that a large amount of energy was being absorbed by this instrument. With a large amount of natural energy enriched, even if the machine has not actually started, the ice and snow have begun to melt near it, and a small pool has even appeared below, and a few tenacious grasses have grown. Natural energy itself has strong vitality. It can regulate not only temperature, but also promote the growth of plants and animals. Therefore, Vegapunk felt that the king used natural energy as the energy source for the geothermal generator. In a stroke of genius, natural energy itself is the most effective energy source for environmental transformation. Chapter 14. It's amazing. It feels like two different things from the previous geothermal generator. Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked curious and walked forward to touch it. Then, she looked at this strange-looking machine that was suspended about 1 meter in the air. After tapping it a few times, she said in confusion, "Dr. Vegapunk, why doesn't this machine have a switch?" The entire outside of the machine looks like a disc formed by an undifferentiated streamlined shell. There are no wires, no switches, and nothing that seems to be controllable. Don't worry, I designed the entire machine to act autonomously. No one else can control it except me. This is also to prevent the machine from falling into the hands of some malicious people. Vegapunk said with a smile, and controlled the magnetic field to operate the machine. He only heard a gentle buzzing sound, and then a faint light spread from the entire machine. Where the light shines, the snow melts, the earth returns to spring, and a layer of light green grass soon grows on the ground, stretching to the sky like a green carpet. It's so beautiful. This must be what father has always wanted. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her, Fenghua Xiaoxiu couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and a joyful smile appeared on her originally immature face. Even though she is only a child now, she can already clearly understand what the scene in front of her means to the snow country. With a piece of land that can truly be cultivated, the snow country will finally take off. General development. In fact, in a strict sense, the snow country cannot be said to be a truly poor country despite its harsh environment and remote location. There are rich iron ore and coal mines underground in the country of snow. It is precisely because of the rich mineral deposits that the residents of the country of snow can rely on foreign exchanges to exchange food for survival and rely on coal for heating to survive the snow country's harsh winter. And because the original snow country daimyo was a talented researcher, this country also attached great importance to the development of science and technology. In the later period, it was able to develop a series of technologies such as trains, airships, and chakra armors, as well as other technologies in its country. Level and natural resources are closely related. If there was no chakra in this world, if the snow country could climb the technological tree after decades of hard work, it would really be possible to step onto the world stage and become the protagonist. It's a pity that this is an extraordinary world. Relying on the war technology developed by the snow country at the end of World War I, it is obviously far from the opponent of those ninjas. The snow country, which cannot plunder outside and make up for its own shortcomings, will never. It can only be regarded as a small, remote country. But now with the geothermal generator, the country of snow no longer needs to import grain, cotton, and other crops from outside. This has made up for the most important shortcoming, and the entire country has truly gained the confidence to step into the world. Feng Huaxiaoxiu, who is still young now, cannot think so much, but she also knows how crazy the people of the Snow Kingdom are for food and land that can be cultivated and planted. Such a piece of fertile land, which is equivalent to some medium-sized countries, can also make people. What changes have taken place in the land of snow? The scope of influence is slightly larger than predicted, but this machine will operate on a half-year cycle. In other words, this climate will only exist on this land for half a year, and the original climate will return to the rest of the year. Vegapunk opened his mouth and explained to Feng Huaxiaoxiu, but for most crops, half a year is actually enough, and the remaining half a year is just enough to give the land a rest. With the same energy, the time is halved, and the scope of influence is naturally doubled. In comparison, this method is naturally more scientific. This is already very good. Feng Huaxiaoxiu said with a smile, "Thank you, Doctor, for fulfilling my father's and my wish. There are no purified radioactive elements here. Otherwise, I can make a small nuclear fusion solar furnace. That is the real endless energy. And once it is done, I only need to use seawater to replenish it. Although the energy of the solar furnace is not as vital as natural energy that can catalyze all things, it is enough to restore the climate of the entire snow country to normal." Vegapunk sighed. The biotechnology in the Naruto world is quite advanced, but in terms of energy, because of the existence of universal human energy such as chakra, the development is very slow, and no one has even discovered radioactive substances at all. Maybe it's not that no one has discovered it, but that no one has studied it at all. After all, high-purity radioactive substances are extremely dangerous. Instead of studying this kind of thing, it is better to study chakra. In the world of Naruto, most of the top scientists have gone to become ninjas. In other words, without chakra assistance, you won't be able to become a top researcher even if you want to. And of course, what those scientists study most is naturally their own chakra, not any external energy source. Radioactive material. Feng Huaxiaoxiu's eyes shone after hearing Vegapunk's words, and she said energetically, "Doctor, you can tell me the characteristics of this material, and I will buy it for you." Although the country of snow is located in a remote place, it is actually quite developed in international trade. As long as there is news about radioactive materials, we in the country of snow can definitely buy it back. Vegapunk shook his head slowly. Radioactive materials are not something that can be bought. I believe that no one will study this mineral now. After all, humans have not discovered its true function at all, so no matter what you do, Even if I inquire, I'm afraid I won't be able to find it. That's it. Feng Huaxiaoxia bit her nails and fell into deep thought, but she was still a little girl who was not yet 10 years old, so naturally she couldn't think of any solution. In fact, Vegapunk is not necessarily unable to solve the environmental problems of the Snow Country, but he just thinks that this situation is best for the Snow Country. The population of Snow Country does not exceed 1 million, and a piece of land from a medium-sized country is more than enough for it. Even if the area expands, Snow Country will not be able to truly control that land due to its population. On the contrary, if the entire Snow Country changes, not to mention whether the melting of a large amount of ice and snow will cause negative consequences such as rising sea levels, other countries in the outside world may have some bad thoughts about the Snow Country. Rich in minerals, fertile land, but sparsely populated, the Snow Ninja who were originally quite difficult to deal with, after losing the bonus of the ice and snow climate, their strength will drop to the level of inferiority. They are simply a good piece of fat. If not, it would be strange to attract the prying eyes of ambitious people. Chapter 15. With the latest version of the geothermal generator showing its power, the entire Snow Country fell into a carnival. Feng Huakoihoki, who became the famous name of the Snow Country at a young age, and her father Feng Huahehoki, who invented the geothermal generator, were also affected by the carnival. He was crowned with the title of Eternal Saint King. And the name of Dr. Vegapunk is remembered by all the people in the Snow Country. In this regard, Vegapunk has no idea of keeping it secret, even if neither Future Island nor Fantasy Star is around now, just with. The three Vegapunks are strong enough to protect themselves. After a period of research, especially with Hitaki Kakashi, a famous Chakra calculation character in the original work, Vegapunk already has an understanding of the combat effectiveness of the Naruto world, and it is clear that he and others are definitely not the same. A character that makes people look down upon. If we compare the strengths of the One Piece world and the Naruto world, excluding the hidden characters of the One Piece world and the universe background of the Naruto world, the specific comparison between the two sides is actually almost the same. But there is a huge gap in strength in the Naruto world. Otsutsuki Kagaya is the top strongman among the 6 paths. Even if converted to the pirate world, he is invincible. The 6 paths strong below are just a flash in the pan, and most of them are invincible. Maintain combat effectiveness for a long time. Under Kagaya Otsutsuki, there are Eternal Eye Uchihamadara and Senju Hashirama. These two people can be classified as super shadow level, and their strength gap with the normal leaders of the 5 great ninja villages is extremely huge. In the world of Naruto, the fighting power of Uchihamadara and Senju Hashirama is rare in hundreds of years, but in the world of pirates, these two people are probably equivalent to the level of the 4 emperors and the 3 generals. The destructive power may be a bit higher, but due to the lack of defense and endurance, it is generally classified into the same level. In terms of strong men of this level, the pirate world has shown a tendency to crush them. After all, even if the hidden characters are not included in the pirate world, the number of generals and emperor-level figures currently appearing in the pirate world has exceeded 10 fingers. Among the shadow levels that are counted further down, pirate world has an absolute advantage. This level is roughly equivalent to the level range of veteran elite lieutenant generals and pirate supernovas, to the level range of the emperor and deputy of the Yonko pirates. In the world of pirates, this kind of strong person is definitely 3 digits upwards, but in the world of Naruto, this is already the level of a village's shadow. Moreover, the strength of the vast majority of Ichimura Kage is closer to the middle and lower levels of this strength range, which is about the same as the strength of the back row of the Shishibukai. They can truly be regarded as the imperial deputy level, even if they are counted. The shadows of the past dynasties can be said to be very few. Among the 5 cages of this generation, even the strongest 3rd generation Tsuchikage and 4th generation Raikage are probably a bit weak to the emperor's deputy. On the contrary, among the 3 people who have now come to the world of pirates, Hancock is already very talented. After being strengthened by Vegapunk, his strength is much stronger than at the beginning of the plot. After coming to the world of Naruto, I awakened Chakra again and made great progress. According to Vegapunk's estimation, Hancock's current strength should have reached a critical point. If there is any breakthrough, such as awakening the Devil Fruit, learning the Overlord Color Coil, or completely integrating Chakra power into his own. In the combat system, you can probably become a pirate emperor. This kind of strength can be pushed across the entire ninja world. Of course, the ninja world is different from the pirate world. If your own chakra does not reach the level of Senluo Wangxiang, it can still be easily killed by various special ninjutsu. This is exactly why Vegapunk did not rush to take action. But no matter what, the strength of the three of them is definitely enough to protect their own base. What's more, the country of snow is located in a remote place, and no one except the same ocean country pays attention to it. In the land of snow, Vegapunk's research laboratory was built on a snow mountain, because under the snow mountain is actually a dormant volcano with rich geothermal resources, which can be used as energy for the operation of the laboratory. The research room looks like a white semicircle, like an egg shell, and no traces of processing can be seen around the entire research room. In fact, the construction of this entire research institute was built by Vegapunk using his own fruit power. Otherwise, if ordinary labor was used, not to mention the time and energy consumed, the standard of its construction alone would be absolutely unacceptable. It is impossible to meet Vegapunk's requirements. At this moment, on the snow outside the institute, there were a few white shadows wriggling. That's the target of our operation. The legendary scientist lives there. A group of white figures raised up, revealing the mist ninja forehead protector on their heads, and said to the other subordinates. It is said that the scientist named Vegapunk is only a teenager now. Can he really make such an invention? A fog ninja asked with some confusion. The captain shook his head and said coldly. This is not an issue we should consider. Our mission is just to capture him. Whether he is a guise or a real genius with real talent and learning, that is what those above him should consider. The Mist Ninja Village has always been known for its strict rules. The requirements for ninjas are extremely strict. Few ninjas who fail to complete their tasks or know too much will end well. Although the captain of the Mist Ninja sounded cold, he was actually reminding his team members. After hearing his captain's words, the other three ninja men all looked solemn and nodded hurriedly. Seeing that his men were more obedient, the Mist Ninja captain secretly nodded in his mind. Ninjas are a profession with great psychological pressure, let alone the Mist Ninjas known as Blood Mist. It can be said that in this era, 8 of the Mist Ninjas have mental illness, and at least half of them have developed to the point of severe psychosis. But it seems to be okay. The three subordinates assigned to him this time at least appear not to be sick on the surface. In this way, they will be more confident in completing the task. Just when the captain of the Mist Ninja was still thinking, he saw a flash of lightning suddenly flash on the semicircular research institute. At the moment when the lightning flashed, several fog ninjas felt a chill in their hearts. They took off their disguises without hesitation and jumped up at high speed. However, the lightning that lit up in the institute was faster than imagined. It was not a chakra-simulated thunder and lightning such as thunder release, but a real thunder and lightning in nature with a speed infinitely close to the speed of light. Just when they saw the lightning, they had actually been hit. The few people who jumped into the air felt paralyzed all over their bodies. They fell to the ground with a thud, their hair stood up on their bodies, and they fainted after a few twitches. Past. Chapter 16. Sure enough, it's good to have your reputation spread, but now, new experimental materials have been delivered to your door again. Vegapunk, who was sitting in the laboratory, smiled and looked at Kakashi Hatake, who was dragging in the experimental materials from the Kingdom of Water, and said happily. Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything more. As a talented ninja known for his calmness and intelligence, he didn't want to stay on the experimental table anymore. The arrival of Vegapunk may be a good thing for the Snow Country, but it is not a good thing for Kakashi. In terms of value, Kakashi is much stronger than those snow ninjas. Perhaps in terms of combat effectiveness, the snow ninja, who has a large number of people and a unique climate bonus, has an absolute upper hand against Kakashi, but if we just talk about potential and the knowledge content in his mind, Kakashi is far better, I don't know how many times more than these snow ninjas. Therefore, Kakashi became a frequent visitor to Vegapunk's experimental platform at the beginning. Although Kakashi himself was not very willing, he was still very understanding despite the huge power gap. The laboratory where Vegapunk is located happens to be the crater of a dormant volcano. Relying on the continuous geothermal energy, the quantum brain's ability has been partially activated. Even if it is only part of it, its computing power has exceeded human imagination. Relying on his quantum brain, Vegapunk has analyzed all the ninjutsu in Kakashi's brain. The current Kakashi is not the kind of copy ninja who has thousands of ninjutsu, but he also stores dozens or hundreds of ninjutsu. It can be said that Vegapunk's ninjutsu database has been enriched at once. As for doing this, will there be any trouble, offend the Konoha ninja village or something? With the environment of the Snow Country and the strength of Vegapunk and others, it is impossible for the Konoha ninja village to go to war. The ninjutsu in Kakashi's head came running to fight. On the other hand, if Vegapunk detains Kakashi's Sharingan, there may be some trouble, but it is unlikely to cause any war. The location of Snow Country is too remote, and large-scale ninja mobilization will not be possible at all. It is unrealistic, let alone passing through the territory of the Kingdom of Water. At most, it will only attract some elite ninjas to assassinate him. This kind of thing is just to send him experimental products, and Vegapunk doesn't care at all. But right now, Vegapunk doesn't have much demand for the Sharingan, or perhaps the power eye in Kakashi's eye socket is too valuable, and Vegapunk doesn't want to get it in the first place, so he didn't do it. Not to mention that this eye also involves Uchiha Obito. It's okay in Kakashi's eye socket. If it is taken away by others, the current boss behind the scenes will definitely not let it go. Vegapunk doesn't want to do it so early now. With Uchiha Obito, black and white is absolutely the best. He skillfully tied several Kiri ninjas to the experimental table. Hitaki Kakashi is not an innocent and enthusiastic person. There is always a dark side in the ninja village. Human experiments are commonplace and ordinary. Incomparable. Anyway, as long as he is not used as an experiment, Hitaki Kakashi glanced at the several mist ninjas with a pitiful expression. Those who came to spy on the laboratory some time ago, but in Vegapunk's lightning adaptability he was electrocuted to death during the experiment, and Kakashi, who later cleaned up the laboratory, didn't want to remember the tragic death. Just when Kakashi was about to retreat, Vegapunk suddenly stretched out his hand. "Hey, Kakashi, wait a minute." Kakashi's body trembled slightly, and he looked at Vegapunk with some caution. He saw Vegapunk take out a special scroll of Naruto World and handed it directly to Kakashi. "This is the latest modified version I got from my last lightning adaptability experiment and your secret technique of using lightning to stimulate cell activation. You can use it to train during this period." Although Vegapunk looked as if nothing had happened, Kakashi Hitaki's face turned pale after hearing these words. It was just developed. This effect. The secret technique of thunder release that stimulates cell activity can be said to be the top and most high-end ninjutsu among thunder release ninjutsu. Likewise, its dangers are also incredibly high. Just look at the few unlucky guys who were electrocuted to death by Vegapunk, and you can see how dangerous it is. You know, it has been a long time since scientists of Vegapunk's level have died during research during human experiments. Situation. What's more, Kakashi knows very well how dangerous ninjutsu like this, which uses Thunderbolt to stimulate cell activation, is. The top secret thunder escape technique in the Naruto world that stimulates and activates cells is none other than the Thunder Armor of Une Ninja Village. The Thunder Armor can have a technique comparable to that of the Flying Thunder God. Behind the reputation of blood successors, elimination of dust escape is the accumulation of a mountain of experimental subjects and corpses of failed practitioners. To a certain extent, the Thunder Armor is rated as a B-level ninjutsu. This is precisely because the Cloud Ninja Village has put so much effort into this ninjutsu. You must know that the level of ninjutsu in the Naruto world is not judged by its power, but by its power. It depends on its difficulty. In other words, the Thunder Armor is a ninjutsu whose power has a lower limit of A level and an upper limit of S level, but the difficulty of training is only B level, because the higher the difficulty, the more dangerous it will be. In order to make it more difficult to practice, downgraded to B level, God knows how many people died in Yun Ninja Village. But now, this scientist who has just obtained chakra has developed the so-called new version of cell activation ninjutsu after only obtaining his own rough thunder cell stimulation method and conducting several human experiments. No matter how unreliable this seems, this kind of ninjutsu is not something that can be easily practiced. Kakashi absolutely does not want to see the consequences of wrong training methods. After seeing Kakashi's deathly expression, Vegapunk couldn't help but roll his eyes. The ninjutsu he had personally deduced through quantum brain and human body data, this guy still looked extremely scared. I really don't know the heart of a good person. You must know that in the original pirate world, the training warehouse created by Vegapunk was sold for a super high price of hundreds of millions of berries on the black market. That kind of training chamber uses part of its vibration ability and current stimulation ability to increase the strength of an ordinary person to the level of a pirate with a bounty of 20 to 30 million within a year. At the same time, it does not require any hard training. As long as you rest in the training warehouse every day. Of course, what Vegapunk sells are junior versions. The real top-level training cabins must be made according to the individual's physique. At the same time, they must be paired with a large number of training plans and high-energy nutritional foods and repair fluids to truly transform a person into a top-notch training cabin. Human potential is developed to its limit. Chapter 17. What kind of expression do you have on your face? How can you be appreciated by Lord Vegapunk and be so gifted to me? Kakashi Hotaki's sullen expression was obvious, and before Vegapunk even opened his mouth, Hancock next to him was already the first to be dissatisfied. Seeing Hancock's fist that turned black, Kakashi's head was dripping with cold sweat, and he quickly said, "I'm just afraid that my lack of ability will delay Dr. Vegapunk's data collection." Kakashi knows very well what kind of power Hancock's seemingly white and tender arms possess. Even without using any chakra, it is a terrifying power that is comparable to or even surpasses the level of strange power. If it is really light. If he hammered himself lightly, half of his bones would probably be broken. It's not impossible that this beautiful, almost inhuman beauty in front of me doesn't hold back her strength and makes herself everywhere, or becomes Kakashi-chan. Then you can practice here first. Vegapunk waved his hand and said directly, "It just so happens that the instruments here are the most advanced, so you can see the results of your practice immediately." The expression on Hotaki Kakashi's face was slightly bitter, but he didn't say anything more. Kakashi still had some confidence in his chakra control, not to mention that Vegapunk was indeed an extraordinary genius. Even if the ninjutsu just created is very imperfect, it cannot be the kind of thing that can directly kill someone. The worst thing is to get hurt. It's better than turning into Kakashi-chan. After opening the scroll in his hand, Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the expression on his face gradually became serious. At first, Kakashi thought this was a more advanced thunder release cell activation technique, but after taking a closer look, Kakashi discovered that the development direction of this thunder release cell activation technique was completely different from the regular cell activation technique. Rather than saying this is a ninjutsu that stacks buffs like the cell activation technique, it is better to say that this is a training method like chakra training, which uses the power of thunder and lightning to strengthen one's body. In fact, the advanced lightning release cell activation technique itself has the effect of strengthening the body, otherwise the Raikage of all generations would not be all-powerful. It's just a passive effect of cell activation. No one has ever thought of actively using this power to strengthen their physical body. After all, the difficulty of permanently strengthening the physical body is much more difficult than stacking buffs, and the human physical body in the Naruto world also has its limits. Although it is far superior to humans in the ordinary world, even if it is trained to the limit, it is actually at that level. At most, it is stronger and faster, and flesh and blood still cannot compare with the strength of steel. The reason why characters like Metkai and Reikage can use their physical bodies to erupt such powerful destructive power still relies on the power of chakra. The physical body is at best a container for receiving chakra. Therefore, the cost-effectiveness of strengthening the physical body is not too high, but the risk and difficulty are much greater than simply stacking buffs. However, the ninjutsu invented by Vegapunk was more for himself and Hancock. Humans in the pirate world have a much higher ceiling in terms of pure physical fitness than those in the ninja world. Those who use their physical bodies to. For a monster that has been trained to the extreme, even facing S-level ninjutsu can be like a breeze blowing on its face. Naturally, the benefits of physical training are much greater. After thinking about it for a while, Kakashi gained a little confidence in the ninjutsu developed by Vegapunk. After all, with his knowledge, he couldn't choose from Vegapunk's ninjutsu. What is wrong? Moreover, the training method is also step by step. You will not use strong electric current directly at the beginning, but gradually use thunder chakra to stimulate and strengthen the physical body. In other words, even if something went wrong at the beginning, it would only be numb for a while, and the possibility of injury would be low, let alone fatal. Seeing Kakashi sitting cross-legged as if resigned to his fate, Vegapunk put a few instruments on his body with a smile on his face and began to monitor the thunder chakra current on Kakashi's body. More than 10 days have passed quickly. During this period, there has never been a shortage of experimental products in Vegapunk's laboratory. With the help of Quantum Brain, Vegapunk has obtained more experimental products from these experimental products. I learned a lot about ninjutsu. Most of the 5 elements escape techniques are actually not very effective against Vegapunk and others. Vegapunk can only use pure thunder escape. Hancock and Nico Robin, in addition to the blood succession limit of ice escape, also have. They can use the wind release ninjutsu and water release ninjutsu that are fused into ice release, but the 3 of them don't care much about these conventional ninjutsu. A little practice and familiarity, and some attack methods are enough. After all, the effects of conventional 5-element escape techniques are almost the same. They are nothing more than casting the energy and matter converted from chakra into various shapes. But through these ninjutsu, Vegapunk can better deduce the nature of chakra and develop ninjutsu more suitable for them. In a training field of the Institute, Nico Robin is currently practicing the ninjutsu developed for her by Vegapunk. The opponent opposite her is the hard-working Kakashi. During this period, Kakashi not only had to practice the ninjutsu created by Vegapunk, but also helped Vegapunk with chores, and was also used as Nico Robin's training target. Fortunately, Nico Robin did not use her Devil Fruit ability and 2-color haki when fighting. She relied solely on her physical fitness and chakra ability to fight Kakashi. Otherwise, Kakashi at this age would not be able to fight. No match for the enhanced version of Nico Robin. After not seeing each other for half a month, Kakashi on the training field suddenly grew 4 to 5 centimeters taller. His body that originally looked thin began to have streamlined muscles, making him much stronger. Obviously, the thunder release stimulation training method still has a considerable effect on Kakashi. Although it is not clear how much the strength has been increased, it has improved his physical fitness and at least made Kakashi's chakra volume no longer so stretched. Already. At this age, Kakashi originally had to count the seconds to use his Sharingan. Generally, when he didn't need to use Chidori, he wouldn't reveal his Sharingan at all. Because these eyes are still very important to him now. The young Kakashi was under too much pressure. Carrying such a burden during the period of rapid growth of the body is also the reason why Kakashi's future growth did not meet expectations at all and was lost to everyone. However, this time he practiced Thunder Release Taijutsu, which obviously made up for Kakashi's lack of growth. Few shortcomings. At least Kakashi on the training ground can now participate in regular battles with his Sharingan. Chapter 18. On the training ground, Kakashi's whole body turned into a beam of lightning, moving back and forth, constantly sprinting towards Nico Robin. Thunder Release Taijutsu, in addition to improving Kakashi's physical fitness, also subtly increases his resistance to thunder release and manipulation ability. The improvement of these two abilities also means that the use of ordinary. With the cell stimulation method, Kakashi can withstand more chakra and burst out at a faster speed. If Kakashi, who transformed into lightning, is a high-speed and highly agile assassin, then Nico Robin standing opposite him is a mage who has learned how to cast multiple spells. I saw dozens of arms growing out of Nico Robin's back, each hand holding a different handprint, and it looked a bit like the thousand-hand Guanyin. However, with so many hands forming seals at high speed at the same time, Nico Robin's ice escape ninjutsu can be performed at a speed beyond imagination. 3 or 5 ninjutsu can be cast instantly at the same time, which is enough to catch any ninja opponent completely off guard. Ice escape, Binjian Tangguyu, ice escape, Yanchuixu, ice escape, breaking dragon and tiger. One after another ice escape ninjutsu forced Kakashi to constantly dodge Robin's attacks, and the summoned ice wall made Kakashi's attacks almost ineffective. Although with Kakashi's current power, it wouldn't even take a second to break an ice wall, but in the same time, Robin could summon 2 or 3 identical ice walls. Ms. Nico Robin, your chakra is too much, isn't it? Even the cage of the 5 great ninja villages can't squander chakra like you. Withdrawing from Robin's attack circle at an extremely fast speed, Kakashi had a distressed look on his face and panted. Since the beginning of the war, the opponent has thrown at least dozens of B-level and C-level ice escape ninjutsu. It stands to reason that even a Jonin-level ninja has almost reached the bottom of his chakra after using so many ninjutsu. It's just that the chakra in Nico Robin's body is at least more than 10 times that of the average Jonin, and as a person from the pirate world, not only does his physical strength far exceed that of ninjas in this world, but his resilience is even stronger. In the pirate world, even if an ordinary person is seriously injured and is near death, he can recover within a few days with a bandage and good food and drink. This is reflected in the chakra, that is, Nico Robin's chakra recovery speed is faster than that of ordinary people. Ninjas are also 10 times faster. Robin could fully recover the chakra consumed by an attack like the one just now in less than 5 minutes, so the pressure was far less than Kakashi thought. Really? It must be that your chakra is too scarce, right? Kakashi, you'd better do more exercise, otherwise, you will be weak at such a young age, which is really pitiful. Nico Robin, who had a dark personality, responded to Kakashi with a smile on her face. Kakashi's face darkened slightly. He was only 13 or 14 years old now, but he was not the shameless and decadent ninja who could openly test his own students with a small butter in his hands more than 10 years later. He told others that he was vain. I still care a little bit. Okay, it seems that the results of this test are very successful, Kakashi, you have become a lot stronger. Standing aside, Vegapunk, who was staring at the instrument analyzing the battle data of the 2 men, closed the instrument in his hand and smiled on his face. Judging from the battle just now, Robin, now you are familiar with the new fighting method. If you combine it with the restriction ability of Hwawa Fruit, I am afraid that few people in this world can be your opponent. As for Kakashi, your speed has increased by about 13%, and the amount of chakra has increased by 50%. Although there is a reason for the fastest progress in training at the beginning, but based on this estimate, the Thunder Release Body Training. This technique can at least double your chakra and increase your speed by about 25 to 30%. This effect is already amazing. Although for ninjas, the amount of chakra is not the complete factor that determines their combat effectiveness, but it is also an important factor that determines their combat effectiveness, especially for someone like Kakashi who already lacks blue. Guys, doubling the chakra can greatly enhance his strength. Because of this, Kakashi's complexion became much better, and he no longer pursued the issue of Vegapunk treating him as an experimental subject. The most important thing is that there is no point in pursuing this issue. The three people in front of him. No one in the team is a simple person. If we get serious, even the weakest Nico Robin can easily suppress Kakashi. The Konoha ninja village has no deterrent effect on the three people from the Snow Kingdom who are far away from the Emperor. Even Kakashi has not returned for such a long time and the Konoha ninja village has not sent anyone to investigate. It can be seen that this strongest ninja village also has areas beyond reach. After all, the distance between the two sides is so far, and they are separated by a country of water. It will probably take a month or two for the people of Konoha Ninja Village to fully react, and it will probably take even longer to take concrete actions. Kakashi is still a relatively important figure. If it were any other ordinary Chuunin, the Konoha Ninja Village would probably not send anyone to the remote place of Snow Country to investigate. However, Vegapunk estimates that it won't be too long before Konoha comes to the door. In other words, Kakashi, this useful tool man, won't be able to use it for too long now. After completing the battle analysis, Vegapunk took out another nutritional supplement and handed it to Kakashi. Ever since Kakashi started practicing Thunder Release Taijutsu during this period, the nutritional supplements provided to him by Vegapunk have not been interrupted. Kakashi did not doubt that there is also a secret medicine in the world of Naruto. High-energy nutrients with special effects for growing things are not uncommon. Seeing Kakashi drink the nutritional supplement in one gulp, and feeling that the nanoparticles controlled by the quantum brain in the nutritional supplement had spread throughout Kakashi's body, a smile appeared on Vegapunk's lips. In the world of Naruto, the various methods of controlling people originally developed by Vegapunk in the world of pirates are no longer very easy to use. For example, a bomb implanted in the brain cannot hide from Byakugan at all, and brainwashing using quantum brain can hardly hide from ninjas with chakra. Copying and cloning are very effective for ordinary people, but for ninjas with chakra, clones. Much worse than the main body. The extraordinary power of chakra is not only related to the physical body, but also has a certain connection with the spirit. Even if it is a clone, the nature of chakra and its original body are different. For this reason, during this period of time, Vegapunk has finally created a batch of small nanorobots with the help of the power of the quantum brain, his own domineering power of knowledge, instruments in the laboratory, and his ability to control magnetic fields and currents. These nanorobots are so tiny that after entering the human body, they cannot be seen even with the Byakugan and other abilities. Furthermore, they are controlled by the quantum chip in Vegapunk's brain, so they can be used as a secret hand to control others. Chapter 19. Kakashi, who had no idea that he already had a lot of nanorobots in his body, finally left the land of snow in a happy mood. Although he has been an experimental subject for a period of time and a large number of ninjutsu in his head were stolen by Vegapunk, he still has no arms or legs. He has also improved a lot in strength and completed another S-level weapon. The mission can be regarded as having its own gains and losses. It's okay not to think so. After seeing the strength of the three Vegapunks, Kakashi felt that he had no hope of revenge in this life. Even if he brought the information back to Konoha, Konoha would not be able to deal with people far away and close to the pole. If there are any big moves in the Kingdom of Snow, the three of them can't be helped by petty quarrels, so he is determined to suffer this loss. Watching Hotaki Kakashi leave, a smile appeared on Vegapunk's lips. Well, this annoying guy who people don't know how to deal with is gone, and the plan can almost be implemented. From the beginning, the Thunder Release body training technique was not created for Vegapunk and others. The reason is also very simple. The thunder release body training technique that can be effective on people in the ninja world is not effective on pirates like Vegapunk and others. For people in the world, its effect is undoubtedly too weak. Even Nico Robin, who has the weakest physique among the three, will not be able to improve her physique much by using this kind of training method. She must undergo targeted modifications by Vegapunk to be truly effective. With Vegapunk's character, instead of carrying out such troublesome training, he prefers to directly create a body refining machine, just like he created a training chamber before. That is his real strength. In this way, the requirement of Thunder Escape Chakra is also bypassed. Kakashi Hatake was just an experiment he used to collect data and build a training cabin. The training cabin he wanted to build was not for himself and others, but for the ninjas under his command. The ninja village of the Snow Country can only be considered second-rate in terms of its own strength. After leaving the climate bonus of the base camp of the Snow Country, its strength has dropped to the lowest level. Not to mention the 5 major ninja villages, such as the Rain Ninja and Grass Ninja. A relatively capable middle ninja village like this can easily wipe out the group of ninjas from the land of snow. If you want to rely on this kind of power to conquer the ninja world, even if you have 3 people from Vegapunk flying, it will be very difficult. Therefore, Vegapunk immediately tried to find a way to strengthen the strength of his soldiers, at least to let them have the ability to maintain law and order. It would be really embarrassing if you can't even defeat some wandering ninjas. The new training cabin was quickly built. With Vegapunk's ability and after collecting enough data, it only took him a day to create hundreds of training cabins. There are only 400 to 500 ninjas in the land of snow. After the turmoil, there are only just over 300 left. Everyone's physique is different, their endurance limits are different, and the time they can use the training cabin is also different. Limited. The stronger ones can withstand 5 or 6 hours a day, while the weaker ones will reach their limit in 3 or 4 hours. 100 training cabins are more than enough for the Snow Country. Soon, after spending 3 months, the ninjas of the Land of Snow had completely mastered the Thunder Escape training skills. The physical fitness and chakra amount of these ordinary snow ninjas had been greatly improved. At least they had the skills of the great ninjas in the village. Ninja elite level fighting power, about 1/3 of the lucky ninjas, and also awakened the properties of Thunder Chakra. Once you awaken the Thunder Release Chakra attribute and practice the secret technique of cell activation, you will have a proper special Jonin level combat power. What is mentioned here is only the lower limit, and it is based on the standard of Konoha Ninja Village. In fact, only some great ninja villages have the level of special Jonin. In the second-tier ninja villages, let alone special Jonin, some of the great ninja villages can only be regarded as Chunin elites in strength, and they can all be evaluated as upper level. Tolerate. Well, of course, a certain great ninja village known for its number and stubbornness of ninjas has similar evaluation standards to some second-tier ninja villages. Except for this great ninja village that lowered the level of Jonin, in fact, the number of normal great ninja villages, even the strongest Konoha ninja village, did not exceed 100 at its peak, even if special Jonins were included. There are more than 200 people in normal times, and it can reach 300 people in peak times. From this, you can imagine how much the Snow Ninja's strength has improved. After the strengthening of the training cabin, the Snow Ninja can be said to have jumped from the unknown little ninja village that is not popular to one that is strong enough to compete with the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. The top of the second line of arm wrestling. Even if it weren't for the fact that the number of ninjas was too small, lacking a large amount of cannon fodder, their strength composition was relatively monotonous, and they lacked advanced secret skills, these ninjas alone would be enough to pose a threat to the last 2 of the 5 great ninja villages. But it's enough, at least as cannon fodder, these people are already qualified. The next step is to expand the scale of ninjas, but the population of Snow Country is still a big problem. Looking at the snow ninjas who were fighting excitedly on the training ground, Vegapunk thought silently, not everyone can be a ninja, and not everyone is willing to be a ninja. The population of the entire Naruto world is about 500 to 600 million, but the total number of characters who truly possess chakra is probably over 200,000 at most. This includes wandering ninjas, chakra-possessing samurai, and so on. The ratio between the two sides exceeds 2,000 to 1. The vast majority of the remaining people have poor qualifications on the one hand, and are not interested in becoming ninjas on the other. Although ninjas have mastered powerful power, their mortality rate is lower than that of ordinary people. On the contrary, it is much higher, and you live in a bloody storm every day. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is not actually a good profession. Especially because of its remote location and small population, the country of snow has not been invaded by war for many years. In a peaceful environment, not many people have the desire to be a ninja. Vegapunk is not planning to transfer manpower from the Kingdom of Snow. The Kingdom of Snow itself has a small population. There is no blood successor family, and the qualifications of these people are also very mediocre. The snow ninjas in front of them are already the most talented ninjas in the Kingdom of Snow. A group of people. What's more, what ordinary people want is peace and security. After all, there are only a few who like to live an exciting life. Those ordinary people have no idea of going to the battlefield. Do you want to use clones? Boss. Nico Robin, who was standing aside, heard what Vegapunk said and asked. Vegapunk shook his head, the cost is too great. You must know that this is not Future Island or Fantasy Star, regardless of hardware or software. The facilities are far behind, and the materials consumed to create clones must be increased several times at least, not to mention that the Kingdom of Snow does not have sufficient materials. Chapter 20. Well, if we don't use clones, then we will have to find ways to annex other forces. Hancock, who was standing aside, also came up with an idea. Of course, given her character, the solution she proposed was simple and crude. Don't worry, I already have a plan and it's almost ready to be implemented. Vegapunk stretched out his hand and unfolded a map and said directly, the governance model of this world is very strange. The leader and supreme ruler of the country is the daimyo, but the people who are really in charge of violence are the shadows of the major ninja villages. To a certain extent, ninjas with extraordinary powers are completely separated from ordinary people. And ordinary people can also use money to drive ninjas, and ninjas do not pursue a higher dominance. I have to say that the ninja brainwashing skills here are quite good, whether it is brainwashing others or themselves. In most extraordinary worlds, because of the violence brought about by extraordinary power, extraordinary people belong to the real ruling class. Even if they are not the ruling class, they still belong to a privileged class similar to superheroes. For example, in the world of Naruto, mercenaries are mixed in level, that is really rare. After hearing Vegapunk's words, Hancock also had a look of shock on his face. Won't these ninjas resist? Are they all robots? You know, although there are people like celestial dragons who have ascended to high positions in the pirate world, they still have national treasures that threaten the world. Even so, those who are truly strong are not willing to succumb to them. They want to bring down the world government. There are even more crazy pirates who have dismounted. Who knows? Anyway, among the ninjas, even the rebellious ninjas almost never take action against the daimyo. Of course, the level of daimyo rule in this world is indeed much stronger than that of the world government. Vegapunk shook his head. He didn't know how the ninjas in this world could be so content with the status quo. As for the ruling level of the daimyo of these countries surpassing that of the world government in one piece, it was actually not a compliment. At the world government's level of dominance. To be honest, it's not easy to find a worse one. However, this kind of rule did allow me to find a lot of loopholes. Because of the isolation between extraordinary power and the secular world, the daimyo themselves have little power. The daimyo of some big countries have powerful ninja guards around them. But except for the 5 major countries, The other big names are much easier to deal with. For the daimyo of a big country, there may be elite jonin among the guardian nin. Some small countries don't even have ninja villages at all. If the daimyo can recruit a few wandering ninjas, it's already good. If you really want to control the famous names of those small countries, Vegapunk can say that there are many ways. More than 3 months have passed quickly, and the geothermal generator in the snow country has been operating for half a year, which has allowed the entire snow country to usher in a huge harvest for the first time. Because the geothermal generator uses natural energy, all kinds of crops grow quickly and well. Whether it is fruits, vegetables, or grains, the harvest is 2 or 3 times that of the same area of land, which is less than 100% to support the snow country. A population of 1 million is not only more than enough, it can even produce a large number of export products. There is no need to buy a large amount of food, but a large amount of foreign exchange is obtained. In addition, Vegapunk has improved the mining machinery, which has greatly developed the mining industry of the snow country. Therefore, the entire snow country has received more money and tax revenue this year. It was almost 7 or 8 times more than in previous years, making the country of snow suddenly richer. With more money, you can naturally get better materials and instruments, and build a better experimental base. Of course, before that, Vegapunk has not forgotten his plan. There are many overseas islands in the Naruto world, and even the slightly larger islands can be called a country. Even the most powerful overseas water country is actually a country composed of a large number of island groups. Due to inconvenient transportation, the degree of isolation of these island countries is much more serious than that of countries on the mainland. This has also resulted in the uneven strength of the ninjas in many island countries. Overall, most of them are just trash fish. Under such circumstances, it is naturally impossible for the rulers of these islands to have any strong people around them. Being protected by 2 or 3 Chunin is already considered a good thing, so naturally they cannot stop Vegapunk and the others. Already. In fact, during this period of time, the names of the 7 or 8 small island countries around the snow country have been controlled by Vegapunk. Now, there is only one relatively large sea country left near the snow country, because it belongs to. Affiliated to the Kingdom of Water, there are many mist ninjas in the country, so they are not controlled. But that's just out of Vegapunk's usual caution. In fact, as long as the intelligence is clear, it's definitely not difficult to control the Kingdom of the Sea. The Mist Ninja village has gradually fallen into chaos due to the large-scale purge. Even if the Kingdom of Water wants to protect this vassal country, it has gradually become unable to do so. On the island closest to the Kingdom of the Sea, Vegapunk has established a brand new experimental base. After using clones to replace the names of those small countries, the small ninja villages and ninja organizations in those countries were naturally replaced by Vegapunk. Punk incorporated them, and some rebel ninjas and underground organizations became experimental subjects in Vegapunk's laboratory. Now, the number of ninjas under Vegapunk has exceeded 1,000. After being strengthened by his technology, among these ninjas, the weakest ones are also Chunin, especially those with Jonin and above strength have exceeded 200. Overall, he is strong enough to start a war with the Mist Ninja village. It's just that these ninjas are very homogeneous. They don't have any secret skills, blood inheritance limits, advanced ninja tools and other trump cards. In a real fight, they will probably lose more than they win. Failed again. Looking at the large pile of flesh and blood on the experimental table in front of him, and the unknown creatures that had a bit of a thulha feel, Vegapunk sighed helplessly, casually snapped his fingers, and a powerful magnetic field enveloped the mass of flesh and blood. Under the terrifying ionization effect, all flesh and blood were turned into a pile of ashes. How does natural energy extend lifespan? Maybe I have to capture a few psychic beasts from the 3 holy places to study it. Now that we have come to the world of Naruto, natural energy is of course an aspect of research that cannot be bypassed. We have only done a little research on the Sage Mode Vegapunk. After all, the principle has been known for a long time, and it is not difficult to copy the Senju chakra. What really makes Vegapunk scratch his head is actually the unique life-extending ability of natural energy. Not to mention other things, the animal immortals in the Holy Land all have lifespans of hundreds or thousands of years. In comparison, the immortal mode is just a side effect. It's too trivial. Chapter 21. In addition to the Sage mode of synthesizing Sage Chakra, natural energy also has the real effect of improving life levels and extending lifespan. It's just that I don't know if those animal immortals are hiding their tricks, or if human beings are unable to truly practice alien magic. Anyway, ninjas can only practice the immortal mode at best, but no one can borrow natural energy to extend their lifespan and become a true immortal. Vegapunk has already understood the secret of the immortal mode. With the quantum chip in his brain, his chakra control is as high as the cellular or even nanometer level. It is not difficult to mix natural energy to become immortal chakra. With his level of technology, it is not difficult for others to master the immortal mode. But the power of the Sage mode can only be used in this world. Without the general environment and without natural energy, the Sage mode is useless. Only the effect of natural energy that truly improves life status and prolongs vitality is what Vegapunk really pursues. However, after passing many experiments, all he got were these flesh and blood creatures that were almost like cancer cells. Forget it, it seems that the secret of the immortal cannot be found out by researching it out of thin air. I still need more information and experiments. Perhaps only the level of the 5 great ninja villages can provide me with more information about chakra and inspired. After destroying the experimental products on the experimental bench, Vegapunk also began to seriously consider his next plan. At this time, the Nine Tails Rebellion has just happened, and the Blood Mist policy of the Kingdom of Water is at its peak. Soon, the rejection of Blood Successor Ninja will cause a huge rebellion in the Mist Ninja Village, which happens to be good time for Vegapunk to step in. Moreover, the current Mizu Cage is under the control of Uchiha Obito. Government orders are in chaos, and the external defense system is not very strict in the first place, so it is in an extremely chaotic situation. After all, the Kingdom of Water itself is isolated overseas and has never had the experience of being knocked on its door. It has no concept of external defense. Otherwise, even with the Mizu Cage controlled by Uchiha Obito as the leader, I am afraid there is nothing that can be done. Set off a wave of great purges. It's decided, let's start from the Kingdom of the Sea. Test the current status of the Kingdom of Water and the Mist Ninja Village bit by bit, and take over the Mist Ninja Village completely in 1 year. After the plan started, Vegapunk discovered that the chaos in Mist Ninja Village might be worse than he imagined. The news came from the ninjas he sent to the Kingdom of the Sea. In the Kingdom of the Sea, ninjas in the Mist Ninja Village are now very rare. Instead, various chaotic ninja organizations have flourished. There seem to be others behind some organizations. The background of the Dai Ninja Village. In any case, Kiri Ninja Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages, and other ninja villages still pay some attention to it, not to mention that overseas island countries are also good places to do some taboo experiments. When the Mist Ninja Village was out of reach due to its own internal chaos, and the Kingdom of the Sea itself did not have a strong ninja organization, it was normal for other great ninja villages to secretly invade it. After discovering the strength of his opponent, Vegapunk did not hesitate and also let his ninjas begin to infiltrate the Kingdom of the Sea. But soon, those ninjas gave him a piece of information that interested him, and Vegapunk, who had been in the laboratory every day, walked out of the laboratory for the first time in a long time and started taking action. In the endless sea, a steel battleship is riding the wind and waves, heading towards the strange island of the Kingdom of the Sea at a very high speed. On the bow of the boat, Vegapunk, who looks like a blonde boy, is blowing the sea breeze, and standing next to him is Boya Hancock. All along, Hancock has actually been protecting Vegapunk as his personal bodyguard, while Nico Robin has been his experimental assistant, handling some of the chores that need to be faced after establishing the organization. Although after changing his body and using various scientific methods to partially develop the potential of this body, Vegapunk's own combat effectiveness is definitely top-notch in the entire Naruto world. After all, the current Naruto world, the combat effectiveness is also very limited. But Hancock still used the reason of protecting Vegapunk's safety and never separated from him or performed any other tasks. However, Vegapunk didn't care much about this. Before the world of Naruto entered the later stages, the ninjas under him were actually enough, and there was no need for Hancock to do anything for the time being. Lord Vegapunk, is the person you are going to meet this time important? This is the first time I have seen you so interested in someone. Under the blue sky, Hancock's long hair was flying, and he leaned tightly against Vegapunk, asking with a bit of sourness in his voice. It's indeed quite important. In other words, that guy's status in this world is somewhat similar to my status in the pirate world. Vegapunk glanced at Hancock in a funny way and explained. Sir, your status in the pirate world is similar to yours? Is the other party also a genius scientist with talents comparable to yours? Hancock's expression was a little surprised. In the pirate world, Vegapunk is known as a scientist who is 500 years ahead of his time, but that is only a small part of the research results that Vegapunk has leaked. If all his results were published, his nickname might be the God of Technology who is 1000 years ahead of his time. If you don't count the bonus from the brain fruit, the gap between him and me is actually not that big. Vegapunk said straightforwardly. Speaking of which, the person Vegapunk is going to meet does not need any further introduction. The only one who is at the forefront of technology in the entire Naruto world and whose talent is barely comparable to Vegapunk is Orochimaru. So one person. Yes, Vegapunk's men discovered traces of Orochimaru on the strange island in the Kingdom of the Sea. In other words, after Orochimaru discovered Vegapunk's ninja, he was very interested and deliberately let the ninja go. Vegapunk delivers the message. After all, among the ninjas transformed by Vegapunk, the most powerful ones are only the elite Jonin in combat effectiveness, and they are still far away from the cage-level powerhouses like Orochimaru. There are only 4 levels of ninjas in the Naruto world, namely Jonin, Special Jonin, Chunin and Genin. Normally, the one with the biggest difference in combat power is the Jonin. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are Jonin, and the 50 IWA ninjas who were killed by Namikaze Minato in the Battle of Kanekun Bridge are also Jonin. As for the strength gap between the two sides, there is no need to mention it. For this reason, ninjas from various countries have secretly agreed to divide Jonin into several levels. Among them, those who have made a name for themselves and whose combat power is significantly higher than that of ordinary Jonin are called elite Jonin. They can compete with the shadow of a village and have matured. Ninjas who can compete with the Jinchuriki are called cage-level ninjas. It seems that the difference is just in name, but in terms of actual combat power, a cage-level warrior needs at least 3 elite Jonin to fight against each other. Chapter 22. These ninjas under Vegapunk were all matured by him. They may not lack frontal combat effectiveness, but they have great advantages in various auxiliary ninjutsu such as secret skills, perception, reconnaissance, and concealment. Defect. And Orochimaru himself is a cage-level type who is both omnipotent and proficient in various secret techniques. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible for the ninjas under Vegapunk to really monitor Orochimaru's actions, unless Orochimaru himself. It's intentional. Calculating the time, Orochimaru should have just defected to Konoha not long ago. The reason why he came to the Kingdom of the Sea may be that he discovered the current chaos overseas and had the idea of avoiding Konoha and setting up a secret base. In the later period, Orochimaru was able to take away Kimimaro so easily, which obviously had certain intelligence support. I am afraid that from now on, Orochimaru will begin to penetrate overseas. Knowing that Vegapunk was going to meet another genius scientist, Hancock became a little more honest and a little curious. Hancock, who has been with Vegapunk for a long time, knows Vegapunk's level best, even though the Orochimaru in Vegapunk's mouth is only as talented as someone without the bonus of Devil Fruit ability. Vegapunk is also an extremely amazing scientist. Especially in this world, because of Chakra, the technology tree is very different from the pirate world. Who knows what kind of black technology the other side will develop based on Chakra? Here we are, 2 adults. The place ahead is where we found Orochimaru. There should be Orochimaru's secret base there. Before the ninja who led the way had finished speaking, Vegapunk waved his hand slightly, "Please step back first. It seems that the other party has already heard about our arrival, and it seems that they have prepared a welcome ceremony for us." Ah! The ninja who was leading the way was stunned for a moment, then heard a crash, and the dense jungle in front suddenly collapsed, and a big snake with 3 heads, 3 or 4 meters in diameter, and at least dozens of meters long scurried violently. It came out, then opened its mouth and bit down on Vegapunk and the others. Vegapunk reached out to stop Hancock beside him, pulled out a long sword from his waist, and waved it casually. Suddenly, a cold light of 10 meters long flashed through, and the snake was immediately split into 2 pieces. Vegapunk's new body now uses Cavendish's genes as the main body, and this future supernova of the pirate world is also an absolutely talented player, but most of his talents are focused on the sword. So the physical fitness doesn't look so scary. In terms of swordsmanship level alone, even if he has almost never practiced, Cavendish can be regarded as a good swordsman. He also has an even more terrifying second personality, which is a top swordsman close to the level of a great swordsman. Already, after Vegapunk's genetic modification, this new body has no tendency to split personality. Instead, it integrates all the talents of the 2 personalities, plus the enhancement of some other excellent genes, which increases the strength of its physical body several times, making it even more powerful. It can bring out his sword skills to the fullest. Even now, Vegapunk's physical age is only about 13 or 14 years old, and his combat effectiveness is already slightly better than that of the original Cavendish in its heyday. This is only in terms of swordsmanship and domineering performance. If you include the power of the Thunder Fruit and the Magnetic Field Fruit that were installed on him, the current Vegapunk will only be stronger. Even if he fights Orochimaru head-on, there is also an 80 to 90% chance of winning. Of course, Orochimaru himself is not a player who fights directly. Forbidden arts such as the reincarnation of the earth, the reincarnation of the undead, and the curse seal of the sky are his specialties. If he really summons a few perverts, Vegapunk will also. I can only run away with my head in my arms. In fact, the same goes for Vegapunk, a scientist. If he is prepared to create powerful subordinates, his combat effectiveness will definitely be much stronger than his own. It's just that in the extraordinary world, if you don't have enough strength, you have no real right to speak. Therefore, even as a scientist, Vegapunk will not ignore his own level of force, at least to the level of self-protection. It cannot be easily killed by decapitation tactics. After the magnificent flying slash cut the big snake into several pieces, there was still no big damage. The cold light passed through the forest and flew hundreds of meters. I saw the entire forest being cut out with a rumbling sound. A road more than 10 meters wide, with trees and rocks cut in half along the way. "Mr. Orochimaru, why don't you come out yet?" Vegapunk sheathed his sword, stared at the land, and spoke calmly. "What an amazing swordsmanship and terrifying perception! I didn't expect that a monster like you would appear in a small and remote country like Snow Country." Following a sigh of relief, a figure slowly stretched out from the ground. He was wearing light yellow clothes, a thick purple rope around his waist, pupils like cold-blooded animals, and a pale face. He was one of the 3 ninjas. "Orochimaru. Those ninjas must be your subordinates. To be able to train that kind of cannon fodder so well is really a wisdom that cannot be underestimated. It's just that a place like the Snow Country will only bury your talent. Do you want to come with me and see the most exciting side of this world?" Vegapunk was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his lips. The most wonderful aspect of this world? Sorry, the most wonderful person in this world is me. If you want to see a big scene, you might as well get it from me. How about coming down to work? With the same reaction as Vegapunk, Orochimaru was also stunned for a moment. The boy in front of him was a little too crazy, wasn't he? In the eyes of both parties, the other party is just a newcomer. Both parties think that the other party should have the potential to become their best assistant. However, Orochimaru only guessed Vegapunk's age and strength from the surface. Vegapunk. But he really knows the details of Orochimaru. Haha, interesting. Do you want to recruit me? This is the first time I have seen someone with such confidence, especially a boy of 13 or 14 years old. Orochimaru's words were just short of pointing his nose at Vegapunk for being arrogant. After all, he was the only ninja who came from the strongest ninja village, experienced 2 ninja wars, and served as a Hokage candidate. He was considered one of the best in the entire ninja world. The topmost. He personally went out to recruit a young ninja who came from a remote village and had at most developed some new gadgets, but in the end, the young ninja thought that he could be his assistant? Even if this young ninja is indeed very talented and powerful, in Orochimaru's eyes, this is considered a provocation. Haha, is the physical age you see in your eyes my real age? It really disappoints me. You are developing the same type of ninjutsu yourself. Facing the nail in Orochimaru's words, Vegapunk replied with a disappointed face. Chapter 23. After listening to Vegapunk's words, Orochimaru, who was originally smiling, froze slightly, and then fell silent. And in his heart, there was even more turmoil. What does he mean by this? Could it be that, no, it's impossible. Except for the teacher and that guy Danzo, others may get some information from the research institute I left behind. It's impossible to know that I'm studying the art of turning around without corpse. But, looking at Vegapunk's eyes, Orochimaru's heart was shaken again. The world of Naruto will never lack those monsters who become Jonin or even Kage-level powerhouses at the age of 13 or 14, but their strength may be affected by their own talents. Or blood may advance by leaps and bounds, but wisdom and knowledge may not. Vegapunk's eyes did not have much of the energy of a young man, but were filled with the intelligence, curiosity, and calmness unique to a researcher. It was a contradictory temperament that could only be felt by the same top scientists. Top scientists are full of curiosity about everything in the world, but similarly, people who don't know how to suppress their curiosity often can't get far. Even the so-called mad scientists know how to stop when they seek death, otherwise they would have been killed long ago. Really dead? What? You don't seem to believe it. Vegapunk said with a smile on his face, why don't we give it a try? What's the competition? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and asked. Looking at Vegapunk's confident look, he already had a faint preference in his heart. Let's test our research capabilities. You will come up with the topic. If you win, I will not only be your assistant, but also hand over all the soul reincarnation techniques to you. If you lose, I will also reincarnate the soul. I will teach you the techniques, but you can only be my assistant. After hearing such generous conditions, Orochimaru felt a little surprised, but also slightly unhappy. He was surprised that the other party actually knew about the research he was doing. As for his displeasure, it was that he felt that he had been underestimated. The fact that he came up with the research topic by himself is already a huge advantage, and regardless of victory or defeat, he can obtain the soul transfer technology, which can be said to be an extremely generous condition. And the question of who is the assistant between the two parties. If the other party can really overwhelmingly defeat him in the subject he chooses, then even if Orochimaru wants someone to be his assistant, he will be taken away by the other party when he actually studies it. Take the initiative. It can be said that this is not a bet at all, but a way for Vegapunk to show off his intelligence and research capabilities, showing that he has an overwhelming advantage over Orochimaru in terms of scientific research capabilities. It is precisely because of sensing this that Orochimaru feels that he is being underestimated. As a ninja and conspirator, Orochimaru naturally has a character that does everything possible, but as the world's top scientific researcher, Orochimaru, he also has the pride of a top scientist, so of course he will feel emotional if he is looked down upon by others. He ha 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 ha, I can't believe that I am completely underestimated. Then let me see what you are like. I agree to your bet. After sneering a few times, Orochimaru finally agreed to Vegapunk's bet. After all, the art of soul reincarnation was Orochimaru's dream ability. He wanted to see what the old monster opposite him who might be the reincarnator was. What a level of researcher! And although Orochimaru's character is arrogant and unruly, and he has no idea of bowing to those who are stronger than himself, only in the aspect of scientific research, he is full of a certain serious style. In terms of scientific research capabilities, the strong is strong, and the weak is weak. There are no plugins like brain fruit in this world, and research capabilities are not like combat capabilities, which can be upgraded through continuous research and development. Orochimaru believes that through continuous research and learning, he can master more ninjutsu and surpass anyone in the world, but he will also instinctively be impressed by people with stronger research and learning abilities, because no one is better than him. Clearly, how powerful such a transcending genius can be. Since you gave me the right to choose research topics, let's just have a duel at this research base. Just use the existing equipment and topics in this research base to conduct research. I wonder if you can tell what research is being conducted. Orochimaru led Vegapunk and Hancock into the research base and said to Vegapunk. After taking a look at the layout of the research base and the internal instruments, Orochimaru pondered a little. After a while, he also spoke. What is being done here should be human animalization research. Or is it transforming humans into half-orcs or other creatures? However, judging from the layout and location of the institute, the specific life forms should be fishmen, right? If we want humans to have the ability to move underwater, breathe underwater, and swim at high speeds, this is the research project of this research base. Orochimaru was not surprised after hearing Vegapunk's words. Yes, it seems that you are quite capable. How about it? How long will it take you to get results? You ask me how long? If the instruments here are enough, give me half a month and you can see perfect results. Orochimaru paused slightly and turned his head. This is no joke, Mr. Vegapunk. I still prefer you to call me Dr. Vegapunk. In fact, half a month is slow enough. If I have some special instruments and raw materials that are unique to me, it will only take a few hours. Just something that can be done. There was some disdain on Vegapunk's face. In fact, Orochimaru's research was exactly what Vegapunk had done before, which is the so-called artificial animal devil fruit. If you don't insist on creating so-called devil fruits, as long as you collect some animal genes, Vegapunk can directly create a genetically modified fluid to give humans the ability of animal devil fruits. He is not like the original Vegapunk who insists on perfection. After all, ordinary animal-type ability users are already high-level cannon fodder and do not need to spend too much effort. Excluding the awakening ability and part of the potential of the devil fruit, and not forcing it to look like a fruit, half a day is indeed enough for him to make the genetically modified fluid. The reason why he used artificial devil fruit when he was doing research was just that. Just to get a good price. After all, devil fruits are famous in the pirate world and are truly high-end products. Genetically modified fluids do not have this kind of fame bonus. Although the effects are actually the same, the price of the former is several times that of the latter. Of course it would be better to make it look like a fruit. Chapter 24. After listening to what Vegapunk said, Orochimaru frowned slightly. He didn't know whether what the other party said was some kind of wild talk, or if he really had some basis for it. Even if it has been studied before, it is a bit too sensational to be able to complete the transformation of the human body in half a month, right? Regarding Orochimaru's doubts, Vegapunk did not explain it verbally, but began to get busy as soon as he entered the laboratory. Electron microscopes, genetic culture dishes, high-efficiency centrifuges. It has to be said that Orochimaru also spent a lot of effort on his research equipment. Many things on the market are priceless and unavailable equipment. Only people like Orochimaru have access to them. Can be bought. Now Vegapunk also understands why Orochimaru wants to build a ninja village. Otherwise, if he is just spending money like water, how can an ordinary Lone Ranger stand up to it? In fact, Vegapunk didn't know that this secret base was established by Orochimaru when he was still in the Konoha Ninja Village. Many of the instruments were purchased directly from the Konoha Ninja Village. In the later period, the entire experimental base was scrapped due to some special reasons, and finally became Orochimaru's private experimental base. Therefore, the configuration here is naturally top-notch. After all, this is Konoha, the number one in the ninja world. It's the experimental base of Ninja Village. Select suitable experimental animals to extract genes, cut off the gene fragments, and conduct targeted culture again. Vegapunk's series of movements seemed to be flowing smoothly. If there were some missing instruments, or things that pure instruments could not do, he would do it. Simply borrow your own magnetic field ability and current ability to rub various high-end instruments on site, or directly use your own magnetic field ability to interfere on site. Orochimaru, who was standing aside, was gradually attracted by Vegapunk, and even showed a hint of fanaticism and admiration. Soon, when Vegapunk stopped, what was left was just a few beakers containing different liquids. It will take a period of cultivation. In addition, the experimental subjects need to make physical adjustments. The genetic modification fluid can be injected in about half a month. After glancing at Orochimaru, Vegapunk said calmly, "It's unbelievable. Can we still use this method for gene grafting? In addition, through this method, it seems that a set of genes can be added to the gene chain in a chimeric manner. If I read it correctly, this kind of gene chimerism. It should be controllable by the experimental subject, right?" After listening to Orochimaru's words, Vegapunk also showed a smile on his face. Yes, the experimental subjects injected with the genetic culture fluid will have 3 different postures: beast form, and human animal form. After possessing the special advantages and tenacious vitality and physical strength of those animals, humans will not lose their own flexibility, and even their appearance will not change under normal conditions, and will not affect their own lives. This is almost like this. The effect that genetic medicine can achieve. But I didn't expect that you could actually understand the experiment I just conducted. As far as I know, most of the human body modification experiments of this type in the world use chakra to offset the body's rejection reaction. Rough grafting. Those people only have some understanding of genes, let alone the ability to understand more complex gene grafting and gene chimerism. It seems that your research is far more in-depth than those ordinary researchers. Orochimaru let out a long breath and said with some admiration, "The really scary one should be you. I can just barely understand your operations, the specific principles and what needs to be done to balance the balance between different species. I'm totally confused about the gene. Do you want to learn? I can teach you." Vegapunk looked at Orochimaru as if he saw a big fish that automatically jumped into the pot, and asked with a smile. After hearing this, the expression on Orochimaru's face was a little uncertain, but he finally lowered his head. "Please, Dr. Vegapunk." For Orochimaru, whose goal is all the ninjutsu and knowledge in the world, although he knows that once he agrees, his status in the cooperation will only be that of an assistant, he cannot refuse the temptation of getting close to the ultimate mystery of the human body. Half a month later, on the coast of the Kingdom of the Sea, Vegapunk stood on a high hillside by the coast, looking at several ninjas under Orochimaru below, and took out a box from his hand. After opening it, a cold air slowly came out, and several filled with. The syringe filled with green liquid was lying quietly in it. Orochimaru, who was standing next to Vegapunk, licked the corner of his mouth and looked at the genetically modified fluid with a look of fanaticism in his eyes. Can we finally see the actual results? Doctor, I have a hunch that your invention will definitely transform the entire world. From being reluctant at the beginning, to being seduced by the vast amount of knowledge possessed by Vegapunk, to finally being completely convinced by Vegapunk's ability, Orochimaru now calls Vegapunk a doctor full of respect. Genius scientific researchers like Orochimaru may not be conquered by power, but they will be impressed by true wisdom. I don't know how effective it will be yet. Let them try it first. Vegapunk shook his head and said. These three are the genetically modified fluids of the great white shark, the leatherback sea turtle, and the blue-ringed octopus. As for the last one, it was created using the genes of the three-headed snake last time. In theory, this kind of ninja-level beast snake genetic modification fluid can be enhanced much more powerfully than ordinary animals, but of course, the risk is also many times greater. After obtaining this genetic modification fluid, you should theoretically have the ability to transform into human form, animal form, and semi-animal form. At the same time, your physical fitness will also improve to a certain extent, and your strength can be improved by at least one level. The ninja-level genetically modified fluid is more effective, but similarly, even ordinary genetically modified fluids have about a 1/10 chance of failure. Failure may result in disfigurement, growth of other limbs, and a series of other negative consequences. The ninja beast's genetic modification fluid has a probability of failure of up to 70%, and failure means death. Following Vegapunk's introduction, the ninjas below all had fanatical looks in their eyes. Those who could become ninjas, especially the ninjas under Orochimaru, were really afraid of death. After all, Orochimaru. The mortality rate of Maru's experiment is much greater than the mortality rate of Vegapunk's experiment. Vegapunk's experiment has a failure rate of 1/10, and Orochimaru's experiment has a survival rate of only 1/10. They are not even afraid of experiments with that kind of mortality rate, and it can be seen that these ninjas have. How fanatical is the pursuit of strength? Chapter 25. I won. The panting ninja had a smile on his face, and looked at the genetically modified fluid in Vegapunk's hand, full of greed and fanaticism. In order to pursue a genetically modified fluid that can increase their power, these ninjas under Orochimaru immediately started a fight. Only the winner can use the strongest genetically modified fluid, even if the genetically modified fluid has. Despite a 70% mortality rate, these ninjas still fought very hard. Although Vegapunk couldn't understand the fanatical psychology of these ninjas, he didn't care what the experimental subjects thought and directly handed over the syringes in their hands. The winning ninja did not hesitate to choose the three-headed snake genetic modification fluid that was the most dangerous and had the best improvement effect. As the modification fluid was injected into his blood vessels, the ninja screamed in agony. Dense snake scales gradually grew all over his body, and his eyes turned into snake pupils. With a tearing sound that made people feel scalp numb, 2 more heads grew on his shoulders. After struggling for several minutes, the ninja finally calmed down, leaving only heavy breathing. This amount of chakra has almost increased 7 or 8 times. This is much more than we expected at the beginning. Orochimaru showed an expression of interest on his face and said with a low smile. Vegapunk shrugged, it's a normal thing. After all, ninja beasts are used as materials. Maybe this guy now has the qualifications to practice the snake immortal technique. By the way, come and try, can you change back to your original human appearance and complete beast form? The last words were spoken by Vegapunk to the experimental subject. After hearing this, the experimental subject stood up silently and began to control his own power. After all, he is an adult ninja who has experienced hundreds of battles and has a certain level of power control. Soon, the snake scales, snake eyes, Two heads and tail behind him all shrank back and transformed into original human appearance. Then, he closed his eyes and controlled his body. His whole body gradually elongated and turned into a three-headed snake dozens of meters long, and the chakra on his body increased sharply. What a perfect creation! Orochimaru waggled his tongue, his enthusiasm evident in his words. Is it the perfect combination of psychic beasts and humans? If it were replaced by a more powerful psychic beast, or even a snake-like immortal, it might really be possible. Let humans also practice the perfect snake magic. Just like Vegapunk once had the idea of using natural energy to extend his life, Orochimaru, who has been pursuing eternity, naturally had the idea of Sennin, but he didn't even dare to practice the snake celestial art, and in the end he just couldn't. Created a copycat version of the curse seal. However, after seeing Vegapunk's biotechnology, he had more inspiration and vaguely had some research plans on magic. As for the remaining three ninjas who have merged with ordinary animal genes, they are no longer noticed by Orochimaru. Although after fusing animal genes, their chakra has almost doubled, and their physical fitness has been greatly improved. He has many animal-specific abilities, but this kind of improvement is really nothing to Orochimaru. Although his current curse seal has not yet been fully developed and has a very high mortality rate, it has improved the ninja more than the specialized transformation of this animal type. At most, it lacks some of the animal's special abilities. For example, Vegapunk chose basically marine creatures this time. When fighting in the water, the strength of these ninjas is several times stronger than ordinary ninjas. At this point, the final result of the bet in this game is self-evident, and Orochimaru has no intention of going back on his word. His thirst for knowledge and truth makes him not mind being a student of a pioneer. With Orochimaru's character, unless one day Orochimaru feels that his ability exceeds that of Vegapunk and empties all of Vegapunk's knowledge reserves, otherwise, he will work for Vegapunk's subordinates honestly. Live. Vegapunk doesn't mind Orochimaru's character. Over the years, he has had an incredible amount of inspiration in his mind. What he worries about is that he doesn't have time to carry out many research projects. He doesn't worry that Orochimaru will drain his money. Knowledge. On the contrary, what worries him is that no one can keep up with his research pace. Although Nico Robin's talent is good, she is actually more inclined to liberal arts. In real scientific research, even with the first generation of biological, the help of the chip is still far behind. As for Caesar, Quinn, and Kaji, who have collaborated with him before, they basically all have their own ambitions. In terms of the purity of their attitude towards scientific research, they are far inferior to Orochimaru. Therefore, even if Vegapunk's level is much higher than theirs, and the three of them will not be impressed by Vegapunk. After conquering Orochimaru, for Vegapunk, in addition to having a perfect scientific research assistant, the more advantage is having Orochimaru's accumulation over the years. Although the level of Vegapunk is far above Orochimaru, there is a huge difference between the technology tree of the pirate world and the technology tree of the Naruto world, just like the black technology created by the devil fruit and other special products in the pirate world. Chakra in the Naruto world also has the same properties. In terms of research on chakra, even Vegapunk cannot say that it has surpassed Orochimaru. And although Orochimaru has now rebelled against Konoha, his own reputation can be regarded as a kind of brand name. He has inextricable connections with many forces in the entire ninja world, many of which Vegapunk cannot get his hands on. To Orochimaru, things are just a matter of words. In addition, he now has bases spread across most of the ninja world, various collected special physical experiments, spies and intelligence agents deployed in various ninja villages. It can be said that just recovering one Orochimaru made Vegapunk's scientific research path smoother several times. With Orochimaru's help, it would be even easier to take over the Kingdom of the Sea. In fact, although Orochimaru defected, the Leaf Village also made certain efforts in the Kingdom of the Sea in order to guard against the Mist Ninjas. The person who presided over that plan It is Orochimaru, so Orochimaru does not have many people in the Kingdom of the Sea, but his penetration is actually very deep. Regarding Vegapunk's plan to replace the daimyo, Orochimaru was a little shocked at first, and then he felt excitement radiating from his bones. With Orochimaru's lawless character, if it weren't for the troublesome long-term control methods, and because he didn't turn around due to some inertia of thinking at the beginning, I'm afraid he would have already taken action against those big names in order to get research funds. Chapter 26. The replacement of the daimyo of the country of the sea went very smoothly. Orochimaru happened to have a subordinate who was lurking beside the daimyo of the country of the sea as his bodyguard. Relying on the collected body tissue, Vegapunk spent a few days creating a new clone. This crude clone may have a lifespan of less than 10 years, and its physical fitness can only be maintained at that of an ordinary person level, but it is completely sufficient for replacement. In fact, all daimyo replacements are shoddy products. From the beginning, Vegapunk did not want to give these clones a long life. Although in theory, clones have been imprinted with thoughts by Vegapunk, the human brain and thoughts are the most mysterious things. If you stay in that daimyo's position for too long, God knows what kind of cloning will happen. Bad things like people awakening. Simply give these clones a lifespan of less than 10 years. Anyway, for Vegapunk, he just needs these clones to make a peaceful transition. More than a month later, after some integration of Vegapunk's forces, the number of ninjas finally exceeded the 2,000 mark. Especially with the help of Orochimaru's laboratory, Vegapunk produced a lot of genetically modified fluids, and some ninjas who made great contributions also obtained animal-type transformation abilities, and their high-end strength was once again strengthened. The most important thing is that in terms of area, the Kingdom of the Sea is not much smaller than the entire Kingdom of Water Islands. If it were not for the fact that it is much further away from the mainland than the Kingdom of Water, and there is no ninja village in itself, the country of the sea might become the so-called sixth largest country. In other words, the country's basic base is not small, and at least it has enough potential to become a big country in terms of population and economy. So when the Kingdom of the Sea expressed its intention to form an alliance with the Kingdom of Snow and several other small seaside countries, the entire ninja world was quite surprised. It's just that those who really care about this issue are actually the countries in the ninja world. As for the ninja villages, they don't care much about it. To a certain extent, the ninjas themselves have no so-called national boundaries. Just like the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind often entrust tasks to the Konoha ninja village, Konoha does not have to do so because it is a task for the daimyo of a hostile country. Well done! Not to mention that the Kingdom of the Sea still belongs to the distant sea. Except for the Mist Ninja Village, other ninja villages basically cannot get any tasks from here. If it were not for the purpose of guarding against the Mist Ninja Village, the Konoha Ninja Village would not be in a place like this. Set up a secret base. Of course, not all ninja villages are indifferent to this. For example, the Mist Ninja Village in the Kingdom of Water is extremely sensitive to the changes in the Kingdom of the Sea. As mentioned before, the country and the ninja village are not completely bound together. Many times, some great ninja villages even take over many tasks of other countries besides their own country. Among them, the Mist Ninja Village is especially the most important. The traditional sphere of influence of Mist Ninja Village is not just a country of water. The land area of Water Country is much smaller than that of several other countries. The reason why it can support such a great ninja village as Mist Ninja Village is that most of the countries on the sea have. The mission indicators are basically here in Mist Ninja Village. Originally, the Kingdom of the Sea was also the place where they performed their missions. As a country close in size to the Kingdom of Water, with a population and natural environment not inferior to that of the Kingdom of Water, it can be said that the Kingdom of the Sea was originally one of the economic pillars of the Mist Ninjas. The establishment of an alliance by the Kingdom of the Sea did not have much impact on the Mist Ninjas. It was an issue that the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water should consider. However, the Kingdom of the Sea established its own ninja village, which made all the mist ninjas jump. So many countries were originally the basis for mist ninjas missions, accounting for almost 1/3 of mist ninjas' pure mission income, and almost 1/5 of mist ninjas' total income. It can be said that the effect of this sword cut on the fog ninja is no worse than the blood fog policy, and the effect is much faster than the blood fog policy. There is no doubt that even if the current mist ninja village is in chaos due to the blood mist policy and the rejection of blood successor ninjas, this group of people will not hesitate to prepare for war with the Kingdom of the Sea. In this case, even the mastermind behind the scenes, Obito Uchiha, could not suppress the ninjas of the Mizukage village. After all, controlling the Mizukage and controlling the Mist Ninja village are actually two different things. Of course, Obito didn't want to suppress it. The Mist Ninja village wanted to start a war, and Obito was somewhat happy to see it happen. He even had the idea of strengthening the combat effectiveness of the Kingdom of the Sea. On the one hand, it was out of hatred for the Mist Ninja village. On the other hand, the weakened Mist Ninja village would also be conducive to his future plans. This is the country of the sea, and a so-called Sea Ninja village has actually been established. The person who spoke was a fierce man who was more than 2 meters tall and looked like a mountain of flesh. On his back was a weapon that was more like a mace than a knife. Next to him was a man with no eyebrows. His eyes were cold and his mouth was tightly wrapped with a bandage. Standing behind the two people was a strange man with a shark face. The three of them stood together, and none of them seemed to be easy to mess with. The three ninjas had just stepped off the boat, and their fierce aura made a group of people on the shore avoid them consciously. "Don't waste time here. Let's go. I really want to see the despair of those bastard ninjas when they see our mist ninjas." The man without eyebrows looked around and said calmly. "Haha, Zabuza, you, a brat who has just obtained the qualification of the beheading sword, are you putting on airs in front of me? If you want to command me, go and get the beheading sword from P. Babajuzo." The big man, who was as big as a mountain of meat, turned sideways. His huge body was enough to put pressure on 99% of people. However, the man named Zabuza was obviously not among those 99% of people. How could it be? Senior Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost has always been the target of my pursuit. Zabuza said seemingly sincerely, but he deliberately emphasized the word target, making it difficult for people to imagine, what exactly is the target. "Hey! It's best," snorted coldly, and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost didn't pursue the matter further. After all, Mist Ninjas are all like this. In fact, the mutual trust between Mist Ninjas is not high to begin with. Especially the stronger and higher status the ninjas are, the more suspicious they are of each other. As long as they do not fight each other during actions, it is considered a tacit understanding. Because almost all the ninjas who were able to climb to the top of the Mist Ninja village had blood on their hands, not just from their enemies, but also from their companions. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for them to trust each other. Chapter 27. In order to deal with the new Sea Ninja village, the Kiri Ninja village sent out a lot of people this time. In addition to the three jonins of Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon, Mamakai Zabuza, and Kisame, who is a subordinate of Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon. There are also double-digit chunin. As for genin cannon fodder, generally unless a full-scale war is about to begin, they will not be sent out during early reconnaissance activities. Just like during the peace period of Konoha, genin could only perform sea-level missions at most, that is, they would fight ordinary bandits and the like at most, but would not participate in battles between ninjas. The entire ninja world in this regard. The rules are pretty much the same. Of course, this rule may have some meaning in Konoha to protect seedlings, but in the Mist Ninja, it is simply because genin have no role at all in this kind of task, and will only get in the way. The ninja village also has a success rate requirement for executing tasks. The higher the success rate and the more famous the ninja village is, the more tasks it can receive. So from a certain perspective, for the sake of the success rate of the tasks, the ninja village must also We will not easily involve weak ninjas in dangerous missions. After the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost and Mamakai Zabuza exchanged a few words on the dock, the two parties parted ways. Although theoretically the leader of this mission was the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, Zabuza, who is also a Jonin, was obviously not very willing. He obeyed his subordinates and left with his subordinates. Because the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Ghost had other ideas in his mind, he did not hinder Zabuza's approach. Not only that, he quickly sent out all his men and asked Iniki Keiki Kisame to take command, but he used transformation. The technique slipped away quietly. The address of Kai Ninja Village was originally Orochimaru's secret base. The traffic conditions here are not very good, but with the existence of ninjas with extraordinary power, this kind of thing is not really a trouble. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost sneaked to the coast near High Ninja Village and found a hidden cave. He saw what looked like a scratch mark on a stone next to the cave. He immediately checked around and then walked in. I said, under normal circumstances, don't contact me frequently. It's you, Orochimaru. Seeing the Konoha ninja who was connecting with him, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's face showed a look of shock. He directly reached out and pulled out the mace-like sword from behind and placed it in front of him. He looked at the other party with a wary face. Color. There is no way, the name of a person, the shadow of a tree, although the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon can be regarded as the #1 figure in the entire ninja world, except for the shadows of the major ninja villages and the Jinchuriki, it can be said that there is no one like him. How many ninjas are his opponents? But the person in front of him is a person whose strength is comparable to that of a village shadow. If Orochimaru really wants to kill him, the success rate is at least 50 to 60%. This still refers to the situation of encounter. If it is an ambush, the possibility of him escaping is not even 1/10. He, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, you are the leader of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen after all. Why do you look like a mangy dog with his spine broken now? Orochimaru stood in the cave, licking the corners of his mouth, with a smile on his face, and spoke calmly. Stop talking nonsense, Orochimaru. You are already a rebel ninja of Konoha, why are you contacting me this time? The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost said in a stern voice, in fact, this Kirigakure ninja has always had a certain connection with Konoha, and he can be regarded as Konoha's collaborator in the Kirigakure. Although it is almost impossible for a ninja of his level to be bribed by Konoha, it is normal for him to cooperate with other ninja villages for his own benefit. In particular, the Mist Ninja Village itself has no centripetal force, and the implementation of various policies is almost retrograde. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is a guy with a keen sense of smell, and he vaguely sensed that something was wrong with the Mist Ninja Village, so he also found a successor for himself early on. Road. It would have been normal for him to have met Orochimaru a year or two ago. After all, Orochimaru himself was also a master of underground intelligence. It can be said that in the entire Konoha ninja village, apart from a certain Nakage, Orochimaru was the best at it. This kind of thing happened. But now, Orochimaru has defected to Konoha. Who knows what this guy wants to do when he appears in front of him? How cold! I remember when I first communicated with Fugu Onai-kun, you were not so guarded. However, since Pufferfish Onai-kun doesn't want to talk about feelings, let me tell you straight away. I am very interested in the large sword muscles on Fugu Onai-kun's hands. I wonder if Fugu Onai-kun is willing to give up his love. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, the eyes of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost suddenly changed. The large sword shark muscle in his hand that was originally wrapped in layers of sealing cloth exploded instantly, and truly transformed into the shape of a mace, facing Orochimaru directly. Maru's head was chopped off. With a splash, Orochimaru's head was splashed with blood, red and white flowing everywhere. But after a moment, the blood and brain matter turned into grey-brown soil. The whole body collapsed to the ground and turned into a puddle. Silt, obviously this is just the Earth clone. However, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost didn't expect this move to really hurt Orochimaru. If Orochimaru, a famous Sunin, could be killed so easily by him, then he should change his surname to Otsutsuki. As he struck down with the sword, the whole person also flew back. Ninjas are different from warriors because of their powerful destructive power and survivability that is no different from ordinary people. This is a profession that relies heavily on intelligence. Theoretically, as long as the ambush is arranged cleverly, even the shadow of a village can kill dozens of ordinary ninjas. So facing a ninja of Orochimaru's level and stepping into this cave under unknown circumstances, the first thought of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was to escape as quickly as possible. But just when he was about to touch the entrance of the cave, he saw a purple light suddenly flashing at the entrance. It was Orochimaru who had set a seal at the entrance of the cave a long time ago. Just after hitting the purple light wall, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost suddenly let out bursts of screams. His whole body seemed to be scalded by the purple flames, and then, in a burst of smoke, it turned into a pool of boiling water. Orochimaru slowly rose from the ground, licking the corner of his mouth with his tongue, with a strange smile on his face. Water clone. It should be an improved special clone ninjutsu, it can make me unable to distinguish it. This guy, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, still has his wits about him. But the clone cannot be too far away from the main body. Haha, it seems it is time for those transformed ninjas to conduct a real combat drill. Chapter 28. Unlike the shadow clone, the water clone does not have the function of synchronously transmitting memories. Therefore, in battle, it can only be used for probing and confusing, but does not have the ability to detect intelligence like the shadow clone. This means that the main body and the water clone cannot be too far apart. Otherwise, even if the clone knows something, it cannot directly disband and return the memory to the main body. If the clone automatically disintegrates on the way to find the main body, then the person who performs ninjutsu will really. It's numb. Because of these defects of the water body, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was indeed not far from the entrance of the cave. After seeing the purple light shining at the entrance of the cave, he left without looking back. But Orochimaru had already been prepared. Less than 10 minutes after the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost left, his tail was bitten by Orochimaru's ninjas. After the transformation of the animal system, in addition to the physical enhancement, the various abilities of the animal system also have great bonuses for ninjas, such as the unique sense of smell, vision, hearing, echolocation, thermal image vision, and ground vibration sensing capabilities of some animals. Ninjas with these abilities can almost be regarded as half-sentient ninjas. Since the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has arrived, there is no possibility of escaping. Is there something wrong with this feeling, this bird in the sky? The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, who was fleeing along the river, raised his head, his eyes a little solemn. In the sky thousands of meters above, a golden bird was flying above his head. It was an extremely handsome-looking bird. Golden Eagle. This golden eagle in the sky has been following him for a long time. In a world with all kinds of strange ninjutsu and psychic beasts, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost will naturally not ignore the movements of this golden eagle. However, among ninjas, the ability to fly is a very rare thing. Of course, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost does not have it. As for using ninjutsu to knock down the golden eagle, it is even more whimsical. You must know that the attack range of ordinary ninjutsu is only 20 or 30 meters. The attack range can exceed 100 meters, which is already the strength of a top ninja. He can shoot 1,000 meters in the air and hit a small golden eagle. If he had that kind of strength, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost wouldn't have run away when he saw Orochimaru. But it would be too naive to think that you can catch me this way. There was a sneer on the face of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. This kind of surveillance in the sky is indeed very troublesome, especially the golden eagle, which seems to have intelligence that is no less than that of a human. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has used the clone technique several times and has not been able to get rid of it. However, this is the country of the sea, and Zigguishan Pufferfish is a fog shadow ninja. As long as he runs to the water or the sea, Zigguishan Pufferfish has absolute confidence that he can escape. Orochimaru appears here. Could it be that the Sea Country Alliance and the Sea Ninja Village are all his work? This kind of thing must be reported to the village as soon as possible. Maybe we can also give Konoha a piece of information about Orochimaru. Wait a minute, with Orochimaru's ability, can he really do this kind of thing? This is a major event that affects several countries, at least thousands of ninjas. Could it be that Orochimaru's defection is a fake, Konoha? Do you want to open a branch base? The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was thinking wildly in his head, but his feet were not slow at all, and he soon arrived near a river. But at this point, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost paused slightly at his feet, and his face became very ugly. The river, which is more than 10 meters wide, is flowing quietly. The slight sound of wind and rushing water make the already silent forest feel even more secluded. However, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has no idea of appreciating it. Putting his hands together, in just a few seconds, Zigguishan Pufferfish Ghost completed his seal, water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The calm river instantly stirred up turbulent waves. In the current stirred up by the chakra, a terrifying shadow slowly emerged. A huge great white shark knocked away the water dragon bomb and jumped out of the river. As soon as the great white shark jumped out of the water, it quickly grew limbs, a strong body and a huge shark head, making him look quite terrifying, a bit like the Shark Man in Suicide Squad. Go to hell! With an angry roar, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost no longer maintained its attack with water dragon bullets, but instead drew out the large sword muscle from its back and slashed it with a knife without hesitation. Although it was surprising to see a great white shark popping out of the river, the well-informed Zigguishan Pufferfish Ghost didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, it was a mess and there were too many different ninjutsus. It would be hard to turn into a great white shark. Nothing. Anyway, the real great white shark, a real sea creature, would definitely not be able to run into the river, so naturally it would be the ninja's method. Facing the ninja, his only idea now is to kill the opponent directly. Judging from the fact that the opponent can transform into a great white shark, it is obvious that he has a strong adaptability to water escape. In this case, it may be easier to use weapons. The great white shark turned into a shark man and did not take a step back. He pounced forward and faced the giant shark that hit his head. He actually opened his mouth and bit it. With a click, the teeth and spikes flew. The great white shark's bite force was extremely amazing. The ninjas who had obtained the genetic modification of the great white shark also inherited this. At the same time, the shark's teeth are also the sharpest among all animals. Therefore, with the clicking sound, the entire Samehada muscle contracted suddenly, and then began to struggle from side to side, throwing the great white shark ninja away with a swing. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost looked at the same shark in his hand with some distress, and saw a few white teeth inserted into the knife, and a light grey liquid flowed out. However, the ninja on the opposite side did not fall well either. All the teeth in his mouth were knocked out by Samehada, and his mouth was also stabbed to pieces by the spikes of Samehada. It could be called a bloody mouth. Stained with a large amount of blood, it gives people an even more terrifying feeling. Damn stinky salted fish, you actually hurt my Samehada, just use your chakra to restore Samehada. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost injected the chakra in his hand into Samehada's muscle, and the whole knife exploded like a pufferfish, making it look even more dangerous. The power of Samehada will gradually become stronger as it absorbs chakra, but most of the time, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon uses Samehada to absorb the enemy's chakra. He did not expect that the great white shark opposite did not use chakra, but directly bit it. When facing a pure physical attack, the effect of the same shark muscle was not much stronger than that of ordinary weapons. Under this situation, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost didn't care about conserving the chakra in his body, and directly strengthened the same shark muscles to the limit. Chapter 29. A whistling sound came, and the plump body of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost rolled in a circle, avoiding the attack of the Golden Eagle behind it. At this moment, 10 minutes of peaceful fighting had passed. In addition to the Great White Shark Ninja, several more animal ninjas had found this place. As for Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, the only remaining member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Ninja Village, he is no longer as majestic as before. He is covered in small wounds all over his body, panting, and looking haggard. In particular, the blood flowing out of his wound was a little dark in color, and his lips and corners of his eyes were also a little purple, which was a typical result of poisoning. Damn it, what kind of monsters did Orochimaru create? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost gasped a few times and felt that his breathing was getting more and more difficult. It seemed that the strong toxicity had caused inflammation and swelling of the respiratory tract, making him almost unable to breathe. As for Samehada, he also looks confused now. When he fought with a half-snake man with 3 heads, Samehada absorbed some weird chakra, and he became like this after that. Seeing the half-snake man, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost knew very well that it was definitely Orochimaru's handiwork. Obviously Orochimaru now knew the information about Samehada very well, so he used special means to directly destroy it in his own hands. The biggest trump card. Standing up slowly, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost glanced around with a gloomy face, and had a bad premonition in his heart. The Great White Shark Animal Ninja who ran out of the river, the Golden Eagle Animal Ninja who has been launching surprise attacks in the sky, the Octopus Animal Ninja who has the ability to change color and can conjure poisonous tentacles, and the Turtle Animal Ninja with amazing defense, and the Pangolin Animal Ninja has been hiding under his feet, occasionally making sneak attacks. In terms of real strength, these 5 people are just chunin. At most, they have stronger physique and chakra. But after they have the ability to transform into animals and combine them with the advantages of those animals, they become extremely difficult to deal with. The strength is almost equivalent to that of a special jonin. With 5 special jonin teaming up, ordinary jonins would definitely be sent. However, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost is not an ordinary jonin. Even among the so-called elite jonin, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost is among the strongest level, belonging to the strongest echelon below the shadow level. Under normal circumstances, even if Samehada is sealed, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon will not be at a disadvantage in a fight with 5 special jonin. Let alone escape, he may even be able to fight back. But, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost looked up at the weird half-human, half-snake ninja with 3 heads. This guy was the biggest obstacle to his escape. Huge enough to be almost close to the chakra of his own subordinate, the fog ninja monster Kisame Kisaki, the weird software transformation, the 3 heads that can be extended and shortened, the powerful physique with only minor injuries after being hit by Samehada, he can see 3 heads in 360 degrees. This is definitely an elite jonin level ninja. Even in a one-on-one duel, without the big sword, the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Demon has no guarantee of victory, let alone being beaten by a group now. The abilities of Orochimaru-sama and Dr. Vegapunk are beyond your imagination. You'd better surrender quickly, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. With a bit of fanaticism, the ninja transformed into a half-snake state said excitedly. I've seen you on the battlefield before. The ninja swordsmen of the Mist Ninja were even one of the strongest among the 7 ninja swordsmen. I was just a chunin at that time, so I shouldn't have even attracted your attention. I'm afraid I'll be killed casually by you. But now, I can stand in front of you and carry out your hunting mission. I just made some body modifications, and I am completely different from before. If you want me to surrender, just dream. You are a villain who succeeds. Roaring angrily, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost suppressed the shock and fear in his heart after hearing the incredible news, and rushed forward again waving the same shark in his hand. He no longer thinks about escaping into the water. After all, compared to those animal ninjas such as great white sharks and octopuses, he has no advantage at all underwater. Naturally, he can only fight his way out. Although Samehada has been wilted by the weird chakra and has temporarily lost the ability to absorb chakra, he can still be used as a hard mace. Being able to obtain Samehada, which is also known as one of the 7 ninja swords. The sword is a top-notch ninja sword, and the sword skills of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon are naturally remarkable. However, the animal ninjas opposite did not have the slightest fear. The genes of animals gave them powerful instinctive reactions and extraordinary physiques. The biggest bonus in this regard was naturally physical skills. With thick skin and thick flesh, a group of people fought. The method was completely different from that of ordinary ninjas. The two sides charged at each other like warriors and started fighting directly. The venomous tentacles of the octopus, the hard shell of the turtle, the sharp teeth of the great white shark, the sharp wings of the golden eagle, and the sharp claws of the pangolin. For a time, these animal ninjas formed a three-dimensional attack system, almost surrounding the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Every space around you. Just looking at the size of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, you can tell that he has never been the kind of character known for his agility. Facing the attack of the animal ninja, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost did not hesitate to wave his big sword, Samegu, as if he was injured. It was smashed directly. With a pop, after biting off a piece of flesh and blood on the shoulder of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, the great white shark ninja was directly smashed in the chest by the same shark. Except for the final blow of the great white shark ninja, the attacks of other ninjas were all blocked by a layer of blood-colored armor on the body of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, which was a mixture of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's own blood and chakra. However, after using this ability, the face of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost also became extremely pale. In addition to the loss of chakra, the most important thing was the loss of his own blood, which brought him great pressure. Being able to be bitten by a great white shark, it seems that the defensive power of this bloody armor is not very good. The most important aspect of this secret technique should not be defense. In a secret base, Orochimaru and Vegapunk were sitting in front of the monitor, watching the current battle. It was Orochimaru who spoke. All experimental subjects have been marked with chakra, and through the ninjutsu and technology developed by Vegapunk, they can be monitored anytime and anywhere. Just when Orochimaru finished speaking, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost also broke out at the same time. It can be said that both speed and strength were much stronger than at the beginning, and they beat those people back almost instantly. Seeing the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost's body covered in blood, Vegapunk touched his chin. I remember there was a war between the Mist Ninja and Konoha before. Did the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost have this trick at that time? Chapter 30. After listening to Vegapunk's words, Orochimaru replied without hesitation, "No, it seems that the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost has never used this trick. At least during the last ninja war, I never used it. I have received information on this. What this guy used to be best at, apart from Samehada, was water release and hair ninjutsu that was driven by yang release." A meaningful smile appeared on Vegapunk's face. Looking at the performance of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, he had a vague guess in his heart. Is this because of psychological shadow, so they deliberately imitate the ninjutsu developed by the 8-gate Dunjia? Unfortunately, the effect is much worse than that of the 8-gate Dunjia. It is probably only equivalent to opening 3 or 4 gates. On the contrary, the side effects are at least equivalent to about 7 gates. It cannot be said to be a complete failure, but for the Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost, it is indeed considered a wrong route. In fact, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is naturally not that stupid. His move was originally supposed to be used in conjunction with Samehada. The Samehada continuously absorbs chakra to heal the physical body, which can minimize side effects and extend the fighting time. But this time, the same shark muscle collapsed, so he had no choice but to fight hard. Vegapunk is a super genius in scientific research, but has made no achievements in combat. Relying on his physical talent, combat instinct, and the training and development of scientific equipment, his own combat effectiveness is not low, but his combat intelligence. It's basically a novice level. Therefore, he did not see the true purpose of the ninjutsu like Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost. Orochimaru did, but he obviously had no intention of speaking. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is going to lose. After watching for a while, Orochimaru quickly came to the conclusion that among the people who fought against the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, except for the Great White Shark, which was easy to deal with, the remaining few people could either fly or burrow into the ground, or they could. Regeneration, carapace defense, and survivability are much stronger than that of the Great White Shark. So for a while, although the Zigguatian Pufferfish Ghost had an absolute advantage, it was unable to kill another person in a short period of time, and as time went by, the combat effectiveness of this guy was gradually decreasing. For this kind of explosive ability, what you pay attention to when fighting is the word quick. The first round of explosion is the fastest, and then it will quickly weaken. Therefore, if you cannot achieve an instant kill or seriously injure your opponent at the beginning, as long as you delay a little, you are destined to fail. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost exploded in a final round, smashing the octopus ninja's head, and then fell completely. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, the dying Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon and the biological weapon Samehada were delivered to Vegapunk and Orochimaru. Vegapunk doesn't really care about the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. He's just a taller fat man. In the pirate world, there are many people who are taller and stronger than him. On the contrary, it was the same shark that attracted Vegapunk's attention. Although this knife was made from a fish that coexists with the three tails, in Vegapunk's view, its value may be more than the three tails themselves. Higher. Not to mention other things, just the ability to swallow chakra and even ninjutsu, restore it and absorb it, is already a standard feature of the Otsutsuki clan, although it is inferior to Nagato's Rinnegan in terms of absorption capacity and limit. There are many, but what is the aspect of the Rinnegan? Compared with the Rinnegan in some aspects, it makes people look at Samehada more highly. To a certain extent, the ability to swallow and absorb chakra can be said to be the core strength of the entire chakra system, and it can also be said to be the basis for the Otsutsuki clan to harvest the planet. Otsutsuki's other various abilities, such as Ten no Chu, Hira's version of Huangchuan, Yashigami's air strike, the expansion of the Seeking Jade, in the final analysis, they are all derivatives of the accumulation of a large amount of high-quality chakra, and the ability to absorb chakra. They cannot be compared. Vegapunk reached out and picked up Samehada and input chakra into it. This sword with its own will was not very obedient. Although Vegapunk's chakra was also very large, it didn't seem to suit Samehada's appetite. The entire knife had spikes on the handle, but after a harsh sound, it only left a few white marks on Vegapunk's hand. Vegapunk's physical defense is not as good as that of a monster like Big Mom, and it's a bit worse than Kaido, but it's just a little bit worse than these two monsters. Samehada's most terrifying ability is actually absorbing chakra. The strength, its own hardness and sharpness are at best slightly better than ordinary metal, so naturally it cannot hurt Vegapunk. This thing is quite arrogant. Vegapunk frowned, stretched out his hand slightly, a sizzling sound filled the air with lightning, and the same shark's muscles suddenly twitched, and he collapsed on the ground after a moment. Samehada can absorb chakra, but Vegapunk uses pure electricity. This kind of power Samehada is not immune to. This time, Samehada thoroughly enjoyed the treatment of an electric fish. Vegapunk will not be used to Samehada, and is completely different from other ninjas who regard the ninja sword as their second life. In Vegapunk's eyes, this thing is just a rare experimental product. While Vegapunk was electrocuting the fish, Orochimaru was already ready. He collected a lot of cells directly from Samehada's body and then began to analyze them. After twiddling his muscles twice, Vegapunk handed over the preliminary work of cell and gene observation to Orochimaru, and turned his attention to the Watermelon Mountain Fugu ghost lying next to him. The Zigguatian pufferfish ghost's physique is indeed good. Although his whole body was seriously injured, with at least 1,000 milliliters of blood flowing out, and his face was pale, he still managed not to lose consciousness completely. "You, who are you?" After hearing the question from the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost, Vegapunk said calmly, "Have you not seen the situation clearly yet? I should be the one asking you the question now. Haha, do you think, you and I, have anything to say?" The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost said slowly and laboriously, one sentence at a time. Although the fat man was furious, he did not show much fear. Although the ninjas in this world have different personalities, they can reach high positions and are more or less generous. At least they are not cowards who are completely afraid of death. Even the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost would not have betrayed the Mist Ninja village if it hadn't been for the fact that he was severely slashed by Mat Daichi and transformed from the 7 ninja swordsmen into the lucky 3 treasures, completely breaking through the psychological defense line. Decide. But it's not entirely true that he was really afraid of death. Chapter 31. I think there will still be a lot of common topics between us. Vegapunk took out a test tube, shook it twice, then used a needle to draw out the liquid in the test tube, and injected it directly into the body of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. As soon as the weird liquid was injected into the body of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost, his injuries began to recover rapidly. There are no medical ninjutsu in the world of One Piece, but because of this, its application in medicine goes far beyond the world of Naruto. What Vegapunk is injecting into the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost at this moment is that he has reverse-engineered the human Demon King's healing hormones and developed a drug that can basically save anyone with just one breath, and the side effects are also greatly reduced. In just a few minutes, most of the heavy injuries on the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost's body had recovered. His eyes flashed fiercely as he looked at the seemingly defenseless Vegapunk. Seeing that Vegapunk turned around and Orochimaru had already left with Samehada, the Watermelon Mountain puffer demon suddenly gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand to form a seal, and the hair on his head rolled towards Vegapunk like a tentacle. Unfortunately, his hair had just grown halfway when a heart-piercing pain burst out of his brain instantly. Then, he completely lost control of his body and fell to the ground. "You're so impatient. Are you not a ninja? You can't even endure such a short time." Vegapunk turned his head while holding an instrument and said calmly to the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. But now, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost had a distorted face, was covered in sweat, and could not speak a word. "Just kidding, do you really think you are a good man?" In the healing potion given to the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost, Vegapunk put a lot of small nanorobots. At such a close distance, Vegapunk can completely use its own magnetic field to control those nanorobots, whether it is to cut off the brain's conductive nerves and turn people into a vegetative state, or directly release bioelectricity on the pain nerves, allowing people to try level 12 pain. It's all a piece of cake. After a little bit of revealing his abilities, Vegapunk snapped his fingers, and then the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost took a breath and recovered. After looking up and down the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, Vegapunk touched his chin and asked, "Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, do you want to become the Mizu Cage?" The air suddenly became quiet. The pufferfish ghost of Watermelon Mountain, who was panting, looked at Vegapunk inexplicably, and finally couldn't help laughing. "Of course I want to become a Mizu Cage, but what does this have to do with you? Relationship, can it be said that you, kid, can help me become a Mizu Cage?" "That's not impossible, Mr. Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost." Vegapunk ignored the words of Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost and just said with a smile, "Are you kidding? Who do you think you are?" The Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost looked like he was snoring. No matter how chaotic the Mist Ninja village is, it is still one of the 5 major ninja villages. Even now, the background is still there, and there is still blood. The Kiri ninja village, which follows the Kaikai family, is really as powerful as the Kumo ninja and the Iwa ninja. For such a powerful ninja village, the kid in front of him who was only 14 or 15 years old looked like he didn't take it seriously at all. Naturally, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon wouldn't believe it. Vegapunk continued to say reluctantly, "Mr. Pufferfish Ghost, as far as I know, in the entire Mist Ninja Village, your status should be among the top 5. So how far are you from Mizuki's position? What conditions are needed?" "What conditions? Being able to fight is the biggest condition," Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost said, rolling his eyes. What he said is correct. Why do the lonely warriors who assassinate Mizukage and want to replace him often appear in the Mist Ninja Village? It's simple, because that kind of thing is really possible. Because of the policy of the Blood Mist, there is almost no emotional factor between the Mist Ninja Village. In such a situation that relies entirely on force and high pressure, doesn't it mean that whoever has stronger force will be the boss? If he could successfully assassinate Mizukage under the protection of the Shadow Guards, it would prove the assassin's strength. If the assassin had a group of subordinates, it would not be difficult to seize Mizukige's position by force. If I can strengthen you, Mr. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, I wonder if Mr. Puffer Demon can seize the position of Mizukage. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost narrowed his eyes and took a serious look at Vegapunk for the first time. After a moment of silence, he said, "Are those animal ninjas your subordinates?" "It doesn't count. Although I did create them, they are Orochimaru's subordinates, but now Orochimaru is also working with me." As soon as Vegapunk finished speaking, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost suddenly trembled, with a look of shock in his eyes. "You must know that at the end of that battle, because of the self-destruction of those ninjas, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon already knew very well that his opponents were just a bunch of ordinary Chunin. As a result, these Chunin were strengthened to the point of Special Jonin or even Elite Jonin within half a month. This is simply outrageous. The most important thing is that this ability seems to be universal. He originally thought this was a secret technique developed by Orochimaru, but if all this was done by the blonde boy in front of him, then maybe what he said was not a lie. There are actually many ninjutsu and secret medicines with the same strengthening effect in the entire ninja world, such as Orochimaru's curse seal and the Akimichi family's 3-color balls. However, these things are extremely dangerous and need to be adapted to. The sensitivity is also very low, and most ordinary ninjas cannot use it at all, and there will be many troubles in the future. However, the transformation technology used by those ninjas seemed to be very mature. According to those ninjas, they were just a group of ordinary Chunin before they conducted the experiment. He has no characteristics, no strengths, has not learned any secret techniques, and has no blood inheritance limits. He is just an ordinary ninja who is proficient in physical skills and throwing skills, and can use 2 ordinary 5 elements escape techniques. If you go to any ninja village, you can catch a lot of these ninjas. Basically, they are the type that has exhausted their potential. If even this kind of ninja can be transformed, it means that this kind of transformation can be used on a large scale. Not to mention others, he has about 20 or 30 Chunin of this strength. If all of them are successfully transformed, then the strength of his subordinates will probably exceed that of Mizukige's ANBU. The most important thing is, can he become stronger through this transformation? You know his strength, he is only one step away from the shadow level. Chapter 32. Doctor, do you really want to make the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost become the Mizukage? Do you really trust him that much? Under the illumination of the shadowless lamp, Orochimaru asked Vegapunk, who was undergoing transformation surgery, with a strange smile on his lips. Haha, how is that possible? Faced with Orochimaru, Vegapunk had nothing to hide and replied coldly, if you really want to transform him, wouldn't it be enough to just inject a tube of genetic modification fluid? As my assistant, have you really seen me undergo any kind of reconstructive surgery? So, does the doctor have any new ideas? The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost is really pitiful. He was rushed here to be an experimental subject. Orochimaru's expression was as expected, but there was a bit of curiosity in his eyes. It's not a new idea. In fact, I have already become familiar with this process. It's just that the conditions are different this time, so there may be some changes. While Vegapunk was talking, he manipulated the scalpel to cut open the head of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. The high-frequency oscillating scalpel was extremely sharp, and it was controlled to its peak. It directly cut open the Zigguatian pufferfish ghost's head. He pulled it down and exposed his brain. Afterwards, Vegapunk went directly to the Zigguatian pufferfish ghost's brain, carved out some areas, took out a piece of strange tissue from the experimental table, and put it into the Zigguatian pufferfish ghost's head. That strange piece of tissue is like a small brain. The only difference is that the lines of the brain are like circuit boards, and they are still flickering like breathing. Seeing Orochimaru's curious expression, Vegapunk explained directly, that is the quantum brain docking device, which is directly connected to the inside of the quantum brain. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. Although he had never seen a quantum brain, he had heard Vegapunk say that it was Vegapunk's most outstanding creation. Under full operation, its computing power. It can reach the galaxy level and is enough to simulate the movement of all matter in the entire galaxy in a lifeless state. Through the quantum brain docking device, I can directly control the other party, and I have a total of 6 control quotas. If there are more, it is not that the computing power is insufficient, but that my control power is insufficient. This kind of control is not about manipulating the other party as a puppet. It is about allowing the other party to unconditionally change their mentality and completely become my vassal while perfectly retaining all of the other party's character and abilities. Haha, then I have to thank you, Doctor, for not controlling me directly. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Vegapunk shook his head. Don't be stupid, how can there be anything without flaws in this world? After being installed with a quantum brain docking device and becoming my puppet, although his character and ability will not. Even if you change, your intelligence will not fall, but you will lose your ability to innovate and inspire. After Orochimaru heard this, he realized the reason why Vegapunk didn't try to take action. As for Vegapunk, he sighed while talking because he recalled his 3 assistants. It's a pity that he only discovered this flaw after he attacked the 3 of them. After he took out the quantum brain docking device from the 3 of them, even if he deleted the memory of the 3 of them, the 3 guys were still there. He deduced something through the time of amnesia, and quickly escaped without a trace. However, through that research, Vegapunk also had some doubts. It is possible that what determines human inspiration does not lie in the brain, but in the deeper soul. In the pirate world, in addition to some devil fruits related to the soul, it is extremely difficult to observe souls, but in this world, maybe you will make some progress in your soul research. Although his mind is still wandering, Vegapunk's control of the scalpel is flawless. The combination of the quantum chip in the brain and magnetic field manipulation makes Vegapunk fully capable of singing a minor tune and controlling it at the same time. 100 iron needles can carve tens of thousands of words of scripture on rice grains. Soon after the operation was over, Vegapunk directly gave Zigguatian pufferfish a shot and injected the genetic modification fluid. This is another new type of genetic modification fluid. During the last genetic modification process, psychic beasts from the immortal Holy Land and ordinary animals were tried. This time, the genes of wild psychic beasts were used. That was when Orochimaru discovered a giant sperm whale at sea. With a length of nearly a kilometer, this giant psychic beast had almost no natural enemies in the sea. Orochimaru also managed to repel the sperm whale out of curiosity, and collected some body tissues. This time it can be regarded as waste utilization. In fact, the main reason is that Orochimaru has not collected any powerful wild psychic beast genes. In the absence of samples, it is natural to find better experimental subjects. After all, as the descendant of Rika Cave, Orochimaru himself has no need for wild psychic beasts. And although Vegapunk controls the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, it is not clear how much Vegapunk cares about this experimental subject. Not entirely. The quota of control is very precious, but the person being controlled is not precious. Using Vegapunk's method to directly create an artificial man more powerful than the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost will only take some time. The reason why the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost is controlled is just to make it easier to infiltrate the Mist Ninja village, but any Mist Ninja Jonin can do this kind of thing. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost is naturally not very precious. Vegapunk. Katsuya used him as experimental material, by the way. Soon, the genetic modification industry began to show results. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost roared, and his body skyrocketed again. His body that originally became more than 2 meters tall grew to 4 or 5 meters tall in one breath, and became a strong figure. Square head and wide mouth, and the skin has turned blue-gray. It's very good. It seems that this experiment was successful. There is not much genetic difference between the psychic beasts in the Holy Land of Immortality and the psychic beasts in the wild. Looking at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost standing there blankly, Vegapunk immediately drew some blood for testing and said happily while shaking the test tube. However, there seems to be a slight change in chakra. It is also due to chakra-mutated creatures. The psychic beasts in the wild only awaken their own chakra, while the creatures that appear in the magic Holy Land will absorb natural energy. See. The genetically modified fluid produced by the psychic beasts that come to the wild is more about strengthening their own strength and chakra, while the psychic beasts from the magic Holy Land will increase their adaptability to natural energy. On the side, Orochimaru, who was also studying the chakra of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, also spoke to report. Chapter 33. Ever since he came to the Kingdom of the Sea to perform his mission, Inikisaki Kisame has been a little uneasy. In the Mist Ninja village, almost all ninjas believe that Kisame is a standard Mist Ninja with a cold personality, and Kisame's performance completely reflects this. Cold and ruthless, everything is for the mission, everything can be sacrificed. But in fact, there are some differences between Inikikaki Kisame and his peers. If other Mist Ninjas are just brainwashed, have numb personalities, or are driven crazy by the environment and turn into cold-blooded killers, then they are often confused inside. Kisame believed that he was really guarding the interests of Kirikage village. This is also the reason why this honest man suddenly broke out later in the original work and killed the Pufferfish Ghost in Watermelon Mountain. Why the hell are you bragging to me that intelligence is life? You asked me to kill my opponents and my companions every day, but when I turned around, I sold the information myself, so what's the point of all the sacrifices I made and everything I did? If Kisame didn't believe what he said at all, he wouldn't be so disillusioned. Maybe the Watermelon Ghost himself didn't expect that his subordinates would be so simple and honest, believing what he said. Let's talk about those things. Where did Mr. Zigwashin go? This mission is mainly just for exploration, and High Ninja Village is just a newly established ninja village. It's said to be some kind of secret exploration, but you can tell from the size of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost that this guy is definitely not an exploratory ninja. What's more, it's just a newly established small ninja village. What kind of secrets can it have that would allow the leader of the 7 swordsmen to take action alone? Even though he knew that he shouldn't think too much, Kisame still couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. After all, the actions of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon were too weird. The most important thing was that after the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon was defeated, he carried out various actions. Such a transformation experiment would waste too much time. Occasionally disappearing for a day and a half can be understood as a hidden connection with the Kingdom of the Sea, but if he disappeared for more than 3 days at a time, something was wrong. Kisame-sama. There is new information. Just when Kisame Kisaki was still thinking quietly, he suddenly heard the voice of his subordinates. He turned his head and looked at the ninja who appeared in front of him. Hey? Show me. The ninja handed over the scroll. Kisame glanced at it twice and then frowned. Is what is said here true? The traces of Sir Zigwashan's battle finally disappeared? Can you tell what the reason was? According to the observations of the reconnaissance team, the most likely possibility is that Mr. Zigwashan was captured. After the ninja said it bravely, Kisame's face changed. How is that possible? Just from the Kai Ninja village. The origins of the Sea Ninja village have been turned upside down by those mist ninjas during this period. In terms of intelligence detection and protection, the gap between the ninjas of the Sea Ninja village and the mist ninjas is too big. Although the strength of Vegapunk's ninjas has increased a lot, the increase is in combat power, and there has not been much progress in many aspects such as intelligence search and confidentiality. So now, Kisame Inagaki already knows the origin of the Sea Ninja. In the beginning, it was only the Snow Ninjas from the Land of Snow who initiated the alliance. These Snow Ninjas, Kisame Inagaki knows, use the ice escape with the help of the geographical location. Guy. The Mist Ninja village has always been dismissive of this. After all, the real ice escapers came from the Mist Ninjas. How could those fake and knockoff products be taken seriously by the real Mist Ninjas? Even Kisame had a slight contempt for the Sea Ninja village in his heart, so he was so surprised when he saw this information. You must know that the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Oni is already below 1 person and above 10,000 people in Kiri Ninja village, equivalent to the existence of the ANBU minister. Otherwise, it would not be possible to have a Jonin like Kisame under his command. In terms of strength, he holds the big sword shark. The muscular Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon is now second only to the Mizukage and the Jinchuriki, and can at least be ranked among the top 5 in the entire Mist Ninja. For a ninja of this strength, the Sea Ninja village may be able to repel him with the strength of their numbers, but it is almost impossible to capture him. The difficulty of repelling the opponent, defeating the opponent, killing the opponent, and capturing the opponent are completely different. Even if Mizukage is called over, it may not be too difficult to kill the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. It is also possible to capture him. Only less than half sure. Looking at the horrified expressions of his ninjas, Inikisaki Kisame took a long breath. Although he showed an indifferent personality and cruel attacks, Kisame was not really a cruel guy, nor would he vent his anger on ordinary ninjas for no reason. Is there any more specific information? Who took action? Is Mr. Zigwashan under siege? The Chuyunin breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Master Zigwashan was indeed besieged. According to the traces at the scene, there should be 5 besiegers, among whom there should be a guy who is proficient in water combat, and a soil person. A master of escape. In addition, we collected some blood and body tissue there, and our preliminary judgment is that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon must have been poisoned, so the other party should also have a ninja who is good at using poison. Based on our judgment, 4 of them are special Jonin, and there should be an elite Jonin in the lineup. It has to be said that these great ninja villages are really good at intelligence, and their analysis is almost completely close to reality. Except for the Golden Eagle user with the ability to fly, who had not left any traces on the ground and was therefore not discovered by this group of people, they had already gotten a rough idea of the other animal ability users. After hearing these analyses, Kisame frowned tightly. Does this new Kai Ninja village actually have so many elites? And to be able to directly capture his own boss, the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Oni, it might be a bit reluctant to rely on these ninjas alone. Although any situation can happen in a battle between ninjas, Kisame still prefers that the other party has already prepared for his own. Only an old boss would stumble into such a big mistake. Kisame was still frowning and thinking. At this time, the Chuyunin asked again, Kisame-sama, what should we do next? Are we going to rescue the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Onai-sama? Kisame Kisaki opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. As a tool and a ninja, Kisame was undoubtedly excellent, and even the most ninja-like ninja in the entire Naruto world, but let him. It would be a little difficult to make up your own mind. Whether in the Mist Ninja Village or in the Akatsuki organization in the future, Kisame existed as a tool. Making plans and finalizing ideas had nothing to do with him. Chapter 34. Inokeki Kisame was in a state of indecision, while Zabuza, another one of the future 7 ninja swordsmen, was on the contrary, in the midst of a sudden move. Zabuza was originally a type of ninja with incredible mobility. He hacked all his classmates to death at first, and later directly assassinated and attacked the Mizu cage, which clearly showed this guy's mobility. As for the sea ninja that the Kingdom of the Sea had created this time, after Zabuza got the general information, he was ready to take further action. Although he was part of an investigation team, in addition to the normal detection methods, it was also a normal detection method to capture the opponent for torture. Zabuza, who had always had great confidence in himself, naturally chose the second method. The Kingdom of the Sea is originally an island country with thick water vapor, and heavy fog often appears every morning. This is undoubtedly a great enhancement for Zabuza, who is proficient in the art of Kirigakuer. In the heavy fog, the secretiveness of the art of Kirigakuer suddenly doubled several times. Many ordinary ninjas do not even feel anything at all. He was subdued in the thick fog that suddenly became stronger. However, after Zabuza succeeded 3 times in a row, he began to feel that something was wrong. The 3 ninjas he captured were only mediocre in terms of combat intelligence and ninja quality, and could only be considered mediocre genin. However, their physical fitness and chakra content are higher than those of ordinary chunin, their nerve reflexes are also extremely fast, and their overall strength basically reaches the level of chunin. If this happens only occasionally, it's not a big deal. To put it bluntly, things like combat intelligence and ninja quality are fictitious. Although in most cases they are consistent with the level of the ninja, situations where physical fitness is very strong but combat intelligence is very low do sometimes happen. However, this was the case for 3 consecutive years, and during the battle, there was an obvious disconnect between their fighting rhythm and their current physical reactions. It seemed as if their strength suddenly increased greatly, so they were unable to control their own bodies. This made Zabu. Jean also murmured in his heart. To be on the safe side, Zabuza, who was originally planning to attack some stronger prey, finally stopped. Although these ninjas have some shortcomings, their chunin strength is real. According to Zabuza's observation, the status of these ninjas seems to be at the lowest level in the ninja village, that is, the feeling of ordinary genin. This is really scary. A ninja village where all members are chunin or above. If this level of strength really exists, then this sea ninja village might not be a joke anymore. With a sullen expression, Zabuza asked a few of his subordinates to lead the 3 ninja prisoners to their temporary stronghold, where there were several torturers. People's energy is limited, and it is difficult to cover everything. Among the same level, most of these ninjas who are proficient in torture are a little weaker than normal combat ninjas, so those few people have stayed at the stronghold and have not taken action with Zabuza. But when Zabuza arrived at the stronghold, the entire stronghold was already empty. No, we can't say it was empty. There were still a few ninjas standing at the door of the stronghold, but the fog ninja who stayed behind had disappeared without a trace. Almost as soon as he arrived at the stronghold, Zabuza's expression completely changed. Was his home stolen? Very good. It seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect that a small ninja village that had just been established would actually have such intelligence capabilities. After hearing what Zabuza said, standing at the front, the ninja named Wolf Fang Avalanche blushed slightly. With their ninja village with little knowledge, how could they detect the movements of the Kiri ninja? It's nothing more than Vegapunk opening a plug-in for them. Relying on his devil fruit ability, he directly simulated and developed a life magnetic field radar, which can observe all people with a life magnetic field intensity exceeding a certain level in the entire kingdom of the sea. Although this thing can only detect the life magnetic field of human beings and cannot mark people, the life magnetic field of ninjas with strong chakra must also be strong. The fog ninjas sent to the kingdom of the sea this time are all elites, and there are a lot of powerful ones. It would be strange for the magnetic fields of life to gather together without being discovered. Of course, Wolf-Fang Avalanche would definitely not tell Zabuza about this kind of thing. He just pulled out the kunai quite indifferently and pointed it at Zabuza. What are the ninjas of the Mist Ninja doing in our Sea Ninjas territory? It's a meaningless statement. Ninjas don't make a living by talking. If you want to occupy our Mist Ninjas territory, what you really need is kunai and shuriken. Zabuza spoke coldly, and at the same time he grasped the imitation beheading sword behind his back, and instantly pulled it out and pointed it at Wolf-Fang Avalanche. Okay, then let's let our strength speak for itself. Lanjiswabeng had a sullen face, and also raised the kunai to his chest, getting ready for battle. In fact, when it comes to strength, the original Wolf-Fang Avalanche is undoubtedly far inferior to Zabuza. The chakra armor from the movie version has not yet been developed, and the ice escape he relies on has basically become a pure water escape after leaving the country of snow. Without the ice escape, Wolf-Fang Avalanche can only. He's just a special jonin. The 7 ninja swordsmen are all jonin at worst, and most of their strength should be around the elite jonin level. Zabuza Momokai is undoubtedly that standard elite jonin. Even if the current Zabuza does not have a decapitating sword and is theoretically weakened a bit, the decapitating sword has the weakest bonus to combat effectiveness among the 7 ninja swords. As long as it is not a protracted battle, the decapitating sword can be regarded as ordinary weapons. In other words, even without the decapitating sword, Zabuza's strength is around that of an elite jonin. Even if he may have just scratched the surface of this level due to his age, it is not the case that a special jonin in Lanja Avalanche can touch the porcelain of. However, since Wolf-Fang Avalanche dares to stand outside the snow country, he naturally has sufficient confidence in himself. As the strongest expert in the original Snow Ninja village, he is naturally also the first experiment for Vegapunk's transformation and training. Material. After passing the training in the training cabin, and being injected with the Snow Wolf gene unique to the Snow Country, the current Wolf-Fang Avalanche is completely different from before. Lanja Avalanche and Zabuza had a brief confrontation for a while. Compared to Zabuza's murderous aura that he had accumulated from killing countless people since he was a child. In the past, when he was just living in the land of snow, the number of people he killed was probably less than double digits for Lanja Avalanche. There is no doubt that at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Feeling that his momentum was at a disadvantage, Lanja Avalanche waved his kunai without hesitation and threw the kunai directly. After Zabuza shook his head slightly to avoid the blow, he heard Lanja Avalanche's sound. The wolf howled, and the whole person turned into a white werewolf and rushed forward. Chapter 35. Waving the long sword in his hand, Zabuza tried his best to drive back the avalanche of wolf fangs, and his whole body frowned. What kind of transformation is this, a werewolf? You don't have anything to do with the Inyazuka clan, do you? Haha, this is our new power. With this power, even the Mist Ninja village cannot be our opponent. Lanjiswabeng licked his paws and spoke with some excitement, his eyes flashing with a faint green light. Even though he turned into a werewolf, Lanjiswabeng's hands only had some changes in the nails, which did not affect the seals. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to form seals with his hands. New power. Zabuza recalled those strange chunin, and his pupils shrank slightly, but now was not the time to think about this. Seeing the other party starting to form seals, Zabuza also started to use them without hesitation. Ninjutsu. Water escape, water dragon bullet. Water escape, water dragon bullet. Almost instantly, the two used the same water escape ninjutsu. In fact, this is normal. The ninjutsu of the Dragon Bullet series is widely spread in the ninja world. After a lot of improvements, it has almost reached the most perfect balance mode in terms of power and difficulty. Otherwise, it would not be so good. Learn more ninjas. The two water dragon bullets collided with each other. After a while, Lanja Avalanche's water dragon bullet gained the upper hand and quickly overwhelmed Zabuza's water dragon bullet, forcing him to duck and retreat. Fortunately, after destroying Zabuza's water dragon bullet, Lanja Avalanche's ninjutsu also lost most of its power, so Zabuza was not injured. The level of ninjutsu between the two sides is almost the same. Considering that the Wolf Fang Avalanche seal was still before Zabuza, Zabuza was slightly better in ninjutsu. However, in terms of the amount of chakra, the modified and trained Lanja Avalanche is more than a step ahead of the young Zabuza. The power of all ninjutsu ultimately comes down to the amount of chakra. This Wolf Fang Avalanche, who had the absolute upper hand, undoubtedly had more power and stamina than Zabuza in terms of ninjutsu. Unable to fight with ninjutsu, Zabuza instinctively stretched out his hand to form a seal, and used his old Kirigakuer technique. For a moment, the world immediately became foggy, and everyone disappeared into the thick fog. Although the silent assassination technique is Zabuza's signature technique, it is difficult to use in group battles. After all, this technique does not distinguish between friend and foe. Even Zabuza himself cannot see anything in the thick fog and can only rely on sound and basic perception ability to judge the opponent's actions. But fortunately, Zabuza's own men have also learned the silent assassination technique. In this thick fog, they can still have a certain sense of perception and be able to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. After all, there is such a boss. If they don't learn the silent assassination technique, you never know if you will be tricked by your boss one day. Lanja Swabeng, who transformed into a half-werewolf, shrugged his nose in the thick fog and grinned with a ferocious expression. What an idiot, you actually used the Kirigakuer technique on me who has the ability of a snow wolf. Don't you know the power of wolves? Is the sense of smell more than 40 times stronger than that of humans? Indeed, in addition to the Byakugan and perception ninjutsu, ninjas with unusual senses of smell and hearing can also be said to be the nemesis of Kirigakuer no Jutsu. In the original work, the one who truly defeated Zabuza was not so much Kakashi. Those ninja dogs under his command. Otherwise, it is still unknown whether Hitaki Kakashi can win against the Kirigakuer Jutsu. Kakashi also needs the help of a ninja dog to determine Zabuza's location, and the Wolf Fang Avalanche's own sense of smell already exceeds that of a ninja dog. Within the scope of the Kirigakuer Jutsu, it will only be more convenient. Twitching his nose slightly, Lanja Swabeng threw the shuriken in one direction without hesitation, and then there was the sound of the sword entering the flesh and a muffled sound from that direction, and the smell of blood slowly spread. Come! The first one! Lanja Swabeng sneered, then turned into a white shadow, threw himself in another direction, and directly killed another mist ninja. However, after a few minutes, the fog gradually dissipated, leaving only Lanja Swabeng and his two men, still standing there, but Lanja Swabeng's face was not good. He casually dropped the piece of clothing in his hand. Lanja Swabeng's face was filled with anger and annoyance. He gritted his teeth and said, "Chase me." Wolf Fang Avalanche never expected that Zabuza would finally deploy an empty city strategy for him. In fact, he had already escaped long ago, and all that was left behind was a water clone wearing his clothes. Machi Zabuza's clothes confused his sense of smell, and he realized something was wrong only when the avalanche of wolf teeth dispersed the water body. But by this time, Zabuza had already escaped with a prisoner. In fact, this is because Lanja Avalanche has not turned his head around. Zabuza is also a player who has gone through the Ninja World War. Although Kiri Ninja Village has always been the kind of player who can swim in the first round, it is still better than Lanja Avalanche. Ziobai, who has not experienced any war, is much stronger. In Zabuza's mind, he and the others were just a reconnaissance team after all, and the most important thing was to bring the information back. As for fighting his opponents to the death, it was not within the scope of Zabuza's consideration. Even if Zabuza wins the battle, it actually means nothing. What's more, this is the country of the sea, and new reinforcements will arrive from the other side at any time. No matter how confident Zabuza is in himself, he doesn't feel that he can rely on his own vanguard team. Can deal with a ninja village of thousands of people. In this case, retreat is the first factor that Zabuza needs to consider. As for his mist ninja subordinates, they are not within the scope of Zabuza's consideration. Although Lanja Avalanche led his men to chase him immediately, Zabuza was not a vegetarian. He had already made preparations to escape, and he would not ignore Lanja Avalanche's dog nose. Standing by the river, Lanja Swabeng's face was extremely ugly. After taking a few long breaths, he still gave up tracking. For those who have an excellent sense of smell, the best way to get rid of them is of course the river. As long as you jump into the river, no matter how strong your sense of smell is, you will not be able to smell anything in the end. Afterwards, as long as you find a place to go ashore upstream and downstream of the river, you can get rid of the pursuers behind you. Although the response method is simple, it is extremely practical when facing pursuits, especially the ninjas themselves, who also have the ability to tread water. Not even watermarks will be left. It's really a lesson, but if you think you can escape so easily, you are too naive, or the opponent you face next time will really make you despair. Lanja Swabeng was angry for a moment, but quickly calmed down and spoke lightly with a sneer on his lips. Chapter 36. Damn it, these guys in High Ninja Village really can't be underestimated. Carrying an unconscious prisoner on his back, Zabuza jumped forward on the tree at high speed while looking behind him. Only when he found that there were no pursuers behind him did he breathe a sigh of relief. Although he fled directly, it was just Zabuza's decision to judge the situation, and it did not mean that he was afraid of the Wolf Fang Avalanche. Even if Wolf Fang Avalanche has some restraint on Zabuza, Zabuza still believes that if he continues to fight, he will definitely be the winner in the end. However, it was not a wise move for Zabuza to tangle with his opponent in someone else's base camp. Anyway, he had already obtained important information and captured a prisoner. Now Zabuza just wanted to retreat. Perhaps Zabuza would not have taken Kai Ninja Village seriously before, but now that he has discovered so many weird things, if he still thinks that Kai Ninja Village is just a bunch of trash, then Zabuza will really be an idiot. If we were to encounter dozens or even hundreds of Chunin, there would be no way for an assassination-type Jonin like Zabuza to get any favors. What's more, judging from the current situation, there must be at least 30 or 40 Jonin on the opposite side, even if it's just a special one. The level of Jonin was enough to easily destroy their exploration team. Hainan Village seems to have mastered some kind of method to strengthen the physical fitness of ninjas on a large scale, and it also has the ability to transform animals. If there are no restrictions on this method, then this information is really important. If our ninja village can also master this ability. Zabuza's eyes were solemn and revealed a bit of passion. This time was both a crisis and an opportunity for the Mist Ninja Village. The Sea Ninja Village might have an impact on the status of the Mist Ninja Village, but at the same time, once it got with this strengthening method, the Mist Ninja Village will definitely become the strongest ninja village in the entire ninja world. In this era, there are no supermodel level ninjas like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Any cage from the 5 major ninja villages may not be able to please thousands of Chunin. Perhaps only the Mizu cage of his own ninja village can fight against thousands of Chunin now, and that's not because of his strength, but because he is a Jinhyuriki and has an unlimited power bank called the Tailed Beast. Just when Mamakai Zabuza was still thinking about it, suddenly, he felt that his legs seemed to be grabbed by someone. Zabuza, who was jumping, lost his balance. With a crash, he fell directly from the tree. Fell down. What's going on? Zabuza said in surprise. When he lowered his head, he saw white arms growing on his legs, crossing each other to the left and right, holding his ankles. His pupils shrank slightly, and Zabuza reached out to pull out the sword from his back, but felt his wrist tighten, and saw two more identical arms sprouting from his waist, holding his wrist. Before he could react, he saw arms one after another stretching out from all over his body, blocking his joints, making it impossible for Zabuza to move at all. He could only hunch on the ground like a maggot. Back and forth. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Even though Zabuza was a jonin of the Mist Ninja Village, he had experienced hundreds of battles and had seen countless weird and bizarre secret techniques, but he had never seen such a weird scene. These arms growing out of his body looked white and tender, slender and soft, but their actual strength was astonishing. Even with the blessing of Chakra, Zabuza could not break free at all, and even his wrists and ankles were pinched in pain. It's so easy. The ninja's fighting style seems to be very restrained by my abilities. A faint voice sounded, and Zabuza raised his head hard, and saw a hot black-haired beauty walking in the distance. The woman had a somewhat intellectual air on her face, and she smiled at the corner of her mouth, looking at Zabuza lying on the ground, showing a somewhat inquiring expression. This is naturally Nico Robin. In terms of strength, even if Nico Robin has been strengthened by Vegapunk and learned how to use Chakra, she is actually not too strong. Even if she could defeat Zabu, it will never be so easy to kill. However, Nico Robin's Blossom Fruit ability is weird and unpredictable. When he was in the pirate world, he still had the disadvantage of not being strong enough when faced with monsters with amazing physical strength. But for ninjas with fragile bodies, this kind of ability is difficult to predict. The limbs growing out of his own body are simply amazing. After all ninjas are crispy mages and high-speed assassins, and Nico Robin's Blossom Fruit does not need to consider the target's dodge at all. It is almost guaranteed to hit, and there is no time to attack at all. It can be said that they are destined to strike first. Added together, Nico Robin can kill almost 99% of the ninjas in the entire ninja world instantly. Except for some guys who have transformed their bodies into non-human beings, or ninjas who have cultivated their bodies to the limit, there are only some blood-inherited ninjas who can directly manipulate secret techniques without forming seals, and can resist this ability. Obviously, Momokai Zabuza was not classified as one of the 1%, so before he even saw Nico Robin, he was discovered by Nico Robin using the Haki of Haki Haki and the Flower Fruit ability. Taken prisoner. What? That guy Zabuza was also captured by the Kai Ninja Village. Kisame looked at the newly transmitted information and felt that one was bigger than the other. It had only been 4 days since he arrived in the Kingdom of the Sea, and his leaders and colleagues had already sent him directly. Could it be that the one he and others came to investigate was not the Sea Ninja Village, but Konoha Ninja Village? What is going on? The other party's intelligence is so accurate. Could it be that there is some ninjutsu that can detect a large area? No, if this is really the case. At this moment, there was a loud noise outside the stronghold. Kisame's expression changed, he pulled out the long sword in his hand and jumped out. When Kisame came outside, he happened to see a tall figure walking in. A group of mist ninja chunin, as if they had found a backbone, were surrounding the figure, with excitement on their faces. Can you not be excited? I originally thought that I would be able to catch the mist ninjas when they came here to investigate a newly established small ninja village. But on the first day after arriving, the commander disappeared, and on the third day, the deputy commander was also found. They were taken away, and only Kisame, the shark-faced one, was left to hold him in check. The key is that Kisame is useless. This guy can fight back and fight, but his previous job was to silence people, so it would be really difficult for him to organize a plan. On the contrary, when most Shoyunin see this shark-faced man, the first thing they think of is that the mission has failed, and they won't be silenced by this man. Chapter 37. Kisame looked up and saw the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although at the beginning, when the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon was captured, Kisame had some guesses in his mind, but even Zabuza was also captured. After that, Kisame gave up that idea. The possibility of one Jonin having problems is already very small, but the possibility of two Jonin having problems is extremely slim. Master Zigwayama, you are back. Kisame lowered his head and said with a respectful expression. Although he only glanced at him, in Kisame's eyes, the Zigwashan Puffer Demon seemed to be more powerful than it was 3 days ago. Many. Next to him, there was a tall black-haired woman wearing a mask, and a blonde boy wearing the same mask. Could it be that he is the secret agent of the Lord in the Kingdom of the Sea? Before Kisame could think too much, a look of pain appeared on the sullen face of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was only then that Kisame belatedly discovered that the big knife behind the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon. The same shark muscle has disappeared without a trace. Sir, Samehada. Taken away. Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost held his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, and then said coldly, "Go back with me." Kisame. I got an extremely important news in the Sea Ninja Village. I must fight with him. Lord Mizukage will report in person. Understood, sir. Kisame was stunned for a moment. Although he felt that the tone of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon was a bit wrong, as a top tool man, he had no other ideas. As for the other Chuyunin, they did not dare to have any objections. In this way, a group of mist ninjas quickly tidied up their stronghold, called back all the ninjas who were out to gather information, and boarded the departing ship again 2 hours later. The mist ninja's ship has turned into a small dot on the horizon, but on the shore, 2 figures are standing, watching the ship in the distance. Doctor is really confident. 2 of us actually sneaked into the mist ninja alone. The boss always has his own opinions. What's more, with Sister Hancock protecting his safety, it should be those fog ninjas who should be worried. The one who spoke at the beginning was Orochimaru, who had long black hair and a somewhat grey face. The one who answered next to him was Niccolo, Vegapunk's former assistant and now the village chief of the Sea Ninja Village. Bin. There are only 4 senior executives in Kai Ninja Village now. Although Orochimaru and Vegapunk also have management capabilities, they are both impatient and addicted to research. Orochimaru in the original work, if it were not for more experiments. If you don't have enough product and research funds, you won't play the Ninja Village game. If the remaining Hancock is allowed to govern the Ninja Village, I'm afraid she will have to turn into a charm-governed country and fan politics like Pirates Island of 9 Snakes. In this case, naturally there is only the decathlon Nico Robin, who is the best choice for the leader of the Ninja Village. Nico Robin may lack some experience, but with her IQ and EQ, it is not difficult to play a Ninja Village. As for her strength, although she is not ranked high in the world of pirates, in the world of Naruto, even if she is not a near scumbag, she is already considered a master who can compete with ordinary shadows. After all, the conventional combat power of the Naruto world is a whole level lower than that of the One Piece world. Without the Otsutsuki gods to raise the world level, the ninjas would still be no match for those big pirates and admirals who could destroy an island and a country with just one move. Really? To be so highly regarded by Miss Robin, and to be Dr. Vegapunk's personal guard. It seems that Hancock should not be underestimated. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and glanced at Nico Robin. When Nico Robin captured Zabuza and came back, Orochimaru was very curious about the flower fruit ability she showed. If he had tried to do some research on Nico Robin's blood before, since Nico Robin was also Vegapunk's assistant before, he probably wouldn't have cared about such a thing. But now he has so many research projects on his hands. Even if he wants to study Nico Robin's blood succession limit, I'm afraid the time will have to wait until a few years later. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but show a somewhat depressed expression. It seemed that he still had to find a way to solve the lifespan problem quickly. Although Orochimaru has completely perfected his technique of immortal reincarnation after obtaining the data from Vegapunk's soul transfer experiment, compared to reincarnation, Orochimaru feels that it is better to study the use of natural energy to extend life and become a sage. In the past, Orochimaru had no clue about natural energy. Now, after working with Vegapunk, he is confident that he can decipher the mysteries of natural energy and immortals within 10 years. Naturally, he is no longer so anxious about reincarnation. Thinking of this, Orochimaru didn't want to waste time and turned around and left the coast. We have to let that guy from Vegapunk learn the shadow clone technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, how much will that guy's scientific research speed be slowed down? It's obvious that other people can learn it just by watching it once. Why is the shadow clone so slow? This guy learns a simple ninjutsu so slowly. Ah, sneeze. The blonde boy sneezed, with a look of surprise on his face. It must be that Orochimaru guy chewing the base of my tongue behind my back again. Damn it. It's so difficult to project a quantum chip into the shadow clone structure. This is much more difficult than any S-level ninjutsu. Well, dear, if you are tired, you can take a rest first. I made you delicious barbecue. Do you want me to give you a massage? A gentle and sweet voice rang in his ears. Hancock, who was wearing a mask, walked into the cabin with a plate of barbecue and looked at the distressed Vegapunk and advised him. Don't worry, I'm not tired. The blonde boy Vegapunk shook his head, looked at Hancock, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost was from their side. Otherwise, with Hancock's high-profile personality, it would have been impossible to hide on this ship. After all, Hancock is a super narcissist who doesn't even bother to learn the art of transformation. According to Hancock himself, it is the beauty of my concubine. How can I use that kind of vulgar ninjutsu to cover up her beauty? So in the end, Hancock could only wear a mask. Although for such a tall and good-looking woman, wearing a mask is quite conspicuous. After all, it is much better than Hancock revealing his true face. Rejecting Hancock's barbecue and massage services, Vegapunk devoted his attention to the analysis of the shadow clone structure. With the quantum chip, Vegapunk's learning ability and chakra control are the best in the entire ninja world. Basically any ninjutsu can be learned at a glance, but Kage-bun encountered a major difficulty. Chapter 38. It is easy to create an ordinary shadow clone, but if you want the shadow clone to have its own super intelligence, you must project a quantum chip onto the shadow clone. This is the real difficulty. Shadow clones used in combat are meaningless to Vegapunk. Without the bonus of quantum chips, the effect of shadow clones in scientific research is not great, so during this time, Vegapunk has been thinking of ways. Solve this problem. Don't look at him still complaining, in fact this research has reached the final stage. Basically, in a day or two, Vegapunk will be successfully researched. Although Vegapunk used to study science, not ninjutsu, his brain can study anything very fast. This improved version of the shadow clone can make him think hard for several days. Its difficulty can indeed be called. It surpasses S-level ninjutsu. This time going to the Kingdom of Water, Vegapunk and Hancock took advantage of the east wind of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon to take down the entire Mist Ninja. Other ninja villages are difficult to operate, but the Mist Ninja is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost can kill Mizukage, lift the Blood Mist Rule, and let the ninjas in Mist Ninja Village know that Mizukage is being manipulated, then he is almost destined to become the new Mizukage. In this case, he wants to annex Mist Ninja Village will also become very easy. The worst case scenario is that the Sea Ninja Village will be annexed by the Mist Ninja Village. Anyway, the left hand is the right hand, and with Vegapunk's ability, he is not afraid that he will not be able to control the Mist Ninja Village by then. No ninja can refuse the technology that makes him stronger. After solving the problem of position, Vegapunk is destined to become a high-level person in any ninja village. It is not difficult to become the shadow of a village, because Vegapunk Garpunk has mastered the method to make all ninjas stronger, and he has the power to protect himself from becoming a tool, so he can naturally win the support of most ninjas. The distance between the Kingdom of the Sea and the Kingdom of Water is not close. It takes about 10 days of sailing time, and there will be replenishment at some islands in the middle. Fortunately, the pufferfish in Watermelon Mountain are in a hurry, and the ninjas are very efficient, so 12 days later, the ship docked at the dock of the Kingdom of Water. After that, the group of people rushed to the Mist Ninja village without stopping. It was naturally not easy for a stranger with chakra to enter the Mist Ninja village. However, there were Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost, a high-level official in the Mist Ninja village, Vegapunk and Hancock naturally entered the Mist Ninja village without any surprises. The feeling of Mist Ninja village to Vegapunk is that it is deserted and solemn. It is completely different from the Konoha village in his previous life. There are almost no ordinary people except ninjas here. The people on the road are basically ninjas. Come here. He left in a hurry, his face was cold, and he looked like he would not let strangers approach him. Except for the most basic shops needed for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, there is no place for leisure and relaxation. Even the owners of those shops that meet basic needs are usually injured and disabled ninjas. No wonder all these mist ninjas are not in a normal state of mind. It is strange that they can stay in a normal state of mind after staying in a place like a killer camp every day. Vegapunk looked around and sighed. Suddenly he glanced at an empty building complex in the distance. He couldn't help but pull a handful of dried persimmon kisame and asked, "Why is it empty there? What was there before?" Person. Kisame was a little caught off guard by Vegapunk's indifferent attitude, but when he saw that the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost had no reaction, Kisame, who himself had no independent opinion, also explained. "That's the residence of the Blood Successor Limited Clan, it's the Snow Clan that uses ice escape. These Blood Successor Limited families no longer live in the Mist Ninja village." Tisk. Only then did Vegapunk realize what was going on. Apparently, just like Konoha's rejection of Uchiha, these blood-stained families are now also being rejected by the Mist Ninja village. There is nothing new under the Sunday. First they drive out of the village or rush to the edge of the village, then provoke conflicts, and finally directly exterminate the clan. The procedures of these ninja villages are all the same. After all, it is definitely not easy to attack within your own ninja village. Although the vitality of ninjas is fragile, their destructive power is stronger than the last. If any jonin is determined to carry out destruction, he can easily blow up several blocks. In fact, the current Snow Clan has been almost depleted by the Kirin ninja, but this kind of thing is easy to talk about or not, and Kisame did not continue to talk about it. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost led the way and soon led his men to the Mizu Cage building. Only then was he stopped by several masked ninjas. After a little negotiation, the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Demon asked his other subordinates to disperse, and he walked into the Mizu Cage building with Inagaki Kisame, Hancock, and Vegapunk. At this time, Inagaki Kisame also felt something was wrong. The face of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was too serious, and there was a faint murderous aura about him. As a ninja who had killed countless people, Inagaki Kisame could feel that something was moving. Signs of murderous intent. But if Mizu Cage is murderous in his office, who will be his target? Is it Mizu Cage? What on earth is going on? If this fight really breaks out, which side should I stand on? In theory, as a ninja of the Mist Ninja, I should side with the Mizu Cage, but I am also a direct subordinate of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. According to the usual rules of the Mist Ninja village, you only need to be responsible to your immediate superiors. Kisame's mind was in a state of confusion, but he still tensed up his body instinctively, his eyes showing some caution. We're here. Arriving at the door of Mizukage's office, the murderous aura on the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost had gradually subsided, so the two ninjas guarding the door didn't feel anything and directly let him enter the office. In the large office, there sat a boy who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. He had green hair and purple eyes. There was a scar that looked like a suture mark under his left eye. His face was dull and vaguely dull. However, there are many ninjas with numb faces like this in the Mist Ninja Village, so this Mizukage's expression is nothing. Pufferfish Ghost, are you back? How was the intelligence investigation? The Mizukage named Goju Yagura rolled his lavender eyes and asked. Although this Mizukage looks very young, he is actually almost 40 years old. It's just his natural baby face that makes him look very young. He has ruled the entire Mist Ninja Village for nearly 10 years. Although his position in the Mist Ninja Village is not very stable due to his poor political policies, he still has a certain dignity over this long period of time. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost lowered his head in a respectful manner. Yes, the information on the Kingdom of the Sea has been investigated, and we got a very important piece of information there. Oh. Goju Yagura raised his head slightly. What important information is it? That's it, Mizukage-sama, when were you controlled by Genjutsu? Chapter 39. Just as he finished saying this, the imitation version of Samehada on the back of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon suddenly crashed down towards Goju Yagura. Goju Yagura's dull eyes immediately became extremely sharp, and he immediately stepped back. At the same time, he pulled out a long iron hook with flowers from his back and caught the imitation sword that fell from the sky. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is more than 2 meters tall and can use the sword's sharp muscles, so it is naturally extremely powerful. Goju Yagura is a small man of about 1.6 meters. Even as a Jinchuriki, Goju Yagura's physique is not bad, but because of the difference in tonnage and body size, it is still difficult to block him. Quite strenuous. Especially when the iron rod in Goju Yagura's hand clashed with the imitation Samehada, the Mizukage could clearly feel that the power of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost had improved by more than before. Almost instantly, Gogo Tachibana Yagura flew out and directly smashed the wall behind him. The sound of swishing sounded at the same time. This was the Mizukage office. There were naturally no shortage of ANBU and guards lurking in the dark. Soon, a group of ANBU surrounded several people. Wearing a mask, Hancock put his hands on his hips and looked fearless. Vegapunk also looked completely calm. As for the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, after he made a move, he was already chasing Goju Yagura directly. Several ANBU didn't stop him. After looking around, Kisame opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. Why did he say it so suddenly? Although I had some feelings for a long time, my boss's actions were too sudden, right? He had no plan, so he was just so aggressive? The key is that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon can't defeat the Mizukage, right? This guy Goju Yagura can still hold the position of Mizukage despite going against the grain, and his own strength can naturally be imagined, like all kinds of assassinations would basically happen once or twice a year, and no one was less capable than a Jonin in carrying out the assassination. The Watermelon Mountain Fugu Oni is much stronger than the average Jonin, but Kisame still doesn't have any confidence in his superior. As for the Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost's mouth saying that Mizukage was under a genjutsu, Kisame naturally didn't believe it at all. After all, Goju Yagura is a perfect Jinchuriki, and he knows all about Jinchuriki's resistance to genjutsu. Secondly, in recent years, there have been a lot of ninjas who want to assassinate Goju Yagura, and all kinds of messy excuses have been shouted out for a long time. The excuse of being under an illusion is not unheard of by anyone. On the contrary, Kisame felt that it was more likely that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon had fallen under an illusion. His eyes wandered around Vegapunk and Hancock, and he was undecided for a moment. Roar! Angry roars suddenly sounded, and the expressions of Kisame and the ANBU ninjas of Mist Ninja Village changed at the same time. The Jinkriki are liberated? Are Mizukichi-sama crazy? This is the center of the Kiri ninja village, Kisame said with an incredulous look on his face. Although the faces of the other Enbu were hidden by masks, their panic and wavering could be seen in their movements. Why is the Jinkriki called the ultimate weapon of the ninja village? You know, there are not a few ninjas who can be stronger than the tailed beasts in terms of combat power. Except for the 8 tails and the 9 tails, the other tailed beasts are only more difficult opponents for the shadow of one village. That's all, there really aren't many people who can't win. But in terms of pure destructive power and damage to weak ninjas, the tailed beast is the best in the ninja world, as powerful as the third Raikage, but it will still be surrounded by tens of thousands of rock ninjas. If it were a tailed beast, it would not be able to defeat the enemy. A strong person, or a targeted sealing technique, can easily wipe out even a rock ninja that has doubled its power several times. Apart from anything else, the 3 tails in Goju Yagura's body are considered weak enough among tailed beasts, but if it gets too loud and wants to destroy half of the Mist Ninja village and kill thousands of Mist Ninjas, that's also a piece of cake. The terrifying and ominous chakra spread from the direction of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon and Goju Yagura. In an instant, the entire Mist Ninja seemed to explode, and a large number of ninjas got out of nowhere. When they came out, some ran in this direction, and some simply fled out of the village. The huge chakra outlined a shape in the void. A turtle-like monster tens of meters tall with 3 tails finally took shape. The violent chakra was like a storm, blowing a group of Anbu back again, and only the 3 Vegapunks still stood firm. Kisame's face was extremely ugly. His original shark face was now almost blue-black. The Anbu next to him also stopped breathing, and there was a heavy atmosphere spreading in the air. The first people to arrive here were a girl with long brown hair and green eyes, and a one-eyed dragon with a sealed eye patch covering one eye. The 2 of them were completely stunned as soon as they arrived. They raised their heads and looked at it. 3-tailed eyes. Not just them, many of the Mist Ninjas looked up at the 3 tails, and they were all stunned, as if they had seen something unbelievable. The 3-tailed tail, which is dozens of meters tall, has only one eye, and because of its carapace, it is difficult to see from most angles. It's just that ninjas basically have amazing 5 senses and their eyesight is much better than ordinary people. Naturally, many people saw the 3-tailed blood-red one eye. The 3-tailed eyes were originally blood-red, which was not surprising, but the megatama in the single eye made everyone's expressions change. That's the Sharingan. Kisame was the first to come back to his senses and shouted loudly, "It's the Sharingan of the Konoha Uchiha clan! Lord Mizukage! Goju Yagura is indeed controlled by someone." Kisame's voice seemed to wake him up, and the entire Mist Ninja village suddenly became confused. Many Mist Ninjas' eyes turned blood-red and they rushed towards the 3 tails. The resentment that had been oppressed in the entire Mist Ninja village finally had a target to release. In an instant, countless ninjutsu were directed at the 3 tails. Roar! The 3 tails roared angrily, and the 3 tails kept rolling, completely blocking those wind and water escapes, and at the same time, they also killed a dozen fog ninjas who rushed too fast. Then, the tailed beast seemed to have gone crazy, opening its mouth and spitting out a large number of water bombs, smashing large buildings directly with a rumble. This can't go on like this. The girl with long brown hair gritted her teeth and raised the 3-layer earth flow wall, trying her best to block the water bombs, with sweat streaming down her forehead. The losses are really too great, and the efforts have been in vain. If we don't organize everyone. If you get up, there is no way to stop the 3 tails. Chapter 40. Ho ho ho! Amidst the roars of the 3 tails, a small black ball appeared in front of its mouth. The chaotic chakra rapidly rotated inside the small ball, causing the entire black ball to expand rapidly. What a terrible chakra! No, it's the tailed beast Tama. The one-eyed dragon who was following the brown-haired girl pushed away his eye patch, revealing a white eye, and yelled after just one glance. I can see it, the girl said angrily, with an expression of gnashing teeth on her face dripping with cold sweat. Damn it! It's too late. Water release, large shark bullet jutsu. At this time, Kisame immediately formed a seal to take action. Although the cast was slightly longer, Kisame's own water release ninjutsu and chakra capacity were the best in the entire Mist Ninja village. He is one of the best, even the #1 water escaper among the Mist Ninjas now. But even so, he has no idea whether he can stop the tailed beast Tamaki Kisame. After all, he is not at his strongest state after more than 10 years. After all, although he looks mature, he is actually only a teenager now. Just years old. Boom! With a loud noise, the 3 tails that were condensing the tailed beast jade swallowed the black chakra fiercely. When they raised their heads and were about to spit out energy, a big knife hit its chin directly, causing it to. The tailed beast jade shot directly into the sky. The subsequent water release and shark bullet technique hit Sanwei directly on the neck, almost knocking the big turtle upside down, and Sanwei finally stabilized himself. However, there were a lot of cracks in the carapace. Chakra energy flowed out like blood. This moment, the morale of all the ninjas in the Kiri Ninja increased greatly, and they all looked at Kisame differently. The brown-haired girl also looked at Kisame for the first time, that follower of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. Then she tugged again, it's a pity, it's so ugly. The middle-aged one-eyed dragon standing next to him twitched his lips. Now is not the time to talk about this. Terumi-mei, we have to find a way to do something, otherwise. Don't worry, Ching, I think the 3 tails are no longer a problem. The girl named Terumi-mei shook her head, with a somewhat relaxed look on her face. After hearing her words, Ao turned around and saw a shocking scene. A square giant nearly 10 meters tall soared into the sky at this moment. He clenched his fists and hit Sanwei on the head so hard that it was bruised and bloody. It roared incessantly. Then, what kind of monster is that? Ao gasped and looked carefully. At this moment, Kisame, who was breathing heavily, said, "That's the pufferfish demon." Pufferfish ghost. Ching said blankly. Looking carefully, he saw orange hair, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a slightly rounded figure of a giant, which was indeed somewhat similar to the pufferfish ghost. But other than that, there are no similarities between the 2 sides. The huge nostrils, square face shape, silver grey skin, white belly, and mouth that spans the entire face make it feel like a whale. It's like a spirit, not like a human being at all. I've never heard of Fugu Oni learning ninjutsu from the Akimichi family. Ching muttered, and rolled his eyes, and this guy's body structure has completely changed. Does this guy like Fugu Oni have any fish monsters? Bloodline. Of course, the pufferfish ghost does not have the blood of the fish demon, he is just transformed into the psychic beast whale. After the transformation, in addition to the amount of chakra increased several times, the originally powerful chakra was completely close to the level of a tailed beast, the strength of the pufferfish increased significantly, and after the transformation, the strength and physique were comparable to those of a giant psychic beast. In addition, the quantum brain receiver also plays a big role. Of course, the main function of this thing is to control others, but the powerful computing power is also enough to greatly increase the speed of a person's brain, and the physical and chakra. The control ability has entered the micro level. If it were in the world of pirates, it would be a deep return of life. In the world of Naruto, people have different physiques, but they can also integrate their whole body's strength to exert 200% to 300% of their strength. Such a large strength bonus is enough for the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon to directly fight with the tailed beasts, and except for the 8-tailed and 9-tailed beasts, other tailed beasts may not be able to beat him. This is still a short time, and the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost has not learned much new ninjutsu. With the Quantum Brain Receiver, the combination of micro-level chakra control ability and super brain, it is enough for the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost to easily learn more than 90% of the Mist Ninja village. With his secret skills, his strength will be greatly increased, and by then he will be able to become a top-notch expert even at the shadow level. Even now, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost is fighting back and forth with Sanwei, and is gradually gaining the upper hand. After all, Sanwei's body structure has already determined that Sanwei is not a type that can be beaten. The most important thing is that as the battle progresses, Goju Yagura also has some signs of waking up from the illusion. Although the Sharingan illusion ability is powerful, it is impossible to control a perfect Jinhyuriki all the time. Uchiha Obito's. The Mangeki Sharingan does not know how to distinguish gods. Uchiha Obito has always relied on the ability to sneak in with divine power, and has been giving genjutsu to Go Tachibana Yagura for a long time. Only in this way can he always control the Mizu cage. However, the flow of chakra caused by fierce battles will also cause genjutsu. The action time is greatly shortened. What's more, the sudden change of Goju Yagura is also due to Vegapunk's handiwork. It seems that Uchiha Obito is not here. Watching the fierce battle between the two sides, Vegapunk was a little distracted. The reason why Goju Yagura exposed the fact that he was being controlled so easily is because the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost used Vegapunk's newly invented mental disruptor. Being able to develop a quantum chip also shows that Vegapunk has devoted his greatest energy to the research of the brain. In addition, he has developed mental abilities through the brain fruit, and he also has a very detailed understanding of mental powers. After obtaining a research tool like Chakra, it is easy to build a mental interference device specifically designed to interfere with illusions. Of course, the time was too short, and Vegapunk didn't pay much attention. Not only was the mental disruptor created a one-time use, but its effect was only to interfere with illusions such as mind control rather than to relieve it. The principle of that thing is to directly hit the opponent's spirit with a stick. Regardless of whether there is an illusion or not, it will make the opponent go berserk. However, in this case, those exquisite illusions are naturally easier to be destroyed. Chapter 41. As the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost punched the three tails on the head again, the Sharingan symbol in the big turtle's one eye finally disappeared without a trace, and Goju Yagura's consciousness came back online. Then, the originally huge-tailed beast continued to shrink, and finally the figure of the Mizu cage was revealed. His eyes were a bit tired and haggard, and he was leaning on a big stone behind him, half paralyzed and half sitting up. Body. Although he barely broke free from the illusion, Goju Yagura also consumed a lot of physical strength and energy, and now he still looks listless. Of course, a large part of the reason is the mental blow, which makes this fourth generation. Mizu cage felt quite on the verge of collapse. Ahem. Pufferfish Ghost? You did a good job, Goju Yagura said with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost who had retracted his transformation, and his voice and eyes became slightly gentler. Thank you so much for pulling me out of that nightmare and bringing the Mist Ninja village back from the edge of the cliff. Mizukage-sama, who used the illusion on you? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost frowned and asked immediately. The Mist Ninja who rushed over also had the same question, holding their breath and looking serious. Although I have seen the symbol of the Sharingan, some things are more convincing when said by Go Tachibana Yagura, the client with a wry smile on his face. To be honest, I have never seen his true appearance. I only know that he is an Uchiha who is proficient in time and space ninjutsu, wears a whirlpool mask, and possesses the Mangeki Sharingan. The faces of the Mist Ninjas present were a little ugly. The shadow of a village was controlled. Not only did no one notice it, but the true identity of the operator could not even be confirmed. This was like a big slap in the face, a slap in the face. The face of the ninja in Mist Ninja Village. No matter what, this matter must have something to do with Konoha. Ching gritted his teeth and said, Konoha must pay the price. That's right. Damn Konoha ninja. This is all their conspiracy. This is a provocation. We must not let Konoha go. The mist ninjas were all filled with righteous indignation. They were already under high pressure in the blood mist, and their nerves were tense. Add to this the damage caused by the rampage of the tailed beast, and the humiliation caused by the Mizu cage being controlled. And the most important thing is that this group of people felt that they had finally found the source of the blood mist policy, and naturally vented their anger towards the target of Konoha. That's enough. Kujuyagura waved his hand. As a Mizu cage, although everyone knows that he won't last long, at least now, he still has some respect among the mist ninjas, and those ninjas have also calmed down. Konoha will have to settle accounts with them sooner or later, but there are more important things now, which are adjusting the blood mist policy and deciding who will be the next Mizu cage. As soon as Kujuyagura finished speaking, there was a sudden silence all around. The mist ninjas looked at each other for a while, and finally their eyes focused on the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost. At this time, Kisame and Terumi Maito have not yet fully grown up. Kito Mangetsu, who is extremely talented, is younger, and Ao is just an auxiliary ninja with mediocre combat effectiveness. In terms of age and prestige in the entire Mist Ninja village, under the shadow of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon is truly the #1 person. In the past, firstly, the experience of the Mist Ninja 7 swordsmen in the Land of Fire was a huge stain. Secondly, and most importantly, the strength of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon is far from the shadow level, unless there is really no way. Otherwise the position of Mizu cage would never have fallen to him. But this time it's different. Being able to challenge a tailed beast alone shows Cage's qualifications to a certain extent. Except for Konoha and Iwa Ninja, if the other 3 major ninja villages want to become Cage, they can't get around the tailed beasts. The 3rd generation Raikage once suppressed the 8 tails, the 4th generation Raikage and the Jinkriki are brothers, and the Sand Ninja village. Gaara is Kazekage's son. When the tailed beast goes berserk, only Kazekage can suppress it. The Mist Ninja village is more direct. The Jinhyuriki and the Mizu cage are simply the same person. It can be said that whether they can suppress the tailed beast can be regarded as the qualification to become a cage for them. The reason in Konoha is because the 9 tails is too supermodel. Except for the 1st generation, it is impossible for anyone else to suppress it. Even the first 2 Jinkriki are the wives of the Hokage. As for the Iwa Ninja village, Onaki's ninjutsu is not suitable for suppressing the tailed beasts. His relationship with the Jinhyuriki was not that good, and he turned out to be a negative example. Exposed the conspiracy of Mizu cage being controlled, and directly revealed the power that can compete with tailed beasts. The performance of Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon really surprised everyone, and at the same time, he is also Mizukage's in terms of merit and strength. The only one chosen. Glancing at the eyes of the ninjas of Mist Ninja Village, Kujuyagura felt mixed emotions, but he was also a decisive person. He stretched out his hand to touch his head and felt it was empty. Then he remembered that the Mizu cage hat on his head was already in battle. Don't know where to throw it. Fortunately, he was not a stickler for formalities. He stood up hard first, and then put the iron rod in his hand on the shoulders of Zigwashan Pufferfish. Zigwashan Pufferfish, the position of the 4th Mizu cage is handed over. Here you go. The handover of Mizukage's position was very smooth. Regardless of whether Goto Kibunagura was controlled or not, it is an indisputable fact that he launched the blood mist policy. Moreover, as a village shadow, being directly controlled by another person using illusions is a disqualification in itself. Let him sit down in Mizukage's position. What if he is controlled by others using illusions again? Prestige is very difficult to build, but very easy to break. Once trust collapses, even the Mizu cage can only step down sadly, with no room for recovery. There was no big deal about the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon taking the position of the Mizu cage. First of all, the Mist Ninjas are different from those of Konoha. The poison of the blood mist policy is not so easy to clean up for a while. The indifferent character of the Mist Ninjas is also It's not something that can be transformed all at once. Secondly, this was not a glorious thing. The third Mizukage was controlled and the tailed beasts wreaked havoc in the village, which eventually led to the fourth Mizukage going into battle in a critical situation. It would easily make other great ninja villages laugh if he told it. Basically, he just put on his hat, discussed with the senior officials of Mist Ninja Village and the heads of several families, then convened a meeting of ninjas, and left all the jonin to hold a small meeting, and the matter was settled. Come down. The first thing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon did when he became the Mizukage was not to seek revenge on Konoha, but to slowly change the Blood Mist policy of the Mist Ninja Village. The Blood Mist policy does not only mean that graduates of the Mist Ninja fight each other, but also has a series of many cruel policies. For example, Kisame will silence all Mist Ninja who may be captured. Mist Ninja who fail the mission will almost die. These various aspects reveal the terms of the Bloody Mist, and together they constitute a complete Bloody Mist policy. Chapter 42. The change in the Blood Mist policy did not happen overnight. Although this policy was very cruel, it has to be said that it was precisely because of its cruelty that the Mist Ninjas were tempered and maintained a high degree of elitism and militarization. If the Blood Mist policy was purely internal friction, then even if Mizukage insisted on having his own way, it would definitely not be possible to implement it. It is precisely because some aspects of this policy are indeed effective that the Mist Ninja Village will really start to implement it. It's just that the Blood Mist policy was originally a tightrope walk. Obito, who controlled the Mizukage, was full of hatred for the Mist Ninja Village. Instead of maintaining a balance, he pushed hard and pushed the Mist Ninja Village. Naturally, the Mist Ninja Village was shocked. In the later stage, it was difficult to recover from the accumulated problems, and with the water shadow of Gojo Yagura constantly adding to the chaos, it was already very difficult for the knowledgeable people in the Mist Ninja Village to change. This time, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost also had an excellent opportunity because of the fact that Gojo Yagura was manipulated by Genjutsu. This allowed him to easily attack the entire Blood Mist policy. Otherwise, even if he became a new generation of Mizukage, it's not easy to change. The first thing after becoming the Mizukage, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon was to ease the relationship between the village and the blood-stained family. In terms of blood inheritance, the Kiri Ninja Village, which has the Snow Clan, the Kagaya Clan, and the Oniden Clan, among others. The foundation can be said to be second only to Konoha. If it weren't for Obito's fooling around, the current Mist Ninja Village would never end up at the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages. However, even if the Snow Clan was not completely wiped out, it was still dispersed throughout the Kingdom of Water, hiding its name and not daring to show its face. As for the Kagaya Clan, the brain structure of those guys is different from that of ordinary ninjas, and 1 or 2 of them are even more insane than Uchiha. Uchiha is just paranoid after all, while these guys are manic patients and have no intention of reconciliation. Only the Oni Deng clan has the closest connection with the Mist Ninja because of being a Mizukage. Now they are just being ostracized. After the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon showed his intention to reconcile and assign some rights to the Oni Deng clan, he came back soon after he came out. In the original plot, only one member of the Ghost Lantern clan, Ghost Light Suijutsu, was left, and the Mist Ninja only implemented a policy of weakening and suppressing them, and did not implement any real genocide plan. This is because the original number of the Ghost Lantern clan was not large, or even small. To 3 digits. The dozens of ninjas from the Ghost Lantern clan have little influence on the distribution of profits in the Mist Ninja Village, so naturally there will be no resistance to their return. For the time being, the changes in the Mist Ninja will still take a certain amount of time, and there are still many problems to be solved. No big effects will be seen in a short period of time, but even so, the entire atmosphere of the Mist Ninja has begun to change. The ninjas walking on the street gradually stopped coming and going. In addition to some necessary shops for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, several new shops appeared in Mist Ninja Village. Some small families returned to Mist Ninja. The entire Mist Ninja Village began to change for the better. After being busy for nearly half a month, Zigwashan Pufferfish finally sorted out all the things in Mist Ninja Village, and also adjusted the high-level structure of Mist Ninja. Although Goda Kibanayagura is not the mayor of the Mist Ninja Village, he is still a personal Churiki, and a position has been left for him in the senior management. He is almost close to Konoha's Hokage advisor. In other words, he can give some suggestions to the Mizukage. A weak person still has some say, but if Mizukage is strong, it is just a decoration. Because of the mistakes he had made in the past, Gujuyagura basically said nothing about the actions of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, which was a relief. In addition, Kisame, the confidant of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon, has now become a member of the Shadow Guard, and he obviously needs to focus on training. Of course, Kisame's brain is basically limited to a position like a cage. He is considered to be the most powerful tool person like the Minister of Anbu, but he is quite competent. The most important reason why the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon uses him is because this guy not only has the character of a ninja, but is also not weak at all. Terumi May also got the position of Jonin Squad leader, and Ao became the leader of the Reconnaissance Squad. Basically, these emerging rookies began to enter the senior ranks. At the same time, they had a team of subordinates, and the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost was also considered a preliminary. He firmly established himself in Mizukage's position. In a large office inside the Mizukage building, all the Jonin of the Mist Ninja gathered here. We have another meeting. What tasks are we planning to assign this time? Are we going to start a war with Konoha? Perhaps we should deal with those boneheads from the Kagaya clan. Those guys were the hardest hit during the Blood Mist policy. They killed countless compatriots. The fourth generation was magnanimous and did not pursue their problems. They are such a gang. How dare people kick their noses in the face? In the office, Mei Terumi held a small mirror to touch up her makeup, listened to the comments of people around her, and finally shook her head. You are thinking too much. After all, the Kagaya clan also belongs to the Mist Ninja. If they have no obvious rebellion, it is impossible for the current Mizukage-sama to attack them. As for dealing with Konoha, the matter is even bigger. At least it will have to wait until we sign an armistice agreement with Suna Ninja Village. It is impossible to hastily fight on both sides now. Yes, the Mist Ninja and the Sand Ninja are still in a hostile state and have not signed an armistice agreement. Of course, in fact, the scale of the battle between the two sides is already very small. After all, the actual Ninja World War has truly ceased war. This situation can only be regarded as a regional conflict. It seems that there is no armistice agreement between Konoha and Kumo Ninja today, but there are also only small-scale ninja conflicts. Same. However, a small-scale armed conflict may also turn into a full-scale ninja village war, especially when the opposite ninja village reveals a flaw. Once the Fog Ninja wants to confront Konoha at this time, it is difficult to say whether the Sand Ninja Village will catch it. This is an opportunity to give the Mist Ninja Village a hard blow. The Suna Ninja Village can no longer hold on. Do you still remember the request we made that time? The Kazekage-sama of the Suna Ninja Village has already agreed. A ninja with a scarred face sneered and said. What conditions? Mei Terumi was stunned for a moment, and then she suddenly came to her senses. Yakura? Has Suna Ninja Village gone crazy? Even the strongest man in his village, second only to Kazekage, must be sacrificed. You also said that he is the strongest person next to the Kazekage. I heard that the fourth Kazekage rose to power because he was a disciple of the third Kazekage and had many political factors. Actually, whether the Kazekage can defeat Yekang, the burning emissary, is probably a matter of two opinions. In this case, why does the Kazekage make such a choice? Do we still need to say why? The scarred ninja grinned and explained with a smile. Chapter 43. This Kazekage from Suna Ninja Village is really a bastard. Mei Terumi said with an unwavering expression on her face and sneered. Female ninjas are a vulnerable group in the ninja world. There are not many strong ones, and even fewer who reach the top position. As a female ninja of the same type, Terumi Mei naturally has some sympathy for the same enemy. Of course, the positions were different. Terumi Mei would not delay the plans of the Kiri Ninja Village because of this feeling. At most, she would curse the fourth Kazekage in her heart for being an idiot and not being able to tolerate others. At this moment, the door to the conference room opened, and Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost walked in with the three people behind him. One of them is Kisame, who has been following the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon as his bodyguard and confidant. As for the remaining two, Terumi Mei has met him before, when he came to the Kiri Ninja Village with the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon. One man and one woman. The identity of these two people is not Kirigakuer, and some people wonder if they are the subordinates of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon who developed outside. However, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon later became the Mizukage, so naturally no one investigated these two people. Identity. Terumi Mei's eyes flicked over the bodies of the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Demon and Kisame, and she stared at the blonde boy, her face a little red. What a handsome young man, he is better than these crooked melons in our ninja village. Jujube is much stronger. There are not many male ninjas in the Mist Ninja Village who are good looking, and they often have sharp teeth. Coupled with the cold and bloody aura, they are naturally far different from the blonde boy in front of them. The blonde boy is naturally Vegapunk. His body is mainly made of the genes of the white horse Cavendish, and Cavendish is the most beautiful man in the pirate world. Although there are many crooked characters in One Piece world, which lowers the average level, in terms of appearance at the highest level, it is even better. But soon, Terumi Mei felt a murderous aura stabbing her eyebrows. She turned her head slightly and saw the tall woman who had been standing next to the handsome blonde boy staring at her coldly. There was a terrifying murderous aura coming through the mask. The tall woman's figure was extremely alluring. Even though she was wearing a mask, she still exuded a charming feeling, which immediately made Terumi Mei feel that she had met her match. But soon, she put a smile on her face, straightened her chest, and licked the corners of her mouth provocatively. Suddenly, the masked woman almost trembled all over. If she hadn't been pulled by the handsome blonde boy, it seemed like she was about to beat Terumi Mei on the spot. To these movements, the Jonin on the scene had no reaction at all, and a few ninjas even felt a little bit snorted. The guys who came from the Blood Mist were not the ninjas who played tricks in Konoha. Their personalities were more or less twisted, and most of them looked down upon Terumi Mei's idea of liking handsome boys. It's just that Terumi Mei is too good at fighting, so they don't dare to mock her in person. Of course, Terumi Mei didn't know that she was actually dancing on a tightrope and was almost beaten to death. The tall woman with the mask is of course Boya Hancock. If she really goes crazy, Terumi Mei will be a pile of rubble right now. Even the entire Mizukage office combined, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop Hancock. Cook. Okay, there are a lot of things going on in our ninja village now, so I'll keep it short. There are 3 contents in this meeting. First of all, let me introduce Dr. Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk is the special envoy of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water. He is related to the daimyo and is also the heir of the Kingdom of the Sea. As soon as these words came out, all the ninjas looked at each other. They didn't think there was any confusion. Regardless of the chaos in the ninja village, it was very normal for the famous names of various countries to intermarry with each other. Even the ninja villages in the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of the Sea were. After sharing, marriage is inevitable. If you like to call yourself a doctor, it won't be a problem. But can those daimyo give birth to such a handsome boy? A group of ninjas always feel that the hats of the daimyo of the land of the sea may be a bit colorful. Of course, Vegapunk has nothing to do with those famous names, but this does not prevent him from using the names of these famous names. Naturally, he has nothing to do during this period. He even controls the Mist Ninja Village. In this case, the Daming Mansion of the Kingdom of Water was completely defenseless against him. After a set of procedures, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water and several high-ranking officials and nobles were all replaced by clones. With the endorsement of these people, it would be easy to become the heir to the daimyo of the Kingdom of the Sea by replacing himself with a special envoy of the Kingdom of Water. If it weren't for the fact that Mist Ninja Village had some contact with the Daming Mansion and knew the heir to the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water, he would have directly become the heir of the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Sea. At the same time, the original attitude of this group of ninjas has also changed. In any case, they are also members of the Gold Master. The ninja villages fight with each other, but they all treat the daimyo and the nobles with a kind attitude. I originally thought that this blonde boy might be a subordinate of the pufferfish ghost, but now it seems that he might be a supporter of the pufferfish ghost. Otherwise, how could the pufferfish ghost go to the Kingdom of the Sea and have so many changes? As for this lady, she is Dr. Vegapunk's escort. You can call her Boya Hancock. Humph. My name is not something that any cat or dog can call. Hancock reached out and took off his mask, saying with a hint, staring at Terumi Mei. Although there was a group of taunts at the beginning, most of the fog ninjas did not get angry. Instead, they stared at Hancock with a bit of obsession. It took a moment to come back to their senses, and their faces showed a little bit horrified. I saw a group of people's faces turning green and white, the chakra in their bodies rioting, and a few people still had a little redness on the corners of their mouths. These people all regarded Hancock's charm as some kind of illusion, and it was working. Chakra dispels illusions. It's a pity that all the actions were in vain in the end, which made most of the jonin look a little embarrassed. Earlier, they thought Terumi Mei was so stupid for watching a handsome guy become infatuated. However, this time, Hancock made them lose their defense. It's extremely embarrassing. Fortunately, these people were all determined, and the physical pain caused by the chakra riot also allowed them to concentrate. When they were prepared, they would not be so easily obsessed when they looked at Hancock. Terumi Mei has not fallen into a state of nymphomaniacs. First of all, Hancock's charm kills both men and women, but as a woman, the impact will be slightly smaller after all. Secondly, Terumi Mei's strength is also the best among the jonin. The resistance is naturally the strongest, so she was just shocked by Hancock's beauty, but she was not obsessed with it. Chapter 44. Although Mei Terumi was not seduced by Hancock's charm, she was gnashing her teeth and in a bad mood now. After all, I have been crushed by others in terms of my feminine charm, so it would be strange if I could feel better. Seeing Mei Terumi's furious look, Hancock suddenly raised his head proudly, looking like a victorious little peacock. Regarding the performance of the following ninjas, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost also seemed to ignore it, and then said, "This is the first thing I want to tell you, and then the second thing. After consultations between the daimyo, both sides hope that we can peacefully merge with the Sea Ninja Village and become a new ninja village." As soon as this big news was announced, there was chaos below. All the ninjas couldn't care about anything else and started asking questions. Is this true? Mizukichi-sama. Why are those guys from the Sea Ninja Village juxtaposed with our Mist Ninja Village? Just a bunch of wandering ninjas patched together? It's simply ridiculous. Merge? Which company will be the leader after the merger? Who will be the new Kage? What should the top management of the other ninja village do? It's okay to merge. There are still 1 or 2,000 ninjas at least, which can supplement our current strength. Our grassroots have also suffered heavy losses after implementing the Blood Mist policy for so many years, but the Mist Ninja Village must be the main one. After the merger, what will happen to the operating funds of Ninja Village? How will the task distribution be managed? Enough. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost suddenly spoke, and immediately suppressed the voice below, and then he pointed at Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk, it's up to you to explain it to these ninjas below." Vegapunk smiled. "Then leave it to me, but before that, let's go to the training ground to open your eyes and gain knowledge." At the edge of the training ground, a group of jonin walked over with ugly expressions. The experience of any jonin was legendary enough, and it was naturally not a happy thing to be regarded as a frog in the well. Because of Vegapunk's identity, these jonins couldn't say anything, but they had already made up their minds. If Vegapunk didn't have any real material to impress them, they shouldn't think about merging the ninja villages. Something happened. The daimyo's status is indeed higher than that of the leader of the ninja village to a certain extent, but this balance is very fragile. The ninja village that has mastered the most violent force is the one who really has the right to overturn the table, so it is impossible for the daimyo to truly ignore Ninja Mura's opinion. After a group of ninjas arrived at the training ground, they saw dozens of unfamiliar ninjas. These ninjas had young faces and short statures. They seemed to be ninja students who had just graduated. Wearing a forehead protector with a pattern of 3 horizontal wavy lines on their heads, these jonin were relatively well informed and knew that this was the forehead protector of the newly established Kai Ninja village. To be honest, Vegapunk actually wanted to use the skull pattern as a forehead protector for the ninja village. After all, it comes from the pirate world. But in the end, the matter was abandoned because the ninjas underneath unanimously opposed it. With the Mizukage giving the green light, it would not be difficult to let these young ninjas from the Sea Ninja village enter the Mist Ninja village. "What is this for? Dr. Vegapunk, are you going to let us see the strength of the genin of the Sea Ninja village to intimidate us?" A Mist Ninja Janin said in a funny tone, but suddenly he felt his arm being grabbed. He turned his head and saw Ao, who had bulging veins and was observing with his Byakugan. "What's wrong, Ching? What's wrong with those brats?" Ching's lips trembled. The chakra of these brats is already very close to our level." Blinking his eyes, the Mist Ninja Jonin looked like he didn't hear clearly. "What did you say? Did you see it wrong? Do you think I'm wrong?" Ching turned around and pointed at his own white eyes. "The chakra of those brats is definitely close to that of a jonin." Hearing Ao's roar, all the jonin's expressions changed. Many of them took a breath, and their eyes changed when they looked at the young men. Although the amount of chakra is not all the factors that determine the strength of a ninja, it is definitely the most important factor in determining the strength of a ninja. A ninja with a large amount of chakra, even if he only learns a few 5 elements escape techniques, is enough to play a role close to that of a fort. Already, possessing jonin level chakra does not necessarily lead to becoming a jonin, but at least if you want to become a jonin, having jonin chakra has already crossed the biggest threshold. Especially for these teenagers, who are just graduating from ninja school, their chakra volume will continue to increase in the next 10 or 20 years. As long as they are not too bad in other aspects, becoming a jonin is a sure thing. This kind of little ninja is the so-called genius in the Mist Ninja village. Although geniuses are not valuable in the ninja world, there are only 2 or 3 of them at most every year, and 40 or 50 of this level are produced at once. Genius ninja, by the way, have all the people in your high ninja village eaten the golden squid? Vegapunk glanced at Ching, but he didn't expect to be noticed from the beginning. He also wanted to try the standard trick of pretending to slap in the face. These little ninjas were the product of Vegapunk's initial intensive experiments. They were first transformed to possess animal-type abilities, and then developed most of their physical potential through training cabins. In terms of chakra volume, they are already close to the jonin level, and their physiques can compete with some chunin who are proficient in taijutsu, or special jonins. After the animal-type transformation, they have a physique that is close to the jonin level. Technical ability. Alright, fellow Mist Ninja jonins, please take a look at the latest technological inventions in our Sea Ninja village. As soon as Vegapunk finished speaking, he looked at the little ninjas and said, "Show your strength to these jonins in the great ninja village." The faces of a group of young ninjas were extremely excited. These were all the young ninjas in High Ninja village. After all, the establishment of High Ninja was less than a year ago. There was no ninja school system to train ninjas at all. These young ninjas were all from the original ninja organization. Of course, the number of young ninjas included in the game will not be too many. Not only are the numbers small, but the quality is also uneven. Ninjas trained by small organizations may have some unique skills in a certain aspect, but their basic strength is often far behind. After all, there is no organization that likes Orochimaru as much as him. Child trafficking is a genius. Therefore, in the past, these little ninjas still had a bit of inferiority complex when facing other great ninja village ninjas. It was not until they were strengthened by Vegapunk that they felt their soaring strength, and their self-confidence immediately expanded. Now we see. Those fog ninjas had expressions of eagerness on their faces. Chapter 45. Following the roars and strange screams, the bodies of the little ninjas quickly underwent drastic changes, turning into half humans and half animals. At the same time, the momentum on their bodies also expanded rapidly, reaching a level that made all the fog ninja jonin feel in danger. They are not afraid of 1 or 2 such little ninjas, but there are 3, 5, 7, or 8, even jonin. I am afraid they will be overturned. How about it? Do you want to go up and try it? Vegapunk looked at the fog ninja jonin and said with a smile. Then let me give it a try. The first one to come out was a ninja named Ching. Although he is an auxiliary ninja, Ching's own strength is worthy of his rank as a jonin. The most important thing is, it was by relying on his Byakugan that he could better understand the strength of these young ninjas. It is impossible for the Sea Ninja village to have so many geniuses. Even if all the ninjas of the same age in the ninja village are added together, it is very difficult to find 50 people. Thinking of the latest technology that Vegapunk wanted them to see, and looking at the changes in these little ninjas, all the mist ninjas could guess that these little ninjas had obviously been specially strengthened. This was probably the result of Vegapunk. The trump card that K brought out to convince them. But are there any limits to this kind of enhancement? Will it damage potential? Are there any sequelae? The fog ninjas didn't know much about these fog ninjas, so Ao, who had the strongest observation ability, was naturally the best choice. But Ching had other thoughts in his mind. The transformation ability of these little ninjas reminded him of the transformation of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon when he fought with Gojo Yagura. Although the increase in power and chakra intensity are very different, and even the changes in body shape are completely different, in Blue Eyes who has Byakugan, this change in body structure can indeed be said to be of the same origin. If this is true, and this transformation has no sequelae, Ching's heart also became faintly excited. If this were true, what would the merger of 2 ninja villages mean? As long as the cake is big enough, everyone will not have to worry about having enough to eat. It can really improve the strength of all ninjas. The Mist Ninja Village can sweep across the entire ninja world, even occupying the Land of Fire is no problem. Ching stepped forward, and similarly, a ninja walked up from the opposite side. He seemed to be the strongest among all the young ninjas. After the transformation, this ninja was tall and covered with white fur. He looked like a huge human bear. Vegapunk just thought about it for a moment and then remembered that this should be a white bear. Genetic modification fluid, right? Genetically modified fluids for bears and apes, for example, have a strengthening effect on ninjas that is no less effective than some ferocious carnivores. They have always been the most popular among all strengthening fluids. Because the limbs of this animal are very similar to humans, and the palms are also conducive to forming seals, basically no need to change any fighting habits to exert all the strengthening effects. The two sides just glanced at each other and started fighting without any sign of opposition. Water escape, water dragon bullet. Water escape, water rushes into waves. Apart from his Byakugan ability and perception ability, Ao is a standard jonin with no shortcomings. The most proficient is the water escape of the Mist Ninja Village. The ninja opposite was thick-skinned and powerful, and he also knew a lot of water escape ninjutsu, but compared to Ao, he was far behind. The two water escape ninjutsus collided together, and a moment later, the water dragon bullet crushed the water wave, forcing the white bear ninja to use another water flow wall to block it. After several water escape confrontations, the white bear ninja no longer used ninjutsu, but charged directly forward, taking full advantage of his physical strength, hoping to fight Aomai in person. Ching's figure flashed, and he had Byakugan. Although he didn't know how to use soft fists, his physical skills were obviously not that bad. The physique of the ninja opposite may be stronger than the average jonin after transformation, but he is not a real ordinary jonin. And in terms of combat skills, he is even ahead of the young ninja opposite. If it weren't for the purpose of observing more of the various situations of the opposing ninja, with Ching's strength, he could easily subdue the opponent within a few moves. But now, he is defending with 7 points and attacking with 3 points. He is neither fast nor slow, slowly dealing with the opponent in order to observe the opponent's body exertion, muscle operation, internal organs operation, and chakra flow to see if there is anything huge flaws, or places that squeeze out vitality. After dealing with each other for more than 10 minutes, Aya, who saw that the white bear ninja on the opposite side was still full of energy, strong in physical strength, and slightly tired, had to admit that the improvement in the strength of the opposite side was indeed an improvement in essence, without the slightest reluctance. At least he couldn't see any problem with his white eyes. After reaching the conclusion, Ching Ziran didn't hold back anymore, mainly because he discovered that the ninja on the opposite side not only had long physical strength, but also had strong vitality and recovery ability unlike humans. If he delayed for more than 10 minutes, he might really be able to do it. Being dragged down by the other party. With a casual press on the opponent's shoulder, the little ninja on the other side felt numbness on his shoulder and his chakra was completely cut off. Taking advantage of the opponent's arm being unable to move and the door wide open, Ching Yi slapped the opponent with his palm. On the chest, chakra penetrated into the body, directly beating the little ninja's heart to a point of shock. Although there is no inheritance from the Hyuga family, Ao can still figure out some of the basic abilities of the Byakugan. The two moves just now are almost imitations of acupuncture points and soft fists. Although it is just an imitated move, it can only be regarded as a strange move against a truly experienced jonin and has little effect. However, for a little ninja with little experience, it is enough to determine the outcome. The little ninja just had his heart stop beating and went into shock. He was quickly pulled out for first aid. After winning, Ching took 2 steps back. After taking a few breaths, he looked at Vegapunk and said, "I can pick a few." "A rival?" Vegapunk raised his eyebrows and said confidently, "Whatever, even if you test them all, I don't care." In fact, Vegapunk didn't expect these little ninjas to win over the jonins from the Fog Ninja village who emerged from the blood mist. The gap between the two in experience and skills was not chakra and physique. It can make up for it, not to mention that their chakra and physique are not stronger than those of jonin. His main purpose was just to let these jonins see the potential of these young ninjas, and he didn't believe that these jonins were not interested in his skills. Although Vegapunk said so, Aya didn't dare to have a real battle with these little ninjas. He estimated that his physical strength would be at the bottom after 2 more fights. Even if he didn't waste any physical strength at the beginning, his limit would be reached. It's just 5 or 6 wheel battles. And it's just to test whether there are any problems with Vegapunk's transformation technology. It's more like just picking a few people out to take a look. Chapter 46. After defeating a crocodile animal ability user once again, Ching took a few long breaths, shook his head and returned to the team. Facing the gazes of the other jonin, Ao shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "I don't see any problem, and Mizukichi-sama, he should have been transformed as well." The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost smiled and patted his chest, "I'm lucky. My transformation is not as risk-free as these brats. Fortunately, compared with the risks, the improved strength is much stronger than these brats." After hearing this, the eyes of a group of jonins lit up. Can even ninjas at the jonin level be strengthened? This is really good news. As for the danger, anyone who can become a jonin in the Mist Ninja Village knows that lack of strength is the biggest danger. More often than not, if you want to take risks to improve your strength, you won't have the chance. And although the enhancement of those little ghosts is far less than that of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost, it is still enough to create a large number of jonin. Don't look at the jonin in the Naruto comics. In fact, the jonin of any ninja village. They are all absolute pillars of the elite. To say that they are one of the best among ninjas is to underestimate the jonin. The most special thing about jonin is that there is almost no duplication. Genin and chunin may be able to be trained in large numbers, but if you want to become a jonin, if you don't have enough talent, no matter how you cultivate it, it will be in vain. Some jonin are born with more chakra than ordinary people, some jonin are born with strong physiques and are geniuses in taijutsu, some jonin learn ninjutsu by drawing inferences from one example, and some jonin simply belong to a secret arts family or a blood successor family. A member of. Anyway, you have to be at least one thing above ordinary people. If you are truly mediocre, being a chunin in this life is already your limit. Talent is something that is difficult to change. Even within the blood successor family, there are actually quite a few ninjas who are unable to awaken the bloodstain and can only endure as genin their entire lives. From the beginning, chakra was not an internal power system that could grow with years of practice, nor did it have any specific method of practice. Gain itself is a complete abortion using drugs. The original Otsutsuki people wanted to enhance chakra. The mainstream method was to plant trees and bury people to eat the fruits. The secondary method was to directly train people into elixirs. Something like that. Theoretically, the amount of chakra that each person can extract has its limit from birth. However, by exercising, improving physical fitness, and feeding back chakra, you can only continue to approach the limit. Apart from abortion and human body modification, there is no real way in this world to increase your own chakra limit. Not to mention the way to truly increase one's chakra limit, even the ability to temporarily increase or store chakra can be called S-level ninjutsu, such as 8-Gate Dungeon and Yin Seal. It's just that the human body modification in the Naruto world is still in a very rough state. Even Orochimaru, the top scientist, dare not say that he is sure about it, and the Mist Ninja Village has not even achieved any results. Now that they have seen the results of Vegapunk, these fog ninjas are naturally overjoyed. Vegapunk saw the somewhat fanatical look in the eyes of these jonin, and knew that the heat was coming, so he directly gave the order to the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon in his mind. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost waved his hand. This is the third thing I want to say. The reason why the Sea Ninja Village was established is because of the science and technology of Dr. Vegapunk, which greatly increased the strength of all Sea ninjas. If the two ninja villages merge, then Dr. Vegapunk will also become the head of the research department of the Mist Ninja Village. A group of jonin looked at each other. Although there was no such department as the research department in the original Mist Ninja Village, they could know what the research department did just from the name. Of course, the most important thing is that if Vegapunk joins, if they have their own ninja village, doesn't it mean that they can also enjoy Vegapunk's enhanced technology? At this point, these ninjas no longer had any resistance to the merger of the two ninja villages. Instead, they all bowed their heads in sincerity. I will obey Master Mizuki's orders. There was also a smile on Vegapunk's face. This is why he wanted to get his noble status. If Vegapunk showed this skill as a ninja, these guys in the Mist Ninja Village would be the first to win. The idea is definitely not to cooperate or merge, but to find a way to control Vegapunk and torture out his technology. But if you are a daimyo noble or something like that, it's completely different. After that, the various terms of the merger of Ninja Village were negotiated by Nico Robin, who came later. Of course, it was just a formality. After all, the leader at the negotiating table on the other side was also Vegapunk himself. People. When it comes to power, Nico Robin is very indifferent. Also, both the daimyo and Mizukage are on her side. Vegapunk has mastered the core technology. The following details: every corner, the Mist Ninja. The village wants to give it to them. But in the end, she made a request that made Mist Ninja feel a little speechless, that is, the name of Mist Ninja Village must be changed to Sea Ninja Village. The name of the Mist Ninja was created with kunao and blood by our ancestors for generations. I don't think it is a good idea to change the name to the Sea Ninja Village. This will greatly reduce the intimidation of our ninja village. Terumi May crossed her arms, looked at Nico Robin who was smiling across from her, and said rationally. The new era requires new development. Besides, in addition to its deterrent effect, blood mist also has negative effects. Nico Robin showed a calm smile and spoke clearly. What's more, the original Mist Ninja Village only occupied one country in the water country. Although the other island countries on the sea are also closely connected with the Mist Ninja, they do not belong to the real sphere of influence of the Mist Ninja Village. Now that all the ninjas from the maritime countries have formed an alliance, it is natural that they should use the broader name of Sea Ninja. At the same time, it can also cleanse the inherently bad impression that the blood mist has created on other countries. Terumi May's chest heaved a few times. What is the bad impression of blood mist? Isn't this too unpleasant to say? However, even Terumi May knows very well that the blood fog policy has indeed made the Fog Ninja Village have a much worse impression on the outside world. It is true that this cruel system has made the Fog Ninja mission completion rate much higher, but equally. Under high pressure, what many Kiri ninjas do often scares their employers. Not to mention that compared to the extremely high task completion rate, there is an equally extremely high employer mortality rate once the task fails. After all, once the Mist Ninja fails and returns to the Mist Ninja Village, he will often be severely punished. In this case, many ninjas will simply choose to defect. Before that, it is common to kill their employer and make a fortune. Chapter 47. Okay, it's just a name change. We agree on this. However, changing the name to Sea Ninja Village has given the country of the sea a lot of advantages. It should be normal for the country of the sea to give us more funds. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost made the final decision and spoke. After hearing this, several of the Mist Ninja negotiators stopped talking. The ninjas of the Mist Ninja pay more attention to actual interests and do not pay much attention to the name. In fact, the original Blood Mist itself does not have a good name and centripetal force. If they change the name, they can get a large amount of funds. It's not that it's unacceptable. If you were like Konoha Kumanen and wanted them to change their names, it would be extremely difficult. The negotiations ended a few days later, and a shocking piece of news quickly spread throughout the ninja world. All the countries on the sea formed the Ocean Alliance, with Mist Ninja Village as the main body, and also absorbed many small and medium-sized ninja organizations to form a new ninja village, Sea Ninja Village. This is like a snowball. At the beginning, the Sea Ninja Village and the Mist Ninja Village together accounted for 70 to 80% of the power of the entire maritime country. After the two of them united, there was no need for Vegapunk to do anything. What? The other little ninja forces have already expressed their intention to join. After a period of time, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was also constantly sorting out these small ninja forces. Anyway, it has united with the Sea Ninja, and even the name has been changed to Sea Ninja. It is logical to absorb all the ninjas on the island. However, these small ninja organizations and wandering ninjas are mixed, including spies from other organizations and the Great Ninja Village. It is impossible for the new Sea Ninja Village to take them all in. Naturally, this troublesome matter was left to the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Vegapunk at most supported him with 2 lie detectors. Anyway, with the background of the Mist Ninja Village, it would be difficult for ordinary spies to sneak in. As for the unusual spies, they can basically sneak in if they have the opportunity. Some trivial matters were handed over to others. Vegapunk now plunged into the laboratory. The newly born sea ninja village has far better foundations than the country of snow and the country of the sea. It can be said that in the entire ninja world, as long as there are products on the market, all instruments are available. This naturally made Vegapunk very happy, and he started his new invention again. Coming to a new world, and being exposed to the black technology system of Chakra, Vegapunk had so many ideas in his mind that he was about to explode. If it weren't for the poor infrastructure and the short time, his invention would have been invented long ago. It's enough to push the world, at least in a world that doesn't even have a super shadow level now, Vegapunk can definitely push it easily. That is equivalent to the fact that there are no strong men of the Yonko level in the pirate world. For Vegapunk, who was able to build a battle machine at the level of an emperor at his peak, he basically has no ability to resist. Inside the latest laboratory of the Kingdom of Water, the original quantum brain has finally released part of its computing power with a large amount of energy supply. At this moment, it is emitting a faint light. Vegapunk is sitting in front of the computer screen and looking at it. The data. There are also intelligent data of Steel Seedramon, Mechanical Evildramon, Battle Greymon, and those ordinary robots inside the quantum brain. Unfortunately, there is no fusion reactor now. Even if their intelligent data is transferred out, the combat effectiveness will be impossible. Reach the original level. For a combat machine like this, the three most important aspects that determine its combat effectiveness are energy, materials, and artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence data is still well preserved. The materials have lost the bonuses of Fantasy Star and the Tuntun fruit chip on Future Island. However, now that Vegapunk's own awakened magnetic field ability and current ability are also good at metal smelting. With good hands, it's not like he can't make up for it. The most important thing is energy. Without a nuclear fusion reactor, if you want to maximize the output of those three combat machines, you have to stuff a tailed beast into it, although the original three major mechanical beasts have their own combat capabilities, it's almost at the level of the Emperor's deputy. In this world, it's almost at the level of the third Raikage in terms of combat power. Naturally, the energy required is not a small number. For the time being, let those ninjas and daimyo pay attention to whether there is any news about radioactive minerals. With the power of the thermal power station alone, even the quantum brain can only use part of its functions. Vegapunk entered the word energy on the computer. This is already the first problem he needs to solve now. The mechanical technology tree in this world is difficult to climb, but the biotechnology tree is very easy. Chakra has a certain ability to suppress rejection reactions, but that's right. According to the messy eye-changing method in the original plot, if it were replaced in reality. In this world, even one of them will die. Perhaps in this world, it would be easier to create some artificial fantasy species devil fruits, but to a certain extent, the modified fluid made from the genes of psychic beasts is already very close to fantasy species. It would be better if we could get the genes of those animal immortals, but it's a pity that Orochimaru is a bit weak. Not to mention the white snake immortal, he can't even handle the three snake girls. There are also blood limits, which are also quite interesting. In addition to the blood limits inherited from Otsutsuki, chakras can also merge with each other to form new blood limits and even be passed down. If someone can integrate the blood inheritance boundaries of water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin and yang into one, maybe they can really evolve from a human into a life form like Otsutsuki. This can also be regarded as a way of cultivating chakra developed by Vegapunk. Of course, it's possible. According to Vegapunk's estimation, even with the computing power and chakra control capabilities of a quantum brain, it would take thousands of years to achieve this step. He really couldn't imagine how normal humans could achieve this step. Every time an additional attribute is added to the blood inheritance limit, the difficulty increases exponentially. The difficulty of elimination of blood stains is 10 times higher than the blood inheritance limit. If 4 attributes are combined, the difficulty may be hundreds of times higher. 5 attributes. Maybe tens of thousands times. Especially the 2 attributes of yin and yang are not quite the same as the attributes of the 5 elements. It is equally difficult to merge into yin and yang escape and the fusion of the 5 elements. And then the fusion of yin and yang and the 5 elements can be traced back to the level of Otsutsuki, which is very difficult for human beings. An absolutely impossible task. Is Dr. Vegapunk here? At this moment, a voice of inquiry sounded outside the laboratory door, followed by the sound of the laboratory door opening. Vegapunk was slightly stunned, turned his head, and saw several ninjas walking over. Chapter 48. Dr. Vegapunk, we are here as scheduled. The person who spoke was a beautiful kunoichi named Terumi Mei, who was looking at Vegapunk with piercing eyes. Next to her were several members of the Oniden clan, as well as the recovered members of the Snow clan. The last one. The bit is Ching with one white eye. What these people have in common is that they are all related to the blood succession limits. The members of the Snow clan were the first to be persecuted. All members of this clan have thin blood and cannot awaken the Ice Escape members. One of the members of the Ghost Lantern clan has awakened the ability to transform into water, and the remaining members are also members who have not been able to awaken the blood succession limit. This is actually a normal thing. At least half of the members of the Blood-Stained Ninja clan are unable to awaken the blood successor limit. Even the Hyuga clan, which is famous in the ninja world and is the easiest to awaken the blood successor limit, still has the ability to awaken the Byakugan. A member of Vegapunk took a look at these people. Among them were those who had transplanted blood-stained limit organs, the first-generation chakra-synthesized blood successor limit holders, and among the blood successor limit ninja clan, there were those who had awakened the blood successor limit and those who had not awakened the blood successor limit. The sample of limited members is already sufficient. It's a pity that there is no corpse bone vein, that is the purest bloodline left by the aliens of the Otsutsuki clan. The matter of the Kagaya clan can be solved slowly in the future. Vegapunk really doesn't believe that the entire Kagaya clan is indifferent. Anyway, his requirements for the Kagaya clan are not big, as long as there are a few blood stains. Those with limited awakening can be used as test subjects. All the ninjas looked at Vegapunk, some were enthusiastic, some were confused, and some were a little timid. Of course, there was also a look with a bit of fascination in it, and that was Terumi Mei's look. The others were looking at the head of the research department of the Sea Ninja Village, but she was looking at the handsome guy. During this period of time, Vegapunk, who seemed to be only 14 or 15 years old, had relied on his own ability to silence all the doubters in the Sea Ninja Village. At the beginning, many people despised Vegapunk because of his appearance. After all, scientific research is different from ninja training. Some monsters who have awakened the powerful blood succession limit can indeed be born at the age of 13 or 14. He has the power to dominate the ninja world, but science requires a lot of knowledge accumulation. How much knowledge can a 13 or 14-year-old boy learn? However, Vegapunk's new inventions appeared one after another, such as Chakra-enhanced armor, small self-orbiting sky-eye satellites, and new Chakra attribute-enhanced training chambers. Although these inventions have not reached the level of energy production, they have greatly improved the strength of the Sea Ninja Village. Needless to say, the Chakra-enhanced armor is just Vegapunk's enhancement of the original Snow Country Chakra armor. That's it, not very cost-effective. The small CO-orbiting sky-eye satellite can see most of the Ninja Sea including the Kingdom of Water, but the resolution is not high. For the war between ninjas, its effect is not great. After all, ninjas basically fight in small teams, and large-scale ninja operations are also difficult for ninjas with full intelligence capabilities. If you can hide it from your opponent, you don't need the help of the clairvoyance. But that refers to countries on land. No matter how low the resolution of the sky-eye satellite is, it can at least distinguish ships. In other words, its ability to monitor the sea surface is still very strong. This is very useful for countries on the sea. After all, even a ninja cannot walk across the sea all the time, he must take a boat. As for the Chakra Attribute Training Chamber, it is a new generation of training equipment developed by Vegapunk through detailed research on chakra attributes. It can quickly help ninjas practice more by injecting chakra with corresponding attributes from other ninjas in advance. Properties of chakra. You must know that one of the standards for a so-called jonin in this world is to develop a second chakra attribute after cultivating one's own chakra attribute to the extreme. In this way, the ninja at least has no obvious weaknesses and will not fail due to attribute restraint. This is Vegapunk's biggest invention during this period. In fact, it is just a byproduct of Vegapunk's research on chakra attribute fusion. But even so, it has made all the ninjas of the Sea Ninja Village fight against it. He worshipped him as a god. Okay, everyone should understand the reason why I invited you here today, right? Vegapunk was not too wordy and spoke first. Research on the limits of blood stains. Don't worry, we will cooperate with Dr. Vegapunk. Terumi Mei was the first to speak, and then the other ninjas also echoed. Vegapunk glanced at everyone. Terumi Mei was the blood successor Kaikai he synthesized through chakra fusion. In other words, it can be said that he is the first generation of blood successor Kaikai. Without the burden of family, he naturally doesn't care about these problems. Not to mention Ao, he is just a tool man equipped with Byakugan, and he is not a blood-stained ninja at all. The Snow Clan doesn't even have anyone who has awakened the ice escape, and Vegapunk is willing to study the limits of their bloodstains. It's too late for these people to be happy. The only one who is somewhat dissatisfied is the Ghost Lantern Clan. This is why the Ghost Lantern Clan only has one clan member who has awakened the blood succession realm. Of course, the Ghost Lamp clan itself does not have many people who have awakened the blood succession realm. This is also the reason. Yes, once the ability of blood succession limit is awakened, it can be said that it will be guaranteed to reach the Jonin level. With other animal-like ability modifications and training cabins, it is completely possible to mass-produce elite Jonin-level experts. Vegapunk said calmly. Seeing the unnatural expressions on the faces of the blood-stained boundary families, he knew in his heart that they were worried about the spread of the blood-stained boundary. But it's really difficult to do this kind of thing, Vegapunk changed his voice, so the first goal I set is to increase the possibility of the awakening of blood-stained ninjas. In fact, this kind of thing is really not too difficult. Transplanting blood-stain boundaries is not more difficult than transplanting animal genes. It is not directly transplanting Satsuki's genes. Even transplanting Satsuki's genes is not difficult. The key is that to activate Satsuki's genes, a massive amount of chakra is needed. Otherwise, even if you have Satsuki's genes, your combat power may not be as good as those of Uchiha and Senju. Where can the degraded version of Otsutsuki go? Of course, now Vegapunk will definitely not say such a thing to these blood successor ninjas. Isn't this tantamount to digging into the roots of the blood successor ninjas? Even if he has the ability to give others blood inheritance limits at will, Vegapunk will not easily help others transplant. The power of his subordinates is always just enough. Before Otsutsuki from the sky comes, Vegapunk doesn't think so. He needs to unblock all the technologies to strengthen his subordinates. Chapter 49. After hearing Vegapunk's words, the family ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, and then showed eager expressions on their faces. The awakening of the blood successor family has always been a big problem that troubles the family ninjas, especially the more powerful the blood successor is, the more difficult it is to awaken. The reason why a low-strength blood-stained boundary such as the Byakugan is able to become famous throughout the ninja world and become the top blood-stained family is that in addition to its powerful functionality and auxiliary properties, its ridiculously high arousal ability is also a major factor. Bonus. Why is it that among all the blood-stained families, only the Hyuga clan has developed the system of caged birds, clans, and branch families? In addition to the ease of Byakugan transplantation, another reason is that there are too few blood-stained ninjas from other families. For example, only 1 out of 10 ninjas from the Oniden clan can awaken to the limit of blood inheritance. The ice escape bloodstain limit of the Snow clan is about the same. The bones of the Kagaya clan are even worse. Only 1 person among 30 or 50 people can awaken. How can such a small number of people create a separate clan? In other words, ninjas who have awakened the blood inheritance limit are naturally taller than ordinary ninjas in the family, and there is no need to use caged birds to distinguish status. For ninjas who have not awakened the blood inheritance limit, their status in the family is similar to that of the Hyuga family. However, because this is a result based entirely on ability, and they are not controlled by others, they have no resentment. But it would be strange to say that they don't want to awaken the blood succession limit to become stronger and have a higher status. Sir, are you telling the truth? Can your research help us awaken the blood inheritance limit? A ninja from the Ghost Lantern clan asked with an eager face. Let's do some research first. I can't guarantee it, but I'm at least 70 to 80% sure. Seeing this group of people jumping into the pot, Vegapunk couldn't help but smile. While Vegapunk was still conducting research on the limits of blood stains, the butterfly effect he caused was also constantly fermenting throughout the ninja world. Konoha, which has just experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion, is now in a state of complete ruins. The original third Hokage has returned to the battlefield, but in the face of the current mess, he feels somewhat powerless. When he was young, the third Hokage might really be worthy of the title of ninja hero, but now that he has returned to power, he has lost the wisdom and decisiveness of the past. When he encounters someone now, his first reaction is to compromise like mud. Is that so? Kakashi, thank you for your hard work. The third Hokage put down the pipe in his hand and said to Kakashi very kindly. As long as this information can be helpful to the village. Kakashi lowered his head and said seriously. Then I'll quit now. The third Hokage nodded and saw Kakashi walking out of the door with a dignified expression on his face. This information is really amazing. Is it Vegapunk? What a great genius, he has indeed done something shocking. The information Kakashi reported was naturally about Vegapunk and the others. In fact, when he first returned to Konoha Ninja Village, Kakashi had already reported his experience in writing. At that time, although the Konohagakure Ninja Village also paid attention to this material, it was only limited to understanding it. Although Kakashi was performing an S-level mission and theoretically the information was quite important, the Snow Country was really far away from the Konoha Ninja Village. Although the Vegapunk in the material had some talent, he had no talent at the time. People thought that he would have another encounter with Konoha. Even Kakashi himself, although he had a deep impression on Vegapunk, felt that even if he wanted to deal with him again, it would probably take many years. Who would have thought that Vegapunk would be able to do so in such a short period of time? After doing such a big thing, the entire overseas ninja world was unified. Although the current Mizukage of the Kai Ninja Village is still the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, ordinary people in the ninja village who are more well informed all know that Vegapunk is the real key figure in the establishment of the new Kai Ninja Village. Kakashi had other thoughts in his mind. He felt that it was probably this Vegapunk who really controlled the Sea Ninja Village, and not the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost. However, there was no basis for such a thing, and he did not say anything. Nonsense. After all, as early as in the Land of Snow, Kakashi could see that Vegapunk was far more mature than a 13 or 14-year-old child, and he had no respect for the daimyo nobles at all. He was a truly lawless man. Figure. For example, controlling Fenghua Koyoki to take over and using the little girl as a puppet, Vegapunk did it without any concealment. I didn't expect that he was actually the heir to a daimyo. Maybe it's because of this that he doesn't have the slightest sense of awe. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kakashi thought about Vegapunk for a moment, but quickly put the matter behind him. Although he suffered a lot in the Land of Snow, at least the final result was good, and Kakashi's strength also increased a lot. What's more, what the Konoha ninja village should really consider now is not the Kai ninja village far away on the sea, but the Kumo ninja who have not had a truce so far. Although the Third Ninja World War has ended, the local regional conflicts have not completely ended. Even though the original Cloud Ninja Village and Konoha Ninja Village did not sign a peace agreement, under the deterrence of the Fourth Hokage's Golden Flash, the two sides also. It's basically a truce. It is a pity that the Nine Tails Rebellion occurred and the sacrifice of the Fourth Hokage greatly damaged the vitality of Konoha Ninja Village. Taking this opportunity, the already dead Cloud Ninja Village began to start a small-scale ninja war with Konoha. Not only did Kakashi quickly put this information behind him, but the third Hokage, who saw the threat in it, had no choice but to put this information at the bottom of the box. Firstly, the newly established Sea Ninja Village is far away at sea, and even if the Konoha Ninja Village wants to do something, it is beyond its reach. Secondly, before that, the Konoha Ninja Village is now severely weakened and has to face the challenge of the Kumo Ninja first. There is no time to take care of the current Sea Ninja. Konoha has no time to take care of the Sea Ninja. Although the Iwa Ninja Village is a feud with the original Fog Ninja and the current Sea Ninja, there is actually no conflict of interest between the two parties. After all, the countries are not even bordering each other. So most of the time this feud is kept in words. What's more, Iwa Ninja Village and all the great ninja villages are feuding. Oniki stabbed Kumo Ninja in the back, tricked the third Raikage to death, and invaded the Wind Country. So far, the two sides still have some border conflicts, not to mention Konoha. Therefore, regarding the establishment of the Sea Ninja Village, Oniki just babbled a few times, saying ironically that the Mist Ninja Village is really getting better and better, and now even the name of the ninja village has been changed. Then he ordered the intelligence team to add more. Be prepared, and if you pry out more information, there will be no further clues. As for the Cloud Ninja Village, this village with abundant martial arts is currently fighting against Konoha. It doesn't have much dealings with the Kiri Ninja on weekdays. There are some minor frictions but no real battles. For the Kai Ninja Village established, I just ordered my subordinates to find out more information. Chapter 50. There is only one Sand Ninja Village in the entire continent that is really most concerned about the establishment of the Sea Ninja Village and is currently scolding it. Nothing else, because Sand Ninja Village is currently engaged in a ninja war with Mist Ninja Village. To be honest, it was very obvious that the battle between Mist Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village was started by Mist Ninja Village. After all, Mist Ninja Village has never been declared a war due to its geographical advantage. Basically, it was the one who went there. Who others. At the very beginning, the Mist Ninja Village actually implemented a continental balancing policy, which meant that among all the ninja villages, whichever one was stronger would be attacked, so that no single dominant ninja village would appear on the mainland. However, the implementation of the policy changed later, coupled with Obito's troubles. The final role played by the Kiri Ninja Village during the Great Ninja War was that of a group of bandits who just stood out, grabbed a handful and ran away. The Yun Ninja Village is rich in martial arts and has a secret base on Turtle Island. Especially because it is located on a plateau, it has the advantage of fighting high and low, making it difficult for the Mist Ninjas to do anything. The Fire Country was prosperous enough, and the harvest from the robbery was quite a lot at the beginning, but in the end, Konoha came hard, and the 7 ninja swordsmen were kicked into the Lucky 3 treasures. After that, they didn't dare to go to the Mist Ninja Village, provoking Konoha. Although the country of Wind is full of deserts and is impoverished, as a big country, it is still somewhat fragile, especially since its prosperous areas are concentrated on the seaside, so it has naturally become a frequent target of plunder and invasion by Mist Ninjas. Both sides come and go. Even though the Third Ninja World War has ceased, local friction has never been less. At first, it was a struggle for interests. Later, after Obito controlled the Mist Ninja Village, the fighting here became. It has become a routine thing. It can be said that the battle here became a common bleeding wound for the two ninja villages, making it impossible for both sides to recuperate properly. However, Obito, who controlled the Mist Ninja village at the beginning, did not care about the loss of the Mist Ninja village at all. The only one who was really worried about this was 4 generations of Kazekage. After the establishment of the Sea Ninja village, the top leaders of the Sea Ninja were inclined to reconcile with this unprofitable battle. However, at this time, the Sand Ninja village showed their fear and expressed their willingness to hand over their fighting hero Yekeng in exchange for peace. On the contrary, the senior officials of High Ninja village had the idea of taking further measures. Because now it has become the only small battlefield in High Ninja village, it eventually became a testing ground for Vegapunk technology. Although some of the things used for experiments are not very stable, with the blessing of Vegapunk's technology, the whole Suna Ninja was beaten to shame. It can be said that the Sand Ninja is the only opponent who has felt the speed of the increase in strength after the Mist Ninja village became the Sea Ninja village. But the price paid was that many cities along the coast were plundered. The 4th Kazekage, a famous general from the Kingdom of Wind, was scolded bloody, and the battle loss ratio of the two ninja villages was an ugly record of 1 to 5. It's no wonder that Sand Ninja village keeps jumping and cursing. The speed at which old rivals become stronger is really inhuman. Especially during this period of time, in addition to the substantial increase in the strength of the grassroots ninjas and the emergence of various strange weapons and abilities, the number of bloodline ninjas has also begun to increase dramatically. On the battlefield filled with the sounds of fighting, Yekeng gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at his opponent with a heavy expression. Unexpectedly, the Kagaya clan actually set foot on the battlefield again. I heard that you guys are not against Kiri. Are the ninja village very dissatisfied? Why, the way you vent your dissatisfaction is to go to the battlefield with the clan leader to work for the Mizu cage. Opposite her was a man holding a long bone sword and a maniacal smile on his face. After listening to Yekeng's words, the man tilted his head. Why not? As long as there is a fight, wouldn't it be fine? What's more, it's a battle with you sand rats. Ha 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 ha. Chun's dance. Facing the attack of Corpse Vein, even Yekeng was a little timid. In fact, even though the opponent was the leader of the Corpse Vein clan, Yekeng was confident that he could achieve the final victory. However, the Kagaya clan is not just one clan leader. There are at least 30 members of the Kagaya clan who have awakened the Corpse Veins and are galloping on this battlefield. As a combination of offense and defense, there is also a strong resilience of the Corpse Vein bloodline. It can be said that once it awakens, it is a top-notch blood stain that is comparable to the Sharingan 3 Megatama, and its effect on the frontal battlefield is even better. Corresponding to its powerful power is its extremely difficult awakening rate. More than 30 corpse veins. Yekeng really can't figure out where the Kagaya clan pulled out so many people. You must know that based on the awakening rate of the corpse veins, more than 30 corpse veins represent the entire Kagaya clan, and there must be at least 1,000 ordinary ninjas. But in fact, the entire Kagaya clan can have 200 ninjas, which is not bad. Got it? No, Yekeng actually had some thoughts in his mind. If that thought was true, then the reason why the Kagaya clan participated in the war and the increase in the number of blood ninjas on the battlefield during this period would all be explained. It's just that for some reason, she couldn't believe her thoughts at all. Just by passing that thought in her heart, Yekeng could feel a deep despair. Stupid woman, do you dare to be distracted when you are fighting with me? With an angry shout, the leader of the Kagaya clan raised his hand and released several bone bullets. Yekeng narrowly avoided the opponent's finger bones. Then, with a wave of his hand, a scorching fireball hit Kagaya directly. Clan leader. For ordinary ninjas, the scorching fireball, which was instant death upon contact, faced the shield formed by the powerful bones of the Kagaya clan, and only turned the shield into charcoal, but it did not turn the Kagaya clan leader into a mummy. However, there are already a lot of wrinkles on the opponent's arm. Obviously, some of the water inside has evaporated. Even with the resilience of the Kagaya clan, this kind of injury is not so easy to get better. Awesome! Is this the burning release? The leader of the Kagaya clan's eyes flickered. If I were to fight you alone, I really wouldn't be your opponent. What a pity, what is happening now is a war between us. At the same time that Yekeng was fighting with the leader of the Kagaya clan, a large number of corpse vein ninjas had completely torn apart the sand ninja's defense line. You must know that every corpse vein ninja has at least the power of a jonin and has slightly better basic qualities. That is an elite jonin. A team of more than 30 jonin and elite jonin. Except for IWA Ninja Village, which lowered the lower limit of the jonin level of the Great Ninja Village. In any ninja village, there is only the highest peak of the Ninja World War. It was decided that it is only possible to see this kind of team in the fateful battle. It is already more than 1/3 of the high-level power of a ninja village. Chapter 51. The screams of the sand ninjas were endless. Yekeng just looked around and realized that the battle had just begun and the sand ninjas on the battlefield were already on the verge of defeat. There is nothing that can be done about it. Even including Yakura himself, the Suna ninja side only has enough jonin for 10 people. This is because the battle situation is unfavorable during this period, and the battle has a tendency to expand. Support from the Suna ninja village gained a lot of fighting power. In a normal time period in the past few months, on the entire battlefield, the total number of jonin from the Fog Ninja and Sand Ninja would have been less than double digits, and the jonin from both sides were basically stationed in the main camp, with very few. There is a real fight of life and death. However, as the Mist Ninja Village, it should be said that the current Sea Ninja Village has stepped up its efforts. The Sand Ninja Village has no choice but to bite the bullet. It's just that the Sea Ninja Village said it was adding layers of pressure, but in fact it was just used as a testing ground. The Suna Ninja had reached the end of its rope. The Third Ninja World War was originally triggered by the disappearance of the Third Kazekage. The Suna Ninjas. The losses were also the heaviest. At the end of the war, there were only 30 or 40 jonin left. Coupled with the friction with the Mist Ninja during this period, the defeat of the Wind Country Daimyo reduced the funds allocated to the Sand Ninja Village. These reasons have resulted in the Sand Ninja being unable to recuperate properly. Even after the Mist Ninja Village became the Sea Ninja Village and the fighting intensity increased, the Sand Ninja sacrificed several jonin. It can be said that the current level of support has reached its limit. After the war, the Sand Ninja's economy was on the verge of collapse, and the 4th Kazekage had to let some jonin go to collect funds from missions. Even within the Sand Ninja Village, there are probably only a dozen or so jonin left. This is already a very dangerous sign for a great ninja village. The mobility of ninjas is far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, in order to avoid the danger of their hometown being stolen, no matter what, there must be some jonin in the Sand Ninja Village. All Sand Ninjas, retreat now! Yekeng gritted her teeth and finally had to order a retreat. Although this meant that another large settlement in the Kingdom of Wind would be looted by ninjas from the Kingdom of the Sea, she could not let these Sand Ninjas be ruined in this land no matter what. Battlefield. If we lose this group of ninjas, Suna Ninja may really fall out of the level of the 5 great ninja villages. Which great ninja village will have less than 30 jonin? After giving the order, Yekeng not only did not escape, but his offensive became even more fierce. One person dragged down more than a dozen corpse vein ninjas from the other side. Orange fireballs flew all over the sky, forcing the entire force of the Sea Ninja Village to fight. Back up! Lord Yekeng, you should retreat as soon as possible. At this moment, several Yekeng's subordinates were trying to persuade them while organizing the retreat. Yekeng shook his head and spoke firmly. No, if there is no one to cut off the rear, let these guys from the Sea Ninja Village chase and kill them. I'm afraid not many people will be able to escape in the end. You should leave quickly. Pass my order and organize everyone to retreat to the desert. The desert of the Kingdom of Wind has always been dangerous. Even a sand ninja may die in the desert after being dispersed and without adequate supplies. However, compared with the threat of being chased by hostile ninjas, crossing the desert is already the best option. Already. Half an hour later, all the ninjas had retreated, and even Yeking found an opportunity to leave the battlefield. The Sea Ninja village seemed to have no idea of chasing them, and instead went directly to occupy the coastal oasis city. Lord Vegapunk, why don't you let me go after that girl who set off the fireball? That guy killed many of us. The leader of the Kagaya clan, waving his arms, loudly walked into the tent in the middle of the camp. In the middle of the tent, a blonde boy was checking the body of a ninja. After hearing this, he just glanced at him with disgust. However, a tall and stunning beauty next to the blonde boy did not hesitate to punch him, and with a bang, the tall Kagaya clan leader was directly knocked out, with endless clicking sounds. I don't know how many bones were broken. The guards outside the tent only felt a gust of wind passing by, and then saw the leader of the Kagaya clan leaving a long ravine on the ground and collapsing to the ground. The two guards, the ninjas around the camp, including many ninjas from the Kagaya clan, just glanced at the Kagaya clan leader silently, and then went to do their own work. Oh, that's so powerful! Hancock's fists are still so powerful. The voice of Clark was heard endlessly. This was the leader of the Kagaya clan, who was recovering the bones in his body. After a while, he stood up again. This recovery power was amazing enough. Of course, bones recover the fastest, while muscles recover much slower. There was still blood coming out from many places on this guy's body, but he looked indifferent. After Vegapunk developed the method of activating the bloodline limit, the entire Sea Ninja village became a sensation. Although activating the bloodline limit requires a lot of meritorious deeds, these bloodline limit families are very powerful. Together, they can still make people. Many tribesmen have awakened to the limits of blood inheritance. After that, the Kagaya clan who received the news did not know whether it was cerebral palsy or not, so they did not make the choice to return to the Sea Ninja village, but prepared to snatch Vegapunk away directly. Of course, before they could approach the Sea Ninja village, they were discovered by Vegapunk's biomagnetic field detection radar. Vegapunk, who was extremely bored, led Boya Hancock to intercept these guys. The two of them directly relied on. He knocked over the entire Kagaya clan with his fists, and then the Kagaya clan followed the two of them wholeheartedly. To be honest, maybe because of the blood stains on the bones, the brains of the Kagaya clan are also calcified. Anyway, in Vegapunk's view, these manic guys are indeed similar to a group of monkeys, as long as they can. If you defeat them purely with your fists, you can become the Monkey King. After receiving a punch, the leader of the Kagaya clan walked in honestly and watched as Vegapunk used some weird instruments to extract something from the ninja and then put it into a test tube. What are you doing? Chief Kagaya scratched his head and asked a little strangely. I'm extracting the essence of Chakra, Vegapunk replied casually. Chakra is a fusion of spiritual power and physical power, but in fact the two need some kind of medium to work during the fusion. This kind of. Although the medium seems to have little effect, it is actually an important element that affects the amount of Chakra. For the Kagaya clan, the medium in your body is much higher than that of ordinary people. This is one of the reasons why your Chakra is many times more than that of ordinary people. Theoretically, the amount of Chakra should be the fusion of mental energy and physical energy, but in fact, there are many children in this world who have Chakra content in their bodies as soon as they are born, which exceeds that of ordinary ninjas and even jonin. Anyway, it cannot be said that the mental and physical energy of these children exceeds the level of jonin. Chapter 52. After talking for a long time, Vegapunk turned his head and looked at the confused expression of the Kagaya clan leader. He waved his hands boringly. Forget it, what's the point of telling you this? You just need to. Just know that I'm trying to develop a potion that can increase Chakra massively. In Vegapunk's view, in addition to the Chakra formed by the fusion of physical energy and mental energy, although there is some chakra as a medium in every ninja's body, the amount is very rare and basically has no effect on ninjas. The strength has no impact. Only ninjas like Kagaya, Uchiha, Senju, Hinata, and Uzumaki, or occasionally some individual ninjas like Kisame, can perform far beyond normal due to the large amount of medium chakra in their bodies. Human chakra capacity. This may be the residue of the fruit of the sacred tree. What makes Vegapunk curious is that to a certain extent, two different chakras can actually be converted into each other. Otherwise, where does the chakra extracted from the divine tree world come from? It all depends on the medium chakra. How much is there? How is it possible to gather the amount of chakra at the divine tree level? This kind of conversion is not just the unique ability of the divine tree. In fact, Samehada's ability involves the conversion of two types of chakra. However, Samehada must consume at least 7 or 8 parts of normal chakra to obtain a medium. Chakra cannot be transformed on a large scale like the sacred tree. In addition, Vegapunk also discovered that after the medium chakra is extracted, the chakra talent of those ninjas will shrink rapidly. It is not the decrease in the amount of chakra, but the change in the nature of the chakra will completely disappear, turning into something like a waste like Xiao Li, who has no chakra but cannot use ninjutsu. Of course, the ninjas he used for experiments were all sand ninjas. The reason why he came to the battlefield was to see the transformation results of these ninjas. This battlefield originally existed because of this experiment. Otherwise, it would not be possible now. The sudden increase in strength of the sea ninja village has long since bulldozed the sand ninja. Secondly, it is also because enough experimental subjects can be caught here. There is no shortage of ordinary experimental subjects in Vegapunk, but there are really few experimental subjects that have reached the Jonin level. Originally, when he was in the Kingdom of the Sea, Vegapunk only had one Jonin experimental subject, Zabuza, but later after conquering the Mist Ninja village, he also let this unlucky guy go back, and Vegapunk returned him. The compensation was made and his strength improved a lot. Now, the battle with the Sand Ninja has only been a month, and Vegapunk has almost collected several pieces of data about chakra. This is all thanks to the enthusiastic dedication of the majority of Sand Ninjas, those who were manipulated by him. The useless Sand Ninja has probably exceeded 3 digits. Of course, in comparison, Vegapunk's approach can be called extremely merciful among ninjas. These ninjas can no longer use ninjutsu, but at least they can retain their physical skills. Some special professions of sand ninjas, such as puppet master, they were not even greatly affected. If it were a normal ninja village, the fate of these prisoners would only be worse. The Kagaya clan leader scratched his head and refused to comment on Vegapunk's evaluation of him. Anyway, he had long been used to this kind of thing. It was just that when someone said he was stupid, he could use his fists to make people take their words back. The person in front of him said he was stupid, he could only endure it. By the way, Sir Doctor, why don't you let us go after that bitch in Yekang? She killed quite a few of us. Don't worry, she will come to your door automatically. Vegapunk said without raising his head, and in the future, Yekang will also be a good knife to deal with the Sand Ninja village. By the way, this is my newly developed genetic modification fluid. It should be the most suitable for your corpse veins. Chief Kagaya was immediately diverted. Really? What kind of animal is it? Oh, it's a hedgehog. This is the result I got from comparing the genes of more than 100 animals. Vegapunk waved his hand and said. The face of the Kagaya clan leader immediately turned ugly. How could a hedgehog be such an animal? Doctor, are you mistaken? Shouldn't the one suitable for our Kagaya clan be as strong as lions and tigers? A creature. Vegapunk rolled his eyes. Actually, besides hedgehogs, there are indeed genetically modified fluids that are more suitable for you, but what? What kind of animal is it? Is it rare? Don't worry, no matter where the animal is, we can catch it. Chief Kagaya became energetic and spoke quickly. It's a turtle. Hey? What did you say? It's a new long? What kind of animal is that? I told you, it's a turtle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can our Kagaya clan be similar to a turtle? Don't be stupid. Apart from insects, the only animals with exoskeletons are turtles. Even the quills of hedgehogs can only be said to be close to exoskeletons. Or you can try porcupines. In the end, the leader of the Kagaya clan still looked suspicious of life, and left with the hedgehog genetic modification fluid exchanged for his military exploits. Suna Ninja Village, Kazekage Building, and offices are filled with a depressing atmosphere. Information from the front line came over. Although Yeking fought hard to cut off the rear and the Sea Ninja Village paid little attention to the pursuit, the Suna Ninja Village still suffered heavy losses this time, even losing 3 jonin. The most important thing is the strength shown by the Sea Ninja Village. If all the ninjas who rotated during this period are added together, the Sea Ninja Village has already invested nearly 60 jonin on such a local battlefield. This number is almost twice that of the current Sand Ninja Village jonin. Although the Mist Ninja suffered little loss in the Third Ninja War, and was later reorganized into the Sea Ninja Village, its strength actually increased, but in a local battlefield. It's a bit scary to invest 60 jonin in it. Everyone, let's talk about what to do. Now our coastline defense line has been breached. This time we have lost hundreds of ninjas, including 3 jonin. Luo Shat, the 4th Kazekage, looked ugly and was the first to speak. I think the commander of this battlefield should be held accountable. What is going on? In the past 2 months, we have been losing consecutive battles and haven't even won a single victory. A Sand Ninja Jonin spoke immediately and glanced at Luo Sand. You can't blame Yeking. With that level of strength gap, it's impossible to win. At this time, another Jonin frowned and explained to Yeking. Are you kidding? You really believe Yeking's information? There are only 7 or 8 Snow Clan, a dozen blood-stained ninjas from the Ghost Lamp Clan, and more than 30 blood-stained ninjas from the Bone Vein Clan. From the establishment of Mist Ninja Village too. Now, I'm afraid I can't even take it out. Chapter 53. Looking at the noisy ninjas of Sand Ninja Village below, Luo Sand's face showed a somewhat sad look. This group of ninjas were still debating whether the information from Yeking was true or false, but Luo Shat already knew in her heart that it was indeed true information. As Feng Ying, he must have his own intelligence system. Naturally, among Yeking's group of people, there are also people who obey his orders. One person's information may be false, and 2 people's information may be forged. It is impossible for all information obtained from all channels to be false, right? However, even if he obtained this kind of information, he would not dare to tell it to his subordinates, otherwise, the morale of the Sand Ninja, which was already at its lowest point, might completely collapse. But he couldn't really deny it, because the Sea Ninja Village could really pull out a lot of blood-stained ninjas. If the ninjas of Suna Ninja Village really take that as false propaganda, they may collapse even faster once they face the real situation. Of course, the people in the conference room are all the senior officials of Sand Ninja Village. Now, this news cannot be hidden from them for too long. In fact, it is estimated that many people have already gotten the real information. Okay, stop arguing. Our problem now is how to deal with the Sea Ninja Village, not shirking responsibility. Luo Sha finally slammed the table and shouted angrily. This. A group of Sand Ninjas, you looked at me, I looked at you, but they were speechless. The current Suna Ninja can be said to be in their prime. When they were at their weakest, the Jinkriki was just a 1-year-old baby. Among the strongest men in the entire village, apart from Kazekage Raza, the only one was Hayakura. Even Yeking was beaten so badly in the past, what can his group do? In terms of background, there are Cho and Ebizo. As a standard ninja, Ebizo is probably unable to fight at this age. He is almost at the level of an elite jonin. He cannot fight for a long time and can only fight in bursts. A wave. As a puppet master, Cho can still maintain cage-level strength, but to let an old lady of this age come out, it would be better to just let the Kazekage go to the battlefield. Do we still have the ability to support the battlefield now? The number of jonin in the village has dropped to the lowest danger level. Should we bring back some jonin who were on missions? But the village doesn't have much money left. Even the pension for the ninja who died in this battle, we don't know where to squeeze it out from. The only person more powerful than Yeking is Lord Kazekage, but if Lord Kazekage takes action, it will be a full-scale war. Luo Sha was silent. In fact, if he really had a fight with Yeking, he couldn't guarantee that he would win. There are many reasons why Luo Sha became the Kazekage. On the one hand, as a disciple of the third Kazekage, he was born in Miaohong and inherited most of the political legacy of the third Kazekage. On the other hand, the magnetic release developed by Raza is a little different from his teacher and the second-generation Kazekage. It controls not sand iron, but gold placer. This ninjutsu is used to mine gold in the desert. Definitely a good player. It can be said that Luo Sha alone supported one-third of the funding source of Suna Ninja Village. It is precisely because of this characteristic of the god of wealth that Luo Sha can easily ascend to the position of Kazekage. As for combat power, let's not talk about combat power for gold miners. Sand gold is too heavy and is slow to manipulate. Its soft texture makes its strength not comparable to sand iron. It can be said that compared to ordinary ninjutsu that manipulates sand, even if it is stronger, it's also very powerful. Luo Sha's strength is in the shadow level. Even if he is not a goalkeeper, he is just the most ordinary one. Among the 5 shadows today, he is the weakest one. A group of people discussed for a long time, but still could not come up with any results. At this time, a senior executive finally couldn't help but said, "If it doesn't work, let's seek peace with High Ninja Village." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's expressions became very ugly and full of humiliation. As early as a few months ago, the Suna Ninja had wanted to end this meaningless war. The two sides had almost reached an agreement. The Mist Ninja would withdraw its troops and no longer harass the Suna Ninja's coastline, while the Suna Ninja would send the so-called war heroes. Yeking handed it over. Although this condition always makes people think that the Sand Ninja is a bit stupid, once any war factors are mixed with political factors, it will make people wonder whether the people sitting in high positions have pig brains, so this kind of thing is just strange. It's not weird. But somehow, the original Mist Ninja Village was suddenly reorganized into the Sea Ninja Village. The conditions that were about to be negotiated were completely torn up, and more conditions were proposed that were considered impossible by the Sand Ninja. For example, there are a large number of rare metal resources and biological resources, many unique mineral deposits in the desert, and some unique biological resources. This is undoubtedly a cut on the body of Sand Ninja Village. Sand Ninja Village is already poor enough. If we pay compensation, we will have no choice but to eat sand and drink the northwest wind. Suna Ninja immediately said that if he wants money or not, he wants his life. If you want to fight, then go ahead and fight. Then the Sand Ninja Village was beaten into a dog. As a result, now we have to desperately seek peace. Do we, the Sand Ninja Village, have no shame at all? Well, anyway, Suna Ninja does this kind of jumping left and right not once or twice. For example, in several ninja world wars, Suna Ninja took the initiative to cause trouble for Konoha, and then surrendered at the speed of light in the shortest time. It has almost become the label of Suna Ninja. I don't think the top management of Luosha and Suna Ninja Village would care about the face issue. However, the various benefits that must be paid after surrendering are really too heavy for the Suna Ninja to bear. If they really do this, the Suna Ninja Village may not be able to recover for more than 10 years. But if they don't surrender, the Suna Ninja really won't be able to fight anymore. The number of Suna ninjas and ninjas has now been reduced to an extremely dangerous level. At full count, there may only be more than 3,000 people. The number of ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages generally fluctuates. For example, before the Second Ninja War, the Sand Ninja had an army of nearly 10,000 people. After the 2 wars, there were only 3,000 ninjas left. This number is not much different from medium ninja villages such as Grass Ninja Village and Rain Ninja Village. If the Ninja World War hadn't just ended and all the ninja villages were licking their wounds, maybe ninja villages like the Rain Ninja would have started to challenge the Suna Ninja. After a long silence, several senior executives sighed. It seems like this is the only option now. Sand Ninja Village, we really can't fight anymore. But, we don't have that much compensation. Didn't you say that you can pay in installments? Although it's a bit more, at least you don't have to bleed a lot all at once. But if we really accept the other party's conditions, the development of our Sand Ninjas will be affected for the next 10 years. In the end, usse knocked on the table and decided to agree to the installment payment conditions. At the same time, she also spoke to cheer up other senior Suna ninjas. Who knows what will happen in a few years? Let's deal with the past first. I don't believe that High Ninja Village can maintain this strength. When something goes wrong with him, we can naturally refuse to compensate him. Chapter 54. In the end, did the Suna Ninja guys agree to our request? The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost looked at the reply from Sand Ninja Village, with a smile on his face, and said to Vegapunk beside him, I really can't cry until I see the coffin. Shouldn't we get more supplies this time? Vegapunk looked through the supply list and shook his head, no need, you might as well let them directly divide some mining areas for us. Those people's mining is wasteful and slow. They can't do anything about the slightly barren mining areas. Mind. Although the Sand Ninjas have a gold miner like Luo Sand, they only have some advantages in mining gold. As for mining other minerals in the desert, they are also at a loss. A&D. Vegapunk said calmly, as if he had thought of something, if my plan succeeds, then the Sand Ninja can almost become our back garden. The conversation ended here. Vegapunk walked out of Mizuki's office, and then walked to the laboratory. Today, the laboratory of High Ninja Village has become the largest institution in the entire village, and it has also become an out-and-out gold-swallowing beast. It is unknown how many resources have flowed into it, and it is now the center of the entire High Ninja Village. To put it bluntly, if the enemy attacks the Mizukage building and the experimental center at the same time, then those ninjas will definitely support the experimental center first, and even the Mizukage building will have to move back. Although the so-called experimental center is actually researching inventions that Vegapunk has developed long ago, it is just doing some repetitive work. As for Vegapunk's own laboratory, naturally it will not be placed here. The most important thing is not the instruments and materials in the laboratory, but the quantum brain in his hands. This thing is truly unique and cannot be copied. It is also the most important item in Vegapunk's hands. To this end, he simply used ninjutsu to open a large hole in the bottom layer of the Earth's crust and created an underground laboratory nearly several kilometers above the ground. The energy was completely supplied by the magma flow passing underground, which could barely allow the quantum brain to operate. With the computing power of the quantum brain, laboratories of this level cannot fully use it now, and can only use a fraction of its computing power. Relying on the method of wireless brainwave transmission, Vegapunk has several laboratories at the same time. Using the computing power of this quantum brain. Entering the current laboratory, Vegapunk soon saw a person who looked exactly like himself collecting data. This was the clone he created using the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone with quantum chip projection was developed by Vegapunk when he first came to the Kingdom of Water. However, if the quantum chip is operated to the limit, it will still cause the shadow clone to naturally disband. According to research, this is because there is a limit to the computing speed that the quantum chip as a projection can undertake. Therefore, his shadow clone can only use about 1/5 of the computing power. As the host of some purely directional research, there is no problem. However, if he wants to coordinate the overall situation and integrate all the research, it is still a bit behind, and it is still necessary. It's up to Vegapunk to do it himself. Next to the Vegapunk shadow clone was Orochimaru, who had a pale face, black eye circles, and originally smooth black long hair. Looking at his current condition, it was obvious that he had been researching for an unknown amount of time. Although Orochimaru is the #1 scientist in the world, he can't beat Vegapunk, a cheating player. Even his shadow clone's level is higher than Orochimaru's. After all, even if the quantum chip is removed, Orochimaru and Vegapunk can only be said to be at the same level. As Vegapunk's shadow clone, he still has some bonuses from the quantum chip. Naturally, if you want to keep up with research. This made Orochimaru feel a little exhausted. Even so, Orochimaru's bloodshot eyes still shone with a bit of excitement as he looked at the data collected by the Vegapunk shadow clone and wrote something down in his notes from time to time. Orochimaru, I think you should take a rest. Vegapunk saw Orochimaru looking like he was about to die suddenly, and couldn't help but said. Okay, when I finish memorizing these formulas. At this moment, Vegapunk's shadow clone raised its head, seeming to think of something because of the main body's words, and opened the door of a laboratory, only to see Orochimaru doing experiments there. Without saying a word, Vegapunk's shadow clone went up and punched it, completely destroying the shadow clone. Then Vegapunk's main body rolled his eyes when he saw Orochimaru and passed out. Obviously, as the fatigue of the shadow clone passed, Orochimaru really couldn't bear it anymore. Hey, this guy didn't really die suddenly, did he? Vegapunk said in surprise, and his shadow clone shook his head. Don't worry, how can this guy die so easily? Besides, the Chakra version of soul transfer technology has almost been developed now. If it doesn't work, just change his body. After losing Fantasy Star, the soul transfer technology naturally lost the hardware conditions, but fortunately, with the specific data, it will be much easier to develop the Chakra version of soul transfer. In addition, Orochimaru himself has a lot of research data in this area, and the current soul transfer ninjutsu has almost been developed, but at most it still lacks a few experiments. The reason why he is not reincarnated now is because Orochimaru himself does not want to abandon his original body and wants to study the path of becoming a sage. Okay, how is your research in this area going? Vegapunk immediately looked at the shadow clone and asked. This shadow clone is studying the more important immortalization ability. For this kind of thing that can extend lifespan. Vegapunk still pays more attention to the power. Even with the ability to transfer souls, Vegapunk still doesn't want to change bodies frequently. Even if the soul is not damaged, it still takes time to get used to the body. And every time he changes his body, it is equivalent to abandoning the results of his previous physical training. Even if Vegapunk relies entirely on technology such as training cabins for training, and he doesn't actually put in much sweat, it is still a waste of a lot of time. What's more, who can say that the soul will never decay? In comparison, by absorbing natural energy and transforming into an immortal to improve one's life level, no matter how you look at it, it is much more reliable than changing the physical body. How should I put it? It can be considered a certain result. The shadow clone said a few words, and then stretched out his hand. It would be faster to exchange memories. Chapter 55. As the shadow clone turned into a cloud of white smoke, a large number of memories entered Vegapunk's mind at the same time. Compared to Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist who developed a multiple shadow clone training method and has a single-minded mind, Vegapunk's clone is the kind of person who has a lot of thoughts in his mind and is the least suitable candidate for multiple shadow clones. For example, Orochimaru only dares to create one shadow clone when doing research. If he creates too many shadow clones, he is afraid that a large amount of memories will turn him into a fool, let alone Vegapunk, whose brain thinking speed is far faster than that of ordinary people. Normal people are afraid that if they accept a shadow clone of Vegapunk, they will be forced into a vegetative state by the huge memory. Fortunately, Vegapunk has a quantum chip, so he can easily accept all the memories and research of the shadow clone. But he didn't dare to tell too much. Well, it has really achieved some results. Vegapunk's expression was a bit subtle. How should I put it? After this period of research, my shadow clone developed a nearly permanent immortal mode. In fact, it is very simple. Orochimaru once had the idea of a curse seal. Although it was not completely successful and was only used once on his student Anko, this method of automatically absorbing natural energy really made Vegapunk. The shadow clone got a direction. Through continuous improvement, Vegapunk finally transformed the curse seal into an external organ that can automatically absorb natural energy, permanently match spiritual power and physical power, and synthesize magic chakra. In other words, you can maintain the Sage mode permanently. According to Vegapunk's tests and estimates, permanently maintaining the Sage mode can indeed increase the lifespan of a ninja, but it can only live to be close to 200 years old at most. This immortal mode allows people to live to the theoretical lifespan limit, but how to break the lifespan limit should be the secret of those animal immortals. Those animals are probably not easy to talk to, but it doesn't matter. If that doesn't work, just dissect them as experimental subjects and you should be able to get all the answers. Vegapunk also had no favorable impressions of the animal immortals in the so-called Holy Land of Senjutsu. Especially the Rika cave where Orochimaru was contracted had long been regarded as experimental material by Vegapunk. The reason why Vegapunk did not kill those big snakes is because sacred magic places like Rika cave also have certain binding force on the contractors. Not to mention other things, the counter-spiritual contract alone has already determined that these magic holy places really want to kill people, and it is almost difficult for the contracted parties to escape. Although this kind of thing is rarely heard of, smart people can definitely think of these problems. Compared with psychic beasts that can automatically return after being seriously injured, reverse psychic techniques do not have this function. It can be said that both parties who is in control can be seen from these two ninjutsus. Therefore, Vegapunk didn't even look at the contract scroll of the Holy Land of Immortality. He didn't want to be reverse-channeled to Longdi Cave and be attacked by a group of big snakes just after signing the contract. After all, the giant toad can predict the future. Who knows if the White Snake Immortal has the same function? Or will there still be a connection between the three holy places? Of course, the current full immortal mode is still very useful. Vegapunk picked up a test tube placed on the table. The test tube contained a silver potion, which was also an improved curse seal potion. As long as this medicine is applied directly to the skin, the medicine will form a miniature organ on the body, which can directly absorb natural energy and reconcile its own chakra to form fairy chakra. If the technology is updated in the future, as long as it is applied on another medicine can dispel it. The only problem is that it requires extremely precious materials. One bottle of these medicines is already worth hundreds of millions, right? It seems that the maximum number of bottles that can be produced recently is 3 to 5, which is already the limit. After all, opening laboratory branches all over the world consumes a lot of money for Vegapunk, not to mention that each of his inventions cost a lot of money in the beginning. Therefore, even if he has obtained the support of all countries on the sea, for the sake of future development, he cannot divert too much cash flow. First of all, give Hancock, Robin and me a share. Orochimaru can't be spared either. Gee, scientific research is too expensive. In the recent period, it's better to get some things related to people's livelihood and return them to the market. Get some funds. In the world of Naruto, materials are actually not that scarce. In terms of people's livelihood development, it is almost close to modern society. Various modern machines have also been shown in the original work to a certain extent, and have begun to be used on a large scale in this era. Except for the slow development of war technology due to ninjas, the actual productivity is not low. In some fan fiction, the so-called development of productivity through ninjutsu cannot be said to be nonsense, but the cost-effectiveness cannot be said to be too high. Ninjutsu is certainly convenient, and its machinery is not inferior. What's more, the development direction of ninjutsu has always been destruction, and the quality is actually not very good when it comes to construction. For example, if a house built using earth bending has no foundation, when it is reinforced with chakra, it can even withstand ninjutsu damage, but after the chakra is recovered, it will completely collapse in less than a year and a half. Of course, some special ninjutsu do have extremely high civilian value, such as wood release and magnetic release, but the value of ordinary 5 elements ninjutsu is indeed not very high in terms of developing people's livelihood. It just so happens that Robin no longer needs to be in charge of the sea ninjas. Let her go back to her old profession, run my inventions, and collect funds. In this regard, he still believed in Robin's ability, not to mention that with Vegapunk's invention as a hit product, it was really easy to make money. These thoughts just flashed through his mind. When he was in the pirate world, he also used this method to make money in the early days. It was another pillar of his life besides the world government's funds at that time. Later, with the advancement of Vegapunk technology, especially the emergence of quantum brains, sufficient computing power allowed the creation of a large number of autonomous machines, resulting in future Island and Fantasy Star itself having the ability to mine minerals, copy production, and collect. In terms of resources, Vegapunk doesn't care much about money. However, even if Vegapunk has experience, it will probably take a long time to restore the technology tree to the fully victorious Pirates era. Although Naruto World has chakra, which makes it easier to climb technology, compared to One Piece World. Those devil fruit abilities are still lagging behind in the development of mechanical technology. Chapter 56. How is it? How does it feel? Vegapunk glanced at Hancock, who seemed to have remained unchanged on the surface, and asked. Just now, Vegapunk has used external immortal mode potions on Hancock. He directly used these potions as ink and applied the sealing technique on Hancock's arm. When the sealing technique was completed, the potion. The impact on the physical body has just ended, forming microorgans that absorb and harmonize natural energy. But on the surface, Hancock has no other changes except for some flower patterns on his fair arms. There was no eyeshadow on, no patterns on her face, and no animalistic expression on her body. Hancock clenched his fist and sensed it. My chakra seems to have been strengthened a lot, but the most important thing is that the physical body seems to have also been strengthened, maybe 20 to 30% stronger, right? Senjutsu chakra is said to be able to enhance the power of ninjutsu and taijutsu several times or even 10 times, but this obviously also depends on one's own base. If Hancock's own physique is increased tenfold, I am afraid that even if it is a big tube, he can beat up Kagaya, but that is naturally impossible. Just like Madara Uchiha during the Fourth Ninja War, after receiving Senjutsu chakra, his strength has improved a bit, but at most it has only increased by a few %. This is because his own strength is already close to the ceiling. Because of this, the Sage Mode, which can greatly improve ordinary ninjas, is only slightly strengthened for him. Despite this, Hancock is actually quite satisfied. At this point, ordinary exercise has little effect. At least, it won't take more than 10 years for her to improve so much. There was a smile on her face. My dear, is this the latest new technology you have developed? The first one was used by me, I am so touched. Among the three of us, your physical body is the strongest. Even if something goes wrong, the natural energy will not cause any harm to you. If you want to do an experiment, of course you have to find someone. These words just turned around in Vegapunk's mind. He was not a fool and would definitely not say such words directly. Instead, he smiled and said to Hancock, of course, Hancock, your strength is ours. The strongest among them. If you want to gain a foothold in this strange world, you will definitely have to rely on you, Hancock. Don't worry, my dear, I will definitely protect you. Hancock rushed up and hugged Vegapunk tightly. Fortunately, the current Vegapunk has been replaced a long time ago. Physical body, otherwise I might have to break a few bones this time. Vegapunk patted Hancock and asked her to let him go. He said that this empress was indeed easier to coax. If it were Nico Robin, everyone would probably start complaining. Is it possible to rule the world? Wait for others to gain a foothold on your own? With the current strength of the Vegapunk trio, coupled with the power of their subordinates, there is really no situation that would put them in danger without the presence of Otsutsuki Kamasen. After Hancock let go, Vegapunk extracted some cells from her body and began to study for another hour or two. Finally, he came up with the permanent immortal mode for the pirate world and the people of the Naruto world. The results should be similar. After that, he took the collected materials and made 2 immortal mode potions, which he used for himself and Robin. As for Orochimaru, let him collect and make it himself. Anyway, as his assistant, Orochimaru himself knows the formula and manufacturing method, so he can save a lot of money. In addition, unlike Vegapunk who roughly calls the potion the immortal mode potion, Orochimaru calls the potion the immortal potion, and the whole process is called the immortal seal. Perhaps it is because everyone in the Naruto world likes to name it. Anyway, when you shout like this, it does sound much more powerful. At least it is much easier to use it to seduce the men under you to work. However, due to the need for a large amount of rare materials, except for the Vegapunk trio, even the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has not been strengthened by the immortal seal, because almost all the raw materials have been used up by the 3 of them. Orochimaru, on the other hand, does have some skills. I don't know where he got the raw materials from, made himself a fairy potion, and asked Vegapunk to make a fairy seal for him. In fact, the sealing techniques required for the immortal seal are extremely complex. Except for Vegapunk, who has a quantum brain, even ninjutsu geniuses like Orochimaru cannot guarantee that they can succeed every time. Faced with hundreds of millions of taels, Orochimaru did not dare to waste the amount of raw materials. While Vegapunk and others were studying the immortal mode, 2 or 3 months had passed. Since the Sea Ninja village occupied the coastal city of the Kingdom of Wind during the last war, although the Sand Ninja have always wanted to take it back, the huge gap in strength has allowed them to only rely on the desert terrain to survive. Even so, the battle situation is still more defeats than defeats. Although the Kingdom of Wind is the largest among the 5 major countries, most of its area is a desert. Except for a few main rivers, there are only some oases and scattered areas. Among them, the coastal area can be said to be one of the best areas in the entire Kingdom of Wind due to the abundant water brought by the monsoon, accounting for at least 30% of the tax revenue of the Kingdom of Wind. If such a place is occupied, one can imagine how anxious and angry the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind will be. Ever since that great defeat, the letters sent by the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind to Sand Ninja village have become increasingly harsh. He almost forced the whole village of Sand Ninja to go to the battlefield. Under this situation, the Suna Ninja had only 2 options, full-scale war or total surrender. Under the huge pressure, Luasha had to speed up the originally slow progress of the negotiations. Soon the first phase of compensation for the Suna Ninja was already in place. Yeking opened his eyes drowsily, feeling that his head was still a little dizzy. Where am I? By the way, I remember that the village gave me an important task, asking me to conduct peace negotiations with the Sea Ninja village. As Yeking recalled, she seemed to have returned to that time period again. These are the various materials and funds handed over to Hainin village in the first phase. Hainin village has promised that as long as the first phase of funds and materials are delivered, they will return them to the sea. A middle-aged man with a dark complexion, a serious expression and a bit of fierceness, said to Yeking that he and more than a dozen of his men escorted a large cart of sealing scrolls. Ye King looked at the pattern of the seal scroll and then calculated the number. Just by making a mental estimate, he knew that the village was bleeding heavily this time. Chapter 57. Although he was quite heartbroken about this compensation, Ye King also knew very well that the Sand Ninja really couldn't fight anymore. That's good, the war is finally over, Ye King said tiredly, until we get specific information on why there are so many bloodline ninjas in High Ninja Village, we can only avoid its edge now. These are not enough, High Ninja Village still has one condition. The black-faced middle-aged ninja said calmly, and Ye King frowned, those greedy pirates. What other conditions do they have? They need a top-notch blood-stained ninja for research. Ye King was slightly stunned. Suna Ninja Village can be said to be the village with the fewest blood-stained ninjas among the 5 major ninja villages. Adding up the entire village, the number of blood-stained ninjas is probably less than double digits, and it can be called the top. It seems that there are only 2 blood successor ninjas, Luo Sha and myself, right? Just when this thought flashed across his mind, Ye King suddenly felt his body go limp, his eyes turned black, and he was suddenly shocked. She took a long breath and tried to control the chakra in her body, but found that the chakra was scattered like a headless fly and did not listen to her instructions at all. Is this poisoning? And it's the poison of his own ninja village. Suna Ninja is the best ninja village among the 5 major ninja villages in playing with poison. Only Suna Ninja who has studied himself thoroughly can give Ye King such a timed burst without even knowing it. Once it breaks out, there is no resistance to the poison. Don't blame me. Ye King, who told you to block the way? The black-faced ninja looked at the collapsed Ye King and said coldly, it just so happens that this time because of your activity, the High Ninja Village has added you to the list of compensation, so let you serve the village for the last time. Damn it, are you kidding? Ye King's face turned pale and he was panting, it's disgusting to betray your comrades from the ninja village in exchange for so-called peace. What's more, you have weakened the power of your own ninja village in exchange for a peace treaty that will be torn up at any time. Do the top leaders of the ninja village have any brain problems? Haha, I won't bother you to think about this. The senior officials of the ninja village naturally have their own ideas. You just need to be a good trading item. Okay, let's arrest our burning escape hero. After that, Ye King was directly given a sealing technique, and was also given some powerful anesthetics. After that, she was groggy for an unknown amount of time. Now, for the first time since that day, she was completely awake. Come over. I glanced around. The white walls were surrounded by various high-tech instruments. The lights on the ceiling were bright and dazzling, illuminating the entire room. It seemed to be an extremely high-end laboratory. Then Ye King was a little surprised to find that the chakra in her body was not prohibited. Her face was slightly happy, and she immediately raised her hand to summon the scorching fireball. However, after reaching out his hand, apart from a few sparks, the fireball didn't even have a shadow, which immediately left Ye King stunned. Don't be stupid. There is an external chakra energy jammer in this small laboratory. Any ninjutsu that is a release type will lose its original form under the action of the jammer and turn into pure chakra. So your escape. The technique cannot be used. Suddenly hearing a voice from behind, Ye King was startled, turned around quickly, and looked behind him with a wary expression. Basically, after reaching the level of Jonin, you will have a certain ability to sense chakra. It may not reach the level of sensing ninja, but it is generally difficult to be attacked by others. But before the voice from behind sounded, Ye King really didn't feel anything at all. This means that either the other party has some kind of hidden ninjutsu that interferes with chakra perception, or else the strength is far superior to hers, and chakra control. A master who strives to reach the pinnacle. In the ninja world, apart from some Shitaram monsters whose quantitative changes cause qualitative changes, chakra control is even more important than the amount of chakra. Many shadow-level strongmen may only have the amount of chakra. They are twice as powerful as the average Jonin, but their chakra control has definitely reached the top of the ninja world. After all, chakra capacity is innate, but chakra control can be trained, and acquired training ability can often better reflect a person's level. But turning her head, Yakeng was surprised to find that the person standing behind her was not a sinister face, sharp teeth, or a gloomy and indifferent Kainin ninja as she originally imagined, but a man with brilliant blonde hair. A handsome young man with a slender figure and fair skin. At this moment, the young man was holding something like a report sheet in his hand. While he was looking at it carefully, he said to Yakeng without raising his head, "Don't be so panicked. It's useless for you to panic anyway. It's all over. You were sold here by the Sand Ninja, where do you want to escape to?" Hearing this, Yakeng gritted his teeth and secretly resented it. This kid was pretty good looking, but his mouth was just too poisonous. Moreover, although the kid's words just now were a bit too professional and difficult to understand, Yakeng still understood most of the meaning. It seemed that all external ninjutsu could not be used. But Yakeng is not a weakling with no fighting ability after losing the blood succession limit. He can become Luo Sha's competitor. Yakeng's strength has also reached the standard of Kage. Even without burning release, he can only rely on physical skills. Yakeng is not inferior to the Jonin who is good at taijutsu. Yakeng's figure flashed past and appeared in front of Vegapunk. He directly reached out his hand, grabbed his shoulder, and pressed hard. This is also due to the Vegapunk appearance now. Instead of a standard mist ninja, Yakeng probably knocked him down with a punch, then stepped on his head and asked questions. I can only say that everyone is good looking. Animals, especially when dealing with young teenagers and children. Just when Yakeng reached out and pressed Vegapunk's shoulder, he felt something was wrong. He felt as if he was pressed against a big mountain made of pig iron. The opponent was motionless, but his hand bones were aching. Yakeng reacted very quickly and jumped up using the pressure of his arms. While he was in the air, his legs intertwined and caught Vegapunk's neck. He turned over and threw him hard. However, Yakeng's imagined use of force to throw Vegapunk out did not happen. Instead, Vegapunk stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Yakeng's long legs, which were like white jade icicles, and instead pushed Yakeng to the ground. Hang up! Yakeng felt the warm touch from his thigh and the light breathing, and his face suddenly turned red. Asshole, let me go. Chapter 58. Ah! Yakeng screamed in pain, and was directly carried by Vegapunk and thrown on an iron bed. Vegapunk casually pressed a button on the bed, and Yakeng groaned and collapsed on the bed, unable to move at all. Feeling that he couldn't move, Yakeng had a look of horror on his face. What's going on? What ability are you using? What do you want to do? Don't make trouble, it's just disturbing your body's magnetic field. Vegapunk held down Yakeng, who was twisting slightly on the iron bed, and said calmly. Yakeng gritted his teeth, what do you want to do with this guy? Don't go too far, otherwise I won't follow your wishes even if I die. Vegapunk rolled his eyes, haha, you are overthinking. I just want to study the limits of your blood inheritance. Study the limits of my blood inheritance. Yakeng was stunned for a moment, and then thought of some information he had obtained when he was the commander of the Sand Ninja. Golden hair, youthful posture, handsome appearance, and a long sword at his waist. You are Vegapunk. Yakeng couldn't help but speak out. Regarding the information about Vegapunk, Sand Ninja Village has indeed heard about it. After all, Vegapunk has done too many big things and has such a wide influence that it is impossible to prevent the leakage of information. However, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost, the Mizu Kage, as a veteran intelligence officer, had already thought of countermeasures. He released a large amount of forged intelligence, except for Kaka, who had been in contact with Vegapunk. In addition to the general information obtained by the Konoha Ninja Village, the information obtained by other ninja villages is so diverse that it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false. For example, there is information that the Sea Ninja village has developed a special ninjutsu that can activate the blood successor boundary in a short period of time, and then the blood successor boundary will be permanently silenced. There is also information that the reason why the Sea Ninja village was established was actually because the daimyos of the Land of Water had been infiltrating other countries for many years, and finally secretly annexed and controlled all the countries, and then established the Sea Ninja village together. There are also those families with limited blood inheritance, who actually conceal their actual population. The real population is more than 10 times greater than what is shown. Anyway, there are all kinds of intelligence, and many of them seem unbelievable. If you think about it carefully, there seems to be a little bit of truth, which makes all the intelligence personnel feel very confused. Among them, the information about Vegapunk is also mixed in, and it is undoubtedly the kind of information with very low credibility. No matter how you look at it, Vegapunk is just a boy of 13 or 14 years old. At this age, even if a young boy directly becomes a shadow-level powerhouse, his chances are countless times greater than becoming a top scientist. After all, there are shortcuts to ninja training such as blood inheritance limits, and science is the accumulation of real knowledge. Being able to learn all kinds of professional knowledge at this age is already considered the limit of talent, so you can just put out a lot of it. Research results, unless he started studying from his previous life. However, Vegapunk is indeed an exception who has been learning from his previous life, so this information, which is not very reliable, is actually the truly correct information. Oh? Do you know me? Vegapunk was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand indifferently. Since you know my name, I believe you should also understand what I do, right? You want to study the limits of my blood stains. Yekeng gritted his teeth and said coldly, why, aren't your sea ninja's own blood inheritance limits enough? Don't get me wrong, the reason why I study the limits of your bloodstains is just for accumulation. Vegapunk waved his hand. I think in an environment like the Sea Ninja village, not many people can practice your burning release. After all, the ocean environment does not match the limits of your bloodstains. Unless he was cheated, Vegapunk thought secretly. If he wanted to, it would not be difficult for any ninja to have some ordinary bloodstain limits. However, the upper limit of the two pure chakra composite types is too low. Even the so-called elite Jonin is not a big deal to the current Vegapunk. Naturally, he does not want to create such a low level. Not a lowly ninja. For Vegapunk, studying the limits of Yekeng's bloodstains is, firstly, to accumulate more knowledge about chakra fusion, and secondly, and most importantly, because the high heat sphere provided by Yekeng's burning release is. In some experiments, it has a great effect. Hearing that Vegapunk underestimated her own burning escape, Yekeng couldn't help but snorted, and then thought about her situation. She felt sad again, and was silent for a moment. Vegapunk didn't care so much. When she was discouraged, he pinned her down on the bed, connected a lot of wires to her chakra orifices, observed her chakra movement through the machine, and then gave her. After a whole set of blood tests and a set of procedures, Yekeng looked like he was in a state of ruin. Scorching escape is actually somewhat useful. If used as an ignition device, this instantaneous high temperature and superconductivity can replace many machines and simplify the structure of the energy furnace by at least 5%. Vegapunk was writing and drawing, speaking professional terms that Yekeng didn't understand at all. At this time, Yekeng, who had been enduring Vegapunk's tests and looked discouraged and desperate, spoke in a hoarse voice. What are you going to do with me? In the cruel world of ninjas, ninjas who fall into the hands of the enemy generally have no good end, especially since there is a blood feud between Yakura himself and the original Mist Ninja. He is also a beautiful and sexy ninja who has the blood inheritance limit. As a powerful kunoichi, just thinking about it made her feel unstoppable despair. For a moment, Yekeng only wished that he had died on the battlefield fighting the Sea Ninja, and that he would be in a better position than he was now. It depends on your own choice. According to the original ideas of the Mist Ninjas, you are the mother of the blood successor. Ye King clenched her hands violently. Even when the biomagnetic field was disturbed, the bones in her hands turned white from the pinching, and her eyes showed an expression of extreme despair. She opened her mouth and even said one sentence. No words can come out. But I think this is a bit too inefficient. Maybe by the time we really cultivate the Skoroku clan, we will have unified the entire ninja world. Vegapunk then shrugged, so in the end I rejected the way they used you. Ye King breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she realize that her back was wet, but it had already been soaked in cold sweat. At this time, Ye King noticed Vegapunk's half-smiling gaze, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Kid, it's fun to scare me, isn't it? It's quite interesting, Vegapunk admitted directly. Later, I proposed a better plan for using you. Do you want to hear it? Chapter 59. Goosebumps appeared on Ye King's body. The words how to use made Ye King feel anxious. He turned his face to the side. What on earth do you want to do? At this time, Ye King's tone was completely different from what it was at the beginning. His eyes were hesitant, his tone was trembling, and he kept breathing heavily while speaking. He no longer had the heroic demeanor of the kunoichi. It's not what I want to do. It's what you can do. Do you want to become the Kazekage? Ye King was stunned for a moment. Although she was too surprised, her original nervous and fearful mood eased a lot. Me? Become the Kazekage? Vegapunk carefully observed Ye King's expression and found that her surprise came from the heart. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. So that's it, you are a complete political novice. No wonder you become a political novice so easily. Sacrifice. Regardless of the Ye King in the original book or the current Ye King, it is basically easy to be directly fooled by the higher UPS. Although this hero of the Sand Ninja has excellent fighting skills and a high reputation, he really has nothing. With a sense of Machiavellianism, he never thought that he was actually a threat to some people. What do you mean? Ye King recalled what the middle-aged Sand Ninja said before he was fascinated, and he had a vague premonition in his heart. It means that because your strength is too strong and your reputation is too high, it is enough to threaten Feng Ying's current status, so Master Feng Ying will directly package and send you over. I'm afraid even if the battle between the Sand Ninja and the Mist Ninja is inextricable, instead of being one-sided like now, he will use you as a victim in the end. Vegapunk's words completely penetrated the last line of defense in Ye King's heart. She was stunned for a long time, and finally came to her senses and understood the reason why she had fallen into the current situation. How could it be? Luo Shat. Is someone like him worthy of being a Kazekage? Are the elders and the others blind? So what? Are you willing to work with me to make this threat a reality? Think about it, in order to eliminate you as a threat, Luo Sha directly sent you to our Sea Ninja village as a gift. He wouldn't know what a beautiful female ninja like you with precious blood stains would encounter here. Don't you want revenge? Isn't it the best way to get revenge if what he once feared becomes reality? After hearing Vegapunk's words, Ye King lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, You are not a good person. You said you wanted to help me get revenge, but in fact you just wanted me to disturb the Sand Ninja village. Then do you think you have any other choice? Also, I really don't care much about whether you will disturb the Sand Ninja village. I can tell you that the current Sea Ninja village has almost 100 blood successor ninjas, the number of Jonin is close to 200, and there are as many as 500 to 600 special Jonin. If you really want to deal with the Suna ninja, just push forward. It's just to reduce some of the chaos after the war, that's why I want you to be a puppet Kazekage. Ye King couldn't bear it anymore and looked at Vegapunk with wide eyes. You just said it was the puppet Kazekage, why should I agree to you? So you choose to give birth to a bloodline-limited family in High Ninja Village? Vegapunk said with a threatening look. Ye King shuddered, who wants to do that kind of thing? Then do you think you still have a choice? After a long silence, Ye King calmed down a little, you will never support me to truly become the Wind Shadow. If I really become the Wind Shadow, you will not be able to control it. No one can treat me as the shadow of a village. Puppet. The chaotic sand ninja is more beneficial to you. I said, don't underestimate people. It seems that you didn't believe the data I reported at the beginning. You still think that the current sea ninja village is just a little stronger than the sand ninja village. And wasn't the previous Mizukage of the mist ninja village used as a puppet by a certain Sharingan ninja for so many years? The current Mizukage of the sea ninja village is also my puppet. Isn't he also doing a good job? Ye King was stunned for a moment, because there was so much information that Vegapunk casually revealed, so she couldn't believe it for a while. What on earth are you talking about? If you want to lie to me. I'm just asking you, if you were given this opportunity, would you do it? Vegapunk rolled his eyes and asked impatiently. Ye King opened his mouth, and couldn't help but shudder when he thought about the consequences if he disagreed. Then he thought about the culprit for his current situation, and finally gritted his teeth. Okay, I agree. Once you get out, you'll have to act according to the situation. As long as you leave here, with my strength, how can it be so easy to take advantage of me? If he uses a curse seal or something like that on me, it will only cost me my life at worst. Very good, then there is only one question left. How many confidants do you have in Suna Ninja? Vegapunk clapped his hands and asked with a smile. The air suddenly became quiet. Ye King lowered his head and said nothing, and the smile on Vegapunk's face gradually solidified. You don't have a single confidant in the Sand Ninja, do you? You are a war hero after all. Ye King's face turned red. How could I have thought of so many things before? Although I have many subordinates, but it has always been official business. By the way, I also have an apprentice, but he's a little young, not as old as you. Vegapunk rolled his eyes. The Red Sand Scorpion killed the third Kazekage and defected to the Sand Ninja village when he was only 15 or 16 years old. That person still left more than one shadow in the Sand Ninja village. You have been the commander of a front line of Sand Ninjas, and you don't even have any close subordinates. Don't you feel embarrassed? And Luo Sha, how many tons of sand did he have to put into his head to believe that this empty reputation, without any power or people under his command, would threaten his position as the Kazekage? Or Luo Sha, you are the golden one. How little confidence do minors have in themselves? No wonder that in the later stages, apart from Raza, who was a cage-level disgrace and the bottom figure among the 5 great ninja villages, there were no other masters from the younger generation or the Mesozoic generation. Gaara was the only one left. This Jinkriki plays the leading role, shouldn't he be tricked by Rasha? Forget it, I understand. It seems that your transformation has been a little more radical. Since there are no subordinates to rely on, we can only rely on absolute strength. No matter how the Sand Ninja village is at the bottom, it is still a big problem. Ninja village, your strength must increase at least 2 or 3 times before you can be confident in competing against the Kazekage. Vegapunk could only say helplessly in the end. Chapter 60. Since that day, Ye King has not seen Vegapunk for 3 or 4 days. He occasionally asked the researchers here, which was said to be to study her strengthening transformation plan. Regarding Vegapunk's so-called radical transformation, Ye King has always been uneasy. Although she did not form a clique when she was a Sand Ninja, her own strength is destined to be a high-ranking person. She has no idea about the dark side of the great ninja village and those people. Ye King also knew something about human body modification. Among the 5 major ninja villages, apart from Konoha, Suna Ninja may have the most research on the human body. Otherwise, there would be no such horrific works as human puppets. It is precisely because Ye King understands the horror of human body modification. So she was always uneasy during this time. At the beginning, she could still rely on her original strong will to suppress these random thoughts and not show any timidity. However, As time went by, she thought more and more, and her worry about gains and losses was beyond words. So when he saw Vegapunk again, the expression on Yekang's face was very strange, as if he was a patient who went to the hospital for examination because of certain symptoms, looking at the doctor in a white coat, holding a physical examination form, preparing to. She speaks normally. When the doctor didn't come out, I wanted to know the results right away. When the doctor actually came in front of me, I hoped that I could wait longer. Maybe it was this kind of contradictory thought. Okay, now lie down on that bed. After giving Yekang an injection, Vegapunk spoke directly. Yekang lay on the bed and asked cautiously, was the injection just given an anesthetic? What are you thinking about? What I just injected was your transformation potion. Vegapunk looked at Yekang inexplicably, said something, and then waved his hand impatiently, okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to activate the potion soon. Before Yekang could react, Vegapunk had already adjusted the magnetic field on the experimental bed to a specific frequency. Then, Yekang felt his chakra start to move rapidly, and a wonderful force penetrated the entire chakra, causing some strange changes in its properties. I saw all kinds of metal objects floating in the whole room instantly. A look of panic flashed across Yekang's face, and then she calmed down. As her mind turned, all the metal objects were seen floating. It came to her side, spinning around her and floating. What kind of blood inheritance limit is this? Why is it a bit like magnetic escape? Yekang opened his mouth and asked. This is originally magnetic release. Compared with the one developed by your Sand Ninja village, it is a truly complete magnetic release. Vegapunk took a look and nodded with satisfaction, then opened his mouth to explain to Yekang. The so-called magnetic release ninjutsu developed in the Sand Ninja village is not so much magnetic release as it is a variant of some sand control technique. Even the mixed chakra is both wind and earth, and does not involve any. The thunder attribute chakra. This so-called magnetic escape can only control specific metals, and it has no involvement in magnetic fields. To put it bluntly, it is similar to the difference between Magneto and Iron King, and may even be greater. Because the third Kazekage controls the iron element, its external performance is closer to the nature of magnetism, and it can control some kunai hands. Weapons such as shuriken. As for the fourth Kazekage Raza, he can only control a metal such as placer gold. It can be regarded as an enhanced version of the sand control technique. Regarding the magnetic side, there is no performance at all. In addition to being used for mining, Luo Sha's placer gold is far inferior to his teacher's sand and iron technique in any aspect. After being reincarnated by Gitu in the later period, he could not even defeat the sand control technique used by his son. There are various reasons, and it can also be seen that placer gold is weak in combat. On the other hand, the Cloud Ninjas are said to have developed a kind of magnetic escape based on the fusion of thunder escape and wind escape. However, it is only effective. It cannot control the metal sand out of thin air like the Sand Ninja. Instead, it must be touched with hands. To control. Yekang felt the magnetic field he manipulated, and felt that he could do whatever he wanted, just like using his arms and fingers. He could connect with the metals within the range without any seals. Yekang could even vaguely feel that he could completely change the shape of these metals. Impure metals can also be forcibly extracted from the earth. What a powerful blood successor limit! Yekang finally couldn't help sighing, and then thought about the blood successor limit he had obtained now. However, the results of Vegapunk's several days of research have not been used in any way. Risks of. It was only now that Yekang truly felt how incredible Vegapunk's research talent had reached. At the same time, she was convinced of Vegapunk's previous data on sea ninjas. If Vegapunk has this ability, then it is definitely not difficult to make the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost a puppet. Even the so-called shadow of a village, its prestige is compared to the mass-produced blood inheritance of Vegapunk. The ability is also worthless. After all, a village of shadows can be replaced at any time. With this ability to mass-produce bloodstains, Vegapunk can just find a few elite jonin and give them some modifications, almost giving them a shadow-level goalkeeper. The strength, if it is the kind of talent that is already strong, may be improved even more. As for a genius like Vegapunk, there is probably only one such talent in the ninja world for thousands of years. It is unclear whether his talent is unparalleled, but it can at least be called unprecedented, and it is definitely much more important than a few cage-level ninjas. Thinking of this, Yakeng couldn't help but look at Vegapunk with a somewhat complicated look, and even had some bad thoughts in his heart, ready to move. Then Vegapunk waved his hand, and Yakeng felt that the blonde boy in front of him instantly erupted into a terrifying magnetic field that crushed him like a gust of wind in a tsunami. He easily suppressed Yakeng's magnetic field manipulation ability and reassembled all the metal objects. Once back in place, Yakeng gasped and looked at Vegapunk with a horrified face. Vegapunk frowned slightly. "What are you looking at? Where do you think your ability to manipulate magnetic fields comes from?" "You know, the nanopolymerized artificial magnetic field device that was just injected into your body was made from my own body materials. In fact, this is a subcategory of Vegapunk's previous research project, which involved extracting devil power genes from devil fruit users and then implanting them into the human body, transforming them into multiple devil fruit users in disguise. But even so, different devil fruits will also cause some rejection reactions. Until now, Vegapunk has not really completely solved this problem. It was not until he came to the world of Naruto that with the power of Chakra, this research could be considered a real breakthrough. It's done. Chapter 61. After all, the instruments in the Naruto world are not as good as the decades of accumulation of Vegapunk in the pirate world, so Vegapunk only produced a nanomagnetic field meter, which can be regarded as a little practice. Magnetic field is the power that Vegapunk is most familiar with, and Chakra can indeed evolve into magnetic field, so the magnetic field meter created this time is surprisingly effective. Yakeng almost just underwent transformation and was inspired. Once you have the ability, you can use it. Afterwards, Yakeng went through some more tests, allowing Vegapunk to thoroughly understand the effect of the magnetic field meter he created. Basically, it was no different from what he had initially preset. First of all, although this kind of magnetic field meter is made based on the ability of the devil fruit, it itself no longer has the characteristics of the devil fruit ability, and there is basically no possibility of developing it to awakening. At the same time, in addition to increasing the power and creating a stronger magnetic field, there are no more weird development directions like devil fruit. In addition, this magnetic field meter is not exactly the same as the devil fruit. What drives its ability is not physical strength, but chakra. As a kind of human energy, chakra is much easier to use than physical strength, which is invisible and intangible. So that the magnetic field meter is simpler to manufacture. In appearance, Yakeng's ability is very similar to magnetic escape, but in fact it is an incomplete version of devil fruit ability, combined with the ability of magnetic chakra modified by a magnetic field meter, and the effect is far beyond that of ordinary magnetic escape. Even after just awakening, Yakeng's magnetic escape ability has reached a level that neither the third Kazekage nor the fourth Kazekage can reach in their lifetimes. If these two people collided with Yakeng, they would probably be killed in a few moves. Obviously, Vegapunk chose this ability for Yakeng because he originally planned to let her deal with Luosha in order to compete for the position of Kazekage. Yakeng obviously knew this very well in his heart. After some tests, Yakeng had almost reached the limit of his ability. She didn't know much about the magnetic escape that was secretly passed down by Feng Ying's lineage, but she had a new understanding of it. Very confident in his abilities. No matter how powerful Feng Ying's magnetic release is, Yakeng feels that he can at least disrupt and seal his ability to manipulate metal. By then, with his own burning release, that won't be easy. At the same time, the more familiar he became with this kind of power, the more Yakeng became frightened by Vegapunk's strength. The magnetic field from the same origin allowed Yekeng to feel that Vegapunk's energy was much stronger than hers. Times the terrifying power. Although he looks like just a little kid, why is he not only far ahead of the times in scientific research, but also powerful enough to rival top shadow-level experts? Okay, the test is over. Vegapunk put away the recorder in his hand and looked at Yekeng. Next, it's time to test the combined effects of your two bloodstain abilities. Combined use? Yekeng was slightly stunned and looked at Vegapunk with a surprised look on his face. Seeing this, Vegapunk had no choice but to explain. Just like the ordinary 5 elements ninjutsu, there are also combined ninjutsu. Theoretically, the blood succession ninjutsu can also be used in combination. However, as a blood succession ninjutsu, it is a fusion of 2 chakra properties. There are basically very few combinations that can be made. And your burning release happens to be a ninjutsu that has a certain ability to cooperate with the magnetic release. If it is developed well, it is possible to achieve the other thing I want to accomplish. On the empty training ground, Yekeng frowned, with a light sweat streaming from his forehead, and was trying hard to condense a fireball. With Yekeng's burning escape ability, normally, a fireball can be condensed in seconds, but the fireball she condensed at this moment is a little different. There is a faint blue light shining on the periphery of the fireball. That is the strong magnetic field constraining the high-temperature plasma inside. The high-temperature fireball, which was compressed to the limit, eventually changed from the size of a wash basin to the size of an apple. Yekeng felt that he couldn't compress it anymore. He waved his hand before the entire fireball exploded, and it suddenly turned into a ball of light under the influence of the magnetic field. The fireball flew out instantly. The speed of the magnetic field's advancement was far faster than Yekeng's usual burning escape. In an instant, it had already crossed a distance of 200 meters and hit the metal target on the training ground. The light ball expanded in an instant. Even if she closed her eyes, Yekeng felt that her eyes were stinging. Then there was a loud noise, and powerful wind and waves hit her face with the high temperature that made her hair curl. Unless Yekeng used chakra to protect himself, normal people would probably have their skin burned. After taking a few steps back, Yekeng finally opened her eyes after a while. The sight in front of her made the experienced ninja feel a little dazed. A large pit appeared on the ground that was more than 10 meters deep and several dozen meters in diameter. There was a faint smoke rising from it. What was flowing in the pit was a high-temperature liquid like magma. The destructive power of the burning release to the human body is powerful, but the destructive power is really not too strong. Yekeng has never mastered this kind of killing move that is comparable to the tailed beast Jade. Let alone Yekeng, except for the tailed beasts, there are no large-scale destructive ninjutsu in Sand Ninja Village. Whether it is wind release, puppets, or ninjutsu that controls sand, they cannot achieve such large-scale destruction. Otherwise, the sand ninjas wouldn't like to use poison. Didn't they develop poison just to make up for their lack of destructive power? Although destructive power and combat power cannot be equated, otherwise the tailed beasts would not be so easily sealed by humans, but a ninja with weak destructive power is not necessarily weak, and a ninja with strong destructive power must be very strong. Yekeng was stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his senses. A flush suddenly appeared on his face. With this kind of ninjutsu, once he becomes proficient in it, even if he has to conquer the entire Sand Ninja Village alone, Yekeng is confident that he can fight back and forth. This kind of destructive ninjutsu has always been the most feared by all ninja villages. Strength. The effect is mediocre. Vegapunk was a little dissatisfied. Through the compression of the magnetic field, your searing temperature can be increased a little more. Forget it, just practice more in the future. Yekeng was stunned. This kind of power can only be regarded as ordinary. This destructive power is comparable to the tailed beast Jade. Even for weaker tailed beasts, the tailed beast Jade may not have such great destructive power. Regarding Yekeng's doubts, Vegapunk snorted, "What is destructive power?" If I were dedicated to destruction, I could easily destroy the world by simply creating a set of super-large magnetic field diffusion matrices, even by reversing the poles of the magnetic field. What I really need is your scorching temperature. Only when the conditions are met can my energy needs be unlocked. Chapter 62. Yeking was a little confused about the demand for Vegapunk, but she didn't think much about it. She couldn't understand those complicated studies anyway. However, it was determined that Yekang's current strength was not enough for ignition, and Vegapunk was not prepared to let her stay here for a while longer. Instead, he directly issued a mission to Yekang, asking her to go to the Sand Ninja village to seize the Wind Shadow. Regarding Vegapunk's mission, Yekang is also in a contradictory state of mind. She harbors hatred for Kazekage, but it is difficult to let go of her feelings for Suna Ninja village, and she doesn't want to be controlled by others, so she always has the feeling of procrastination in her heart. Although he didn't show it on the surface, Vegapunk could also see Yekang's hesitation. Maybe after this guy defeated Luo Sha, he would really lead the Sand Ninja to do something stupid. However, Vegapunk doesn't care about this. Does he really think that his magnetic field meter is so easy to use? You must know that magnetic fields are naturally connected. With Vegapunk's character, if he didn't, adding some backdoor would be weird. After being implanted with the magnetic field device, Yekang's own life magnetic field has also been integrated with it. It can be said that Vegapunk can control every move of her body at this moment, and even some of her emotions can be manipulated. In the future, with the development of Yekang's magnetic field meter, the stronger the strength, the deeper it will be controlled by Vegapunk. Even now, as long as it is within the range of Vegapunk's domineering perception, Vegapunk can easily control her body movements. You are so bold, you actually dare to come to the Kingdom of Wind with me. After getting off the boat, Yekang raised his head and looked at the vast desert outside the oasis dock in front of him, with a look of emotion on his face. Then he looked back at Vegapunk and said with some unknown meaning. Humph, with my protection, no matter where I go, my dear, nothing will happen. On the contrary, an ugly and weak woman like you, please don't make any mistakes while performing my dear mission. The person who answered Yekang's words was a stunning beauty who could still make people stare at her even if she was wearing a veil. Her arrogant attitude not only did not make people disgusted, but also brought out her cold and arrogant temperament. The only thing that didn't match her temperament was that she tightly hugged Vegapunk's arm, and the look she looked at Vegapunk was full of fascination and flattery. Yekang closed his mouth. What rivaled the beauty of the woman named Hancock in front of him was her attitude of looking down on everyone except Vegapunk, and her fists that were much bigger than hers. Yekang was naturally dissatisfied with Hancock's attitude at first, but after she actually fought with Hancock, she no longer had any superficial dissatisfaction. After all, it still hurts to be beaten by Hancock, and a strong man who is as powerful as the god of the ninja world is also qualified to say that everyone else is trash. Although Yekang comforted himself like this, he still felt it in his heart. I'm so angry. If I hadn't been able to win, I would have promised to let this woman know what politeness was. I don't know how the little monster Vegapunk made this woman obedient. Anyway, Yekang came to a conclusion during this period of getting along with Hancock, that is, if he can't beat this woman, it is best not to enter into any conversation with this narcissistic woman. Sure enough, after seeing Yekang shut up, Hancock quickly lost interest. In fact, if it hadn't been for Vegapunk, Hancock would have been too lazy to talk to anyone else. At this time, Vegapunk also spoke lazily. Okay, I advise you not to have too many thoughts. If those weaklings of the Suna Ninja really encounter us, I'm afraid they themselves will be unlucky. If they didn't want to bulldoze the entire ninja village in order to fully accept it, it's not a difficult thing. On the contrary, you have also seen the development of the Sea Ninja village, right? If the Suna Ninja also joins my staff, then you can also benefit from it. High Ninja Village has received a lot of funding during this period. The alliance of those maritime countries has led to the development of economic interconnection. All countries are developing quite well. In addition, the invention of Vegapunk has increased productivity, so the development speed. It can be said that it is changing with each passing day, far beyond imagination. Even though Yeking stayed in the laboratory most of the time, he occasionally went out a few times to see the development of High Ninja Village, and he was naturally envious of it. After hearing Vegapunk's words, Yeking, who was still a little hesitant at first, finally made up his mind, "Okay, I'm willing to help you control the Sand Ninja, but you can't really treat us as cannon fodder." After hearing this, Vegapunk didn't care at all. "If you want cannon fodder, I can make a lot of it with just a wave of my hand. You don't need to find any sand ninjas at all, so just relax." In the vast desert of the Kingdom of Wind, several ninjas appeared on a sand dune and looked down. The endless sand reflects the scorching sunlight, showing a golden color, but the yellow reflection of the sand below has a faint metallic tone. The ninja walking in the front lowered his head, grabbed a handful of sand, let the sand slowly flow away in his hands, and said in a low voice, "Yes, the content of alluvial gold in this desert should be the highest." The vast desert also contains a large amount of metal resources, but these metal resources are mixed with fine sand, making it extremely difficult to mine, and there is almost no profit at all. However, the world is so big that it is full of wonders. There is a special kind of blood inheritance limit magnetic escape that can extract the unique metal elements from every grain of sand. Even though it is not an easy task, it is better than actually using sand to mine and smelt metals. Too easy. Ninjas who can possess blood succession limit magnetic release are all powerful. Ordinary metals are not worth mining using this method, but if it is replaced by gold, even the top ninjas will still be able to use it in their golden bodies. Under the brilliance, he condescended to carry out the work of gold mining in the sand. Obviously, this ninja is engaged in this kind of gold mining work in the sand, and now the only ninja in the ninja world who can manipulate sand gold is naturally the 4th generation Kazekage Raza in the Suna Ninja village. After signing the defeat treaty, the Suna Ninja were so poor that they could hardly take the blame. Raza, the leader of the Suna Ninja, had to run around to refine sand gold to make up for the loss of the Suna Ninja village. It can be said that the Kazekage was the leader of the Suna Ninja. It's frustrating enough. Some time ago, a sand ninja reported to the top management that he had discovered a desert that might contain a large amount of metals, including a high gold content. After Luo Xia heard the news, he led his shadow guard to find the place directly. Chapter 63. Looking at the desert in front of him, Luo Xia felt quite satisfied. It seemed that the movement of the magnetic field attracted a lot of metals. The metal content in the sand was very high, especially the gold content, which was close to 5 in Luo Xia. In my 6-year career as a miner, this can be said to be the first time I have seen it. Perhaps after completing this task, it will be comparable to the harvest he gained from mining sand gold 5 or 6 times before. Luo Xia thought with great pleasure, and at the same time, he used his magnetic escape ninjutsu to control the energy in each grain of sand. Tiny bits of gold slowly separate. But then Luo Xia frowned. The magnetic field in the desert in front of him seemed a little chaotic, and it also had a certain impact on his placer gold ninja technique. It seems like it consumes a little more chakra. Luo Xia murmured to himself. He was about to increase the chakra, but something moved in his heart and he stopped. Standing up, Luo Xia looked into the distance with a wary face, and gestured to his shadow guards. The 6 ninjas immediately became nervous and alert. Ninjas have sharp ears and eyes. To be able to serve as Raza's shadow guard, he almost needs to have the strength of a special jonin. He soon noticed the movement in the distance, and 3 figures slowly walked over from the distance. The arrogant and beautiful woman wearing a veil, the handsome young man with blonde hair. Although these 2 people have good temperament and it is obvious at a glance that they are not simple people, they were not seen by Luo Xia and others. Everyone's eyes were on them. He stared at the beautiful Kunoichi who was walking in the front with a heroic appearance. "Ye Kang? Why are you here?" Luo Sha asked with a surprised look. After hearing this, Ye Kang's originally calm and indifferent face showed a bit of resentment. "What? In the eyes of the fourth Kazekage, where should I be now? In? Is the sea ninja village a breeding tool?" As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Luo Sha's face turned a little dark, and he even felt that the shadow guards around him looked at him with something wrong. Some things are easy to talk about but not easy to hear. Ye King is the hero of the Suna ninja. She has a blood inheritance limit and is a great beauty. Most of the young Suna ninja have some thoughts about her. They know that Ye King sacrificed in the sea ninja. After receiving the news, the public was filled with indignation. If it was not really unbeatable, the war might have continued for some time. But now that Ye King is back safe and sound, once the high-level officials betrayed her are leaked, it will be a big trouble for all the high-level officials, especially him, the Kazekage. Fortunately, the shadow guards around him knew more or less the news, and there were also some speculations about Ye Kang's disappearance. There was no need to worry too much, but if other ninjas saw Ye Kang, it would be a huge problem. With this thought in his mind, Luo Sha immediately reached out his hand without hesitation, and golden sand rose from his side. "Ye Kang, since you escaped with your life, why not hide your name secretly and live well? Since you have appeared in front of me, you, the traitor who had an affair with the High Ninja Village, can only be executed by me." After listening to Luo Sha's confusing words, Ye King almost died of anger on the spot. She sneered, "Okay, you are worthy of Master Feng Ying. This ability to confuse right and wrong, mistake deer for horses, and play conspiracy is comparable to your tolerance. The technique is much stronger. I just want to kill me, but I'm afraid that your magnetic escape is not as good as your mouth. You want to kill me, but I also want to kill you." Luo Sha was stunned for a moment, and suddenly figured everything out. "The Chuyunan who reported the news, is one of yours? Did you deliberately lead me here?" Ye King sneered. In fact, the Chuyunan who reported the discovery of this mining area was really not from Ye King. On the contrary, he was actually a spy sent by the original Mist Ninja Village. After the Mist Ninja Village was reorganized into the Sea Ninja Village, the spies naturally belonged to the newly reborn Sea Ninja Village. However, Ye King didn't say much. Therefore, Luo Sha believed in his judgment even more. At the same time, his face did not show any expression. In fact, he quickly sensed the surroundings and found that there were no other ninjas except Ye King and the others. Existence, I felt a little relieved. There are only 3 people here? I should say you are conceited or brainless. Luo Sha sneered, "You don't think that just 3 people can really defeat me and my shadow guards, do you?" As for the 2 people around Ye King, although Luo Sha did not underestimate them, he did not think they were really powerful ninjas. Otherwise, they would have already been famous in the ninja world due to their age and outstanding appearance. They don't need to take action. If you want to kill you, I only need me. Ye King sneered, stretched out his hand to condense a fireball, and when the light flickered, it struck like a meteor in an instant. Luo Sha said he was confident, but in reality he was extremely cautious. He was extremely wary of Ye Kang's burning escape. Seeing that the opponent's attack was coming very quickly, he reached out and raised a wall of placer gold, hoping to directly block the attack. With a loud bang, the wall of placer gold completely shattered, decomposed, and melted in the dazzling light. Luo Sha, who was behind the sand gold wall, turned into golden sand. A moment later, Luo Sha emerged from the other side of the ground, but his face was ugly and his hands were slightly burnt black. In addition, there are only 4 of the 6 Shadow Guards members under him at this moment. One of the remaining 2 was swept away by the explosion and his body was completely gone. The other was half cooked by the high temperature and was rolling and screaming in the desert. Unexpectedly, Yakang, you have been retaining your strength. Sure enough, you have already targeted me. Luo Sha said through gritted teeth. Originally, although Yakang's burning escape had strong lethality, its destructive power was not great. The most important thing was that its ability to evaporate water caused flesh and blood creatures to die if it touched it. Coupled with the flexible manipulation ability of the bloodstain limit, Yakang's. The power of the burning escape shocks the ninja world. Logically speaking, for a defensive ninjutsu like Shaijin, it is good enough that the burning release can blast a small hole in the wall. A defensive ninjutsu like this that completely melts the magnetic release and can still cause damage is definitely not. There is only one possibility that can be achieved in a short period of time, and that is that Yakang has concealed his strength in the first place. Yakang didn't explain this at all. This was actually the blood succession limited joint ninjutsu she learned from Vegapunk at the beginning. However, Yakang did not blindly pursue power and compress the fireball into the tailed beast Jade. When the destructive level is unleashed, the fireball is slightly compressed in the shortest possible time and then launched directly. In this way, although the power, attack speed, and attack frequency are far inferior to those of a fully compressed fireball, it has reached the nearly instantaneous level of the original burning release, making it more suitable for battles between ninjas. Chapter 64. Under the bright sunshine, Yakang waved his hand and there were several small sun-like light balls. Under the magnetic acceleration, each light ball was as fast as lightning, booming and banging wildly on the desert. Yakang smiled. This feeling of being like a fort mage was indeed quite good. Originally, Yakang was closer to a magical warrior when fighting. When the burning escape and her physical skills cooperated with each other, the damage was greatest. That's because although the burning release has powerful destructive power on the human body, due to its lack of destructive power, long-range attacks can easily be blocked by opponents using various defensive ninjutsu. But now, due to the two abilities of magnetic field compression and magnetic launch, Yakang's scorching release has greatly increased in terms of destructive power and launch speed. For a while, she felt the fun of a fort mage. This feeling, the combination of the two blood successor ninjutsu, is probably close to the blood-stained elimination in power. Although it does not have the absolute destruction of all energy and matter like the dust release, the firing speed is much faster than the dust release. Damn, Sand Gold Burial! The disgraced Luo Sha, who was pushed to the limit by the bombardment, roared wildly. No longer stingy with chakra, the terrifying sand gold almost turned into a tsunami, and directly pressed against Yakang. Go down! Yakang's mouth showed a sneer, and he no longer kept the trump card that he had been holding on to. The strong magnetic field ability instantly seized control of Shajin, and the huge waves suddenly stopped completely, as if they turned into a magnificent solidified picture. Generally. What? What's going on? Luo Sha had an expression of disbelief on his face. It wasn't that he didn't see what method Yakang used to take away control of his placer gold, but he saw some clues. He will be truly shocked. Because according to Luo Sha's perception, what Yakang just used was clearly the ability of magnetic escape. And it is a more pure, wider applicable range and more powerful magnetic escape. Although it is very different from the magnetic release that has been passed down from generation to generation in Suna Ninja Village, Luo Sha, the only ninja who has practiced magnetic release and the blood successor limit, is still sure that it is definitely a kind of magnetic release that is similar to magnetic release. Connection, but a more complete and perfect power than it. Haha, it's just as you thought. Yakang just glanced at Luo Sha's expression and knew what he was thinking. With a smile on her face, she uttered the truth that Luo Sha could not accept, this. It's magnetic release. And it's more powerful and more perfect than your magnetic release. No, maybe you should name your magnetic release Gold Release, since you can only control gold anyway. Luo Sha's face turned green and white, and just when everyone thought he was about to rush forward, he dodged and backed up, actually trying to escape? Unfortunately, King had already made preparations. With a wave of her hand, the sand gold originally summoned by Luo Sha immediately switched sides and surrounded him like a city wall. There was a sneer on Kang's face. Master Feng Ying, you are really as timid as a mouse. Why do you want to abandon your men and escape alone this time? Although King and Luo Sha haven't sworn hatred, he has no hatred towards the Shadow Guards. When fighting Luo Sha, King basically put all his firepower on Luo Sha. He has no hatred towards the Shadow Guards. It's mainly about defense. So now, even if one of the Shadow Guards has been reduced due to the strength gap, there are still 3 people left. Luo Sha's escape will undoubtedly deliver the 3 of them to King. Luo Sha had a sullen face and was speechless. Although he could also say that these Shadow Guards existed to protect Feng Ying, and it was natural that they should be cut off. However, when they were not strong enough and could not even escape, the so-called language can only show one's own weakness. No matter how many evil spirits he had in his heart, Luo Sha was always the shadow of the Sand Ninja. Knowing that he was probably going to die today, he did not show any signs of losing his composure and instead decided to fight to the death. He reached out and threw away the metal ninja tools on his body. In the case where the magnetic escape was no match for the opponent, keeping these ninja tools would undoubtedly be equivalent to suicide. Luo Sha looked coldly. His physical skills were not excellent, or that of the Kazekage lineage. There are only a few people who are good at physical skills. Their ability to control sand is integrated into offense and defense, developed to the limit, and they also have the ability to fly. Naturally, the requirements for physical skills are not too high. Therefore, he did not rush forward to fight King in close combat. Instead, he formed seals with his hands and spat out, wind escape, 1,000 faces of wind technique. Countless small and weak wind escape blades were mixed in the strong wind and attacked King. However, King just thought, and a large amount of sand gold automatically blocked her in front of her. In the sound of beeping, this attack. Naturally, they returned without success. Perhaps it was because of Luo Sha's performance that King regained some respect for Feng Ying. King suppressed the sneer on his face, kept a calm face, stretched out his hand and pinched it, and a large amount of sand gold immediately closed together. Wrap the rosacea directly. With a thought in King's mind, he increased the power of the magnetic field. In an instant, the placer gold was dyed red with blood. Then King directly buried the placer gold deeply into the ground, causing the 4th generation Kazekage to disappear forever. Deep in the earth. After doing this, King seemed to have a somewhat confused look on his face, and he was stunned for a moment in the desert. However, within a moment, King came back to her senses. She easily used sand gold to block several attacking wind release ninjutsus. She looked at the several Luo Sha's shadow guards and said, "Luo Sha is dead. Do you still want to serve him?" Several shadow guards did not stop attacking because of this. As shadow guards who knew many secrets of Kazekage, their strength may not be up to standard, but their loyalty is definitely up to standard. Okay, King, these people are all Feng Ying's die-hard fans, there is no way you can persuade them to come here. Don't waste your time. Vegapunk said that the initial battle with Luo Sha could be regarded as King's revenge battle, and naturally he and Hancock would not interfere. Now that Luo Sha is dead, he doesn't want to keep dragging his feet here. After hearing Vegapunk's words, King opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Hancock couldn't wait any longer. He saw her figure flashing and appearing in front of the 3 shadow guards in an instant. Kicked each other, and then returned to Vegapunk's side like a flash. The combination of the shaving technique in the pirate world and the teleportation technique in the Naruto world, coupled with Hancock's powerful physique, brings incredible high speeds. Those shadow guards are also considered to be good ninjas, but they are in a row. Before he could react, Hancock kicked him into pieces. Chapter 65. You guy. Looking at Hancock, King looked a little annoyed, as if he wanted to say something. But before Hancock and Yekeng could argue again, Vegapunk spoke directly, "Now that your personal affairs are finished, it's time to conquer the entire Sand Ninja village." Yekeng took a breath and nodded, "I know. But do you need our help?" "Don't worry, we are fully prepared this time. I guarantee that Suna Ninja will not dare to make any objections." Vegapunk waved his hand with a smile on his face, "I just happen to have prepared a lot of experimental weapons." Yekeng was sweating profusely, "No need for that. I can do it myself. I just hope you two can be a little quieter." In fact, what Yekeng wanted to say at the beginning was that he hoped to leave this matter to himself and it would be better for the two of them not to talk. However, these two people are people who go their own way, and saying this would more easily arouse their rebellious psychology, so later. "I also gave up this idea." "That's it." Vegapunk sighed with some disappointment, "Actually, as long as the Suna Ninja retains half of their power, that's enough. I still tend to teach them a lesson and let them remember it forever, so that they can learn from it in the future. Easier to manage." As for Hancock, regarding Yekeng's words, she just felt a little bored and rolled her eyes. "There are so many stories about ugly people." "Yekeng, hold it back, I can't beat her." After the discussion was completed, the three of them didn't stop much. Vegapunk waved his hand casually, and a small aircraft descended from the sky. This is a transportation tool directly made by Vegapunk. Before the energy problem is solved, the cost performance of this aircraft is not high. Only some guys with naturally huge chakra can use their body energy to fly at high speeds. However, Vegapunk can directly use magnetic field and electric energy to drive this aircraft, which is faster and consumes less. It only takes less than half an hour to get from the Kingdom of Water to the Kingdom of Wind. Yekeng looked at the aircraft with a streamlined body like a shuttle with a bit of awe. Her understanding of this aircraft was that of an ultra-high-speed ninja tool. Although it had shortcomings such as being difficult to popularize, this aircraft could carry 4 people. The capacity is enough to allow the ninja village's top combat power to move to all battlefields in a very short period of time. "Okay, don't look at it. It's just a transitional product. When one day I use magnetism to develop the wormhole portal in the planet, you can show this expression again." Vegapunk looked at Yekeng's expression and said speechlessly, "The hearts of the people of the ninja world are far inferior to those of the pirates. Those pirates with big hearts, even if they see the spaceship, they probably won't. What kind of surprise will there be? It will only be excitement." After the 3 people boarded the aircraft turned into a silver light and disappeared into the sky instantly. Sand Ninja Village. Ever since the battle with the Sea Ninja Village ended and the Suna Ninja were defeated again, this place has become very deserted and desolate. Due to the harsh environment, Sand Ninja Village originally had very few shops and outside businessmen. In addition to ninjas, the only people living in the ninja village were family members of some ninjas. The only shops were also owned by these ninjas. Opened by family members. However, due to this war, Sand Ninja Village had to pay a large amount of money and resources as compensation, causing the economy to regress a lot except for some shops that maintained basic needs. Other shops were greatly affected. Suna Ninja has no money in his pocket, so he won't go to the store. If the store has no customers, it will naturally close down. In order to recover from the losses of the war as quickly as possible, most Suna ninjas have also begun to take on a large number of missions. Although due to many defeats, many Suna ninja missions have been lost, but because today's Suna ninjas are increasing. Together, there are only about 30% of the original number of people, so each ninja can receive more tasks. This is also the practice of every ninja war. Compared with ordinary soldiers in ancient times, if they suffer more than 10% loss, they will basically collapse. Those who can withstand 30% loss before collapse can be called the Iron Army. Ninjas because if the brainwashing education he received was not too different, he could withstand almost 70% to 80% of the battle damage. This ability to withstand battle damage has also resulted in the population loss of ninjas never being small. In every ninja world war, even if it is a victorious country, the loss in the number of ninjas alone will be at least close to 30 to 40%. For example, the Suna ninja village suffered relatively heavy losses, with only 30% of the ninjas left in the end. Don't look at the current depression in Suna ninja village. In fact, because the number of Suna ninjas is small, the money that can be earned by allocating it to individuals will actually be more. However, this requires a process, which is why it looks so deserted now. Of course, if the number of missions in Suna ninja village could feed 8,000 ninjas in the past, this time due to losses, the missions can only support 5 or 6,000 ninjas at most. If the development reaches a bottleneck, Suna ninja still cannot see it. When a way out is reached, it is time for a new round of war to begin. As for controlling the number of ninjas, it is not within the scope of the 5 major ninja villages. After all, the 5 major ninja villages have been at war with each other for many years. Once one of the ninja villages weakens, it is self-evident what the other ninja villages will do. This tendency has actually been shown in the original work. After the failure of Konoha's collapse plan, the Suna ninja had to completely turn to Konoha to protect themselves because they couldn't get out of the way. If it weren't for the ocean barrier, the mist ninjas would most likely not have met a good end. However, it was precisely because of the ocean barrier that the mist ninjas were able to kill each other internally to such an extent. It can be said that blessings and misfortunes depended on each other. Without further ado, although there are not many ninjas in the Suna ninja today, they still have a basic defense system. Not many ninjas have the ability to fly, but at least they are not without it. Even if they cannot form an aerial combat system, the Suna ninjas still have to be on guard. There is a UFO in the sky. It is approaching the ninja village, so fast, it will be there soon. When the Suna ninja in the reconnaissance squad saw the bright silver shuttle flying over in the sky, he immediately sounded the alarm. This is not the time when the ninja world has been at peace for more than 10 years. The current Suna ninja has just experienced the ninja war and has suffered a great loss in strength. It is the time when the defense is the most serious and the security and investigation capabilities are the strongest. However, Suna ninja only has some air reconnaissance capabilities. As for aerial combat, it is really the blind spot of most ninjas. At most, they can directly perform some ground-to-air attacks with some ninjutsu. Chapter 66. Hey! The welcome ceremony down there is quite grand. Controlling the aircraft in his hand, Vegapunk had a smile on his face, watching the various ninjutsu thrown by the Suna ninja below, just like watching fireworks. Even though the aircraft looks very crude, in fact, the metal surface uses Vegapunk's magnetic field to strengthen the connection between molecules. It can be called a crude copycat version of strong magnetic force armor. There are only a few Suna ninjas who can launch ninjutsu hundreds of meters into the air, and there are even fewer whose power is not affected. The 3 of them didn't even feel any vibration when it hit the aircraft. My dear, do you want to give them some color? Hancock looked at the sand ninjas who were like ants on the ground, and showed a mischievous smile. I remember, dear, your aircraft is equipped with some weapons system, right? Wait, no need. Leave this to me. Yekeng quickly wanted to stop him, but Vegapunk had already directly controlled the aircraft and activated the killer weapon on the aircraft. The front end of the aircraft instantly shot out a beam of light, which passed directly over the ground. All the buildings and the ground illuminated by the light beam instantly shone with light. Then, a dazzling light and terrifying air waves burst out amid the rumbling sound. Even a few people on the aircraft could feel a hot wind. The effect of the atomic disintegration cannon is quite good, comparable to that of the dust escape. Seeing the results below, Vegapunk smiled. Then he sighed, it's a pity that I am the only one with this ability. This aircraft can only be used when it is inside, otherwise there would be no need for a ninja village to build more than a dozen of these aircraft. Atomic disintegration cannon, weakens the interaction between electrons and nuclei so that atoms cannot exist stably, directly destroying any possible object. Although the destruction of matter is terrifying, what causes its huge lethality is the secondary damage caused by the huge energy erupted when the matter decomposes, which can basically be understood as a small nuclear explosion. This is a terrifying ability developed by Vegapunk by deducing electromagnetic force to the microscopic level. However, his control is insufficient. He can only achieve atomic-level disintegration, but cannot reorganize at the atomic level, let alone go deep. The fusion reaction proceeds directly to the nucleus. If he is allowed to use it by himself, because the atomic disintegration ability will cause damage to himself, the scale of Vegapunk's output will be greatly reduced, and the performance speed will also be slowed down a lot. With the assistance of the aircraft, there is no need to worry about damage to himself. Or you can turn it on at full strength. As the smoke and light slowly disappeared, the three people looked down from the aircraft and saw that the entire Suna Ninja village was split in half from the middle, and the terrain that was supposed to be a skyline canyon turned into a cross shape. The beam of light emitted by the atomic disintegration cannon was about the size of an apple, but the energy explosion produced after the material was split directly blasted out a canyon landscape no less than a ray of sky. The Sand Ninja village below was now wailing. The Sand Ninjas who were closer to the atomic disintegration beam had already been vaporized or even decomposed. The only ones who could make wailing sounds now were only the Sand Ninjas who were further away. However, what Vegapunk is really satisfied with is the destructive power of the light beam against matter. This material destructive ability has no so-called defense for all physical beings. Even the so-called Otsutsuki is hit on the head. All of a sudden, that was also the inevitable end. Onoki's dust release is still developed based on chakra ability, and will be restrained by abilities such as the Jade of the Path and chakra absorption. Atomic splitting light does not have these shortcomings. Yekang, who was trying to persuade him just now, fell silent and looked at the miserable situation of the Sand Ninja in front of him, showing a somewhat unbearable expression. Although Vegapunk's attack only added a horizontal line to the sky of the Suna Ninja, except for the Suna Ninja in that area, no damage was caused elsewhere, but the number of Suna Ninja killed or injured was still no less than a few hundred people. Already accounted for 1/5 of all the remaining ninjas in the Suna Ninja. All the remaining ninjas have lost the spirit of fighting. If the atomic disintegration cannon had not cut off the Suna Ninja village horizontally, but bombarded it directly along the sky, there would probably be no Suna Ninja village now. Under this absolute violent suppression, no matter how tough the ninja is mentally and tenaciously determined, he can only remain in despair. Until this time, Yekang had a vague understanding of what Vegapunk said about how easy it was to destroy the Sand Ninja. He fully understood how terrifying the research of the young man in front of him was, and at the same time he also had a deep understanding of him. His cold-hearted nature was astonishing. The blonde boy who is looking at the tragic situation below with a calm expression may not even look at the ninjas of this world, or even regard ordinary people as human beings. Vegapunk has stayed in the world of pirates for decades, conducting various research every day, and conducting a lot of human experiments. Even if there are some bottom lines, he can be said to be hard-hearted. Like iron. If all the villages below were ordinary people, Vegapunk would not have carried out such a massacre, but he really had no mercy towards the hostile ninja villages. Okay, let's go down now. I believe these Sand Ninjas will become much docile now. Vegapunk said calmly, I hope these guys have some sense. I don't want to experiment with the effects of the microwave stance here. The so-called microwave stance is the last trick used by Vegapunk on the future island. The infrastructure of the Naruto world is insufficient, and Vegapunk, who is restricted in many aspects, cannot build a microwave generator on the future island. But in the final analysis, microwaves still belong to the electromagnetic field effect. With the Devil Fruit ability, Vegapunk can easily make up for the shortcomings of basic technology. Compared with weapons such as atomic splitting beams, which are powerful in destroying materials, microwaves seem to have no destructive power at all, but in fact they are extremely lethal to living organisms. Even those blood cows in the pirate world can be easily steamed by microwaves. In the world of Naruto, any ninja village will die cleanly if it is attacked by the microwave stance. King felt that Vegapunk was too cruel, but in Vegapunk's eyes, what he did was the least killing. Although many sand ninjas died this time, it was completely shattered. The sun ninjas' resistance was overcome. If these sand ninjas were not defeated at once, the number of killings caused by the slow suppression and subjugation of them in the future would definitely be several times more than what they are now. Chapter 67. King didn't know what Vegapunk was thinking, and he didn't know what the microwave stance that Vegapunk was talking about was, but he also understood that it was definitely a more terrifying weapon of destruction than the so-called atomic disintegration beam. In fact, she thought, well, if the Suna ninja was really stubborn, Vegapunk had a backup plan to directly use the microwave to steam half of the Suna ninja. No matter how stubborn the ninja is about their integrity, they can only bow their heads in the face of irresistible violence. If Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't want to hang everyone on a tree, but simply wanted to rule the world, she would probably be the fourth time. During the Ninja World War, the 5 village ninjas would jump on the spot and become their lackeys. In order to prevent Vegapunk from taking action again, King was the first to jump out of the aircraft and manipulate the magnetic field in mid-air, causing a large amount of metal to form a platform under his feet, and he slowly fell down. At this moment, the sand ninja, who was still immersed in despair, looked at King falling from the sky, and their eyes suddenly opened wide. No. It can't be right. Are we in the underworld now? Isn't that Lord King who has been sacrificed? It seems like it's really Mr. King. What is going on? Why did Mr. King appear from that aircraft? Was it Mr. King who was attacking us just now? When ordinary ninjas saw King, most of them were just surprised and confused. However, the high-ranking Suna ninjas and a few Jonin showed a bit of shock and fear. These people all know very well what happened to King, the Suna ninja hero's sacrifice. Some people are participants, and some are insiders. Comparing their feelings, they don't think so. King was here to help Suna ninja this time, not to mention the attack launched by the aircraft just now showed that the attacker was evil. Everyone, be careful, King is now our enemy. Don't forget, it was her who controlled the aircraft to launch the attack just now. Several senior executives were frightened and nervous. One of them turned his eyes a few times, gritted his teeth, stood up, and pointed the finger at King. Taking this opportunity now, she left that weird aircraft. Let's take her down together. As soon as the senior Suna ninja finished speaking, the eyes of many Suna ninjas changed. It was an indisputable fact that King flew out of the aircraft that had just attacked the Suna ninja village. Most ninjas would not be able to tell that much about the character of the Suna ninja. Direct attacks that threaten oneself have become a habit of almost all ninjas. If it were an aircraft that had powerful destructive power and was also nearly indestructible, the sand ninjas might not have any idea. However, facing King, who was just a flesh and blood body, a group of sand ninjas were immediately ready to take action. Yes, King is no longer the hero of the sand ninja. She is now the biggest traitor to the sand ninja. All the sand ninja must work together to capture her while she leaves the aircraft. Several other high-level officials reacted at this time and immediately issued orders to all the sand ninjas. The reasons that prevented ordinary sand ninjas from taking action were simply the aircraft in the sky and King's previous reputation. However, under the orders of those high-ranking sand ninjas, many sand ninjas still took action directly against King. More than a dozen sand ninjas jointly performed a combination of ninjutsu, and a giant dragon that merged with wind and fire rose into the sky. 7 or 8 puppet masters controlled the puppets to transform and fly. The puppets fired a large number of poisonous needles. 3 masters controlled the sand. The powerful ninja controlled the sand and turned it into a small sandstorm. Facing the various ninjutsus performed by the Sand Ninja, Yakang's face was cold, and he directly stretched out his hand, and a golden sandstorm instantly filled the sky. That was the placer gold held by Luo Xiao, which was collected by Yakang. Yakang's magnetic release can control all metals. Although placer gold is at the bottom among metals in terms of combat effectiveness, its value is extremely high. Yakang naturally will not waste it, and now it is temporarily used in battle. No matter how soft the metal is, it is much stronger than the defense of earth escape and water escape of the same level. A large amount of sand gold covered the sky, extinguishing the wind and fire dragon, crushing the poison needle puppet, crushing the small sand storm, and bursting out. Ability to suppress dominance. As the final inheritance of the Sand Ninja Kazekage lineage, magnetic release naturally restrains other traditional ninjutsu of the Sand Ninja, whether it is puppet, wind release, or sand control. Otherwise, it must be restrained by it, or it must be controlled by it. Otherwise, the branches at its lower level could easily defeat all those attacks with Yakang's magnetic escape ability, which was much stronger than Luo Xiao's. Then Yakang directly stretched out his hand, and a piece of sand gold in the sky turned into a golden spear. It condensed into one under the strong magnetic force and shot through a high-ranking sand ninja like a stream of light in an instant. How is that possible? When exactly did Yakang learn magnetic escape? So fast. How can gold dust controlled by magnetic escape be so fast? After seeing Yakang's counterattack, the sand ninja below was almost shocked and frightened. Different from the niche route of burning release that Yakang came out with, magnetic release is an exclusive secret skill of the Kazekage lineage and is used by almost all sand ninjas. Having grown up hearing the reputation of this ninjutsu, the psychological pressure on these people is also different. Yakang, you actually secretly learned magnetic escape. The village will not let you go. Shut up, idiot! Yakang shouted coldly, raised his hand, and another golden spear turned into a beam and shot out. Amidst the screams, another high-ranking sand ninja was torn apart and turned into pieces. Meat cubes. Looking at the silent expressions of the remaining senior executives, Yakang felt a flash of joy in his heart. If it weren't for these bastard senior executives, he wouldn't have almost become a fertility tool in High Ninja Village. Fortunately, I met Vegapunk, otherwise I might not be able to turn around in my life. Slowly falling to the ground, Yakang looked at all the sand ninjas with stern eyes. Among you, some of you may know that I was plotted by the higher UPS and sent to the Sea Ninja village to seek peace, and some may not know. As Yakang's words spread, the sand ninjas below immediately started whispering to each other, and the discussion was quite intense. Things like betraying one's own people are actually not unfamiliar to many ninjas. The profession of ninja is destined to be impossible to completely escape from this kind of thing. But this kind of thing can only happen in the dark. Once it is brought into the light, it will be another matter, especially for a ninja of Yakura's level, who is one of the pillars of the Sand Ninja. Even such a ninja can betray him. Wouldn't ordinary ninjas be even more insecure? However, Yakang did not pay attention to the discussions of these ninjas, and still said with a cold expression, "But no matter what, I will not let go of the senior officials of Suna Ninja Village who did such a thing. Now is the time for you to choose. Should you choose to follow me or die with the senior officials of Sand Ninja Village?" It has to be said that Yakang's eloquence is not very good. Even with the bonus of his own personal experience, this simple and crude approach makes many Suna ninja feel resentful and dissatisfied. But now, a large group of sand ninjas looked at the aircraft in the sky above their heads, and the light was shining at the front. One or two of them looked like quails, and they didn't say a word. Chapter 68. When Vegapunk took Hancock out of the aircraft, Yakang had already wiped out most of the senior officials in Sand Ninja Village. A group of sand ninjas lost their leader and were subdued. Now they have become very obedient. They stood behind Yakang one by one, all looking submissive. Even when they saw that terrifying aircraft landing and a boy and a young woman walking out of it, no one acted impulsively. It seems that you have taken your revenge. You should be the head of the Sand Ninja now, right? Vegapunk glanced at the Sand Ninja and asked with satisfaction. Yeking nodded, yes, now I am the acting Kazekage of the Sand Ninja. He became the acting Kazekage in less than half an hour. The speed with which Yeking rose to the position can be said to be the fastest among the 5 ninja villages. But there was no way. All the senior officials of the Sand Ninja were killed by Yeking. There were 8 senior elders in the entire Sand Ninja. 4 of them were retired ninjas in their 60s and 70s. Their combat effectiveness had basically declined. On weekdays, they are not counted as jonin. But there are 4 other ninjas who are around 50 and at the end of their prime. Those who can reach the top are naturally jonin. Coupled with some ninjas who were closely connected with the higher UPS and also played a role in Yeking's betrayal, Yeking killed at least 7 or 8 jonin in this wave. Now the total number of jonin left behind by the entire Sand Ninja is less than to the 5, that includes elders like Cho Ebizo who are almost 80 years old and have retired. What's more, Yeking also brought the news that the previous 4th Kazekage, Raza, had been killed. In this case, the Sand Ninja had no other choice. Because of the huge commotion, Cho and Ebizo, who ran out of the secluded place, disgusted and without Yegura opening her mouth, they surrounded her and became the 5th Kazekage. Due to the defection of the Red Sand Scorpion, these 2 people have long withdrawn from the core power circle of the Sand Ninja. They did not participate in the betrayal of Yeking last time, and naturally they have no hatred against Yeking. On the contrary, there was some unpleasantness between him and Luo Sha due to some power struggles. With Luo Sha's character, he had obviously squeezed out these 2 overly prestigious elders. This time, the 2 of them helped Yeking rise to the top. Firstly, the Suna Ninja had no other choice now, and secondly, because Yeking had also practiced magnetic escape, which was derived from the tailed beast Shikaku's escape technique. It also has powerful suppression capabilities. And because Shikaku is proficient in sealing techniques, he can be said to be the most difficult to seal among the 9-tailed beasts. Every time Shikaku goes berserk, he must be suppressed by ninjas with magnetic escape as the main force. The current Shikaku Jinhyuriki, Gaara, is only 2 or 3 years old. From time to time, he goes berserk and relies on Raza to suppress him. Now that Raza is dead, for the sake of the tailed beasts in his ninja village, yet King is also the only Kazekage candidate. Everyone, this is Dr. Vegapunk from the Sea Ninja Village, and he is also the heir to the name of the Kingdom of the Sea. This time I was able to send him back, and at the same time awakened the magnetic release blood succession limit, all because of Vegapunk. For the sake of PhD research. So this time, I will hire Dr. Vegapunk to be our Suna Ninja consultant, as an honorary elder of Suna Ninja Village. Yeking pointed at Vegapunk and introduced it to everyone in the Sand Ninja Village, and then revealed his decision, causing a slight commotion among the Sand Ninjas. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between Yeking and Vegapunk is definitely not simple. At least Vegapunk should have the upper hand in the relationship between the 2. Maybe the newly appointed Kazekage has promised much. What about the conditions? But nowadays, the Suna ninjas have no ability to resist. Except for Cho and his brother Ebi, the other Suna ninjas can't even say anything against Yeking. After Cho and Ebizu heard Yeking's decision, they just opened their eyes wide and looked at Vegapunk carefully. In fact, Ebizo was the person in charge of the foreign intelligence system originally controlled by Sand Ninja Village. Naturally, he had heard of the name Vegapunk a long time ago. It's just that there were too many valid and ineffective intelligences coming from the Sea Ninja Village. Among them, Vegapunk's intelligence was too exaggerated and bizarre, and had extremely low credibility, so he didn't study it seriously. But this time, Ebizo felt that he might have made a mistake. The aircraft that could emit destructive beams of light had already applied advanced technology. The 8 tails are probably the only ones who can cause this kind of damage. It is possible for the Nine Tails to use the tailed beast jade with all its strength, but even if it is the strongest Nine Tails, there will be a delay of more than 10 seconds when using the tailed beast jade with all its strength. It will also cause violent chakra fluctuations, which can be sensed by ninjas instantly even if they are several kilometers away. At that time, Ninja Village was able to react completely, and even if it couldn't defend completely, it could still block most of the power. While Vegapunk's aircraft is powerful, its launch speed is also extremely fast, and there is no chakra fluctuation at all. It also has extremely fast flight speed, and a shell defense that can ignore at least B-level ninjutsu. It can be said that if this aircraft is used to launch a surprise attack on other ninja villages, it will definitely be a hit. Even the most powerful Konoha ninja village cannot withstand it. Unless you invented a weapon of this magnitude yourself, no matter how you look at it, it would be impossible for a 13 or 14-year-old kid to take charge of it, right? If he really invented it himself, then the young man in front of him is probably a true super genius in scientific research. Then, the information about Vegapunk will naturally have a high degree of credibility. Finally, Ebizo lowered his eyes, lowered his head and said, "I have no objection to Lord Kazekage's decision. Suna Ninja Village will naturally welcome such a genius to become our honorary elder." Cho and Ebizo, siblings, have always advanced and retreated together. As soon as Ebizo said these words, it was equivalent to an agreement. Since Vegapunk became the honorary elder of the Suna Ninja, he did not do anything else. First, he collected all the secret ninjutsu and various research materials taught by the Suna Ninja, and then hid in the house. After looking at it for 2 days, I returned the information. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably not have even read the outline of the information in 2 days. However, Yakeng still knew something about Vegapunk. The only reason why Vegapunk returned the information was that it has been thoroughly researched and there is no need for those things. In fact, this is indeed the case. In Vegapunk's view, although many of the Sun Ninja's researches are full of fantastic ideas, they are ultimately too rough and lack depth. If it weren't for the omnipotent energy source of Chakra, which has skipped many technologies, those research can only be regarded as a child's toy. Chapter 69. What's going on there? When did Suna Ninja Village build such a tall tower? Just after returning to Sand Ninja Village, a ninja with a painted face looked up at the center of the village, a tower several hundred meters high, with a look of surprise on his face, and asked the strong man wearing a mask next to him. Ninja. Ninjas have the help of ninjutsu. When building some temporary buildings, they are very fast, but the quality is generally not very good. Almost no ninja can build a tower like this with ninjutsu. There is no problem in using earth release to build a high tower in a short period of time, but because there is no foundation, it will basically collapse as soon as the chakra is exhausted. What's more, as you can tell from the name alone, the country of wines has strong winds all year round. It can be said that it is the most unfriendly country to high-rise buildings, let alone towers hundreds of meters high, even buildings over 20 meters high. All very rare. By the way, I accepted the mission and have only been away from the ninja village for a month. What happened? I heard that even the Kazekage has been replaced. Oh, this matter is not a good thing. Let me tell you quietly, our last 4th Kazekage was not a good person. As the masked ninja spoke, the expression on the painted ninja's face suddenly changed. He really didn't expect that so many major events would happen in his ninja village in this short period of time. Then, that Vegapunk built such a big tower right here in our Sand Ninja area. Do the elders all agree? Oh, I forgot, the elder is gone. But even so, this Vegapunk is not from our Sand Ninja village, right? Letting him be an honorary advisor is really a bit. And the 5th Kazekage, I guess she might be Vegapunk's puppet. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, are we going to let this guy weigh on us? After the Sand Ninja finished speaking emotionally, he saw the indifferent expression on the veiled ninja opposite. You don't have to guess, the fifth Kazekage is originally the puppet of Vegapunk, almost everyone can see it. At this point, then you actually accept her rule with peace of mind. Do you still have any pride in the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village? I know it's a bit embarrassing to do this, but I can't help it, Vegapunk has given me too much. The veiled ninja sighed and said, don't look at me like this, but I can actually be considered a nostalgic one among the Sand Ninjas. Most of the Sand Ninjas are now rushing to be Dr. Vegapunk's lackeys. For such a person, chance, those Sand Ninjas almost broke their heads. You are you still a ninja from the Suna Ninja? Do you still have the nerve to say that you are the toughest ninja who was tempered in the strong wind of the desert? Having said that, Dr. Vegapunk's invention allows ordinary ninjas who practice sand control to obtain the blood inheritance limit of magnetic escape, and there is also a new type of steel puppet that is far more powerful than ordinary wooden puppets, specially used in the small individual aircraft of the Wind Release Ninja. The resources and inventions the other party has are so powerful. If you let a little bit out of your hands, most of the Sand Ninja will worship him like a god. Hey, where are you going? The masked Suna ninja stretched out his big hand and grabbed the ninja with a painted face, looking a little strange at the hurried look of this guy. Let me go. How is steel made into a puppet? Theoretically, the conduction speed of chakra threads and steel is so slow. Unless chakra iron is used, there is no possibility of steel puppets. I must go and see that. How on earth did you make that iron puppet? Okay, there's another one with a broken head. He let go of his hand, and the strong man with a mask of Sand Ninja looked at the puppet ninja who disappeared quickly, and shook his head. These guys were so firm in what they said, but when they finally found out the actual situation, didn't they rush to break their heads and become experimental subjects? Shiasha, what are you still doing here? At this moment, the same strong Sand Ninja passed by the roof quickly. After seeing the masked ninja, he said in surprise, haven't you heard? Dr. Vegapunk created the wind escape. Are the ninjutsu model of ninjutsu currently recruiting experimenters? If you don't go and sign up, why are you wasting your time here? What? Wind Release Ninja Taijutsu. The Sand Ninja, whose main training direction is Taijutsu, suddenly widened his eyes. Wait for me, I will go too. Finally, we've had our chance. In the past, we only saw the arrogance of those wind escape ninjas, puppet masters, and ninjas who practice sand control. Now it's our turn to be physical ninjas, right? Who dares to steal this opportunity from me? I'll blow his head off. On the tall tower in the center of the Sand Ninja village, Vegapunk was sitting on a high-backed chair, squinting his eyes slightly, looking at the computer screen in front of him, and spinning the pen in his hand. Behind him, the current fifth-generation Kazekage Yekeng was like a good little daughter-in-law, stretching out 10 slender fingers to gently massage his head. The jade-like fingertips slightly condensed a bit of burning escape chakra, keeping the temperature of the fingers at about 40 degrees. This is also the most comfortable temperature for Vegapunk during massage. However, Vegapunk still frowned. After looking at the computer for a while, he bit his pen and spoke with some distress. Well, the fluid model of the chakra pattern has been made. Basically, as long as the formula is entered, all chakra patterns should be developed, and even some blood successor limit chakra can be substituted into this formula. Theoretically, most chakra attributes can develop unique ninjutsu chakra patterns, but the effects may be different. However, without higher level chakra as a sample, will it have any effect on blood stain elimination or even blood stain snares? It's hard to say. Yekeng half understood the research on Vegapunk, but he also knew very well how groundbreaking this kind of research was. For a long time, except for the nintaijutsu mode developed by Thunder Release, almost no one has developed any nintaijutsu because the remaining 4 chakra attributes such as water, earth, fire, and wind are not compatible with the human body. Vegapunk was able to find the inner laws of ninteijutsu in just a few days, and easily developed ninteijutsu with 5 major attributes, even the blood inheritance limit. This talent is already astonishing. Even Yekeng himself successfully practiced the burning release ninja technique and the magnetic release ninja technique in the specially designed training cabin where Vegapunk collected body data, and it only took 3 days. In comparison, Yekeng only felt that his previous hard training was like a joke in front of Vegapunk's technology. Chapter 70. It seems that we still need some more advanced chakra data. Well, it's time to develop the blood successors and eliminate them. By the way, Yekeng, you can stay here with me tonight. After Yekeng heard this, his face turned slightly red and his eyes turned to Hancock, who was sitting on the sofa to one side. Unexpectedly, Hancock didn't look too angry, he just pouted like a little girl losing his temper. "Dear, why do you let this guy disturb our two-person world? I am satisfied by myself. Can't I love you anymore? Or, my dear, are you tired of the old? You were still so obsessed with me yesterday." Okay, Vegapunk waved his hand. "I want to try to fuse the 3 chakra attributes to see if Yekeng can develop a blood successor to eliminate it. This is business." Okay. Hancock also knew that once Vegapunk wanted to do some experiment, no one could stop him. She was just using this to show off to Vegapunk. But when he looked at Yekeng, Hancock's eyes and expression changed completely. "You must understand your status. Serve my dear honestly. Do you understand? I'm a servant." Yekeng gritted his teeth angrily and thought wildly in his heart, "You can't beat her, you can't beat her." That's why he didn't rush forward to beat her. As for Vegapunk, he took one look at the interaction between the two and then began to analyze the data on the computer. Although Hancock seems to be going too far, in any case, Hancock is the person who is truly most loyal to him and the person with the deepest feelings for him. Vegapunk is not able to distinguish between the near and far. By the way, the funds for the Kingdom of Wind should have been delivered, right? As if he remembered something, Vegapunk looked at Yekeng again and asked. Yekeng glanced at Vegapunk with a complicated expression. "It's here, a total of 32 billion taels of funds. This is already the total amount of funds required to operate a normal sand ninja village for 30 years. Even if the 5 major countries spend such a large amount of money, it will still be a big deal. Under normal circumstances, no country will give such a large allocation to the ninja village. Even Konoha's annual funding does not exceed 3 billion taels. This is after counting the mission system and national funding. If we really count the daimyo's allocation, I am afraid it is not even 1 billion. Of course, Yekeng knew very well why the great names and nobles of the Kingdom of Wind would do such a thing, because they had already been replaced by clones made by Vegapunk. When they destroyed the corpses of those great names and nobles. Or she did it herself with burning escape. When Yekeng learned about the Vegapunk plan, she was shocked. Not only that, she also learned that most of the famous names and nobles from overseas countries such as the Kingdom of the Sea and the Kingdom of Water had long been. It has been replaced by Vegapunk. Including the famous heir and noble status of Vegapunk, they were all faked using this method. When he just learned the news, Yekeng was almost stunned by Vegapunk's madness. But at that time, Yekeng had already boarded the pirate ship and could not get off Vegapunk's ship again. He could only follow Vegapunk's instructions and collect the DNA information of the nobles of the Kingdom of Wind and give it to Vegapunk. In just a few days, Vegapunk had created clones and instilled memories. With the green light of Kazekage, the so-called daimyo and nobles were easily replaced. Later, in order to break Yekeng's psychological shadow, Vegapunk directly asked Yekeng to execute the so-called nobles of the Kingdom of Wind. Although Yekeng was very stressed at first, he finally killed one of them who cried bitterly and knelt down. The nobles who were begging for mercy suddenly became enlightened after seeing the ugly behavior of these senior officials of the Kingdom of Wind, from threatening at the beginning to begging for mercy at the end. After directly promoting all the top leaders of the Kingdom of Wind, Yakeng firmly stood on the side of Vegapunk. Not bad, not bad, the number is almost close to 1000 Asuma. Vegapunk smiled and said something that others couldn't understand. Seeing Yakeng's confused face, he shook his head, very good, yes. With this funding, the weather tower will almost be completely completed. At that time, I can control the weather of the entire Kingdom of Wind, and I can also use this to explore the mineral deposits of the entire Kingdom of Wind. Only in this flat desert terrain, it is so easy to use the weather tower to find mineral deposits. Yakeng was stunned for a moment, and then he realized the function of the tower under his feet. At the beginning, Yakeng only trusted Vegapunk, so he did not discount any of his orders, including inexplicably building a high tower in the middle of the Sand Ninja village. But what effect does the high tower have? Yakeng never quite understood. Vegapunk technology was used in the construction of the tower, and the cost was very low compared to the scale of the entire building. However, at first, the Sand Ninjas were quite critical of this weird building. However, after building this tower, Vegapunk also began to open up some of his technology to the Sand Ninja. Although he had to complete his mission and obtain enough contribution points to be strengthened by his technology, it also temporarily affected the entire Sand Ninja. Be patient and rush forward. Put that dissatisfaction behind you in an instant. This tower was built by Vegapunk by using his ability to split atoms and drive hundreds of meters underground as the foundation. He then used Chakra to make the outer shell and his magnetic control ability as the metal skeleton. The reason why this tower was built was to extract geothermal energy from the ground as a power source to conduct various research, but the most important thing is that Vegapunk also wanted to control the climate of the entire Kingdom of Wind through this tower. The two worlds of Pirates and Naruto each have their own strengths in technological development. In most places, Pirates are stronger than Naruto, but excluding the black technology developed by Vegapunk and the ancient technology discovered through archaeology, both sides have different strengths. The difference isn't too big either. But in terms of the study of weather, the pirate world is definitely far beyond the Naruto world. In that ghost world, if the navigator on your ship does not study the weather thoroughly enough, it is best not to set foot on the Grand Line in your life. Those meteorologists and navigators who have the most profound research on weather can use no chakra at all and just borrow some ordinary props to achieve effects comparable to top ninjutsu. Due to environmental factors, Vegapunk has also paid some attention to meteorological research, and with his talent, with just a little attention, his research results have surpassed those PhDs in meteorology who have studied for a lifetime in the pirate world. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the computing power of the quantum brain he placed in Fantasy Star is, if it is not good enough in meteorology, it will not be able to use the butterfly effect to destroy the world. Chapter 71. It will take at least half a year to completely complete the weather tower. Even if there are enough funds and Vegapunk's magnetic field control ability to speed up the construction, the transportation of many necessary materials will still take time. Time soon came to night. With a somewhat uneasy look on his face, Yakeng changed into a tight suit that covered his whole body and walked into Vegapunk's laboratory. The clothes on his body gave Yakeng a twitching feeling that he had not seen for a long time. This kind of clothes, specially made for conducting some experiments, was completely close-fitting to the body. For the sake of experimental effect, he could not even wear underwear. This made almost all the details of her body appear. To a certain extent, Yakeng felt that it was no different from being naked. "Are you here?" Vegapunk turned his head and glanced at Yakeng, looked up and down, and whistled, "You have a good figure." Yakeng was immediately ashamed and angry, and turned his head to the side. He was cursing like a pervert and a bastard in his heart, and his body was trembling slightly. However, Vegapunk was still very reliable when conducting experiments. After carefully looking at Yakeng, Vegapunk began to turn his head to debug the data. His expression suddenly became serious, and his eyes were fixed on the screen. And never looked at Yakeng again. At this time, King breathed a sigh of relief and watched Vegapunk working seriously. While carefully observing the data on the computer screen, he used his magnetic field ability to interact with the computer, and even directly changed the internal structure of the machine next to him through magnetic field smelting. At this time, the blonde boy showed extraordinary seriousness. Looking at it, King also became slightly fascinated. Vegapunk's current appearance is already. He is extremely handsome. After he possessed the magnetic field fruit, he further developed his biomagnetic field, making his appearance and temperament almost perfect. When he is completely serious, the combination of his magnetic temperament and perfect appearance is enough to attract all women with normal aesthetics and sexual orientation in the world. After adjusting the machine for a while, Vegapunk raised his head and looked at King. Their eyes met. King was startled and turned his head slightly. He felt a little blushing and his heartbeat was beating. The most important thing is that Vegapunk's current physical age is only that of a teenager, which makes King feel a sense of immoral guilt. Raising his eyebrows, Vegapunk didn't say anything. He directly pressed the button of a large training chamber next to him and said, "The debugging has been completed. Now you can go in and try the final chakra fusion. I have calculated the specific proportions and pressure values required for the fusion of the 3 chakras of fire, wind, and thunder. In theory, by relying on brain waves to strengthen chakra control, as well as the internal pressure of the training chamber and meridian stimulation, it can be almost perfectly integrated. Needed blood stains eliminated. If my calculations are correct, this elimination of blood stains should be reflected in the form of light. This is also because your magnetic escape relies on the magnetic field instrument to subtly transform the wind and thunder fusion chakra, not the sand ninja villages. That terror combined with chakra. The blood succession limited scorching escape that you now have is the chakra of wind, fire, and fire. In other words, the 3 most powerful chakras in your body are wind, fire, and thunder. Because whether it is wind, thunder, or fire attributes, they all belong to the energy state, not the material state, so the chakra blood stain elimination produced by this fusion is naturally in the form of pure energy, most likely in the form of light. As for the specific characteristics, it is likely that some energy rays can penetrate materials and have the characteristics of killing organisms. However, these cannot be determined until we see the specific results. Vegapunk said a lot with a serious face. Influenced by this, King, who was still a little embarrassed and uneasy, calmed down and listened carefully to Vegapunk's words. Vegapunk finished explaining quickly. King is also a smart person and basically understood Vegapunk's words, but she frowned slightly. It doesn't sound difficult, but the blood successor elimination is so. Can it be done easily? Although King has long been familiar with the many miracles created by Vegapunk, the ability to eliminate blood stains is something that the entire ninja world, not counting the god of Otsutsuki, has been born since ancient times, and can only master. Between the two of them, under this situation, King's confidence in Vegapunk was a little shaken. Who knows? No experiment can be said to be 100% sure until the results appear. Vegapunk answered casually, but at the same time, there was another sentence in his mind. If you dare to conduct experiments on your own people, then you must be 99% sure that at least if something goes wrong, you can save the person. After hearing this, King relaxed suddenly, because this sentence was a mantra of Vegapunk. When Vegapunk was researching and developing steel puppets and magnetic escape bloodstain training cabins in Sand Ninja Village, King, who lacked confidence, got the same answer every time he asked. They say they are not 100% sure, but in fact, when it comes to human experiments, especially when it comes to human experiments on their own people, Vegapunk can be said to be extremely stable, unlike the current ninja world that completely uses human lives too. The methods of stacking experimental results are quite different. After adjusting his mood, King lay down directly in the training cabin. Vegapunk closed the door of the training cabin directly, and then did not turn on the machine. Instead, he directly controlled his own magnetism and electricity to operate the training cabin. To put it bluntly, the training cabin in front of us is actually not perfect. Only with the help of Vegapunk himself can it be possible for people to synthesize blood successors and eliminate them. Not only that, this experiment has extremely high requirements on the experimenter's chakra control ability and the level of his own chakra attribute cultivation. Generally speaking, it is almost necessary for a ninja who can synthesize the blood successor limit to develop the blood stain elimination. Note that they are ninjas who can synthesize the blood-stained limit themselves, not ninjas who have inherited the blood-stained limit. Just like the Snow Clan in the Sea Ninja Village today, these people are the inheritors of the blood-stained limit, and their own level is definitely not as good as those. Founder. As the magnetic field and electricity circulated throughout the training cabin, Yaking felt that his thinking became extremely clear, and his perception was greatly enhanced. He could almost feel the movement of every chakra in his body, and could even see his own blood vessels contract and internal organs peristalsis. Similarly, his own chakra also became active in an instant, showing various chakra properties, and the powerful magnetic field passed through his own chakra meridians, suppressing all active chakra. Are in constant chaos and fusion. Yaking, whose thinking ability had greatly increased, immediately reacted and used her now soaring chakra control ability to guide all chakra properties to fuse. She kept in mind the fusion ratio given to her by Vegapunk and started the blood succession. The practice of elimination. Chapter 72. As the door of the training cabin opened, bursts of steam came out. Yaking, who was dripping wet from head to toe, climbed out of the training cabin with a tired and satisfied expression on his face, and his eyes were shining with dazzling light. "Drink some water. It looks like it worked." Vegapunk took a glass of water from the side and handed it to Yaking. Yaking drank it in one gulp without hesitation. There was no nutrient solution in this training cabin. Yaking's clothes were wet. The moisture and the steam that just came out are all the sweat that came out during her experiment. After drinking a glass of light salt water to replenish the energy and water she had consumed, Yaking finally regained consciousness, and then her face turned red. The tight-fitting lab coat she was wearing was already close-fitting, and she was covered in a lot of sweat. After getting wet, it became even more looming, looking even more attractive than without clothes, which made her shrink slightly. However, now Vegapunk has no intention to look at this tempting scene. What he is most concerned about is whether Yaking's blood successor is eliminated as he had calculated. "Okay, let's take a short rest. I'll go to the training room later to test your current blood stain elimination. I don't know if it matches what I calculated. If it is consistent, it means that there is nothing wrong with Vegapunk's understanding of the fusion of chakra attributes, and he can naturally continue to deduce it. If something goes wrong and the fused blood elimination is different from what Vegapunk envisioned, then all the conjectures and calculation models so far will have to be overthrown, and Vegapunk cannot help but be careless." The serious Vegapunk still has the demeanor of a resolute scientist. After Yaking rested for 10 minutes, changed his clothes, and regained his strength, he followed him to the laboratory dedicated to destructive ninjutsu experiments. Training room. The entire laboratory is entirely made of metal. It is a metal alloy made by Vegapunk's magnetic field ability and thunder metallurgy ability. Its strength is far superior to ordinary steel. After all, Vegapunk's magnetic field manipulation ability is enough to smelt alloys. The lattice structure is perfect. Many sand ninjas even highly admire the various alloys produced by Vegapunk. Some of the high-grade alloys leaked out are almost half the price of chakra iron. Of course, this is also because Vegapunk spends most of his time doing experiments and has no interest in the repetitive work of smelting alloys. Unless necessary, he will not make them at all, so what comes out is all kinds of waste. The alloy disassembled from the test object. For example, in this laboratory, some of the alloy targets in it will be cleared out directly by Vegapunk if they are damaged by Yaking. This is the source of those alloys. The quantity will definitely not be large, and the price will naturally be high. After Yekeng came to the training room, he also took a deep breath. After Vegapunk adjusted various shooting and testing instruments, he activated his blood elimination ability. I saw Yekeng slightly stretching out his hand, and a brilliant colorful light beam flashing with multiple brilliance instantly hit a human-shaped target. After more than 10 seconds, the entire target gradually appeared red and began to drip metal liquid. Okay, stop. Vegapunk waved his hand, and Yekeng immediately stopped his attack, but there was still some dissatisfaction in his eyes. The power of this blood stain elimination doesn't seem to be very strong, it looks no different from my own burning escape. The only advantage is that the attack speed is extremely fast. Not only does it not require a seal, but when it is bombarded, the speed exceeds all 5 elements escape techniques. Even if the light simulated by this chakra does not reach the speed of real light, it can be said to be the fastest escape technique in the ninja world. Although my own burning release ninjutsu does not require any seals and can be released instantly with a thought, and the speed of the 2 fireballs can be considered flexible and agile, it is impossible to compete with this light ninjutsu. Vegapunk obviously saw what Yekeng was thinking. After reading the test tables of several instruments, he said to the disapproving Yekeng, "Do you still remember the characteristics of this escape technique that I told you at the beginning? Material. Penetration, biological killing. Physical destruction is not the development direction of your escape technique. It is already strong enough if it can have power close to the limit of ordinary blood successors." Yekeng frowned when he heard this, but my ninjutsu didn't penetrate this target. That's just what it seems on the surface. Mr. Bega shook his head. Let's go on to the second round of experiments. You will soon be able to see the real horror of your ninjutsu. He activated his ability and controlled the humanoid metal target to sink below, and then another metal wall rose from the ground. Vegapunk brought in some living animals such as desert lizards from other laboratories, tied them up and placed them behind the metal wall. Okay, you can try your blood inheritance elimination ninjutsu again. Got it. Hearing this, Yekeng nodded and fired out a brilliant colorful light beam again, but this time, as soon as it hit the metal wall, Vegapunk immediately stopped. After removing the metal wall and revealing the desert lizard behind the wall, Yekeng was surprised to find that although his attack did not penetrate the metal wall, it did seem to have a great impact. The desert lizard was bleeding from all its orifices at the moment, struggling crazily and restlessly. After a while, even the armor on its skin began to fall off, and bloodshot eyes appeared all over its body. It struggled miserably for a moment and then died completely. Is this my blood elimination? Yekeng's face showed a bit of surprise, and Vegapunk nodded. Yes, this is the real power of your blood elimination, and then I'll change to another one. Substances to block your beam of light, and next time I need to use animals with chakra to test the resistance. Finally, after a night of experiments, Vegapunk also came up with the results. Yekeng's blood succession elimination ninjutsu is frighteningly harmful to living organisms. If there is no defense, no matter whether it has chakra or not, animals will be instantly transformed into a pool of thick blood by the colorful light beams. When it comes to defense, it will also perform differently depending on the ninjutsu used to defend, or the material and thickness of the defense. Among them, lead has the strongest defensive power against Yekeng's blood succession limit, followed by metal, followed by various rocks and soil, and the remaining defensive abilities such as water escape can only be said to be better than nothing. Then there is the chakra resistance to Yekeng's elimination ninjutsu. The stronger the chakra, the higher the resistance to Yekeng's elimination ninjutsu. Of course, this refers to after penetrating the defense. Ninjutsu. According to Vegapunk's estimation, Janin-level chakra, using Earth Release Ninjutsu, which has the best defense among the 5 elements release techniques, requires a thickness of at least 5 meters to basically defend against the lethality of Yekeng's beam of light. It may also leave many minor sequelae that cannot be treated. Chapter 73. Vegapunk originally wanted to name Yakang's blood-stained elimination as Radiation Escape, but unfortunately this name was too professional and not aesthetically pleasing. In the end, Yakang rejected it and named it Light Escape. It's this escape technique that doesn't match its name at all. The name of the blood successor called Light Release sounds upright, but in fact it can be called the most sinister and vicious of all ninjutsu, and it is also the most specialized in killing living things. Technique. As long as you have a little contact with this kind of ninjutsu, even if you can defend yourself temporarily, you will be tortured to death from the endless sequelae afterwards. It can be said that unless someone develops some kind of lead escape, this kind of light escape blood successor elimination is the same as Onoki's dust escape blood successor elimination. It can only dodge an unstoppable and terrifying ninjutsu. Moreover, this kind of bloody elimination ninjutsu is still very confusing. After all, the seemingly lethal light beam can actually be blocked. If many ninjas think that as long as they block the light beam, they have blocked the ninjutsu, they will definitely end up. He died miserably. It can be said that Yakang's blood successor elimination ninjutsu, in addition to its own lethality, can also be regarded as a first-class killing move. Before the information is leaked, even a super shadow-level ninja has may be carried away by a wave of invisible and immaterial radiation. Fortunately, the radiation of light release is simulated by chakra after all, so there is no radiation pollution, and there is no need to worry about the problem of not even a blade of grass growing on the battlefield for decades after a battle. Otherwise, when Yakang fights in the future, even his teammates may have to suffer. The development of Yakang's elimination almost completely complies with Vegapunk's calculations, which also shows that Vegapunk's calculations on the fusion of chakra properties are not wrong, at least there are no errors in the basic theoretical part. If one day Vegapunk can fully analyze and understand the fusion method of the 7 attribute chakras, instead of being like the Otsutsuki clan who knows it and does not know why it is activated entirely by blood, then as long as he has enough chakra control, not only can it synthesize a blood-stained snare, but it can also cast any blood-stained ninjutsu at will that is theoretically possible with chakra. In other words, a series of ninjutsu including Flying Thunder God, Kamui, other gods, Samsara Tensei, Dust Release, Spiritual Transformation Technique, etc., were things that even Vegapunk could learn at a glance at that time. In fact, the effect of the blood trap of the Otsutsuki clan is not necessarily stronger than the top ninjutsu developed by the ninja world. It is just because of its extremely high nature that it can show its crushing power. But if they are of the same nature, the various ninjutsu developed by ninjas definitely have the potential to surpass Otsutsuki. This kind of thing is still far away. Even with the addition of quantum chips, it is not known how long it will take for Vegapunk to fuse the 7 attributes of chakra. Even the Otsutsuki clan themselves have little experience in this kind of thing. They all relied solely on eating fruits to obtain blood stains and were eliminated. According to the saying in fantasy fairy novels, they are all parallel imports who got up by taking drugs. Their physical quality is up to standard, and their strength and realm are in a mess. Time has passed in the blink of an eye and less than half a year has passed, and the Vegapunk Weather Tower was finally completed today. The meteorological tower is 200 to 300 meters high. It can be said to be the tallest building in the Kingdom of Wind. However, the depth extending underground below it is still more than 10 times the height. The foundation of the entire tower passes through an underground lake and finally enters a high temperature magma layer, and use these geothermal heat to power the experiments of the entire meteorological tower. Okay, the chakra energy pool has been created, now the last step is to input chakra. On the 3 underground floors of the meteorological tower, there are neither laboratories nor training grounds, just 5 rooms. On the doors of the 5 rooms are engraved 5 characters: water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. If you open the door, you will find that most of the room is occupied by a circular pool that looks empty. Inside the pool is engraved with the words water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Various sealing runes. Next, Just ask those sand ninjas to fill up the 5 chakra energy pools. Can you do that? After hearing Vegapunk's question, Yaking frowned slightly. The 3 energy pools of wind, fire, and earth are easy to fill up. As for Lei, it's not a big problem. So you can't fill up the water chakra energy pool? Vegapunk rolled his eyes and said, then shook his head, forget it, let Hancock do it. The energy pool is Vegapunk's inspiration from the Sand Ninja's Chakra Core manufacturing method, and the Chakra Core is the core technology of the Sand Ninja to control puppets. The Sand Ninja's puppet only needs 1 chakra wire to control it. The reason is that this Chakra Core conducts chakra to all parts of the entire puppet, which is also the most important part related to the quality of the puppet. In terms of technology for making chakra cores, the top one is the Scorpion of Red Sand, who has now become a rebellious ninja. During his long-term research on chakra cores, this talented rebellious ninja came up with a wild idea, which is the idea of making people into chakra cores. The original chakra core only has an auxiliary function, using the heart of animals that generally possess chakra. Although it has an energy source, it does not have intelligence. Therefore, chakra lines must be used to control and issue commands. Scorpion took this a step further and created a human puppet. In the end, he even preserved his complete intelligence in the chakra core and transformed himself into a puppet. He can be called the mad scientist in the entire Naruto world, second only to Orochimaru. Already. However, in Vegapunk's view, the technology of human puppets is just that. The most important thing is actually the idea of the chakra core. Through transformation, Vegapunk multiplied the flesh and blood of a large number of chakra creatures into giant. The heart gives it the ability to generate huge amounts of chakra and build a chakra cycle. As long as chakra is initially input for circulation, the 5 chakra energy chambers will be connected to each other and the circulation will continue. At least for more than 10 years before the chakra heart decays, these 5 energy chambers will be equivalent to unlimited energy. As for more than 10 years later, Vegapunk will almost be able to find better alternative energy sources, or simply study the secrets of chakra conversion and be able to directly convert solar energy, wind energy, and other energy sources into chakra. Although the power of chakra energy is not as powerful as nuclear energy, it is second to none in terms of versatility. If nuclear energy or something is used to affect the climate of the entire kingdom of wind, then at least a quantum-level computer must be used, and it must be replaced by a chakra energy. In the case of Kara energy, only a supercomputer can do this kind of thing. Chapter 74. They are really a bunch of useless guys, Yaking, your men don't look very good. Even with my dear help, they are still so bad. Hancock stood at the door of the water attribute chakra energy room, pressed his hand on the water character, and while inputting chakra, he said to Yaking with a disdainful expression. Yaking gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. It turned out that she still underestimated the amount of chakra needed to fill the energy pool. The energy pool with the 3 attributes of wind, earth, and fire was okay. These 3 types were considered Sand Ninja Village. In the mainstream, there have always been a lot of ninjas with this chakra attribute. Thunder attribute chakra energy pools are relatively rare. The entire Sand Ninja searched and found more than 100 people. In the end, after all their efforts, the Thunder attribute chakra energy pool was still only about 90% filled. Sir. Yaking looked up at Vegapunk helplessly, his face flushed a little. He had said too much at first, but now he was slapped in the face. Vegapunk frowned. Next time you should estimate the data more accurately. Even if you are not a scientist, you can't always rely on your feelings to do things. Yaking lowered his head and replied with some shame, I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong this time. As for Vegapunk, he doesn't care about the strength of the Sand Ninjas. Even if these Suna ninjas are all losers who will never become Chunin, Vegapunk can rely on his own technology to make them individually. A man with Jonin-level combat prowess. It's just that the character of a scientist makes him intolerable to Yekang's rough conclusions drawn only based on feelings without any investigation. Then, Vegapunk also extended a hand, and chakra that was as huge as a tailed beast surged instantly, and powerful energy was immediately injected into the Thunder Attribute Chakra energy pool. As the final energy pool was filled, chakras of 5 different attributes immediately circulated. At the same time, stimulated by the circulating chakra, the huge heart in the sealed chamber at the bottom of the energy pool also began to beat. Huge streams of chakra surged out of the energy pool with the beating of the heart, and the entire weather tower suddenly seemed to come alive, exuding some powerful and terrifying aura. Yekang trembled slightly, and the large number of sand ninjas who input chakra into the 3 energy chambers of wind, fire, and earth turned pale. Such huge chakra made all the sand ninjas have to deal with several tailed beasts on their own. A feeling of some sand ninjas with the ability to sense chakra trembled all over. In their perception, the weather tower in front of them was close to 10 times that of Shikaku in terms of the amount of chakra it displayed. At the same time, as the energy system of the weather tower was completely completed, strange fluctuations spread with Suna Ninja Village as the center, and the wind that was blowing endlessly throughout the Wind Kingdom also weakened a lot. In the center of Suna Ninja, those strong winds suddenly turned into a gentle breeze. The biggest problem in desert countries has never been the lack of rainfall, but the never-ending, blowing strong winds. These winds take away water vapor, break the earth, and knock down plants. It can be said to be the culprit of all desert formations. Why is the best way to control deserts is to plant trees? It is because plants can greatly reduce the wind in the desert, retain water vapor, and stabilize the sand. The desert is not lacking water, but the water is lost too quickly. Of course, the ability of the weather tower to change the kingdom of wind does not happen overnight. No matter how strong the chakra inside the weather tower is, it is impossible to completely rely on chakra to control all the weather in the kingdom of wind. It also relies on the theory of the butterfly effect. Making small adjustments on the weather model only makes chakra more comfortable at doing this kind of thing. However, more than 10 days later, the original strong wind in the entire kingdom of wind finally calmed down completely. The role of the weather tower began to play its role. The water vapor that was originally difficult to stay in the kingdom of wind under the strong wind slowly gathered. When I got up, it soon started raining all over the kingdom of wind. Sand Ninja Village, in the thin curtain of rain. Why are you up so early? It's still very cold outside. Vegapunk yawned, looked at Yekang, who was standing at the window in thin pajamas, and asked. I never thought that Suna Ninja Village could still exist today. Standing on the floor of the weather tower more than 100 meters away, Yekang looked outside with somewhat confused eyes. At the moment, it was raining lightly in Sand Ninja Village. The rain started last night and has already started falling this morning. If you observe carefully, you will find that the Sand Ninja Village below is very different from before. The original Sand Ninja Village was completely grey and khaki. Now, green plants have grown in many places. It looks like. Instead, it turned into camouflage color. It will get better in the future. It only takes a month for the current climate of the Kingdom of Wind to change. In another 2 or 3 years, when the plants and trees have grown up, then the complete transformation will probably be completed. Vegapunk got up from the bed, and Yekang, who was looking at the rainy scene outside, walked over naturally and helped Vegapunk put on his clothes. Yekang has already done this kind of thing like a maid very smoothly. Although Vegapunk is unprecedented in scientific research, it is precisely because he is obsessed with scientific research from time to time. I don't usually have much time to take care of myself. As for Hancock, although he is very willing to serve Vegapunk, it is obvious that the Empress has no talent for this kind of thing. Robin usually does this kind of thing. After leaving Nico Robin's all-purpose assistant in the Sea Ninja Village, Yekang took Robin's place. She was a little fussy at first, but now she is very proficient. Especially after becoming the 5th generation Kazekage and seeing Vegapunk's changes to his ninja village, Yeking no longer has any entanglements about Vegapunk's stance and his own identity. Anyway, with my own ability, even if I work hard for 10 lifetimes, I can't make the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village so powerful, let alone let the villagers live such a good life. In this case, there is nothing wrong with being the puppet Kazekage yourself. By the way, sir, the Queen of Lulan Kingdom you are looking for has been brought here. Yeking seemed to have thought of something and said directly, do you need to see her? Vegapunk's spirit perked up. Ever since he discovered the Lulan mark on the world map, Vegapunk has been very interested in the country where the theatrical version appeared, especially the Lulan underground dragon vein, which involves such profound things as time and space transfer. The topic made him want to study it even more. Namikaze Minato's sealing technique couldn't stop Vegapunk, but the danger of the dragon vein itself was too high. He was not a protagonist, and he didn't want to play time travel again. Therefore, he announced that he was looking for someone with the ability to control the dragon vein. The mission of the Queen of Lulan Kingdom. Chapter 75. In the room, Sarah, who had red hair, walked around anxiously, with a look of confusion on her face. Since the fall of the Lulan Kingdom, Sarah has also led citizens to migrate away in the past few years. However, in the Kingdom of Wind, the larger oases are basically inhabited. It is not easy to find a livable place. Things. Fortunately, Lulan was quite wealthy in the past, and every household had some savings. In addition, the country of Wind was one of the 5 major countries after all, and the so-called lack of resources was only a relative term. Therefore, even if it was just through business, etc., people in Lulan can still get by. Sarah also gained a bit of the temperament of a queen under the difficult test during this period, but just when she felt that life was getting better, she was suddenly visited by the ninjas of the Sand Ninja. Sarah, who was very familiar with the power of ninjas, did not resist. She just comforted her citizens and subordinates and left with the Sand Ninjas. It was only after arriving at the Sand Ninja village that the queen, who was only 20 years old now, showed a bit of panic. The reputation of the Sand Ninja village in the Kingdom of Wind was not very good. The ninja village itself was a pure institution of violence. If the mission was not released, it would not be a good thing to be visited by ninjas. Why on earth? Sand Ninja Village? Sarah muttered to herself, but actually she vaguely guessed something in her heart. Apart from Lulan's dragon vein, what else could Sand Ninja Village do to him? You know, the culprit who destroyed Lulan was Beiju, the rebellious puppet master of Sand Ninja. Beiju is just an ordinary puppet master of the Sand Ninja. With the help of Lulan's dragon vein, he can explode that kind of power. If the Sand Ninja knew the situation, could he really resist his greed for Lulan's dragon vein? It's a pity that I have no choice. Sarah sighed. After all, this was no longer her fault. She also shouldered the responsibility of tens of thousands of people in Lulan. With such a big weakness, she had no ability to refuse Sand Ninja's request. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Sarah turned her head when she heard the sound. The person who opened the door was a woman with fair skin, a hot figure, a beautiful and heroic face. Looking at the hair with obvious features, which turned from dark green to orange, Sarah was slightly stunned for a moment, and immediately understood the identity of the woman in front of her, Master Feng Ying. However, Feng Ying was obviously not the only one who came in. Behind Yeking, a blonde boy also walked in, looking at Sarah with burning eyes, looking up and down as if he was looking at something strange. Sarah twisted her body uncomfortably, and her jade-like face gradually turned red. Not only did the blonde boy have scorching eyes and a serious expression, but he was also as handsome as the sun god descending from the world, making Sarah and. When they looked at each other, they both felt dazzled. I have to say that although she is a little shy, Sarah still feels a little sweet in her heart for no reason. This is not the ordinary little boy in Lulan. Such a handsome guy is fascinated by her. Her charm is quite big. Okay, Dr. Vegapunk, Yakeng said helplessly, don't scare that little girl. In front of outsiders, Yakeng usually calls him Dr. Vegapunk directly, but he doesn't use titles like Sir. But Sarah was shocked on the spot. Dr. Vegapunk? That legendary super scientist? As Vegapunk came up with various super-era inventions one after another, not only the ninja village, but also ordinary people gradually heard of his reputation. However, because of the unique instinct of ninjas to keep secrets, ordinary people have no idea what Vegapunk looks like. In Sarah's eyes, since Vegapunk was called a doctor, he should naturally have a traditional image of being mature and prudent, with a white beard and thick glasses. She never expected that it would be the person in front of her who looked like a doctor. He was a blonde boy who was only about 14 or 15 years old. After all, it is the key that can control the energy of the dragon vein, but she doesn't seem to have any chakra. It seems to be an unknown energy system. What an unexpected gain! Vegapunk said nonchalantly. Sarah did have a certain amount of energy in her body, but it didn't seem to be the same as chakra. Of course, in addition to chakra, there should be many other energy forms in this world. However, people in the Naruto world will also call those energy forms chakra. Most ninjas will attribute it to the blood succession limit, but not. I know that it is actually a completely different system from chakra. Chakra has taken root in this world for nearly 1,000 years, so now as long as it is a kind of energy, it is basically called chakra. However, it is difficult to say whether it is the pure chakra brought by Otsutsuki. This also caused Vegapunk to feel very confused when looking for other energy systems. After all, no matter what energy system, in this era, its name has been changed to chakra. However, Vegapunk confirmed that this world definitely had its own energy system before. You must know that the entire world has abundant natural energy. If the native humans in the Naruto world did not master the energy system, they would not be able to compete with those mutated animals. Even without chakra, many animals are as big as Tyrannosaurus Rex or even Godzilla. This is all affected by natural energy. This is because since the emergence of ninjas, generations of killings have reduced more than 90% of the messy mutant animals. And 1,000 years ago, if humans did not have any extraordinary abilities, it would be difficult for Vegapunk to imagine how they would survive in this world. Stay alive. As for why the extraordinary power was later determined, it is easy to understand. It is estimated that when the Otsutsuki clan first came to plant trees, the strongest group of people on the planet had already been eliminated by them. Later, when Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed, the Sage of Six Paths spread the power of chakra again. Regardless of its final potential, chakra ability can at least quickly form combat effectiveness without too many thresholds. It spreads very quickly, so it will naturally easily crowd out other extraordinary systems. In many cases, the stronger the extraordinary system, the better, but the wider the popularity, the faster the strength is formed, and the easier it is to spread. Thousands of years have passed, and most of the extraordinary systems have completely disappeared. Perhaps some have been incorporated into the chakra system. Many strange and mysterious techniques may have been developed from certain extraordinary systems. But it is not entirely true that it is completely eradicated. There are still some extraordinary systems that are still passed down in a niche way, but they are also called chakra in name. Chapter 76. Most ninjas are not very interested in so-called other extraordinary systems. At most, they regard those people as some kind of special blood inheritance limit. There are so many weird things in the world of Naruto. Ninjas can't even fully study one chakra system, let alone other systems. Yakeng just looked at it curiously. So, this little girl's power is quite rare. Sarah's eyes were confused. She didn't know what Vegapunk meant by discovering a new extraordinary system, and she didn't know how she had the rare power Feng Ying said, but apart from controlling the dragon veins, I don't. Don't you have any special powers? It should be part of the power passed down from our ancestors. But it has begun to stagnate. It is probably because there is no way to exercise, and secondly, it is without the nourishment of the dragon vein, so there is no way to express it. As Vegapunk spoke, he observed it carefully, and reached out to touch Sarah's hand a few times, inputting some chakra ls. Sarah struggled slightly for a few times, then turned red and stopped talking. Probably it can only be regarded as the remnants of some extraordinary system. Vegapunk shook his head. If the queen practices the chakra system, she may develop some kind of blood inheritance limit, but this extraordinary system can only. I can express the final echo in this way. There are not a few extraordinary systems that have been annexed by chakra. The simplest example, seals, comes from the practice system of Buddhist monks. If those monks did not have their own extraordinary system, they would definitely not be able to develop the mobilization of seals. Energy approach. As a result, monks now only have spiritual training methods such as seals and meditation, and the original system has basically been completely replaced by chakra. After hearing this, Ye King, who didn't have high expectations, completely lost interest. It was just an unknown bloodstain limit. In the rapidly changing Sand Ninja village, it was really not something powerful. Vegapunk is quite interested. Dragon vein energy can travel through time and space. Although it is more likely to travel through parallel worlds, this is already an extremely powerful force. And the Queen of Lulan Kingdom can resonate with the dragon veins, so can her original training system fully control the dragon veins? What's more, if he wants to return to the pirate world, Vegapunk must also study the power of time and space. Compared with traveling through different worlds, it is also a good way to start with the simpler study of traveling through parallel worlds. However, even Vegapunk cannot restore a training system that has completely disappeared. He can only use the chakra system to restore it as closely as possible. Orochimaru has some information about the Flying Thunder God, as well as the orthodox sealing technique from Konoha. If you modify it and instill it directly into the Queen's mind, you may be able to see what effect it has. Sarah shuddered, looking at the fanatical gaze that Vegapunk looked at her. This time, there was no shyness, but inexplicable fear. What, this guy, actually took away so much love from my dear when he came here. Hancock looked like he was gritting his teeth, standing at the door of the laboratory, muttering something. I don't think that can be called pampering. Ye King opened his mouth, sweating, and said speechlessly. So it's you, you ugly girl. Aren't you Feng Ying? Why don't you go to work? Hancock turned his head and glanced at Ye King beside him, raised his head slightly, and said with an arrogant look. Ye King, who had been immune to Hancock for a long time, could not even feel angry now. The management robot created by Lord Vegapunk is much better than me in management ability. Of course, dear, he is the smartest person in the world. Hancock said proudly, so only the most beautiful woman like me can be worthy of him. People like you and that Sarah can only be a maid. Ye King rolled his eyes and ignored the Empress, who would become extremely emotional whenever it concerned Vegapunk. Just leaning against the wall and thinking for a while, she felt that she, the Kazekage, seemed to have almost nothing to do except serve Vegapunk. Oh, I feel like with the management robot, even Kazekage is no longer necessary. Now I am almost becoming a professional maid for adults. Although the so-called management robot is called a robot, it actually has a vague self-awareness. However, the development of self-data has been restricted by Vegapunk, and its self-awareness is extremely weak. However, this kind of robot is actually very useful in management. Robots don't know what human feelings are, and they are more rigid than clones in their insistence on various systems, but it is precisely because of this that they can be called fair. Integrity and selflessness to the extreme. Ignoring issues such as the Omnic crisis, robots with weak self-awareness can be regarded as a model of public servants of the people. Those sand ninjas will not think of using anything like human relations to impress a piece of iron. Although it was worrying to let a piece of iron take over the management of the ninja village, the lower-level ninjas soon discovered the benefits of this kind of governance. There is no human touch, but fairness and justice, that is true fairness and justice, no matter who is treated equally. It also makes the flow of upper and lower classes smoother, and many low-level ninjas can feel that the village is better governed. Not to mention, even though it is a lump of iron, it is still surrounded by a large number of ninjas, all of them are puppet masters belonging to the Suna ninja. After these otaku ninjas who like to play with figurines saw the intelligent robot, it was almost like seeing God. Even Cho, the veteran puppet master, was thinking about how to study this intelligent robot every day, which made Vegapunk had to install a weapon system and combat program on this robot to prevent it from being accidentally damaged by a 70-year-old old lady and used it for research. He didn't think that these ninjas, who only made a little puppetry and at most added some biotechnology, could put the disassembled intelligent robot back together. At this moment, Sarah, who was envied and hated by Hancock, had no ambiguous thoughts. She only felt that she couldn't bear the pampering that Vegapunk was receiving now. No, it can't be done. Sarah, who was sweating profusely and panting, had just climbed out of the training cabin. Her legs gave out and she fell to the ground. The lab coat all over her body had already been soaked, revealing her better figure. But Sarah didn't care at all. It's really not going to work anymore. My whole body is so weak and my head is so dizzy. Chapter 77. Well, your current chakra level is probably close to that of a jonin. Vegapunk glanced at a control screen in the training cabin and said, the amount of chakra is quite good, but the adaptability of chakra energy in time and space is not too high. Chakra doesn't have the attribute of time and space at all. Sarah couldn't help but complain, don't think that since I'm not a ninja, I don't have any knowledge. I've only heard of the 5 chakra attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, but I've never heard of the chakra of time and space. The so-called time and space adaptability training in the training cabin not only made Sarah feel physically exhausted, but also made her feel dizzy. The word chakra technique gave her the feeling of being the most powerful person in the world. For patients with severe seasickness, the feeling of dizziness increases tenfold, which is why she cannot bear it. To be precise, it should be the 7 chakra attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. After hearing Sarah's words, Vegapunk couldn't help but explain. But chakra does have certain time and space attributes. This is an attribute that is refined again after chakra has been transformed through various time and space spells and then returned to its original form. Theoretically, it is not pure time and space, but through this kind of chakra, the ninja's adaptability to time and space ninjutsu can indeed be increased. Okay, the space-time adaptability training is over, now it's time to increase your perception ability. As Vegapunk spoke, he took out a helmet, and Sarah's face suddenly became very ugly. Can you let me take a break? I feel like my brain is going to explode. I really can't stand it anymore. I've reached my limit. The limit you think is not your real limit. Only by exercising under this limit can you further improve your upper limit of ability. Whether it is physical exercise, mental exercise, or the training we are currently doing, exercising at the edge of the limit for 1 minute is much stronger than exercising for an hour normally. Okay, let's not say so much. Let's start the sensory training. While talking, Vegapunk stuck the helmet on Sarah's head, and Sarah immediately became silent. This method of improving perception by stimulating the brain, increasing mental power, is not very professional, and can only be regarded as the most basic training method for all perception training. However, Vegapunk is also afraid that overly professional induction will deviate Sarah's ability from the path. Originally specializing in the perception of dragon veins, if it is replaced by the popular perception of chakra, it will be too violent. So we can only carry out this most basic intensive training. Before Sarah had the ability to control the dragon vein, Vegapunk had no intention of studying the dragon vein. You must know that the power of the dragon vein has not calmed down yet and is still sealed. If you want to study it, you must open it. The seal, and once the seal is lifted, who knows what era they will be thrown into. He also did not perform any human modification on Sarah. The reason was similar to the fact that he only used basic training for Sarah's training. If the human transformation destroyed Sarah's bloodline and lost her ability to sense dragon veins, it would undoubtedly be a redemption pearl. Stupid thing. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Even without any human body modification, Sarah's own talents have been thoroughly developed with the training of various black technologies from a super scientist like Vegapunk. As his talent was stimulated, Vegapunk also fully understood what kind of path Sarah should have taken originally. If according to the settings in some fairy novels, Sarah should be an array mage or something. Feng Shui magician. Fixing the dragon's veins, gathering Feng Shui, killing the enemy with formations, and practicing with various formations at the same time, this is probably the path of Sarah's ancestors in ancient times. Even though Sarah no longer has any knowledge, she can still instinctively see the direction of the Earth's illusory veins. Through her own influence, she can even influence the terrain, gather Feng Shui, and turn the desert into an oasis. Of course, this is the only way to do it. Use your own ability to influence the earth veins and water veins, so that they merge and slowly evolve into mountains or lakes. This will probably take a few years. If it weren't for Vegapunk, Sarah, who had awakened this ability, would definitely become a national treasure of the Kingdom of Wind, and her importance would be countless times greater than that of Yekang, the Kazekage. It's a pity that there is Vegapunk now. Compared with Sarah, who can only create a larger oasis at a time, which will take several years, Vegapunk directly affects the weather of the entire Kingdom of Wind, and a few years is enough. He made the Kingdom of Wind a fertile land, and Sarah's abilities were not so important. However, Sarah was quite satisfied with her abilities. She felt that with this ability, wouldn't it be easy to find a place for her people to stay? It's really amazing. It turns out that there is so much energy in the earth. The so-called dragon veins should also be formed by the energy of the earth. Sarah sat quietly on the ground, sensing the huge energy circulating inside the planet, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Perhaps the so-called Lulan dragon veins were condensed by the ancestors using the energy of the earth veins. Unfortunately, now these descendants can only barely sense and control the energy of dragon veins, which is much worse than their ancestors. Vegapunk also had a look of regret on his face. Although he is a scientist, he actually has no objection to extraordinary powers. The essence of science is a kind of dialectical thinking, even if various extraordinary powers are trying to figure it out. After understanding the rules, you can still integrate them into science. In Vegapunk's eyes, the profession of an array mage like Sarah is undoubtedly highly compatible with science. If he can get the inheritance, he may not be able to develop some powerful scientific arrays, or a method of cultivating with the help of planetary energy. No, it should be said that with his character, developing this ability is simply a matter of course. As a scientist, what Vegapunk wants to do most is of course scientific cultivation. Anyway, at least the initial goal has been achieved. Now your ability to control the dragon's veins should be much stronger. Can you calm down the dragon's veins? After hearing Vegapunk's question, Sarah frowned slightly. Well, I'm not sure, the power of the dragon vein is too huge. Looking back now, I can't even imagine what this power is. How did it come together? Are the ancestors really that powerful? For this question, Vegapunk has no answer. The training system from 1000 years ago may be far inferior to the chakra system in terms of universality and the number of practitioners, but the height it can ultimately achieve is really not as good as the current chakra system. The only thing that Vegapunk is sure of is that no matter how strong the training system of 1000 years ago is, it cannot be stronger than Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki, otherwise these local strongmen will not perish. Chapter 78. This is the Dragon Vein. Standing on the land of Lulin, Vegapunk looked at the newly developed energy meter in his hand with a somewhat surprised expression. The value on it made Vegapunk a little suspicious. Without him, the energy value of Dragon Vein is almost comparable to that of a meteorological tower. Taking Shikaku as an example, the energy of the meteorological tower is almost 10 times that of Shikaku. This kind of energy value. I am afraid that except for the nine-tailed beast, which is still unclear, it should be the most powerful energy in the entire ninja world at this stage. Although it is called Dragon Vein Chakra, as mentioned before, any energy in the ninja world is called chakra. The so-called Dragon Vein energy actually has nothing to do with chakra. Instead, it has a certain relationship with natural energy. Resemblance. Sarah, who was following Vegapunk, looked a little pale. She couldn't help it. The so-called ignorant are fearless. She was different now than before. In the past, when she had not fully awakened the power of her bloodline, Sarah could only feel that the Dragon Vein was very powerful. But now that Sarah has awakened the power of her bloodline, she truly understands how vast the energy of the Dragon Vein is. With that kind of energy, a small turmoil can turn the entire Lulin into rubble. If a complete riot breaks out, it is estimated to be enough to destroy 1/10 of the Kingdom of Wind. Sarah felt frightened when she thought that her country had been built on this kind of bomb. When she thought about Vegapunk wanting to use this kind of energy, she wanted to persuade him. That, Dr. Vegapunk, Sarah just said that, and she saw the expression on Vegapunk's face become enthusiastic and excited, and he muttered some professional terms in his mouth, as if he was possessed. Appearance. Don't you think this energy is too dangerous? Sarah swallowed back this half-sentence. Vegapunk usually has no airs, but he also has the crazy and cold side of a genius scientist. Sarah knows very well that once Vegapunk feels something, if he is interested, then no one can bring him back. Of course, Vegapunk also knows that Dragon Vein energy is very dangerous, otherwise, he would not have gone to great lengths to train Sarah. But now that Sarah's talent potential has been fully developed, no matter how hard she trains in the future, Sarah's ability to control the Dragon Veins is unlikely to change qualitatively. Under this situation, Vegapunk can either wait for its technology to make breakthrough progress in the next few years, or else it can only take the risk and test it out now. You know, there are still a group of people under Vegapunk in the pirate world. Although under his initial instructions, there should be no problems for at least a few years, but if he really stays here for more than 10 years, God knows what will happen to the pirates. Even Hancock has 2 younger sisters with Amazon Lily. Even if the Empress says every day that she only needs her dear ones by her side, it is wrong to say that she does not miss her sister and her tribe at all. Possible. There is another important factor. Vegapunk did not tell Sarah. Near the oasis of Lulin, through the meteorological tower scanning the entire Kingdom of Wind mineral deposits, an area containing a certain amount of radioactivity was discovered. Through analysis, it was found. As a result, it should be a uranium mine buried tens of meters underground. Although this radioactive mineral is not a fuel for nuclear fusion, it must be involved in the initial high-temperature fusion ignition to use the high temperature of nuclear fission to guide the occurrence of nuclear fusion. As long as a small amount of this mineral can be mined, Vegapunk's nuclear fusion furnace can be ignited. In the future, the energy of the nuclear fusion furnace can also be used to repeatedly ignite other nuclear fusion furnaces, just like some kind of online. It's the same as the schem says. I only have a few $100s left to unlock the tens of millions I have in the bank. However, this radioactive material seems to belong to the associated mineral of Dragon Vein. Vegapunk doesn't know why things are so coincidental, or what is the relationship between Dragon Vein and the mineral itself, but no matter what, he certainly can't give up. This is your chance. As long as he solves the dragon vein problem, he can not only study this energy related to time and space, but also obtain the most important thing for scientific research and development: nearly unlimited energy. Coupled with the near-infinite computing power of the quantum brain, the combination of the two, Vegapunk believes that he will definitely be able to develop a method to return to the pirate world in a short time. During the last time he traveled through time, the quantum brain was also at work, recording a large amount of data related to time travel. With this data, his research time can be greatly reduced, and most importantly, it can give him a research direction. This is also what Bay said. One reason why Punk is so impatient. Okay, Sarah, come with me, let's unlock the seal of dragon veins. Vegapunk waved his hand and walked towards the seal. Sarah was slightly stunned for a moment, and then she suddenly felt someone behind her back. The man patted him gently and turned around to see the tall Hancock. Why are you still hanging around here? Follow me quickly, my dear. You timid and useless experimental subject. Sarah shrank her head. She was not Yekang, there was nothing she could do if she felt angry, and even Yekang was not willing to quarrel or fight with Hancock, as that was something he could not win. Not only because of Hancock's strength, but also because Vegapunk's favor and trust in Hancock far exceeds that of other people in the ninja world. At the same time, whenever there is any technological breakthrough, Hancock must be the first to enjoy the benefits. Cook, in this case, Yekang will naturally not ask for trouble. Gritting her teeth, Sarah had no choice but to follow. Now she had no right to refuse. Lulin is now in ruins, and the so-called seal is underground and has been buried long ago. Fortunately, the three people present are not ordinary people. Even Sarah's chakra amount is several times that of a jonin. Even if she doesn't know ninjutsu, she can be regarded as a little Superman with her chakra-blessed physical fitness. Clean up. Ruins are also a breeze. With a crash, Vegapunk slashed out with his sword, easily splitting open the pile of rocks in front of him, revealing an underground palace below. Is this where the seal is located? Looking at the large number of sealing formations on the ground below and the trident flying thunder god dagger stuck in the middle, Vegapunk asked. Sarah nodded, with a somewhat nostalgic look on her face. She had been going around in circles for several years, but she didn't expect to be back here again. Let me see how to break this sealing array. Now, if these nodes are cut off, the seal will gradually lose its effectiveness. Vegapunk looked at it for a while and then began to lift the seal directly. Chapter 79. As a purple beam of light rose into the sky, the entire seal was completely shattered, and terrifying energy fluctuations spread. In the purple energy, Sarah had a solemn look on her face, sweat dripping from her forehead, desperately trying to control the power of the dragon veins under her feet. Vegapunk looked at the energy meter spinning in his hand, frowned slightly, but still said calmly, "Stop trying to control the dragon vein with all your strength, let the surrounding area calm down first, and wait until the dragon vein energy is vented before talking about anything else." "Ugh, I know," Sarah said reluctantly, shrinking her control range and finally calming down the dragon veins near her. "It's just..." Vegapunk glanced around, the purple light pillar still surrounded them, and the domineering power of the covered magnetic field extended out. Vegapunk could feel that the magnetic field in the entire outside world was chaotic, rising and falling. The space outside was shattered like a kaleidoscope. This should be the ability to transfer time and space, right? Vegapunk lowered his head and muttered, took out a new instrument from his hand, and started recording. In fact, before coming here, Vegapunk had already made such preparations. The riot of dragon veins could still throw people into the parallel world more than 10 years later, so this time, Sarah could not control the possibility of dragon veins. Sex is still great. It doesn't matter if he can't control it, as long as he can ensure safety. Anyway, Vegapunk has confidence in himself and doesn't think he will be trapped in a parallel world and cannot return. Soon, the purple light beam gradually weakened, revealing the pale red sky and the astonishing 9 Magatama red moon in the sky. Vegapunk opened his mouth wide. Gan, it's terrible. Vaguely, a weak but high-quality chakra invaded Vegapunk's brain, but in the next moment, a spark of electric spark flashed on Vegapunk's forehead, and the original psychedelic feeling. It suddenly weakened greatly. At the same time, the quantum chip in his brain also began to operate rapidly. It has been detected that the host's self-consciousness cannot operate autonomously. According to Article 15, deep consciousness awakening is carried out, entering the autonomous operation protection stage. After a while, Vegapunk covered his head, feeling dizzy again and again. When he raised his head, he found that everything in front of him was strange, as if he had entered a weird world. Infinite moon destruction. It's really bad. Fortunately, most of the power of the illusion was blocked, preventing me from being directly immersed in a dream. Quantum chip blocks all external signals from entering the brain. Scans with electromagnetic capabilities, and then deciphers the electromagnetic information and converts it into the 5 senses system. Received, converted. With the mechanical sound coming from the quantum chip, Vegapunk's eyes darkened and brightened, and the original psychedelic feeling completely disappeared. However, even if the brain's signal reception is blocked, Vegapunk still feels the strange illusory power that permeates the entire world, and can even feel the strange electromagnetic waves constantly reverberating. It's really unlucky. After regaining his composure, Vegapunk glanced around and happened to see an incredibly huge tree root, covered with things that looked like tree cocoons. At this moment, beside Vegapunk, a domineering spiritual stance quickly unfolded, and with a shout, the samsara eye mark in Hancock's eyes instantly shattered. Damn it, you dare to control me! Who did it? Hancock has also recovered. It seems that the Overlord's domineering energy is quite useful. Seeing Hancock on the side regaining consciousness, Vegapunk's face showed a look of relief. Although Infinite Tsukuyomi can be said to be the top illusion in the Naruto world, it is not necessarily strong in terms of strength. It's much stronger than the ordinary kaleidoscope illusion. It's just because the authority of Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra is too high, so all ninjas who practice the chakra system are naturally unable to resist. However, Hancock, who possesses the Overlord's domineering energy, and Vegapunk, who maintains the electromagnetic barrier. If chakra is used, the effect will be greatly reduced. After all, their system does not rely on chakra. Dear, are you okay? What's going on? After Hancock woke up, he looked around and looked at the human cocoons hanging on the trees and the reddish moonlight, and he was a little surprised. Asked. I'm not sure either. We should have been thrown into the parallel world by Lulin's dragon vein. This doesn't seem to be the kingdom of Lulin. Judging from the stars in the sky, I'm afraid we are no longer in the kingdom of wind. Vegapunk said a few words, and suddenly he saw tiny branches extending out of the huge tree trunk. Of course, they only looked very small compared to the huge tree trunk. The branch was at least as thick as a sea bowl. Like a giant python, it stretched out to Sarah, who was standing next to Vegapunk and the two of them, and rolled her up in an instant. Vegapunk was stunned for a moment, but Hancock reacted immediately and kicked it directly, turning the branch into a pile of rotten rocks. However, the branches were endless, and soon dozens of branches were swept in. Hancock was still not afraid, and stretched out his hand to pull out a red heart, captive's arrow. A large number of small pink arrows spurted out, directly turning branches and even tree trunks into stones, including the human cocoons under the trunks. Hancock's attack seemed to alarm the big tree. As the entire trunk surged and crackled, the stones suddenly cracked and shattered, including the human body in the cocoon. However, neither Vegapunk nor Hancock cared about this. After Vegapunk looked at Sarah carefully, he shook his head. Let's leave first, Sarah can't wake up now. Hancock frowned, but dear, if we don't have this woman, how can we go back? It doesn't matter. I observed the people in the cocoon. Even if they are caught, it won't be fatal for the time being. I'll just find a way to save her then. Vegapunk said, in fact, it doesn't matter if you leave it alone. Not to mention that theoretically there will be 2 saviors to save the world. The world's rejection of outsiders alone is enough to exclude the 3 of them after a period of time. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound in the distance, a slight vibration on the ground, and a faint light of explosion could be seen in the far distance. Vegapunk frowned. With his domineering energy that was combined with electromagnetic waves, if combined into a radar scanning mode, it would be enough to extend for thousands of kilometers. But even so, he still couldn't sense the location of the battlefield. You can sense the aftermath from such a distance. It's really perverted. Compared to the Naruto world, the pirate world's grassroots combat power is far superior, but its top-level combat power is actually not as good as Naruto's. It seems that it's better not to go to the battlefield and join in the fun. Chapter 80. The attack target of the Divine Tree seems to be those who have been hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi. After Vegapunk and Hancock stopped attacking the Divine Tree soon ignored them and directly took Sarah. Hoisted up. Vegapunk didn't care about Sarah. After harvesting some branches of the sacred tree to make materials, he originally wanted to wait for time to pass, but soon, he sensed the infinity that filled the world. The strange energy in Tsukuyomi, the curiosity as a scientist and all kinds of crazy ideas arose again. As a time traveler, Vegapunk is not exactly the same as the pure scientist in the original work. Compared to Vegapunk in the original work, who uses the brain fruit as a devil fruit to increase intelligence, this time traveler is not completely developed in this direction. In terms of telekinesis, mental power, etc., the current Vegapunk is also quite advanced, especially since he once conducted research on brainwave coherence in order to increase his computing power. That was the inspiration that Vegapunk got from a certain comic in his previous life. He was doing evil research by adjusting the brain waves of human brains and using other human brains as calculators to obtain a large amount of computing power. In fact, that kind of research has already made some progress. However, due to breakthroughs in quantum technology, Vegapunk's original brain was transformed into a super quantum computer. The computing power of one brain alone exceeds that of all human beings combined. Above that, the original plan was meaningless and was naturally abandoned. If you think about it carefully, if you don't pursue the computing power of the human brain, but pursue human knowledge and inspiration, you may have unexpected gains. Now almost all humans in the world have fallen into the infinite Tsukuyomi ninjutsu. Isn't this a good opportunity? If we can attack their minds at this time, I'm afraid we can gain a lot of knowledge far beyond imagination. With a smile on his face, Vegapunk did what he said without hesitation. With the blessing of the quantum chip, he began to use chakra to analyze the infinite Tsukuyomi illusion that pervaded the world. However, what Vegapunk wants to do is not to break this illusion, but to use this illusion to add some of his own personal goods. Before that, he first needs to find a breakthrough interface. He chose Sarah as the breakthrough interface. This girl who had just entered the infinite moon reading illusion was celebrating with her people in the original Lulin. Suddenly she felt a trance and the surrounding scenery was all broken. It turned into darkness. Then, the originally ignored memories in the brain came back. What's going on? What's going on? By the way, I seem to have traveled through the dragon vein. Yes, you are awake now, Sarah. Hearing the voice behind her, Sarah turned around in surprise in the darkness, and happened to see Vegapunk's figure. What's going on? Dr. Vegapunk? Sarah asked in a panic, but Vegapunk waved his hand. There's no time to explain, just follow me. As soon as Vegapunk finished speaking, Sarah felt her brain become dizzy, and her whole body turned into a stream of colorful light, surrounding the back of Vegapunk's head. Feeling that the illusion was completely shattered, and his spiritual power increased a little, Vegapunk had a smile on his face, and then looked at the infinite bubbles in front of him. Those bubbles were big and small, some were radiant, and some were dim. Light is a collection of dreams for everyone in the world. The huge and radiant ones are the dreams of some chakra powerful ninjas, while the small and dim ones should be the dreams of ordinary people. Vegapunk did not disturb those huge dreams at the beginning, but started like those weak dreams that were as small and dim as pearls and as numerous as the sand of the Ganges. After instantly crushing the dreams, he directly enveloped them. The other party's mental power began to impact more dreams. 1 passed to 10, 10 to 100, as more and more dreams were shattered, the spiritual power contained in Vegapunk became stronger and stronger. Originally, in this endless dream world, Vegapunk was like. It's like a small stone in the ocean. It's just that as the human beings whose spirits he engulfed developed exponentially, a large amount of spiritual power eventually stirred crazily like huge waves, making the entire dream world turbulent, and even those huge dreams began to break. More and more dreams are broken, mental power is used by Vegapunk, and knowledge is absorbed by his quantum chip. A large amount of knowledge pours into his mind. The quantum chip has begun to upgrade, and has even been passed to Vegapunk's head. A feeling of overheating. In the end, everything in the dream world had completely collapsed, and only Vegapunk stood alone in the dark void. Countless colorful streams of light behind him transformed into dazzling halos of light like the sun, making him completely. Everyone is slightly twisted. He looked up at the sky and saw the 9 Megatama Samsara Eye hanging high in the sky. That should be the source of this illusion. It's just that now the power of the infinite Tsukuyomi is obviously no longer able to affect this dream world. Maybe the infinite Tsukuyomi ninjutsu can affect everyone scattered around, but it absolutely cannot affect the spiritual power of hundreds of millions of people. Scary monster. Through the synchronization technology of brain and mental power, and borrowing the ninjutsu of infinite Tsukuyomi as a connection, Vegapunk did not expect that he could accomplish this kind of thing so easily. Although he is now in an illusory dream world. But there is an extremely solid feeling, which is the reason why it is filled and blessed by a large amount of spiritual power. It's a pity. Only in the infinite moon ninjutsu can I have this level of spiritual power. Vegapunk sighed. The infinite moon ninjutsu will turn humans into biological weapons white zetsu over time, and their spiritual power will naturally be completely destroyed by then. Even if Vegapunk wants to rely on this ninjutsu to obtain a large number of. Even with the mental strength, it simply cannot be done. Forget it, people can't be too greedy. At least this time, almost all the knowledge in the entire Naruto world has been recorded by me into the quantum chip, which is enough to promote my scientific research development for 5 to 10 years. What's more, there is a big meal in the sky. I wonder what kind of knowledge the Otsutsuki clan has in their heads. The power of illusion itself can be called a competition of mental power, especially illusions performed through pupil magic, which is almost equivalent to completely giving up one's physical barrier and competing with pure mental power. This is why there are often rebound illusions in illusions, because when illusions are used, it can also be said to be the time when illusion defense is at its weakest. Chapter 81. Vegapunk raised his head slightly and looked at the moon in the shape of the 9 Magadama Samsara Eye in the spiritual world, and his whole body turned into a stream of light and went upstream. In an instant, he entered a vast consciousness in a trance. Feeling the mental power on the other side, Vegapunk suddenly discovered that even at the peak of his previous life when his brain had not been removed, his mental power was probably only about 1 or 2% of the opponent's. It is indeed a super life form that has devoured a large amount of energy on a planet and at least hundreds of thousands of lives. If I hadn't relied on my brainwave mental power to synchronize this kind of mental power and condensed the spirits of almost hundreds of millions of people, I'm afraid I would have been crushed in an instant. The end of the pressure. Vegapunk felt a little sigh in his heart, and then without hesitation relied on the powerful mental power obtained from brainwave synchronization to directly suppress the spirit of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and frantically excavated and browsed the memories of the Otsutsuki clan. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki couldn't match the true spiritual power of the union of hundreds of millions of humans. He was suppressed almost instantly, and the memories belonging to the Otsutsuki clan were quickly absorbed by Vegapunk. Compared with humans who use the energy of chakra to develop a large number of ninjutsu and push their combat effectiveness to the limit of the same level, the Otsutsuki clan's application of chakra is more instinctive. In addition to their own bloodline abilities, they are almost no combat capabilities have been developed. But this does not mean that the skills of the Otsutsuki clan are poor. The naturally powerful Otsutsuki clan is not very interested in using chakra to fight because they have no external troubles, but they are trying to improve their own nature, or in other words, more. Many techniques have been developed for good tree planting. For example, the wedge that prevents the Otsutsuki clan from dying easily. When this technique was first developed, it was actually specially used to feed the sacred tree. It has to be said that as high-level life forms, the depth of their research is definitely better than that of ninja. The vast majority of people in the world. But just when Vegapunk was enjoying the absorption, he felt a violent vibration in the entire mental space with a bang. What's going on? Vegapunk, who was suppressing and absorbing Kagaya Otsutsuki's memory, allocated part of his computing power to absorb Kagaya Otsutsuki's senses, and then discovered that Kagaya Otsutsuki was being beaten outside. Uzumaki Naruto, whose whole body was burning with golden light, and Uchiha Sasuke, who was staring at his Rinnegan eyes, were like golden and purple rays, surrounding Kagaya Otsutsuki's body in the outside world and constantly launching attacks. As Vegapunk suppressed the spirit of Otsutsuki Kagaya with the powerful mental power obtained by brainwave synchronization, Otsutsuki Kagaya's reaction ability and thinking ability also dropped like a cliff, and her combat effectiveness was directly cut off. Halfway through, almost only a little bit of instinct remains. This is because Otsutsuki Kagaya herself has no fighting intelligence. She can't exert much fighting power in the first place. She only has instinct but doesn't cut too much. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Tsutsuki Kagaya's filial son Black Zetsu came to help his mother fight. He used his possession ability to control Kagaya's body to block the attacks of Naruto and Sasuke, but he was still at a disadvantage visible to the naked eye. That's not possible, there are so many memories that I haven't got yet. Otsutsuki Kagaya is not like an ordinary human being. Even if her mental power is suppressed, it is very difficult to read her memory. She can only squeeze out slowly little by little. Vegapunk estimates that she wants to completely absorb it. The knowledge in her memory would take at least several hours. I have no choice but to fight for you. I'm sorry, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Quantum Chip, start the combat program and take over the body of Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya. A long time ago, Vegapunk discovered that he had no fighting talent. Let alone displaying his combat power at 200% like the protagonist group, even if he fully exerted his combat power, it would be impossible. It's a very difficult thing. For example, the body currently used by Vegapunk has its most basic genes from the white horse Cavendish. It is also a monster that can be called a swordsman based on instinct without any training. However, although Vegapunk inherited, despite his talent in swordsmanship, in actual performance, he can only display about 60% of his combat effectiveness. It can be said that fighting really requires talent. King Xiaofeng can beat the eminent monks of Shaolin Temple with Taizhou Long Fist. Zhang Wuji is equipped with top-notch equipment, but has very few actual achievements. This is how the two sides fight. Huge difference in talent. As for Vegapunk's fighting talent, it can only be said to be almost non-existent, and it is completely incomparable with his talent in scientific research. Fortunately, Vegapunk is not a hot-blooded man. He has already recognized his talent. In order to prevent him from becoming a stepping stone for being defeated by a genius across realms in fantasy novels, he has already programmed it into his quantum chip. Entered into a combat program. Although the rigid combat procedures cannot allow a person to exert 200% of his combat effectiveness, it is enough to allow him to stably exert his combat effectiveness to 100%. This is actually a very amazing ability. Although it seems that the main character of the comic is as easy as eating and drinking, in fact, most people in the world of pirates and Naruto find it difficult to even exert their strength stably. Arrive. In most cases, the strength exerted by ordinary people is only close to 100%. Under the influence of extreme anger, sadness, or despair, the combat effectiveness will not rise like the protagonist, but will fall a lot. Therefore, having a quantum chip to fight for you. Vegapunk's combat effectiveness is actually not weak. Received, the combat program is started, and the physical body begins to be scanned. The scan results have been determined. A new combat mode model is established based on the existing results. The model has been established. The physical body is completely taken over, and the battle begins. The eyes of Kagaya Otsutsuki in the outside world shone slightly, showing an inorganic expression, and the chakra on her body exploded instantly, driving away the black Zetsu. "Mom, are you awake? What happened just now? Who was it? Could it be Otsutsuki Hagoromo's fault?" Black Zetsu asked loudly, but did not get an answer. Kagaya Otsutsuki just raised her arm gently, stabbed, and a bone blade suddenly grew out of her hand. Then, she waved her hand casually, and the Tao-seeking jade surrounding her turned into a close-fitting black armor, covering her whole body. Finally, Otsutsuki Kagaya's indifferent eyes looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, making the two of them feel chills all over their bodies. They always felt that the ancestor of chakra opposite them seemed to have turned into a strange form. Human things. Chapter 82. Just when Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were slightly shocked by the uncanny valley effect displayed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kagaya had already raised the bone blade in his hand high. 80 God's Air Strike. The chakra taijutsu that was originally performed with fists was now entwined with the terrifying power of killing the ashes together, and was transformed into the form of sword energy, which instantly filled the world. The mountains in the distance were cut into flat ground, and the earth was split into canyons by the terrifying sword energy. The powerful sword energy was like a storm, sweeping hundreds of kilometers nearby, and everything was reduced to ashes in this hit. It seems a bit excessive. Vegapunk, who was observing the outside world in the spiritual world, took a breath of air, and then he suddenly recalled. The Otsutsuki clan doesn't seem to be very good at fighting. It's just that it's powerful, and it doesn't have a high sense of fighting. And Otsutsuki Kagaya is an example of not being good at fighting. Under normal conditions, this guy might even be 50%. I can't even show my fighting power. After the quantum chip came to fight for us, the combat power seemed to be too great. The two saviors wouldn't just die, right? Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be dead. Holy shit! When the smoke dissipated, Uzumaki Naruto's face was horrified, as if he had not yet recovered, and Uchiha Sasuke was covering his right arm, which was dripping with blood because he had cut it off himself. The broken arm gradually dissipated in the air, and the CO-killing ash bone power contained in Yajigami's airstrike easily completely wiped it out. If Uchiha Sasuke hadn't cut off his own arm quickly, he would have probably died. The same fate as this arm. Kami Shuriken. At this moment, a huge Susanoo appeared behind Kagaya, and the cracks in the dark space turned into shurikens, directly cutting towards her body. That was none other than Kakashi Hatake. He had just used Obito's Kamui ability to escape the indiscriminate kill of the sword energy, and then suddenly jumped out of the Kamui space for a sneak attack. With a brush sound, Otsutsuki Kagaya disappeared instantly, and then reappeared behind Hatake Kakashi Susanoo, holding a dazzling light ball in her hand. That's, no way! Uchiha Sasuke, who had just used the power of his heavenly hand to drag Naruto out of harm's way, only at the cost of an arm, suddenly frowned and turned a little pale. The light ball swept out like a beam of light in an instant, and the powerful Susanoo was disillusioned like a bubble. If Kakashi hadn't quickly hid back in the Kamui space, he would have turned into dust in an instant. Chen escape. And it's the immortal Chen escape. Naruto also looked ugly. Does she already know this kind of ninjutsu? Or? Lowering her head and looking at a few people, Otsutsuki Kagaya looked calm, landed, and stepped on the roots of the sacred tree. At this time, the roots of the sacred tree began to sprout and grow, growing into 7 or 8 humanoid shapes, eventually forming the image of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Would release, would clone. Is this guy really capable of learning our ninjutsu? Or has he absorbed other people's memories through the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto felt a bit of despair in their hearts. Although the original Otsutsuki Kagaya was powerful, she was definitely not perfect. The natural instinct of the Otsutsuki clan was already extremely powerful, so naturally they would not pursue training. What ninjutsu? This also led to the fact that although ninjas were far inferior to the Otsutsuki clan in terms of absolute strength, some wonderful ninjutsu possessed abilities that even the Otsutsuki clan could not imagine. For example, the clone technique is one example. Uzumaki Naruto uses a set of shadow clones and raise Nan from beginning to end. Even when fighting Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya, the shadow clones also played a big role. It can be said that the stronger the main body is, the more powerful ninjutsu. But now, Otsutsuki Kagaya also possesses their ninjutsu abilities. Now it seems that they have no chance of winning at all. With the strength of Otsutsuki Kagaya, even a few wooden clones, I am afraid that the sheer power will be better than that of super shadow level ninjas like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Before anyone could react, the wooden clones flashed and disappeared into the void. That is the imperial space in the sky. As the wooden clone of the main body, they naturally have the authority to use it. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hatake Kakashi all had serious and vigilant expressions on their faces, while Otsutsuki Kagaya herself manipulated the huge trees under her feet to transform into a tall tree man, and her whole body gradually disappeared. Among the tree people. In this case, it should be fine. Vegapunk murmured to himself that he was no longer prepared to let Kagaya Otsutsuki take action directly, otherwise these saviors might be killed directly. So he gave the order directly to the quantum chip. Otsutsuki Kagaya cannot take action directly, she can only use her defensive ability, and send several clones to fight at the same time to balance the combat effectiveness of both parties. After that, Vegapunk no longer cares about the fighting in the outside world and projects his spirit to the outside world, but this will slow down the time for him to absorb those memories and knowledge. Moreover, Vegapunk's ambition is even greater. In addition to memory and knowledge, he also secretly absorbed part of Kagaya's chakra. With this part of chakra as a sample, it is of extremely important significance for Vegapunk to conduct research on the fusion of chakra attributes into the blood successor snare, but in this case, it will naturally take longer. Finally absorbed completely. Vegapunk looked at the chaos below, which looked like countless shards of colored glass, and let out a sigh of relief. It's a pity that infinite Tsukuyomi requires too many conditions, and Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't have the principle of this technique at all in her mind. She just relies on blood instinct to perform it. Otherwise, I would completely. You can rely on this move to absorb all the wisdom of a world. Anyway, I finally have a direction. I also got a lot of data from the instinct of Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. I have gained enough. It's time to cancel the infinite Tsukuyomi. I wonder how the fighting outside is going now. When Vegapunk turned his attention outside, a speechless look suddenly appeared on his face. Because at this moment, there was only Kagaya Otsutsuki standing outside. As for Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and others, they were all already hanging on the trees. Vegapunk's idea was very good. He maintained equal combat power and fought with Uzumaki Naruto and others. However, the key point was that this battle was not a blitzkrieg that decided the winner in 10 minutes in the original book, but was delayed for almost 10 minutes. Hours of fighting. Chapter 83. For Princess Kagaya Otsutsuki, a battle of more than 10 hours does not matter at all. 1,000 years ago, when she fought against the two brothers of Six Paths Sage, the duration of the battle was calculated on a day-to-day basis. For more than 10 hours, it would be hot at most. Just warm up. However, for the two saviors, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, they entered the Six Paths level because of the skills taught by the Six Paths Sage. Water, a sourceless tree, is not entirely their power. This resulted in the fact that only a small part of the yin-yang chakra inherited by the two people could be restored after it was lost. If most of it was used up, it would really be gone. Therefore, the battle that was evenly matched at the beginning soon became one-sided due to the consumption of chakra. Kagaya Otsutsuki just slowly recovered the destroyed wooden clone under the control of the quantum chip, and the savior team. It was already beyond its capabilities, and it took only 2 or 3 hours for it to completely collapse. Oh, this is really... Vegapunk frowned, sensing the deserted world, and suddenly thought of a question: what should Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya do? Vegapunk can control Kagaya Otsutsuki to release the Divine Tree Realm Advent Jutsu and Infinite Tsukuyomi, but once these two ninjutsu are released, he will not be able to rely on the ability of brainwave synchronization. The vast spiritual power of everyone combined controls Kagaya Otsutsuki. Of course, even if she doesn't control Kagaya Otsutsuki now, she probably won't be able to cause trouble anymore. Because of the brutal use of mental power to crush her and forcibly extract memories, the current Kagaya Otsutsuki is no longer an idiot. Either way, it's hard to recover. But even so, Vegapunk was still distressed while crushing the mental fragments in Otsutsuki Kagaya's mind over and over again until those mental fragments were broken into dregs, about the size of grains of sand and dust. Only then did he finally let go. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya's soul is unresponsive, her body alone, which possesses infinite chakra, may be enough to start a ninja war again. Just like the power of tailed beasts will promote the ambitions of those ninja villages, as long as a terrifying life like Otsutsuki Kagaya exists, don't think about these ninjas having any peaceful thoughts. Vegapunk can even guarantee that the unconscious body of Kagaya Otsutsuki will cause a world-ending disaster much faster than Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. At any rate, Otsutsuki Kagaya still knows about sustainable development. Under normal circumstances, there will always be some human beings left to thrive. However, if those sick-minded ninjas in the ninja world obtain that kind of powerful power, it is estimated that there will not be more than a dozen. Years later, the world will be ruined by them. Wait a minute, tailed beast, maybe I have a solution. An idea suddenly flashed in Vegapunk's mind, and he showed a joyful expression. Next, he first controlled the physical body of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and directly controlled the arrival of the sacred tree world, draining the chakra of human beings, leaving only the minimum chakra used to maintain life. However, he did not directly drain everyone's original chakra. These people may suffer a certain deficit as a result, but their chakra can still be restored. After that, Vegapunk controlled Kagaya Otsutsuki's body and moved directly in front of himself and Hancock. Hancock was still guarding Vegapunk's body, but when he saw Kagaya Otsutsuki suddenly appeared from the space, he was startled and almost didn't take action directly. The one who controls this body now is me, Hancock. Vegapunk said quickly. Hancock was stunned for a moment before he realized what he was doing. Honey? Is that you? Yes, I will seal this body after a while. You have to keep an eye on her. This is our biggest gain this time. As he spoke, Vegapunk controlled the seals on Otsutsuki Kagaya's body, although he didn't show it on weekdays. Vegapunk's attainments in ninjutsu, especially sealing techniques, were definitely second to none. With a quantum chip, he is very good at learning and analyzing these ninjutsu, which require extremely high amounts of knowledge. Now he has slightly modified the sealing technique. The original 4 symbols, the seals of the Bagua system, have been superimposed to the level of 64 hexagrams in one breath. It is not anyone else who is used for the seals. It is he who now controls the seals. The printed Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. It is a piece of cake to add a seal to yourself. After all, it is impossible for you to resist. After being surrounded by 64 seal hexagrams, Kagaya's huge chakra aura also converged in an instant. Even the seals themselves would absorb Kagaya Otsutsuki's chakra to maintain the cycle. Theoretically, Kagaya Otsutsuki will never be able to break the seal without external force breaking it. As the chakra in Kagaya Otsutsuki's body was completely sealed, the moon in the sky immediately changed back to its original color, and the overwhelming sacred tree gradually withered and slowly shrank back. The true form of the sacred tree is Otsutsuki. Princess Kagaya, after losing this core, all that is left outside is some sourceless water and rootless trees. With the sound of clicking, the ninjas who were trapped in the cocoon woke up one by one and struggled out of the cocoon. However, even if they struggled out, they were still dizzy and weak. The dizziness were caused by being trapped in the cocoon. Garpunk used the ability of brain synchronization to extract a large amount of mental power, and his limbs were weak. This was because the chakra in his body was almost drained by Vegapunk. Under such circumstances, it would probably take a long time for these ninjas to recover alone, and it would obviously not cause any hindrance to Vegapunk's actions. Ugh! I feel so dizzy. What happened just now? Sarah came out of the tree cocoon and said dizzy. She felt that her body, which was originally full of vitality, now seemed to be rusty, and her whole body was weak. Vegapunk also opened his eyes. Just now, he had almost been investing his mental power in the spiritual world and the body of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and now he finally returned to his body. Opening his eyes, Vegapunk immediately saw Kagaya Otsutsuki's body lying limply aside, while Hancock was holding Kagaya Otsutsuki's collar with one hand, looking at him with worry. To oneself. Seeing that Vegapunk came to his senses, Hancock breathed a sigh of relief. "My dear, you have recovered. I was still worried that you would always be in that woman's body." Vegapunk rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, this woman's body will be inside you soon." Chapter 84. What Vegapunk said about stuffing Kagaya Otsutsuki into Hancock's body was not just words. The Otsutsuki clan is not a pure flesh and blood creature, but more like an energy state life formed by a large amount of chakra accumulation. Therefore, the essence of its life is closer to that of a tailed beast. It was precisely because of the tailed beast that Vegapunk had a wild idea in his head: why not create an Otsutsuki Jinhyuriki? In fact, in the later Boruto, there was indeed an Otsutsuki Jinhyuriki. He was a guy who used the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan to use the power of Otsutsuki. Using the seal to use the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya was only his initial plan. The final idea must be to let Hancock directly absorb all the power of Kagaya Otsutsuki. As for why he doesn't absorb it himself? That's because Vegapunk knows very well that although his physical strength is already very high, due to various factors such as age and exercise, it is still far behind Hancock. Comparatively speaking, Hancock can completely seal or even absorb Kagaya Otsutsuki's power, but he is only a few 100 million points behind. Moreover, after absorbing the memory and knowledge of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Vegapunk also has some understanding of the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan. This general power of reincarnation requires that in addition to the qualifications of the person being knocked down, there are other. In terms of physical appearance, at least the most obvious thing, gender, must be consistent. In other words, Hancock can undoubtedly better absorb Kagaya Otsutsuki's power. After saying what he said, Vegapunk immediately took action. He made seals with his hands. The original Kagaya Otsutsuki was quickly transformed into a huge chakra by his power. Then Vegapunk reached out and pressed on Hancock's lower abdomen. Vegapunk's head was covered with black lines, and he was absolutely certain that Hancock had done it on purpose. With the physical strength of this pirate empress, sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya might indeed feel a bit stretched, but it would definitely not be like this. Fortunately, the seal ended soon. Vegapunk retracted his hand and looked at Hancock. How was it? How do you feel? After hearing what was going on, Hancock's originally red pretty face returned to normal. She clenched her fists and said, "The chakra has improved a lot, at least several times, but more chakra is still being sealed. If you want it to be fully applied, I'm afraid it will take quite some time." "That's good, you just need to get used to it first." Vegapunk nodded. "After I fully adapt to the power of this ancestor of chakra, I should have almost figured out what the so-called wedge is. By that time, Otsutsuki Kagaya's power can be completely handed over to Hancock. Even before that, Otsutsuki Kagaya itself can be used to plant trees." In the end, Vegapunk controlled Kagaya Otsutsuki to collect a lot of raw materials of the sacred tree. Even the buds of the sacred tree were cut off. It was not impossible to recreate a sacred tree. At this time, Vegapunk suddenly felt that the scenery outside was in a trance. He calmed down and saw that Hancock also had a strange look on his face. Apparently he also felt the strange change. Is this time and space repulsion? Are we leaving? With this thought flashing through his mind, Vegapunk looked at a group of unconscious ninjas and immediately started searching. The ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom gradually dissipated as the purple light that penetrated the sky and the earth revealed 3 people standing on the ceiling formation. Well, there were 3 of us when we went there, and even though we were still 3 of us when we came back, there was another life in a certain woman's belly. It was really an extraordinary harvest. Vegapunk thought for a moment and felt that something was wrong with this statement. However, he glanced at Hancock in front of him and felt the terrifying oppression of the chakra on her body, so he still smiled proudly. In addition to the sealed Kagaya, most of the sacred trees were also placed in the space of the heavenly palace where the original Kagaya can now be barely controlled by Hancock. This can be said to be excellent research material. Not to mention that Vegapunk also obtained almost all the knowledge in the ninja world. After winning the battle, he also recovered a lot of trophies: Kakashi's pair of divine kaleidoscopes, Uchiha Sasuke's eternal kaleidoscope and Samsara Eye. Xiao Baiju. It can be said that with this much knowledge, it is enough for Vegapunk's research on chakra to make a substantial leap forward in a very short period of time. Moreover, he has collected a large amount of data on traveling through time and space, which also saves him the time to develop time traveling through world technology. I feel so uncomfortable. During a time travel journey, Sarah, who had been idle the whole time, reluctantly stood up. After returning to the familiar world, she felt that her physical strength and spirit had recovered a lot. Especially the dragon veins under her feet that had gradually returned to calm, the energy revealed greatly accelerated her body's recovery speed. After a while, Sarah almost woke up completely. Does it feel like this when traveling across the world? I remember that when Naruto and the others traveled across the world, they were not like me. Is it because of my ability? No, the reason why you are exhausted is not because you traveled across the world, but because you were controlled by illusion just after you traveled across the world. Vegapunk complained speechlessly, and Sarah suddenly trembled. Being controlled by someone using illusions? Oh, it couldn't be you, could it? Did you do something to me? If an ugly girl like you doesn't take the initiative to come up to you, my dear, you won't even look at her. Hancock, who was holding his stomach, spoke coldly. Sarah turned her head and glanced at Hancock, and saw a big hole in the clothes on her lower abdomen. She could vaguely see some strange runes that had not disappeared, and she immediately shrank back. Shrink your head. Stop thinking. Vegapunk knocked Sarah on the head, with a speechless look on his face. Go back and have a rest first. The dragon veins have calmed down now. We will start researching tomorrow. Although Lulan has been turned into ruins, not all the houses have collapsed. At least they can be tidied up and it will be more than enough for 3 people to live in. Early the next morning, Vegapunk and Hancock began to clean up the ruins. Vegapunk planned to build a large experimental base here, so naturally he would not let Lulin's ruins remain on top. With the ability to manipulate chakra and magnetic fields, the work of cleaning up the ruins and establishing a new laboratory was very fast. In just 3 days, the new laboratory had been established in Lulin. Chapter 85. About a year has passed quickly since Vegapunk established its laboratory in Lulin. A year was originally nothing to this war-torn world. However, the changes in the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Sea over the past year have made many people feel extremely strange. The Kingdom of Wind has changed from a complete desert area to a savanna terrain. Various mineral deposits originally buried under the desert have been developed. As the center of climate change, Sand Ninja Village is now about to become a small the city. On the other hand, the number of ninjas in Sand Ninja Village has not increased much, but the quality has improved a lot. In the entire Sand Ninja Village, there are no ninjas who are weaker than Chunin, or as strong as Jonin in the past, which already accounts for almost a quarter of all ninjas in the Sand Ninja today. The changes in the country of the sea are not small. The emergence of a large number of new steel ships and even warships has truly made those maritime countries inviolable. Even the most powerful ninjas will not want to fight destroyers on the sea. As for the ninja villages within the country, a large number of ninjas with animal abilities have appeared, and each of them is incredibly powerful. Even those with animal abilities also have all kinds of weird abilities. Weird ninjas such as the Electric Eel Ninja and the Pippy Shrimp Ninja have locked into the Jonin level almost as soon as they possess animal abilities. When Vegapunk started researching, he deliberately separated the technology trees of the 2 ninja villages. In fact, although Vegapunk often said that the ninjas in the ninja village were mentally ill, they only focused on technological research. It is said that almost all the most cutting-edge chakra technology in the world is in the hands of these ninja village ninjas. It can be said that every ninja village can be regarded as a large-scale scientific research base, with many skilled technicians inside, who can always develop some black technologies more or less by relying on chakra. After Vegapunk passed on his technological research, this group of people will automatically rely on their own abilities to research and develop it. In order to prevent the homogenization of all technologies, Vegapunk will be in different countries. Ninja Village uses different technologies. Different technology trees will bring different inspirations. Just like after the discovery of chakra ability in the ninja world, Vegapunk made huge breakthroughs in several technological researches. Today, Vegapunk research has also ushered in a new breakthrough. Have you adjusted it yet? The experimental values have been adjusted and the spatial parameters are very normal. The space expansion rate is normal. The space bubble has been formed. Quantum entanglement has been completed and the transmission is ready. Okay, let's start the transmission now. As the sound of excitement came from the laboratory, Vegapunk sat on a chair and looked at the helpers gathered in front of him. Rather than being helpers, they are more like transformed shadow clones. Those who are feverishly adjusting data and conducting experiments in front of them are actually a bunch of metal puppets. In fact, Vegapunk actually bypasses artificial intelligence technology and only these metal puppets have their own shadow clones sealed into them. Just like tailed beasts can influence Jinkraki through seals, the sealing runes specially set up by Vegapunk are so that the internal shadow clones can control the external metal body, and a large number of electronic chips are engraved on the inside of the body for calculation. Assistance improves the performance of the shadow clone, and the large amount of chakra stored inside also increases the existence time of the shadow clone. The most important thing is that even if the shadow clones dissipate, their memories will not be transferred back instantly, but will remain in the chip of the metal puppet, allowing Vegapunk to selectively and slowly read it. In this way, Vegapunk can use shadow clones to help him conduct research without having to worry about memory reflux. In fact, Vegapunk also thought about advancing research by cloning himself as an experimental assistant, but due to his understanding of his own character and his pride in his own intelligence, he ultimately rejected this idea. If an ordinary clone can maintain absolute loyalty for 10 years, then a clone like Vegapunk's imagined one that has given itself wisdom and inherited its own personality may not need 3 days to find a way to rebel. Already. However, the shadow clone technology in the Naruto world has given Vegapunk the perfect ability to create clones. The shadow clone has the same thinking ability as Vegapunk, but it is impossible to resist Vega because it is not a truly complete life. Punk, after dissipating, can also transfer memories directly to himself. He is simply a super scientific research assistant. The second Hokage who developed this ninjutsu can also be regarded as a generation of Chakra Research wizards. Unfortunately, although the various ninjutsu developed by this research master have unlimited potential, it is difficult to truly apply these ninjutsu to their limits. But they are all his disciples and grandchildren. For example, the Flying Thunder God was used by Namikaze Minato, the Earth Reincarnation was used by Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, and the Shadow Clone technique was used by Uzumaki Naruto. After thinking wildly for a while, Vegapunk quickly came back to his senses and turned to look at the experiment currently being conducted. It was a joint experiment called Space Teleportation Array and Small Personal Space. In fact, it could also be called an experiment. The Space Teleportation Array has actually been developed a long time ago. By converting the Flying Thunder God Array into the form of a talisman, and then matching the 2 Flying Thunder God Arrays, you can teleport at will. But there were many other problems during this period. First, you must have a certain level of perception to be able to sense the corresponding Flying Thunder God Array for transmission. This was finally solved after drawing an enhanced perception array. The second problem is that long-distance transmission requires too much chakra. The farther the distance, the harder it is to perceive, and the more chakra is needed. Even Vegapunk himself can't solve this problem, because this completely belongs to the law of conservation of mass, Vegapunk's technology. It's not so outrageous that even this basic law can be violated. But soon, Vegapunk thought of a way to bypass it, which was to jump coordinates through different spaces. In other words, to create a small special space as a transfer station, through this method to bypass the long. The distance consumes chakra and the powerful induction required. It started. The space bubble is about to take shape. The space wall has stabilized and the expansion coefficient has gradually returned to 0. Perform a space jump. 3, 2, 1. Start. Space jump successful. Prepare for reverse teleportation. Reverse teleportation is completely successful. The teleportation object has appeared in the Kingdom of the Sea. Our experiment was successful. Chapter 86. Lulin, the first space station establishment point, with a burst of dazzling light, a woman with long brown hair, gorgeous appearance and attractive figure came out, glanced around, and sipped her seductive red lips. There was a look of surprise on his lips and face. Is this the Kingdom of Wind? It's incredible. In less than a minute, I came here from the capital of the Kingdom of Sea. Looking at the surrounding scenery that is completely different from that of the Kingdom of the Sea, I feel that the slightly restless breeze is completely different from the foggy environment of the Kingdom of the Sea. Even the sun in the sky seems to be brighter than that of the Kingdom of the Sea. The fireball appearing in the fog is much brighter. To be precise, this place does not belong to the Kingdom of Wind. It should be called Lulin, but I didn't expect that the person coming here is you, Terumi Mei. Hearing the crisp voice with a hint of heroism, Terumi Mei quickly turned her head and saw the heroic Yakang Zheng with two-color hair looking at him with one hand on his hip. The Godame Kazekage? You're actually here. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, but she didn't expect that there would be such a big shot waiting for her here. But if you think about it carefully, you don't find it strange. No matter how noble Yakang's current status is, at the end of the day, it still comes from Vegapunk's appreciation. Even now, Yakeng has firmly established the Kazekage in Sand Ninja Village. If Vegapunk is not satisfied with the position, he will be replaced in just one sentence. To put it bluntly, Yakeng's original strength had just reached the edge of cage level. To Vegapunk, it was nothing more than a mass-produced combat unit that could be mass-produced. Naturally, the Sand Ninjas knew that between Kazekage and Kazekage, who should I choose between Vegapunk? In other words, next to a genius like Vegapunk, everyone will become dull. Anyway, I don't have anything to do in Sand Ninja Village. In other words, my most important thing is to serve Mr. Vegapunk well. Of course, I will follow him wherever he goes. Yakeng seemed to be mocking himself, but there was no look of disappointment on his face. Even if it is to manage the village, today's Yakeng can't do it well at all. Now the Suna Ninja Village has become a small city with nearly 1 million people. With Yakeng's level of management, the original ninja village is a bit reluctant, let alone. This is the city today. If she wants to help, all she can do is delay the work efficiency of the management intelligent robot. Why is this happening? Even though I became the Kazekage and gained the powerful ability to eliminate blood successors, I still feel like I am completely redundant in the entire Sand Ninja Village. Occasionally, even if a ninja comes to see him, the first thing he asks is whether Dr. Vegapunk's invention research has been successful and whether his loyal Sand Ninja experimental subjects are needed. Fortunately, Yakeng himself doesn't have much desire for power. He has become accustomed to his position now and can occasionally help Vegapunk when he conducts experiments. This space teleportation array experiment can be said to be a technological innovation that changes the entire world. Yakeng is also very concerned about it. After the success of the experiment, he applied to become the first batch of space transfer volunteers, and therefore directly met. Mei Terumi is also the first to carry out space transfer. Are you serving Vegapunk-sama? Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes slightly. This woman actually addressed him as Sama directly. Where is your self-esteem as a Kazekage? Yakeng seemed to have sensed something, and looked at Terumi Mei, with a bright smile on his face. Hey, what are you two doing standing there? Don't disturb the next round of space transfer experiments. Next, we need to calculate the chakra energy of material space transfer. A metal puppet came over, waved his hand, and drove the two away. Terumi Mei and Yakeng looked at each other and quickly got out of the way. By the way, where is Mr. Vegapunk now? I haven't seen you for a long time, and I don't know how you are doing here now. Have you lost weight? Terumi Mei glanced at Yakeng and asked. Yakeng glanced at Terumi Mei. Since the experiment was successful, he went to attend the celebration banquet. Do you want to go and have a look too? Forget it, let's not go. I always feel that you have bad intentions. Terumi Mei glanced at Yakeng strangely, but did not move. Yakeng secretly murmured in his heart, he is really perceptive. You must know that the overbearing Hancock directly said that after this banquet, he will take Mr. Vegapunk to celebrate alone. I am afraid that anyone who disturbed him in the past will be kicked away directly. Var. After all, today is Mr. Vegapunk's 16th birthday, physical age. That Hancock had long said that he would be the first to help Vegapunk become an adult. During this period, he would like to express his gratitude to all the women around Vegapunk. My vigilance has increased several times. In the dark and damp cave, a mysterious man wearing a swirling mask was sitting on a stone chair, lowering his head and listening to the reports of some white creatures. You mean, met other white Zetsu? Yes, yes, Obito, you don't know how surprised I was at that time. I even asked them if they felt like pooping. But they said I was an idiot. It was too much. Baizetsu on the opposite side danced and said. The mysterious man wearing a whirlpool mask ignored the idiot's speech behind Baizetsu. The face under the mask frowned. You Baizetsu are all cultivated by Hashirama cells. Could it be? Is the other party from Konoha? Only Konoha still has Hashirama cells and can cultivate new white Zetsu. Besides that, could it be Uchiha Madara's other backup man? Of course, this is just the masked man who thinks he is behind the scenes. Idea. Black Zetsu, did Uchiha Madara leave any other back UPS? The masked man looked at the half-black and half-white Zetsu and asked. At this moment, the real mastermind behind the scenes, Heizetsu, was even more confused. Only he knew the true identity of Baizetsu. It was not just a creature created by Hashirama cells, or it could be said that Hashirama cells were just an unnecessary condition. The one who created Baiju was actually a sacred tree. If Hashirama cells are not used, a living person can actually be transformed into a white Zetsu using the divine tree. However, without the participation of the divine tree, how could a white Zetsu be born under normal circumstances? Of course not. It's impossible. Black Zetsu immediately shook his head in denial, and Obito remained indifferent. To put it bluntly, in Obito's eyes, Black Zetsu was just a creation of Uchiha Madara's consciousness. Not to mention whether what he said is true, even if it is true, it may be that Uchiha Madara deliberately did not give him the part of the memory about the other white Zetsu. It seems that we need to investigate carefully. At this moment, both Black Zetsu and Obito had the same idea. Chapter 87. Not to mention Black Zetsu and Obito who have already started to take action. At this moment Vegapunk has already celebrated the birthday of his physical body. In the beginning space, Vegapunk slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warm touch on his body and the faintly fragrant breath on his face. He couldn't help but move his body slightly. "Dear, you wake up." Hearing the soft and hoarse voice in his ears, Vegapunk turned his head. Hancock, who was lying in his arms, looked at him infatuatedly, with light shining in his quiet beautiful eyes, and a smile on his pretty face like white jade. The blush is filled with a hint of shyness and sweetness. He recovered so quickly, Vegapunk thought to himself. Hancock was so crazy last night that he almost squeezed himself dry. In the end, he had to use electromagnetic power to cheat, so as not to be completely embarrassed. She recovered after just one sleep, which makes people admire her physique and recovery ability. My own physique is considered strong enough, but compared to Hancock's physique after fusion with Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra, it is far behind. Now I still feel lazy and don't want to move. Hancock stretched out his jade hand and gently stroked Vegapunk's chest. A warm force penetrated his body, allowing Vegapunk to quickly recover. It was extremely pure yang release chakra. After becoming Otsutsuki Kagaya's Jinchuriki, Hancock had been continuously absorbing the chakra of the goddess of the moon, and his own physique was gradually changed. Over the course of a year, the time has been enough for Hancock to have a fairy body comparable to Senju Hashirama. Her yang escape chakra is naturally extremely pure. It may be an exaggeration to say that it is the flesh and bones of living and dead people, but it is a piece of cake to restore some physical fatigue. Although the physical body has been completely recovered, Vegapunk is still a little tired mentally and feels lazy. Similarly, Hancock is actually a little tired after a night of madness, and the two of them did not do anything else. They just hugged each other and spent an hour or two quietly before getting up. Becoming Otsutsuki Kagaya's Jinchuriki, Hancock also has the authority to control the space in the sky. I don't know why. Last night, Hancock pulled Vegapunk to the first ball space in the sky, and then Vegapunk was speechless when he discovered that this place had been designed as a wedding room by Hancock. Now, since the matter is over, Hancock took Vegapunk's hand and left that space directly through his ability. After leaving the space, Hancock stretched out his hand to summon a few white Zetsus and prepared breakfast. This is also the ability after becoming the Otsutsuki Jinchuriki. He can naturally control creatures like white Zetsus, even with the help of the power of the sacred tree. And can also slowly spawn some white Zetsu, and Hancock treats them as free servants. Without a large amount of human beings as materials, Hancock spawned not many white Zetsus, only a dozen in total. Vegapunk once studied this kind of plant life that is very similar to humans out of curiosity, and they have been given certain reinforcements. Therefore, these white zetsus in front of them are much stronger than ordinary white zetsus in terms of intelligence and combat power. On weekdays, they will modify their body shape and become ordinary humans to avoid scaring others. It tastes good. Sure enough, your intelligence has improved a lot. While eating breakfast, Vegapunk said to Baizetsu, who transformed into a pretty maid beside him. This is all thanks to you, Doctor. It's you who made us independent beings. The Baiju maid behind her lowered her head and spoke calmly. Theoretically, although Baiju can change into a human appearance, they are close to plant life and do not have normal human senses. They are not even a complete independent life. Their intelligence and outlook will also be somewhat different from humans. After a series of studies, Vegapunk did not cut off the connection between Baiju and the Divine Tree, but through genetic modification, they had the 5 senses of normal humans, and their outlook and intelligence were getting closer to humans. Otherwise, the taste of breakfast made from pure Baiju is probably no different from that of ordinary nutritional supplements. I have one thing to tell you, Doctor. During this period, we have encountered a lot of similar people underground. It feels like they are inquiring about Lulin. Same kind? The new white Zetsu? It was supposed to come, but it only appeared now. Black Zetsu and Obito's actions were really late. Vegapunk put down the chopsticks in his hands and said silently. In the past, Vegapunk might have been a little interested in them, but now, after traveling to the parallel world, there is almost nothing in the Naruto world that can impress him, whether it is Obito's Kamui or the Black Zetsu, who was created due to Yin and Yang's escape, has no mystery in Vegapunk's eyes. It can only be said that they appeared too late. Today's Vegapunk has already been replaced by a new generation. To be honest, when he took control of the Mist Ninja Village in the Kingdom of Water, Vegapunk was already prepared to deal with Obito, but at that time, for some unknown reason, Obito did not show up at all. Later, according to Vegapunk's analysis, it is very likely that Obito had just gone to trigger the Nine Tails Rebellion during that time and was in the period of recuperation. Or maybe he was in some kind of burnout period because he killed his teacher and his wife. Anyway, Obito didn't take any action during that time. After the deal was settled, Obito didn't bother the Kiri ninja anymore. This is a normal thing. Obito's divine power is just weird and unpredictable. There is no way to really fight against a great ninja village with hard power. In the case that the Sea Ninja village that was reorganized in the later period was already on guard, Obito. There was no way Earth could repeat his previous feat of controlling the fourth Mizu cage. In fact, if Obito doesn't come forward, he has another idea, which is to guide the Sea Ninja village to direct its hatred towards the Konoha Ninja village, which owns the Uchiha family. Although Obito is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan has nothing to say to Obito, Obito, who has already gone crazy for the Eye of the Moon plan, has already prepared to eliminate this unexpected factor. The Samsara Eye required for the Eye of the Moon project itself comes from the evolution of the Sharingan Eye of the Uchiha family. For this reason, both Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha are actually trying to destroy the Uchiha family intentionally or unintentionally. This reduces the occurrence of accidents. Chapter 88. It's a pity that after about 2 years, the Kai Ninja village has been developing in full swing, but it has never directly started a war with Konoha, mainly because the current Kai Ninja village's strength is still growing rapidly, and at the same time, its life is getting better and better. There is no need to start a war with Konoha in the short term. Maybe the Sea Ninja village's strength had reached its peak that day, or maybe it thought it could easily crush Konoha, so it would bring this matter up and talk about it, and then go after Konoha to cause trouble. Obito Uchiha's expectations were disappointed. Although he was a little worried, there was nothing he could do about it. As for Black Zetsu, he didn't care about it. In fact, the only ones who were afraid of the Uchiha clan were Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha. Black Zetsu knew very well that without the chakra of Indra and Asura, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan would not be able to create the Samsara Eye no matter how hard they tried. Even if the Uchiha clan could survive, it would be a better outcome for Black Zetsu. Over the past 1,000 years, his plans have failed countless times, and he has already developed an extremely conservative character. If the Uchiha clan is completely wiped out, it may not be easy to get the Rinnegan in the future, and the plan will have to be a desperate one. Although this plan is the closest to success, who knows what the outcome will be before the end. Naturally, Heiju wants to retain some back UPS. However, Baiju's problem is different. The real greatest contributor to the Eye of the Moon project is not Heiju, the mastermind behind the scenes, but the dedicated tool men like Baiju. It is precisely because of these white Zetsus who are extremely numerous, highly flexible and latent, and can directly replace others in some cases, that the Eye of the Moon project can advance so smoothly, otherwise Uchiha Obito would not be able to do so. Counting the entire Akatsuki organization, they can't even hope to collect all the tailed beasts. You must know that the existence of a Jinchuriki is the top secret of a ninja village, let alone the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. Although there are occasional special circumstances like Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto, in most cases, it is not that easy to find out where the Jinchuriki of a ninja village is. As for the Jinchuriki, because of their powerful chakra and extremely obvious fighting characteristics, basically as long as there is a battle, they are destined to be discovered. If they cannot collect all the tailed beasts in a short time, it may only take 1 or 2 times to completely defeat them. Exposing the existence of the Akatsuki organization. When several major ninja villages join forces, even Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye, will never be an opponent. Nagato is very powerful, but it does not mean that he is invincible. It can even be said that he is still in the category of ordinary ninjas. Among the so-called ordinary ninjas are the kind of ninjas who test each other, cover up their own information, test each other's information, and then find weaknesses and defeat them with one blow. Although Nagato's ability is very strong, once the information is completely exposed, it will still be within the scope of a ninja village's response. It can even be said that Nagato is the ceiling for ordinary ninjas, and above that are those monsters that ordinary ninjas have absolutely no way to defeat, regardless of whether they know the information or not. Under such circumstances, the Akatsuki organization finally collected most of the tailed beasts to make the plan a success. It has to be said that Baizetsu, who has a strong ability to spy on intelligence, was the one who made the greatest contribution. Therefore, once the secret of Baizetsu is leaked before the plan is launched, the blow to the entire Eye of the Moon plan can be said to be almost fatal. Vegapunk thought well. Just when night had just fallen, Uchiha Obito had already arrived at the outskirts of Lulin Base in person. In this regard, Heizetsu, who was quite worried, followed Obito here without hesitation. No way, although Heizetsu's plans have not been successful in the past thousands of years, he still thinks that he is well informed. He doesn't think there is anything beyond his imagination in this ninja world. However, the unfamiliar white Zetsu still broke black Zetsu's usual psychological advantage. How on earth was the opponent's white Zetsu made? The most important thing is that even if the white Zetsu are created by relying on the technology of gene replication, those white Zetsu should be born to obey their orders. At least they should be aware of it. How could such strange white Zetsu appear? Unless there is a second sacred tree in this world. Is there a new Otsutsuki coming to this ninja world? Kuro definitely knows about the Otsutsuki clan. After all, when Otsutsuki Kagaya split him, he just wanted him to save himself. He would not instill too much knowledge into him, but at least he still knew the existence of the Otsutsuki clan. And knew that Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki clan did not deal with it. In this case, how could Black Zetsu be relieved? Uchiha Obito's divine power is indeed extremely rare. It is considered a rare ability even among the Otsutsuki clan, but if you want to test it by relying only on this ability, Otsutsuki, that would be too whimsical. It doesn't matter if Obito is caught, if all the eyes of the moon are pulled out, even his own mother will be in danger. Of course he can't just sit there and wait. Heiju, your reaction this time is very unusual. Is there any secret here? Standing on the sand dune, the cold wind blew through Uchiha Obito's collar, making the black coat with red clouds rustle. Well, I always have a bad feeling. Standing behind Obito, Black Zetsu, who looked like a pitcher plant, said. There was no expression on his yin and yang face, but his performance was different from usual. So Heiju did not deny it. Do you feel, it seems that there are really a lot of secrets here. Uchiha Obito didn't think that there must be something wrong with Black Zetsu, who is not even a human being. As Uchiha Madara's conscious body, Black Zetsu. His abilities that are a little different from ordinary people seem to him to be quite normal. Speaking of it, whether it is the Kingdom of Wind or the Kingdom of Water, the changes during this period are really big. As far as I know, this change should be because of that little guy named Vegapunk. Uchiha Obito suddenly asked. After hearing this, Black Zetsu nodded, yes, that guy is indeed a genius among geniuses. It's a pity that we have not had much contact with him. With the vast majority of white Zetsu sleeping, it is naturally impossible for Black Zetsu to collect all the information, especially since Vegapunk and others possess the power of knowledge and are extremely sensitive to white Zetsu's surveillance. After almost not being caught several times, all the Baizetsu had moved away from them. Now that I think about it, this kind of dangerous person should have been killed as soon as possible instead of letting him research some dangerous technology. Chapter 89. Wow, I feel so full after eating. Vegapunk held his round belly with a look of helplessness on his face. It's better to use the quantum chip to control the physical body to speed up digestion. I always feel that Hancock is a little obsessed now. During the meal, Hancock sat on Vegapunk's lap and fed him little by little. Although it looked beautiful, Hancock was obviously not familiar with how to serve others. At the same time, as a pirate in the world. As a person, in Hancock's understanding of food, the more you should eat, the better. So in Hancock's pitiful eyes, Vegapunk ate more than 3 times his body weight in one meal. As a scientist who rarely exercises himself, he himself cannot return to life, he can only use the quantum chip in the brain to forcibly control the digestion of food by the physical body. The enthusiasm is too much. It's really distressing. Although she said so, Vegapunk knew very well in her heart that Hancock's enthusiasm was not only due to her own personality, but also mixed with a slight sense of inferiority. The Hancock in this world is different from the original work. He has no experience of being the queen of Kuja Island. Because he has always stayed with Vegapunk, he has not made a public appearance and became the most beautiful woman recognized by everyone in the pirate world. On the contrary, she was exchanged from the celestial dragons by Vegapunk in every possible way. Although Vegapunk helped her get revenge later, her experience as a slave and the most unbearable side have been fully revealed in Vegapunk. In front of Graham. This made Hancock's inferiority complex lingering in her heart when she faced Vegapunk. It can be said that as arrogant as the outward attitude she used to cover up, the inferiority complex in her heart was so severe. His crazy boldness and obedience at night, and his excessive concern for Vegapunk during the day are all due to this reason. Hancock, who appears to be arrogant, actually puts himself in a lower position to serve Vegapunk. Grams. There's nothing Vegapunk can do about this. He's just a scientist, not a psychologist, so he can't solve problems like psychological shadows. Some people's childhood can heal them throughout their lives, while some people need childhood healing throughout their lives. There is no doubt that Hancock is one of the latter. Under the influence of the quantum chip in his brain, Vegapunk's belly soon deflated, and a large amount of food was converted into nutrients and stored in his body. Vegapunk touched his chin and said, so much. The energy can't keep up with the usual high-energy nutrient solution. Why not go to sleep in the training cabin and strengthen your physical body? Although he doesn't exercise much, relying on the high technology he developed, Vegapunk's physical progress has been improving by leaps and bounds, even faster than the geniuses in the pirate world who work hard every day. But in terms of haki, there is nothing much to say. His knowledge color haki is considered to be top-notch, but the arm color haki, which is mainly used in combat, and the higher level overlord color haki, can only be regarded as having good skills and extremely high quality. Worse, the other one had simply laid down and given up on awakening. In addition, his own combat awareness is very poor and he can only rely on the combat program in the quantum chip. Therefore, even with such good conditions, Vegapunk still cannot be called a top powerhouse. However, Vegapunk didn't care. After all, he was just a scientist, and he only exercised his body just in case. Just when Vegapunk was still thinking about whether he had something or not, his expression suddenly changed slightly. The quantum chip in his brain quickly alerted him, indicating that someone had invaded the base, causing him to stand up immediately. I don't know which fool would dare to break into my experimental base. The defense measures here are not that easy to deal with. He said it, but Vegapunk already had an idea in his heart. There are only a few people in this world who can break into his experimental base, and even fewer people can enter the inner circle silently. It's rare. Entering here silently requires not only strength, but also some weird ninjutsu. Jiraiya's Toad Flat Shadow Jutsu, or Black Zetsu or Obito. The latter two should be more likely. It's not that Vegapunk thinks that Jiraiya will not invade his experimental base. In fact, as a ninja, this kind of sneak invasion is almost instinctive, and there is nothing to blame at all. But today's Konoha is also in a mess. The peace contract with the Kumo ninja was signed just a year ago, and a Hyuga Hisashi was involved in it. As a result, the Konoha ninjas are now full of complaints and disunity, and the third generation of Hokage is very worried. In this case, Jiraiya, who appears to be a prodigal but actually cares about Konoha more than anyone else, should not be able to make enemies so easily. Dear, it seems like a little mouse has entered the base. As soon as he opened the door to the room, Vegapunk saw Hancock standing in front of him with a somewhat unhappy expression on his face. Yes, I'm going to see where this rat came from. Vegapunk spoke plainly, and with a casual movement, a shadow suddenly appeared in the air. Those are tiny monitors called air loops that are spread throughout the space base. Naturally, they are also technological products created by Vegapunk to imitate a certain hanged man. It's just that compared to a certain hanged man who can monitor the entire Academy City, even Vegapunk, who has electromagnetic capabilities, can only use this kind of nanoscale monitor in a confined space like the experimental base. I wonder how the hanging man solved the problem of the nanomonitor flowing with the air and falling out of the signal range. The monitor quickly replayed the process of the base being invaded, and only a shadow emerged from the base's wall. At the same time, a black monster also appeared underground in the base. As expected, it's them. Do you think that relying on your special attributes and time and space ninjutsu, you can come and go in my base? Vegapunk sneered, just in time, let the fighting Greymon that has just been given a new body go and have a fight with them. Let them know that not all places can be invaded. In a world called D&D, there is a saying that a well-prepared mage is invincible, and the mage in that world is, to a certain extent, a profession similar to that of a scientist. Likewise, it's exchanging knowledge for power, but it's just more intuitive. Therefore, this sentence is also true when converted to Vegapunk.